Lin Ke has traversed into the body of a dying vampire and awakened the milk tea shopkeeper system. The first Bloody Mary has cured his sanguinary cravings. However, surviving in this world requires more than just milk tea. Consequently, a bustling food street, theaters, arcades, a musicians' association, and amusement parks have all materialized within his dominion. One day, a succubus, microphone in hand, stood upon a grand platform and proclaimed with fervor, "Today, whether goblins, slimes, vampires, werewolves, humans, angels, or demons, all our races gather together to celebrate the new year. And all of this is thanks to our esteemed Lord. It is his creations that have saved us, that have saved everything." Chapter 1. Blood, Vampires, and Milk Tea. If a pure, unconscious, and pristine maiden were to be placed before Lin Ke, he would gladly trade a luxurious car and mansion for her presence. Of course, he harbors no nefarious intentions towards maidens, he swears. His yearning for purity stems not from a perverse or twisted heart, but from an insatiable physical hunger. Blood, blood. Where on earth can I find blood in just 1 hour? Lin Ke let out a lament, nearly collapsing. His gaunt, elongated visage appeared pale and feeble as he staggered through the forest strewn with golden, withered leaves, like a frail figure wrapped in a black suit. This wretched place. The scenery, it is indeed beautiful. Lin Ke laboriously lifted his eyelids to survey his surroundings. Despite having just arrived in this realm 3 minutes prior, the sight of a tricycle blood moon hanging high amidst cascading golden leaves made his death feel worthwhile. What a ghastly fate! He did not wish to perish, nor did he desire to die as a quality, handsome otaku, soul matched with the identity of a banished vampire baron. Curse it! Even at this moment, I can still conjure such lengthy modifiers. The literary prowess of our Huaxia is truly remarkable. By the way, I've heard many overseas students are referred to as little Shakespeares. No, I should be contemplating how to survive. Blood, damn it, I need blood. Lin Ke trembled as he walked, his pallid face wide-eyed, scanning for any signs of animals. However, he met with failure. Indeed, the original owner of this body, Lin Ke, was merely an overlooked second son of a family. Not a single creature roamed the small territory he acquired, let alone the rare and nourishing blood of human virgins. Speaking of virgins, this world must have priests, right? Where there are priests, are there not young boys? As he mused internally, Lin Ke could not suppress his frail form any longer and sighed in resignation. He had once been a recluse, running a milk tea shop in a small, obscure county, spending his days selling milk tea while playing games and reading novels, and his nights indulging in the same. Thus, he met his untimely demise. Upon awakening, he comprehended everything. The world to which he had transcended bore semblance to a medieval Western realm, albeit only in resemblance, not equivalence. For the original owner was indeed a vampire. Magic truly existed. Even goblin-like races roamed. His territory was home to a small tribe of 40 to 50 goblins. The particularly despised vampire original, Lin Ke, had been expelled from the Count's castle on the day of his coming of age, relegated to his own territory. Vampires must consume blood, and at least once a month. Otherwise, the consequences range from rough, sallow skin, blemishes, fine lines, wrinkles, and crow's feet to potentially fatal outcomes. Yet, to what extent was the original owner despised? He had been starved for over 3 months before coming of age. Not to mention human blood, he had never even tasted animal blood, let alone the foul goblin blood. Currently, he was transitioning from light to severe, for he was on the brink of death. Of course, the scarcity of human blood tied into the family's narrative regarding the Holy Light Church and the Dark Primordial Council, Human Protection Protocol. Even the Count had not savored the blood of a maiden for several months. Hence, this despised, ugly vampire, deemed moderately mentally impaired since birth, was treated like cattle. Adulthood equated to unemployment. As far as he knew, his territory had once housed animals. However, his unscrupulous siblings had loathed him so intensely that they drove away all creatures before his arrival. It was a blatant attempt on his life. To die and allow them to usurp his territory? Such devilry. No, they were vampires akin to devils in nature. Moreover, it appears the original owner truly died. After all, Lin Ke's arrival likely stemmed from the original owner's soul dissipating. Perhaps it was the energy of the original owner's soul that enabled Lin Ke to endure a while longer. Blood. Blood. Let me think, what are the components of blood? Can I create synthetic blood? In these conditions, how could I possibly create it, you fool? By the way, the entire world is in an agrarian society, and I am not a medical student. I am merely a despised otaku. Lin Ke's thoughts began to spiral into confusion. With the original owner's demise, he felt a sudden clarity, likely stemming from the instinctual intuition of a vampire. His instinct suggested he might survive for another hour. After that, without blood, death would assuredly follow. The challenge was akin to asking Hawking to perform a slam dunk while wearing high heels and a thong. Perhaps I should fly a plane before I die. Who knows if vampires can partake in such beneficial activities? Or I could leave behind some cryptic prophecies to terrify these wretches. As Lin Ke's mind wandered, he suddenly recalled his previous life. In his past existence, he had been cynical, yearning for effortless gains, lamenting daily if millions did not flow into his account. Now, he realized that living itself was a form of happiness. How wonderful it is to be alive! A bowl of Yunnan crossing the bridge rice noodles for breakfast, a cup of lemon tea for midday refreshment, a lavish feast for lunch, a cup of cheesy dessert for afternoon tea, fried chicken and burgers for dinner, and milk tea paired with barbecue for a midnight snack. Just as Lin Ke was lost in thought, drooling over his musings, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The host was preoccupied with thoughts of milk tea before death. Thus, the milk tea shop manager system has been activated. The host is an exceptional milk tea shop manager, and the system has resolved to assist you in crafting the finest milk tea in the world. A soft sound echoed, and then a vision materialized in his mind. Title, Baron. Life, 58/300. Strength, 3/30. Speed, 5/50. Agility, 5/50. Charm, 8 of 80. Intelligence, 100/0.3. Status, hemophilia. Unlocked milk tea recipe, Bloody Mary. System, Lin Ke's pale, bloodless eyes widened in astonishment. He had no time for further contemplation and immediately turned his gaze towards the so-called recipe. Bloody Mary. This is a rich and sweet milk tea, brilliantly rose-red in color, without a drop of blood added, yet resembles blood in appearance, texture, and flavor. Effect, restores 10 health points. Required ingredients, blood-red hawthorn, perilla leaves, clear spring water. Restore 10 health points. Bloody Mary? Bloody. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although he was uncertain whether this concoction could truly mimic blood in its effects, he decided to gamble on it, treating the desperate situation as a last resort. If something appears to be a peach, smells like a peach, feels like a peach, and tastes like a peach, with nutritional components akin to those of a peach, then it is highly likely a peach. Or perhaps a man's posterior. Let's take a chance. Flames ignited in Lin Ke's eyes. Furthermore, even if it could not be consumed as blood, he could still benefit from the health restoration effect. As long as he gathered sufficient materials and continuously brewed and consumed milk tea, wouldn't he be able to perpetually regain 10 health points? Yet, as he pondered this for a fleeting moment, his health had already diminished from 58 to 57, indicating he was losing 1 drop of blood per minute. He truly had but 1 hour left to live. Lin Ke immediately focused his attention on the 3 necessary ingredients for the Bloody Mary. It is quite reasonable that fresh blood is absent from the recipe. Otherwise, he would have to file a complaint against those selling wife cakes. Brother, can you refrain from incessantly critiquing at such a critical moment? At times, Lin Ke wished he could kneel and implore his mind to refrain from wandering during crucial moments. Shaking his head, he recentered his focus. In the next instant, a virtual arrow appeared before him, marked with a notation of 138M, adorned with 2 hawthorn icons at its tip. Oh, there's even an automatic navigation system. System, I shall bear you 8 sons. Lin Ke exclaimed with delight. This milk tea shop manager system even included a built-in navigation feature. He merely needed to follow the arrow for 138 meters to locate the hawthorn. He then tested the distance for the perilla leaves and clear spring water. The perilla leaves were over 300 meters away, while the system indicated for clear spring water. Any clear spring water will suffice. Astonishingly, all 3 ingredients were within such proximity. No matter. Let's locate these 3 items first, and then ascertain the effects through consumption. Chapter 2. Goblins, your emperor has returned. Under the moonlight, the branches are adorned with lush foliage. Lin Ke leans slightly forward, his legs moving rapidly, while his arms rest behind him, creating a rather peculiar posture. Alas, this is the swiftest means of locomotion available to a vampire. To take flight in the form of a bat would require at least a level 3 ability. Until then, he must rely on walking. The clusters of bushes and the gnarled branches that once appeared picturesque now obstruct his path. As he advances, the numerical indicator of distance on his system's display dwindles gradually. 138M, 137M, 136M. With the decreasing distance, Lin Ke's health points also diminish. 58, 57, 56. At last, 100 meters. During his human days, Lin Ke would have traversed such a distance in mere moments. Yet, now it takes him over a minute to achieve this feat. Just as he catches sight of a crooked tree with a few scattered crimson fruits hanging from its branches, an unexpected turn of events occurs. A narrow dirt path wins its way from beneath the blood-red hawthorn tree into the depths of the thicket, where one can vaguely discern some humble abodes crafted from mud and straw. Near the blood-red hawthorn tree, a group of gaunt, humanoid beings stands askew, clad in ragged garments. Their skin is a sickly green, and their heads sport a Mediterranean hairstyle of a patchy bald scalp complemented by sparse white fuzz. Below their pointed ears and pronounced noses, their large, round eyes gaze with curiosity. This is a goblin tribe. Trouble brews as Lin Ke furrows his brow, crouching low to conceal himself behind the thicket for observation. His territory is indeed barren, devoid of any human inhabitants, let alone any creatures of higher intelligence. Yet a goblin tribe exists. According to the knowledge Lin Ke acquired from the original host, goblins are classified as a lowly and chaotic species, operating under a distinct system of their own. This implies that these goblins are unlikely to heed the commands of their lord. In the vampire curriculum, goblins are likened to the stray dogs, fleas, and parasites of a territory rather than its subjects. It seems that the blood-red hawthorn he seeks serves as sustenance for these goblins. Lin Ke's gaze scans the vicinity, landing on the sparse yet naturally growing blood-red hawthorn trees, which appear malnourished. Clearly, the goblins have appropriated the hawthorn as their orchard, but are too indolent to tend to the weeds or eliminate pests. Consequently, the yield of these hawthorns is meager, just sufficient to sustain the goblin tribe, rendering it impossible for them to share with other creatures. Who goes there? A formidable goblin named Bolomin has spotted him. Come fort, intruder. Suddenly, a middle-aged goblin clad in yellow cloth bellows in Lin Ke's direction. This goblin is noticeably taller than the others, with a lighter shade of green skin and a plumper physique. Discovered, Lin Ke's expression darkens. His first instinct is to eradicate these filthy, lowly creatures that relish in filth and consume food with their hands. However, he quickly dismisses such thoughts. These impulses do not stem from Lin Ke himself, but rather from the memories of Lin Ke Aizen. While Lin Ke does not shy away from the act of killing. After all, violence often resolves many issues. He is currently in a near-death state, his strength barely comparable to that of an ordinary adult human male. Should he charge in a battle, a mere dozen goblins, each striking him with a stick, could easily overwhelm him. What to do? Steal? That is out of the question. His abilities have diminished across the board. Previously, the original host was merely a level 1 practitioner, and now he has sunk below even that. The goblin leader before him clearly possesses a level 2 capability, making it effortless for him to detect Lin Ke's presence. Robbery is unfeasible. Theft is impossible. Pleading? That is even less likely to succeed. The goblin race is known for its stupidity, repulsiveness, depravity, cruelty, cunning, and vile nature. No, this is not the time for such thoughts. Lin Ke's needs helpless. The instincts of this body seem particularly averse to goblins. However, supplication is equally futile. To a vampire, goblins are akin to refuse. To resort to drinking their blood in dire hunger would be tantamount to consuming filth. Moreover, goblins are notoriously difficult to manage. Although they can be considered his subjects to some extent, he cannot issue commands to this tribe. In fact, most intelligent beings categorize goblins not as a race, but as grotesque humanoid parasites. No wonder his siblings chased away all the beasts but allowed the goblin tribe to remain. They likely believe that if Lin Ke were to succumb to hunger and seek out goblin blood, he would be met with a brutal beating. If he refrains from feeding, his entire territory holds nothing but the prospect of starvation. What ruthless siblings! Who? If you do not show yourself, I shall slay you. I shall feast upon your flesh. Come out, quickly. As Lin Ke contemplates these matters, Bolomin, the goblin, bellows once more. Simultaneously, the other goblins, armed with stone spears, cautiously encircle him. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, Lin Ke is considered a third-rate cripple among vampires. Yet he towers over these diminutive green beings, most of whom are under 4 feet. However, height does not necessarily equate to strength. This is a world imbued with magic. No matter, Lin Ke murmurs softly before abruptly rising to his full height. Combat is futile. Theft is unattainable. Pleading is out of the question. Thus, only one option remains. Lin Ke squints, his expression shifting from tension, frailty, and helplessness to one of excitement, melancholy, anticipation, trepidation, and delight. With a flourish, he stands tall, rendering the thicket insufficient to conceal him. His gaunt, desiccated form is hidden beneath a dark cloak with a blood-red interior. A pale, slightly melancholic, yet handsome visage emerges from the shadows, illuminated by the moonlight. exuding an air of ominous allure. Ah, it has been a while. Lin Ke shockedly. The goblins instantly freeze in place. The leader, the level 2 goblin, steps forward. Noble vampire lord, what? What do you mean? Have you forgotten me? Lin Ke inquires, rising an ayabro. Goblins, your emperor has returned. Emperor? The goblins are once again taken aback. Is there truly a goblin emperor? The leader stands dumbfounded. Lin Ke is not surprised by this reaction. The goblin tribes of this continent adhere to a hierarchical caste system, with 4 ranks descending from the top: leader, Shadili, Fisher, and Torah. However, according to Lin Ke's knowledge, the goblins of this land once had an emperor among their ranks. It is said that this rank was characterized by a goblin born with white skin, rather than the customary green. In the goblin's perception, those with fair skin are the most noble and powerful beings in the world. Thus, the unusually pale vampire has somehow become an object of reverence among the goblins. Lin Ke decides to exploit this situation to his advantage. Chapter 3. I have comprehended the essence of milk tea. The divine has revealed to me that the most devout, exceptional, outstanding, and handsome goblin leader resides here, which is why I have descended upon this realm. Lin Ke raises an eyebrow. Isn't it you who prays daily to become the initial progenitor of a vampire? Has the goblin god's guidance led you astray? According to goblin lore, it is fine to be neither a leader nor of the Fisher and Torah ranks in this life. As long as one indulges in copious amounts of curry and heeds the words of the leader, one can ascend to the rank of leader in the next life. This intriguing rumor was precisely what the original owner cherished most during lessons in their childhood, which is why Lin Ke was aware of it. But is it truly the case? Palamon's expression turned vacant. He felt as if his mind had been inundated with an unprecedented amount of information, nearly causing his head to burst. Yet, upon comprehending Lin Ke's words, Palamon's breath hitched. The most devout, exceptional, outstanding, and striking goblin in the mortal realm. Me? Palamon pointed at himself in a dazed manner, murmuring, Am I, Palamon, the most outstanding goblin? But in the next moment, a sudden realization surged within him, affirming that indeed, this was the truth. He was indeed that way. It all made sense. It was entirely reasonable. However, this vampire is only a level 1. The goblin leader couldn't help but doubt. Yet, as Palamon met Lin Ke's gaze, he encountered 5 parts confusion, 3 parts scrutiny, 2 parts impatience, and an overwhelming 90 parts skepticism. The vampire before him muttered, Did I descend incorrectly? Is the goblin god not favoring you? You truly do not recognize me? Lin Ke. I am Lin Ke. Sensing the doubt in Lin Ke's tone and witnessing the gazes of his kin surrounding him, Palamon finally dispelled his hesitations. Absolutely, it must be. This person before me was undoubtedly the Goblin Emperor in a past life, and in this life, he has transformed into a noble white-skinned individual. Suddenly, Palamon recalled what his grandmother had told him in his childhood, that many prominent figures preferred to conceal their identities. With this thought, a moment of realization flickered in Palamon's eyes. Of course, as a noble Goblin Emperor, he must be cloaking his aura. Level 1? How could it possibly be just level 1? This powerful and beautiful race of vampires, having reached this age, must surely be level 6 and above, unless this vampire before him was congenitally impaired. But could that be the case? Thus, with this thought, Palamon took a deep breath and exclaimed, No. That is right. Yes. A dream, a prophecy. You are the Emperor Lin Ke from the prophecy. Divine messenger, esteemed sage, Palamon, with his lackluster acting skills, displayed his excitement. Esteemed sage, you have finally arrived. It is well that you have come. Now we can wait. What was your purpose for coming? Herein lies the crux. In this world, there exists no notion of blood clans, only the vampire race. This implies that vampires are a type of demon, yet have transcended demons to become a powerful new race. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, vampires and goblins share no connection whatsoever. To compel a vampire to acknowledge itself as a goblin is akin to urging a vampire to admit it is the fecal matter of a parasitic pig as hemorrhoids. It is a long tale. Lin Ke's expression turned melancholic, tinged with nostalgia, as he reflected, because the gods beheld my devoutness in my past life. They have allowed me to be reborn into a vampire family in this life. Lin Ke spun a poignant narrative on the spot. A green-skinned goblin, fond of curry, who endured immense suffering in a past life to metamorphose into an elevated being, specifically a white-skinned, blue-eyed vampire, eventually became the youngest son of a vampire count in his second life. Furthermore, this vampire, formerly a goblin and now the count's son, came with a mission to rescue the goblin race. to ensure that all goblins in the world could receive the vampire's initial embrace. The prospect of receiving the initial embrace? A glimmer of yearning appeared in Polomon's eyes. Could I also become a tall, fair-skinned vampire with abundant hair? Lin Ke caught sight of the longing in Polomon's gaze, and a hint of amusement flickered in his own eyes. In this world, goblins are undoubtedly considered the lowest of creatures. Many goblins yearn for the vampire's initial embrace to join their ranks. Yet, vampires are often unwilling. The initial embrace and feeding differ vastly. One involves the vampire offering its own blood, while the other entails receiving the blood of others. No vampire would willingly share their blood with a goblin, allowing it to transform into one of their kin. Naturally, they also refuse to drink goblin blood. Even the Count's dim-witted son would instinctively shy away from such an act. Hence, the chances of a goblin receiving the initial embrace are nearly zero. This fervor for the vampire's initial embrace among goblins only intensifies. However, would a vampire be willing to grant me the initial embrace? Polomon's tone turned cautious and anxious. Unwilling, Lin Ke internalisch yet presented a smile as warm and gentle as silk. Of course, they would be willing. Upon uttering this, the goblins, including Polomon, erupted in excitement. Initial embrace me. Initial embrace me. Quick, bite my neck. Esteemed sage, hurry, bite my neck. Suck my blood. Kiss me. The diminutive goblins surged forward, exuding a strong, pungent aroma of curry. Observing this, Polomon bellowed, "You lot, get away. The esteemed sage should first bite me." Polomon's long-standing authority rendered the goblins silent, each one cowering on the ground, afraid to move. Subsequently, Polomon revealed his neck, speckled with age spots and yellowing skin, accompanied by grime and sweat, and presented an eager smile toward Lin Ke. "Esteemed sage, please initiate the embrace with vigor." What a peculiar expression. Lin Ke shook his head. "No, it is not up to me, nor is it the right time. The initial embrace requires more vampires." Upon hearing this, Polomon and the other goblins began to stir once more. Lin Ke glanced at the steadily depleting blood bar on the system panel before interrupting the goblins. "I have only one. How many goblins can I embrace? The divine mission bestowed upon me is to save all goblins. Though I feel as weak as if I had been drained of life by indulgence and had abstained from drink for a spell," Lin Ke's voice remained resolute and unwavering. "But how can I ensure that vampires bestow the initial embrace upon all goblins?" Polomon followed Lin Ke's line of reasoning, his expression somewhat despondent. Lin Ke responding to Polomon, to have vampires grant the initial embrace, a transformation must indeed occur. Polomon, perplexed. A transformation? Yes. Lin Ke began to pace, arriving at the blood-red hawthorn tree, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze skyward. To enable all goblins to receive the initial embrace and become vampires, a change is essential. How to change? Quite simply. With that, Lin Ke lowered his gaze towards the blood-red hawthorn berries on the adjacent tree. It rests upon this. The goblins looked at the red hawthorn fruit in confusion, failing to grasp Lin Ke's meaning. The time has come. Success or failure hinges on this moment. Lin Ke squinted, his expression imbued with a sense of sanctity. "I have pioneered an entirely new occupational system, more potent than potions, superior to alchemy, more formidable than witchcraft. I shall name this system milk tea." Lin Ke turned, gazing skyward, and proclaimed in a melodic tone, "I have comprehended the essence of milk tea and grasped the true nature of goblins. As long as our goblin race consumes milk tea in large quantities over an extended period, we shall undoubtedly receive the vampire's initial embrace in the future. I shall no longer remain a green-skinned banana person, but transform into a true white individual." Chapter 4. Suck me, suck my blood. Ming dea. Polomon's expression jolted. What is milk tea? What connection does it have to goblins? What relation does milk tea bear to the blood-red hawthorn? Polomon's tone was imbued with a sense of urgency, clearly eager to attain the initial embrace. Although Lin Ke felt a pang of anxiety within, he was acutely aware that this was not the moment for haste. The more critical the juncture, the more one must maintain composure. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to total failure. As the leader, Polomon, you must have consumed a considerable amount of blood-red hawthorn berries, Lin Ke remarked with a smile. Polomon nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Ke gestured towards Polomon and then to the other goblins. "Have you not discerned the difference between yourself and them?" In an instant, Polomon's pupils constricted. Consuming blood-red hawthorn will lead to transformation. It was well known that although Polomon possessed slender arms and legs, his belly and head were quite rotund. His chubby visage, with its lighter hue, set him apart from the other goblins. It was evident to any keen observer that Boloman was distinct from the rest. Yet now, Lin Ke was suggesting that such a transformation stemmed from Hawthorne? Yes, but also no. Lin Ke displayed a benevolent smile. You have indeed undergone some change, but it is not profound enough. Only by transforming the blood-red hawthorn into milk tea and consuming it for a duration of 81 days can you achieve a deeper metamorphosis. Transform into milk tea? Drink it for 81 days? A profound change? A glimmer of longing flickered in Boloman's eyes. Milk tea, how is it made? Oh, dear sage, please teach me. Alas, Lin Ke sighed, I cannot instruct you. Why? Boloman's expression turned fervent. Lin Ke shook his head. I have stated that I am the emperor of the goblin race, and you are not. You can only be an emperor in this life. In the next, you may learn to make milk tea. However, without drinking the milk tea, you cannot become the goblin emperor. Thus, a perpetual cycle ensued. Lin Ke gazed at Boloman with a radiant smile. I have attained enlightenment. Boloman's demeanor shifted to one of profound understanding. Sage, I implore you. Seeing that Boloman had become ensnared in his words, Lin Ke felt a slight sense of relief. His smile then radiated paternal warmth and brilliance. Let me prepare 2 cups of milk tea, one for you and one for me, and you shall comprehend the potency of milk tea. Excellent, Boloman exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he commanded the surrounding goblins. Did you not hear? You filthy vermin. Quickly assist the sage in gathering blood-red hawthorn. Though the goblins were not the brightest, they grasped the essence of Lin Ke's and Boloman's dialogue and sprang into action. In addition to the blood-red hawthorn, some perilla leaves and pristine mountain spring water were required. Lin Ke reminded them, then reconsidered. Never mind, I shall procure the last item myself. He dared not allow them to fetch water, for any water that came near goblins would inevitably be tainted with the scent of dung or curry. Very well. Perilla leaves. Mountain spring water. In under 10 minutes, the goblins returned with the items. Lin Ke's blood level had successfully diminished by 9 points. He needed to hasten the creation of the Bloody Mary. Gazing at the arrangement of blood-red hawthorn, perilla leaves, and mountain spring water before him, Lin Ke exhaled slowly. He then turned his attention to the system. The materials for Bloody Mary have been prepared. Would you like to commence creation? 3 options appeared. Create 1, create 4. Do not create. Lin Ke understood the system's implication. He was unsure how long it would take to create 1 serving, so he decided to create just 1 for now. It was prudent to ensure his thirst for blood was quenched first. Otherwise, if it took 40 minutes to create 1, making 4 could spell his demise. Sage? Across from Lin Ke, the goblins mimicked his seated posture, and Boloman, curiosity evident on his face, asked, Are you about to create it? Indeed. Lin Ke replied with a mysterious smile, then mentally selected the Create 1 icon. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Ke's hands surged forward, transforming into a whirlwind of phantoms, as blood-red hawthorn, perilla leaves, and clear spring water were drawn into the ethereal vortex. Clatter. Bang. Ding. Lin Ke's hands moved uncontrollably, creating an area reminiscent of a cinematic cutscene from his previous life. The goblins nearby exhibited a range of expressions. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Boloman's lingering skepticism vanished, while the other goblins erupted into exuberant cries. A miracle! A miracle! A miracle! The goblin god truly exists. They exclaimed, their excitement palpable. The initial embrace. All of us goblins shall transform into vampires. Each goblin was ablaze with fervor, and Boloman felt a profound tremor within. Indeed, this was a superlative powerhouse. Such hand speed was beyond that of even a level 6 vampire. The individual before him, once the goblin emperor in a past life, and now a sage of vampires, was undoubtedly a formidable force. Boloman's heart raced, and his desire to become the first vampire grew stronger. I must follow this great being before me. He is a superlative powerhouse in our dark world. To follow him, to become the goblin emperor, and then to be reborn as a pale, initial embrace recipient. Lin Ke too was taken aback. In mere seconds, a glass of Bloody Mary had been prepared. Behold, this is the power bestowed upon me by the status of the former goblin emperor. He pointed at the finished product. As the phantoms formed by his hands dissipated, the 3 materials returned to their original state, albeit in diminished quantities. Before these 3 components stood a conical glass goblet, filled with a blood-red liquid that resembled fresh blood, adorned with a purple perilla leaf at the rim. Divine power. Boloman was further astonished, tears welling in his eyes. I pray to you, goblin god. Both the ethereal phantoms formed by Lin Ke's hands and the sudden appearance of the glass goblet defied rational explanation. best described only as a miracle and divine power. Observing the swift creation of a glass, Lin Ke immediately selected Create One, once more, producing an identical serving. With elegance, he grasped the slender stem of the goblet between his ring and pinky fingers, his thumb and index finger cradling the goblet's exterior, while his other hand supported the base. Rising to his feet, "Come, experience the mystery of milk tea." Lin Ke gracefully raised the goblet to signal the goblins, then drank deeply. Chapter 5. If you do not forsake me, I am willing to take you as my godfather. As he downed the Bloody Mary in one go, Lin Ke savored a tangy flavor accompanied by the refreshing aroma of perilla leaves. Almost instantly, he felt a wave of ease wash over him, akin to stumbling upon a bottle of iced tea while parched in the desert. Although the liquid appeared yellow, Lin Ke was oblivious to whether it contained urine or iced tea. Yet upon tentatively tasting it, he discovered it was indeed chilled iced tea. Words cannot express Lin Ke's elation. This was precisely the sensation he experienced. As for other effects, he felt little else. Subsequently, he summoned the system panel and began reviewing it from top to bottom. Title: Baron. Life: 48,300. Strength: 330. Speed: 550. Agility: 550. Charm: 880. Intelligence: 10,003. Status: Normal. Milk tea recipe unlocked. Bloody Mary. His life points had finally ceased their decline, rising from the previous low of 38 to 48. The thirst for blood had vanished. Many metrics had even been restored. As Lin Ke's focus settled on the final line regarding Bloody Mary, an introduction to the drink materialized beside it. Blood Mary. This is a rich and sweet milk tea. Its hue a brilliant rose red, devoid of any actual blood. Yet, in terms of appearance, taste, and other aspects, it bears an uncanny resemblance to blood. Effect: restores 10 health points. Required materials: blood red hawthorn, perilla leaves, and crystal clear spring water. Upon reading this, Lin Ke gradually exhaled a sigh of relief. It appears that although the ingredients of this beverage, Blood Mary, lack fresh blood, it nonetheless possesses an effect equivalent to that of blood for vampires. He need not face death. With this thought, Lin Ke, feeling somewhat more at ease, turned his gaze toward the goblin leader before him. Slurp. The goblin leader eagerly gulped down the Blood Mary in one swift motion. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Ah, this feels so good, so very good." Blushing, he turned around. Quickly look at me. See if there is any change." Although he was aware that the sage had mentioned the necessity of continuous consumption of milk tea to attain the initial embrace of a vampire, he could not help but inquire. Whether it was an illusion or a psychological effect, the surrounding goblins scrutinized the leader, seemingly convinced that his complexion had indeed improved significantly. "Wonderful, so handsome. It won't be long before our leader becomes the initial embrace of a vampire," one exclaimed. "I can already envision how magnificent you will look soaring through the skies as a vampire." While the goblins lavished praise upon their leader, Lin Ke was preoccupied with different thoughts. Although he had evaded danger and inadvertently resolved the issue of the vampire clan suffering from bloodlust when deprived of blood for an extended period, he understood that the true peril was far from over. He could not afford to let his guard down. His siblings were still coveting his territory. Though this land was merely inhabited by a group of goblins, with all beasts driven away, even the smallest mosquito was still a piece of flesh. Should they discover that Lin Ke had survived, it would not be long before they personally sought him out, acting with righteous indignation against their kin. That Count Father likely couldn't even remember which of his sons and daughters were his, save for the most exceptional. Thus, a few casualties would be of little concern. Should he flee? Yet, Lin Ke promptly dismissed this idea. To the south lay the terrifying Thunder Marsh, rife with formidable magical beasts. As a mere level 1 vampire, he would meet certain death if he ventured in. To the north lay the territories of his siblings. Should he intrude upon their domain, it would be tantamount to an invasion. They wouldn't need to come here to slay him. He would be delivering himself to them for slaughter. Indeed, Lin Ke felt a sense of helplessness. He had no choice but to remain and confront his siblings. How to resist? By strength. The most effective method to counter them was, of course, to enhance his own power. But how could one easily elevate their own strength? One option was to seek a powerful ally using Blood Mary. He believed that, in light of Blood Mary's merits, those prominent vampires would be more than willing to lend their assistance. However, he also understood that should Blood Mary be exposed, it would create a sensational ripple throughout the entire vampire community. He was but a mere level 1 vampire. If discovered, the best outcome would be to be captured and confined in a dark room, forced to produce Blood Mary daily. The notion of seeking an ally? Pass. Until Lin Ke's own strength was sufficient to protect himself, he would resolutely refrain from revealing Blood Mary. With this in mind, Lin Ke glanced at the flamboyant goblin leader beside him, feeling a twinge of exasperation. There was no other recourse. The best course of action was to train this group of goblins. Strength comes in two forms. One, inherent power. The ability to obliterate a planet with a single punch is undoubtedly a sign of strength. The other form is external power. Your influence, military, wealth, followers, and so forth. All constitute your external strength. Before he could grow powerful, the best strategy was naturally to enhance both his inherent strength and external power simultaneously. Borman, Lin Ke called out coldly, "Is 1 cup sufficient for your satisfaction?" Suddenly, the raucous goblins fell silent, and Borman, who had been preening, stood momentarily stunned, before hastily approaching with a grin. "Sage, of course, it's not enough, certainly not enough." Borman's demeanor radiated renewed vigor. "I shall rely on your esteemed support from now on." He resembled a sycophant. This was to be expected. In the recent animation showcasing the preparation of milk tea, Lin Ke had displayed extraordinary power. Such strength was not something Borman would dare to oppose. Lin Ke smiled upon witnessing this. "How many goblins does the tribe currently have? What are we lacking? How many goblins?" Borman scratched his head, his light green hair resembling a fuzzy tuft. "I've never counted." Lin Ke was rendered speechless. "Let us go, lead the way." To develop and strengthen the tribe, relying solely on his milk tea prowess would not suffice. As the son of a vampire count, the subjects in his domain were of utmost importance. Lin Ke pointed to the north. "In that direction, my siblings are coveting my territory. Should they invade and occupy it, only to find you here, what do you suppose would happen? Aside from myself, what do you think the other vampires would do upon discovering a throng of goblins in their territory?" As he spoke, Lin Ke surveyed the surroundings. "Vampires! Vampires! Woe is me! I'm scared. I'm frightened. I want my mother. Help! Vampires are killing." The goblins around him seemed to recall their once terrifying experiences. Reacting to Lin Ke's words, some shivered, others appeared on the verge of tears, and some even soiled themselves. Borman even knelt, wrapping his curry-stained arms around Lin Ke's calf. "Save me! Save me! Great vampire lord, esteemed sage. If you not despise me, I am willing to pledge myself to you as a godfather." Chapter 6. It is akin to nurturing a horde of goblins. Of course, he would save them. Lin Ke smiled as he helped Borman to his feet. "After all, in my previous life, I was the Goblin Emperor, and you are all my subjects. And you, Borman, are the finest and most dashing leader among all goblins on the continent. In the future, I shall become the vampire sovereign, and you." As he spoke, Lin Ke patted Borman's trembling shoulder. "You, Borman, shall be crowned as king." His words left Borman exhilarated. "Godfather, godfather, Enough, no need for further ado. First, take me to see the state of the tribe, so I can make plans." "Yes. Oh no, this is dreadful. The condition of this goblin tribe is absolutely dire. Firstly, regarding population, the entire tribe, including Borman, comprises merely 53 individuals. There are 26 male goblins of prime age, 11 female goblins of prime age, totaling 37 young adults. The remaining 10 are juvenile goblins, alongside 4 elderly males and 2 elderly females. The insufficient population of goblins signifies that the dream of forming a formidable army is but a fantasy. At most, they could assemble a small yet efficient squad. Furthermore, they possess a mere 15 thatched roof huts. The largest hut belongs solely to Borman. The next hut is shared by 46 goblins of both genders. The smallest one is cramped with 6 elderly goblins. However, the accommodation issue is not the worst of it, as Lin Ke could still intervene should he choose to. Constructing houses is not challenging, given the ample trees in the forest. The gravest issue lies in a matter of sustenance. Gurgle, gurgle. Gazing at the rusted iron pot simmering with an unidentifiable yellowish concoction, Lin Ke felt nauseated just from the smell. How long has this been boiling? Lin Ke suppressed the urge to cover his nose, frowning as he inquired. "Huh? I do not know. It was passed down to me by my father," Bolamon replied, trailing behind Lin Ke. "So, all you need to do is catch the creatures and toss them in, correct?" Lin Ke merely cast a glance into the pot, where he discerned a mouse skull resembling a duck neck, the corpse of a dung beetle clinging tightly to its food, and an unshorn chicken backside. Additionally, there were eggshells, fish bones, plant fibers, and so forth. Evidently, this pot contained an assortment of items from land, sea, and air, including meat, eggs, and dairy. However, within this singular pot, the food was nearly depleted. Indeed, our tribe used to catch plenty of food, but now we are almost out. Doloman responded torstai Lin Ke. Moreover, Animals have recently vanished. We have consumed most of the edible plants, and they are running low as well. We are on the brink of starvation. Animals have disappeared. The poor goblins must have been hungry for quite some time. After all, Lin Ke's original self was quite dim-witted and had wasted significant time in this territory. It was likely that his neighboring siblings, upon discovering his claim to this forest, had made plans to drive away the animals from his territory. Thus, the food crisis faced by the goblins was intrinsically linked to Lin Ke himself, as he too required sustenance. Vampires naturally possess a formidable and extraordinary constitution, which not only relies on blood, but also demands regular nourishment. Until now, he and T felt the urgency. However, having quenched his thirst for blood, coupled with the tantalizing aroma of the rich curry, Lin Ke felt his cold stomach constricting and churning, as if attempting to digest non-existent food. Clearly, the issue of sustenance must be addressed first. Lin Ke furrowed his brow and glanced at the gaunt goblins. Otherwise, we will perish from hunger before our enemies arrive. Food. The moment he uttered the word, the goblins began to breathe heavily, their excitement palpable. Food. Food. Oh, we want food. The wise one shall provide us with food. Praise the goblin god. Praise the wise one. Praise Bolamon. They began to express their sentiments in a cacophony of voices. Bolamon, equally excited, asked Father, "Do you know where we can find food?" Lin Ke nodded slightly. "Rest assured, I know of a type of food you have certainly never tasted before." A type of food they have never encountered piqued the goblins' curiosity. All male goblins, except for the elderly and the young, follow me. As they traversed the forest, Lin Ke kept his gaze on the surrounding thickets and shrubs. The purpose of foraging was to replenish energy. Energy can be acquired through various means, primarily from fats, proteins, and carbohydrates. Proteins are crucial, while fats and proteins predominantly come from meat, eggs, and dairy. However, animals had long been absent from Lin Ke's territory, and dairy was nearly non-existent. Therefore, in the quest for food, he naturally sought carbohydrates, such as various fruits and starchy grains like potatoes and sweet potatoes. Yet, according to the original owner's memories, many items were not present on the continent, such as watermelons, yams, bananas, and mushrooms. These were all viable food sources. Yet many sentient beings were unaware that these items were edible. Nevertheless, within his territory, the only substantial food source he knew of was one particular item. Lin Ke needed to locate it. Of course, it would be even better if he could discover other food sources before finding this one. This is not suitable. Too bitter and sour, with too little flesh. Not enough starch, and the fruit is too small. Blueberries? Forget it. We might end up with tiny people. While searching, Lin Ke noted the other edibles in this forest. His domain was an untouched wilderness, rich in resources, with many items that the goblins were unaware could be consumed, thus remaining unspoiled. Only the blood-red hawthorn was among the few foods the goblins could eat. After a few minutes of walking and cataloging potential foods, he finally stopped and looked ahead. Not far off, a small tree was entwined with some vines that spiraled upward, reaching the tree's apex. Clusters of fist-sized, ruby-red fruits adorned the vines. Found it. Lin Ke approached the nearest tree, plucked a red fruit, brought it to his nose to inhale its aroma, weighed it in his hand, and confirmed an internal suspicion. "Father, this is the werewolf peach. It is poisonous," Bolamon interjected upon seeing Lin Ke's actions. "Poisonous?" Lin Ke inquired with interest. "Pray, elaborate." Legend has it that werewolf peaches grow atop corpses buried deep underground, absorbing the blood of the deceased, which is why they are as red as blood. Consuming one would lead to death. However, he added, given your strength, Father, you might not necessarily perish. As for the nature of toxins, generally speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the resistance. Will eating this kill me? Lin Ke immediately recalled the memories of the original owner. It indeed seemed to be true regarding the werewolf peach. Blood red, yet not blood. Consuming it led to death. As anyone who had eaten it ultimately perished. What kind of nonsense was this? Did not those who drank water eventually die? Did not those who breathed oxygen also meet their end? What absurdity! Lin Ke found it amusing, then handed the werewolf peach to Bolamon, saying here, "Trust me and eat it. Don't worry, you won't die." Chapter 7. Tomatoes. Aoki. Huh, me? Bolamon's expression stiffened. "Father, I certainly trust you, but..." Bolamon, meeting Lin Ke's enigmatic smile, promptly closed his mouth, filled with reluctance as he glanced at the other goblins, then looked into the distance. "Ah, the faraway place I cannot return to, my irreplaceable homeland, I..." As Bolamon began to ramble, Lin Ke swiftly stuffed the fruit into his mouth to silence him. Caught off guard, Bolamon found his mouth suddenly full. He instinctively chewed, and a fleeting look of confusion crossed his face. The werewolf peach was surprisingly delicious. As he chewed, Bolomon wiped away tears, exclaiming, "It is delicious. But I feel I am about to die." "I told you, you won't die," Lin Ke replied with a hint of irritation. "I used to eat these frequently. They were in the curry I made, which I called tomato curry. Your curries are far too coarse. Tomato curry is a delicacy reserved for the Goblin Emperor. Now, I am sharing this secret with you. This is a gift, understood?" Lin Ke wore a smile that hinted at profound mysteries. "Only the Goblin Emperor can eat this." Balomon's eyes widened, and he immediately chewed the fruit vigorously, then glared fiercely at the other goblins. "You are not allowed to eat." Initially, upon hearing that only the Goblin Emperor could partake, the other goblins stared wide-eyed. However, witnessing Balomon's protective demeanor, they all deflated, lowering their heads in meek silence. "Bolomon, this food is a gift for all goblins, not just for you," Lin Ke said with a smile. "Do you intend to defy my words?" Balomon's expression was a struggle of greed, ferocity, fear, and anticipation, ultimately yielding to submission. "I understand, Father." Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction. "Remember, without the support of your subjects, no matter how strong you are, you will never be an emperor." Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Bolomon furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering the meaning behind this statement. Lin Ke, noticing Balomon's prolonged silence, plucked another tomato and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a refreshing burst of juice flooded his mouth, sweet and tangy. Lin Ke. Some rumors are merely fabrications, often intertwined with life and death, making people reluctant to even attempt. Tomatoes are a case in point. However, in truth, tomatoes are common and highly nutritious food, rich in various vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. For instance, vitamin C can bolster immunity and promote collagen synthesis. Lycopene can neutralize free radicals, assist in reducing the risk of cardiovascular diseases, and even benefit prostate health. Moreover, they contain vitamin A, potassium, dietary fiber, and much more. Regrettably, their carbohydrate content is not particularly high. For now, with no alternatives such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, or wheat, tomatoes must suffice. Reflecting on this, Lin Ke gestured to the goblins. Each goblin was to sample one fruit. The goblins immediately surged forward, eagerly snatching at the tomatoes. Once they secured a tomato, they promptly shoved it into their mouths, casting wary glances at their fellow goblins as if fearing someone might snatch away their prize. In the next moment, the goblins tasted the flavor of the tomatoes and gasped in astonishment. "Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Is this really a fruit? But how can fruit be so sweet? Exquisite. This is the food of the Goblin Emperor. Simply divine." The goblins marveled, some even dancing with excitement. This forest is simply teeming with tomatoes. Lin Ke turned to the pondering Barolman and said, "Now, Barolman, lead all the goblins to gather tomatoes." Barolman snapped back to reality. Indeed, werewolf peaches have long been something no one dared to eat. The goblins had never touched them, much like they would avoid poisonous mushrooms. Some young goblins might even get a beating for merely touching a werewolf peach. As the only intelligent life form in the forest, their avoidance of tomatoes, but consumption of many other things led to an abundance of tomatoes. "We shall go find tomatoes now," Barolman exclaimed with fervor. The other goblins, having heard Lin Ke's words, particularly the phrase about tomatoes being everywhere, found it enchanting a melody to their ears. "Tomatoes! Tomatoes! We shall not starve! We shall not starve! Finally, we won't have to eat those sour hawthorns anymore." The goblins once again erupted into joyous dances. This reminded Lin Ke of another characteristic of the goblin tribe: their fondness for curry, their propensity to dance at the slightest provocation, and their strict hierarchical structure. However, this hierarchy proved beneficial, as his fair complexion placed him above all goblins, even above Barolman, facilitating his management and commands. "Go, gather more," Lin Ke commanded all the goblins. "Bring them back to the tribe. I have further plans." In a short span, the tomatoes in this forest would suffice for at least 10 to 20 days. Yet, this was ultimately finite. Once consumed, they would be gone. Thus, long-term planning was essential. Large-scale cultivation. Any powerful nation relies on an ample food supply. Only with sufficient food can Lin Ke contemplate other matters. So, let us begin with breeding. Lin Ke picked a few more tomatoes, eating as he awaited the return to the tribe. Within about an hour, the goblins returned, their arms laden with tomatoes, each with round bellies and faces smeared with juice. The starving goblins in the tribe cheered upon seeing the men return. "They're back! They're back! Hurry, hurry! The iron pot is already cleaned. Tomato curry! Tomato curry! Oh, 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 oh!" The jubilant goblins rushed to greet the triumphant goblin man. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ke couldn't help but smile. He then approached the large iron pot he had instructed to be prepared in advance, guiding the goblins in cooking the tomatoes. 2 hours later, they feasted to their heart's content. As night fell, with the moon shining brightly, the goblins squeezed into their homes and drifted off to sleep. Lin Ke, however, ascended to the treetops, gazing quietly at the 3 moons above. At a certain moment, he sighed and opened the system interface in his mind. Chapter 8, Blood Codex. Title, Baron. Life, 300,300. Strength, 3,030. Speed, 5,050. Agility, 5,050. Charm, 8,080. Intelligence, 10,003. Status, normal. Tea recipe unlocked, Bloody Mary. Judging by the system interface, his strength should have fully recovered. This also explains why he could leap 3 meters high from ground. Vampires typically possess average strength, but excel in speed and agility, with commendable charm. However, the original character's 03 intelligence was somewhat lacking. As Lin Ke contemplated his abilities, he considered the profession system. This is the extraordinary power of this world. The profession system is divided into 2 categories: racial professions and extraordinary professions. Extraordinary professions can be learned and mastered by nearly all races, while racial professions are named after the respective race. For Lin Ke, being a vampire means his profession is vampire. The terms vampire and vampire are entirely distinct in both pronunciation and meaning. Logically, an adult intelligent being should possess their own racial profession, as the means to acquire a profession involves integrating traits related to it within one's soul space in a specific ratio. The soul space can be sensed through meditation. It is a pitch-black realm with one or several bubbles floating within. By filling these bubbles with the traits of the profession and solidifying the ethereal bubbles, one signifies the successful attainment of that profession. For instance, vampire. The formula for this profession consists of 6 parts blood-sucking, 2 parts heightened senses, 1 part bat manipulation, and 1 part light aversion. Blood-sucking represents the trait, while 6 parts denotes the ratio. Knowing all the traits and their proportions equates to understanding the profession's formula. Then, by having one's own insights and comprehensions regarding these traits, and infusing those insights into the bubbles for integration, success in acquiring the profession can be achieved. This is also why certain professions are referred to as racial professions. Vampires are inherently vampires, and upon reaching adulthood, naturally develop their own understanding of vampire traits. By learning the ratios of various traits from their parents or through experimentation, they can successfully integrate their profession. Thus, even the original character, Lin Ke, who was moderately intellectually challenged, managed to become a vampire. Of course, the traits of the profession and their ratios are of paramount importance. Even a slight deviation can lead to failure. Failure does not result in death, but rather a minor loss of mental energy, akin to being woken up after only 3 hours of sleep. However, extraordinary professions are exceedingly rare in this world, which is why many, especially the youth, are filled with aspirations, believing they can create the most powerful and unique profession in existence. As a result, few individuals manage to achieve success. Instead, they frequently suffer from the depletion of mental fortitude, leading to diminished memory, pronounced dark circles under their eyes, and a sense of lethargy in their steps. This has consequently allowed various extraordinary profession formulas to be monopolized by powerful figures and nobles. Lin Ke estimates that his Count Father possesses numerous profession formulas, though it is certain that he would not bestow them upon his offspring without charge. Therefore, if Lin Ke wishes to enhance his strength, it is imperative that he meditates regularly to improve his abilities as a vampire. However, while advancing his racial profession, he must also ponder the matter of extraordinary profession formulas. After all, professions such as vampire and goblin possess glaring weaknesses that can easily be exploited. It is important to note that fire manipulator and wind controller may be on par with one another, but the true disparity can only be discerned through practical combat. Yet, a dragon undoubtedly surpasses a slime in prowess. A level 1 dragon could easily crush a level 5 slime with a mere turn. This is the inherent flaw of racial professions. However, the time for concern has not yet arrived. Lin Ke hangs upside down from tree branch, using his feet as hooks while his hands grasp the dark, wind-covered cloak that envelopes his entire being, revealing only his eyes. This is the most suitable meditative posture for the vampire race. Thus, he begins to meditate. As Lin Ke closes his eyes for the first time in 2 lifetimes, the experience is remarkably unique. Once his eyes are shut, he is plunged into darkness, which swiftly transforms into a realm of void, wondrous beyond measure. Within this void lies the space of his soul. In the soul space, 5 bubbles float gently. Among them, the largest bubble is blood red, containing Lin Ke's memories and insights regarding bloodsucking, heightened senses, bat manipulation, and photophobia. It encapsulates memories from when he first drank the precious blood of a human maiden at the age of 3, and the day his father, consumed by rage, punished him under the sun after his mother's death. Fortunately, in this world, vampires are not harmed by sunlight. These memories form a unique racial profession that belongs solely to Lin Ke. Now, within this profession bubble, another memory has emerged, the scene of Lin Ke drinking a Bloody Mary. Amusingly, Lin Ke finds this third-person perspective of himself to be quite intriguing. Just as he is observing, a faintly glowing, light green gem suddenly appears in the soul space. Elements. Lin Ke's mental energy immediately coalesces into a faceless bat, a mere head and body. The little bat swiftly darts towards the gem, clutching it with its tiny feet and flapping vigorously towards the vampire bubble. Upon nearing, it forcefully tosses the gem into the bubble. A sensation akin to consuming something surges from his soul. One portion satisfied. In the next moment, a fiery red gem appears at a slightly greater distance, slightly smaller than the previous green gem. The little bat, without pause, repeats the action once more. The third, fourth, fifth, and finally the 8th gem. The 8th gem is particularly large, nearly 3 times the size of the initial green gem. The little bat nearly exhausts its strength, dragging the sky blue gem into the bubble at a tortoise's pace. Just as it is pulled in, Lin Ke feels an overwhelming sense of fullness. What follows is the wait for digestion. Entering the soul space to capture elements and nourish the profession bubble is the essence of meditation. Once Lin Ke attains level 2 as a vampire, the bubble will expand, allowing for the accommodation of more gems and faster digestion. Of course, should Lin Ke one day master a meditation technique superior to the current blood codex, perhaps the waiting, capturing, and digestion process during meditation will become even more efficient. However, for now, capturing and digesting about 10 elements daily is his utmost limit. Has dawn arrived? Lin Ke opens his eyes. Time during meditation passes swiftly. After a night of meditation, Lin Ke feels more invigorated than after a full night's sleep. It is time to tend to the fields. Chapter 9. The territory as a Cartesian coordinate system. The goblin tribe in the early morning is languid and lethargic. Lin Ke stands before the tribe, turning his back to the detestable sunlight, or rather, the sunlight detested by vampires, quietly observing the behaviors of the goblins. In a certain sense, only when a specific goblin awakens does the entire tribe truly come to life. Where's the water? Where's the water? Damn those filthy swine, bring me water. I am parched. My noble feet and armpits are sweating. Come wipe me clean. And curry. Oh yes, my godfather is still outside. Quickly prepare food. My godfather and I require a grand breakfast. The voice of BOLO men reverberates throughout the goblin tribe. Instantly, the tribe bursts into vibrant life. Some goblins rush to the nearby stream to fetch water. Others begin to set up pots and light fires to cook curry. A few goblins crouch in the thickets of the jungle, providing precious nutrients to the surrounding flora. After half an hour, with a beaming smile, BOLO Min kneels and presents Lin Ke with a wooden ladle filled with tomato curry. Please enjoy, Godfather, he says reverently. There are many tasks today. Eat while we walk. Lin Ke replies, taking the curry. Call all the male goblins to join us. The female goblins will gather tomatoes, and the elders will stay home to watch the children and infants. Without hesitation, he takes large gulps of the curry. This is not the time for niceties. To the north lie ruthless siblings, and to the south is the species-rich Thundermarsh. Lin Ke must race against time to develop. After all, having resolved the issue of food, there are still numerous other matters to address. Time is of the essence. At your command, Godfather, BOLO men, inspired by Lin Ke's decisive manner, immediately springs into action, rallying the goblins. Before long, a group of goblins, sipping tomato curry, follows in Lin Ke and BOLO men as footsteps. Today, we need to prepare to plant tomatoes. Lin Ke announces as he walks. His voice is not loud. It is clear for all to hear. Plant tomatoes? But isn't it merely burying the fruit? Yes, yes. Indeed. The goblins chatter excitedly, creating a cacophony that leaves Lin Ke's head buzzing. He grows weary of speaking, suspecting that his voice will be drowned out by the 26 male goblins. When the goblins finally notice their sage's silence, they gradually quiet down. Finish speaking? Lin Ke senses the goblins have ceased their chatter and abruptly halts. He then turns to face them, looking down with an expressionless gaze. Sometimes, silence serves as a form of intimidation. The goblins are taken aback, halting in their tracks, gazing up at the tall, pale Lin Ke with trepidation. What is it, Godfather? Bolom cautiously inquires. Lin Ke casts a sidelong glance at Bolom, who immediately lowers his head. Only then does Lin Ke slowly speak. From now on, when I am speaking, no one is allowed to interrupt. I do not permit discussions. No one is to engage in discussion. Do you understand? Discipline. In his vision, the goblins are meant to form a small legion. The ability to follow orders is one of the hallmarks of a strong army. Furthermore, even in the present, an active, diligent, and efficient team is far more likely to survive than a passive, lazy, and inefficient one. Without delving into other aspects, the correction must begin with their speech. Otherwise, if Lin Ke were to say one thing and the goblins responded with 100, nothing would ever get done. They would merely wait for idle chatter. Faced with Lin Ke's sudden display of authority, the goblins fall silent. At your command, Godfather. Bolom is the first to respond. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Bolom immediately cast an appreciative glance in his direction. The goblin's pale green cheeks flushed with a hint of vitality, seemingly invigorated. The others, albeit somewhat hesitantly, echoed Bolomon's response to Lin Ke. Yes, Father. At your command. Esteemed sage. At your service, Father. Listening to the goblin's replies, Lin Ke couldn't help but shake his head once more, then corrected them. From now on, refer to my position. Simply call me Commander. Thus, the goblins collectively exclaimed, At your command, Commander. Their voices resonated with a semblance of harmony. Once they finished, they exchanged astonished glances, as if the situation were utterly surreal. Even Bolom appeared taken aback. Very well. Let us maintain this level of coordination. The more synchronized, the better, Lin Ke asserted with a firm tone. Do you understand? At your command, Commander. The goblins chorused in unison, their voices echoing through the woods. After responding, a spark of excitement finally flickered across their faces. This sense of collective synchrony was a truly delightful sensation, as if they had melded into one, devoid of barriers. Bolom felt it too. Excellent. Lin Ke nodded and turned to continue his journey. This time, no talking. Keep pace with my steps. As a vampire, Lin Ke possessed considerable speed, making it difficult for the goblins, who were sluggish and leisurely, to keep up. However, after focusing intently, the goblins managed to match his pace. Lin Ke, not exerting his full strength, remained vigilant of the goblin's condition, ensuring they felt as though they were briskly walking, neither overly exhausted nor ambled along like on a leisurely outing. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on their direction. Surrounded by trees, it appeared indistinct, yet when viewed through the lens of a mathematical X, Y coordinate system, his territory became remarkably clear. Taking the goblin tribe's forest as the origin, 00, the north was indicated by the positive y-axis, where sister, a brother, and a younger sister resided. Conversely, the south, indicated by the negative y-axis, led to the thunder swamp. From north to south, the distribution of flora transitioned from forest to shrubland, grassland, and back to shrubland surrounding the goblin forest, culminating in the thunder swamp. A river meandered into his territory from the first quadrant, traversing the fourth quadrant, before exiting into the third quadrant and flowing into the thunder swamp. His objective lay precisely in this river. The river was not far from the goblin territory, but Lin Ke opted for a somewhat downstream location. Nonetheless, it was a short journey, and within a mere 10 minutes, they reached the riverbank. Thanks to the determination of his siblings to harm him, their path remained undisturbed by any wildlife. This is it. Lin Ke surveyed his surroundings and halted. The slightly panting goblins came to a stop as well. However, upon glancing around, they found nothing of note. At that moment, Lin Ke spoke up. Today's task is to till the land. Chapter 10. The application of tools. The flourishing of agriculture. Strictly speaking, farming is indeed a technical endeavor, as it pertains to the fundamental necessity of sustenance. In Lin Ke's recollections, even a level 6 vampire seemed to require nourishment, given that his count father needed to eat. It was said that even vampire dukes partook of sustenance. The distinction lay in Lin Ke consuming ordinary food, while it was likely that the princes and dukes feasted on red dragon ribs. Nevertheless, food remains a significant concern, not only in this world, but even in Lin Ke's previous life, a highly industrialized era. Food scarcity was a pressing issue. At the time of his crossing, billions of people worldwide still suffered from hunger. However, residing in a great nation allowed him to be well-fed, even to the point of being picky and needing to consider weight loss. Yet, throughout history, both ancient and modern, the majority of humanity has grappled with hunger. This reflects the harsh and egalitarian nature of the natural world, where regardless of the development of intelligence, size, or speed, whether elephants or cheetahs, hunger persists. However, this was a narrative rooted in the pre-technological era. In the present world, Lin Ke aspired to advance, necessitating the application of scientific principles. Science. This does not specifically denote a non-magical entity, but rather signifies a mode of thought, a logical framework. It does not belong to knowledge, but to wisdom. Arriving in this alternate realm, many aspects have transformed. Magic, races, and more, but many principles remain unchanged. For instance, if Lin Ke comprehends the suitable temperature, soil conditions, sunlight, and moisture required for a specific crop, he can cultivate it. Whether it be a level 9 magical plant or common varieties like hawthorn or tomatoes, he could succeed. This embodies scientific thinking, careful observation, bold hypothesis, and meticulous verification. The principles governing agriculture, magic, and professions are remarkably similar. Thus, Lin Ke resolved to cultivate the land. Of course, his previous life had endowed him with theoretical knowledge. There is a saying, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Even if he could foresee future success, he must stand upon the shoulders of giants like Darwin, Mendel, and Yuan Shikai, continuously experimenting and inching closer to truth. Planting tomatoes, build high walls, store ample grain. Strive to become a king. What does it mean to strive to become a king? To possess strength comparable to that of the Dark Ruler. To aspire to become the Dark Ruler. However, all of this requires patience and gradual progress. At this moment, Lin Ke exhibited remarkable patience. The cultivation and growth of tomatoes necessitate ample moisture. As he walked, he imparted knowledge, while the goblins attentively absorbed his words. Contrary to his expectations, Lin Ke had assumed goblins to embody the characteristics described in the courses offered within the Count's castle: greedy, vicious, and foolish. Yet, through direct interaction, he discovered that such racial prejudice was indeed a mere stereotype. Take foolishness, for instance. When Bo Luomin and the others listened to Lin Ke share knowledge, they were not as inattentive as he had envisioned. Rather, they were fully engaged, eagerly absorbing information. Indeed, this was not his previous world. Lin Ke shook his head, casting aside memories of the information explosion era. The lower one is in social hierarchy, the more one appreciates the value of knowledge. The goblins understood this well, hence their focused attention. Therefore, it is best to choose a location near a water source. Lin Ke gestured toward the nearby river, which flowed gently. Additionally, the quality of the soil is crucial. Apart from being close to a water source, the fertility of the soil is paramount. How to assess fertility? Lin Ke had seen videos in his past life illustrating that the simplest and quickest method is to observe the vegetation growing in the soil. If weeds thrive abundantly and are diverse, it indicates fertile soil suitable for tomato cultivation. Conversely, sparse and stunted vegetation may suggest insufficient soil fertility. Furthermore, to gain a deeper understanding of soil fertility, one could excavate the soil and examine its structure. Good soil will possess numerous pores, providing an excellent environment for tomato growth. Tomatoes, if memory serves, are unsuitable for pure sandy soil or saline alkali soil. We should ideally opt for loess or black soil. As he elaborated, he continued his search. The goblins remained surprisingly quiet, until Lin Ke broached the topic of tomato breeding. A patch of land that met his expectations came into view. This area was flat, with blackish-yellow soil situated close to the riverbank, and the weeds grew to the same height as the goblins. Moreover, its proximity to the goblin tribe was discreet, making it an ideal site for tomato cultivation. This is it. Lin Ke, with a satisfied touch to his chin, declared, "Here, everyone, take a look at the soil." He crouched down, grasping a handful of earth and crumbling it between his fingers. The soil naturally contained moisture, neither excessive nor lacking. Despite his vigorous squeezing, no water was released, yet it imparted a refreshing coolness and dampness to his palm. The goblins, filled with curiosity, mimicked Lin Ke's actions, squatting down to feel the soil. Some even went so far as to taste the earth, shoving it into their mouths, while others, upon discovering crickets or worms, would toss them in, biting down and swallowing them whole. After a couple of minutes, Lin Ke snapped a branch to demonstrate its sturdiness. It was remarkably resilient. Perhaps due to the magical essence of this world, even ordinary plants bore some extraordinary qualities compared to those of his previous life. Having familiarized themselves with the soil, he stated, "Next, you must learn to wield tools." Tools. The reason primates are called primates is partly due to their opposable thumbs, which enable them to grasp objects. rather than using their hands like hooves. How long could one dig using just their hands? Not only does it require more effort, but it also consumes precious time. Regrettably, we currently lack oxen, plows, and automated machinery. Otherwise, the task would be significantly easier. I will teach you how to craft axes for chopping trees, sickles for cutting grass, shovels for uprooting, and hoes for tilling. Lin Ke bent down to collect some hard stones scattered about, swiftly binding them with resilient grass to wooden handles, thus creating rudimentary tools. Though they were neither durable nor particularly practical, they were at least handy and simple to make. The goblin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Regardless of their ranks, be it the Brahmin or the lower-tiered Shadiri, Fisher, and Torah, they diligently imitated Lin Ke's motions with utmost seriousness. Simultaneously, Lin Ke's explanations about the tools sparked contemplation among some of the goblins. Tools are universally applicable. It is worth noting that goblins also possess stone spears as weapons, binding stones to wood. However, they have never crafted tools. While axes and hoes may not be particularly challenging to create, they're the culmination of manual ingenuity, distinguishing intelligent beings from mere gorillas. Thus, under Lin Ke's guidance, the goblins quickly grasped the purpose of these tools and began crafting them. Having previously fashioned stone spears, they adapted swiftly to creating tools. Well done, Lin Ke nodded, satisfied with their dexterity. Now let us begin. Creating a plot of arable land is no simple feat. We must fell large trees, cut down grass, and uproot all the roots. Fortunately, the area I've chosen has few trees, but ample grass. So once Lin Ke gave the command, the goblins enthusiastically commenced their laborious task of tilling the land. Chapter 11. I shall whip you. After a busy morning lasting nearly 3 hours, relying on tools made from precariously balanced stones, fragile bindings, and wooden sticks that could easily splinter, 3 acres had been plowed. The goblins, now fatigued from the relentless tasks of chopping trees, cutting grass, uprooting roots, and turning soil, were utterly exhausted. Yet time waits for no one. Lin Ke swiftly led the goblins back to the tribe. They ate, took a brief nap, and upon regaining their energy, Lin Ke guided them to a location between the tribe and the tomato base, where he halted. This afternoon, our task is to construct a toilet, he announced. Not just a toilet, but also a septic tank and a biogas pit. Lin Ke aimed to establish these 3 facilities and enforce the goblins to use them, a matter that had little to do with environmental concerns. He was not evaluating a civilized city. In the forest, the air was already far from pleasant, and indiscriminate defecation would not turn the woods into a fetid wasteland. The crux of his toilet project lay in the fact that waste is a treasure. It is essential to understand that toilets can produce substances like saltpeter. The ammonia released from urine contains nitrogenous organic compounds, which undergo a series of complex chemical reactions to yield saltpeter or potassium nitrate. In ancient times, people were already aware of extracting saltpeter from the soil around toilets where urine tends to accumulate. What is saltpeter used for, you may ask? For black powder, fuses glass. Matches, its applications are numerous. Most importantly, it serves as a raw material for fertilizers, such as potassium and nitrogen fertilizers. This is merely the beginning. The functions of the septic tank and biogas pit are even more apparent. The septic tank can transform waste into fertilizer, which is indispensable for large-scale tomato cultivation. Meanwhile, the biogas pit can generate biogas for heating. Together, these 3 components convert waste into a highly valuable resource. However, given the current limitations, this is the best approach available. Thus, before you relieve yourselves, come here. The small ones go here, and the large ones go there. Lin Ke gestured simply, ensuring the goblins understood. He made no distinction between genders, only between the size of their waist. Yet, the goblins appeared baffled by Lin Ke's words. After listening to his rapid-fire explanation, it seemed they had only grasped 2 points. One was to dig a pit for waste, and the other was that in the future, they could only relieve themselves in this designated spot, lest they forfeit the chance for a better reincarnation. However, the goblins were curious as to why such measures were necessary. It feels odd. Indeed, isn't it sufficient to just find a bush and squat? Surely the wise one has his reasons, they murmured. Chill. The wise one has stated that while working, one must respect plants. By the way, do you know the connection between the terms officer and plant in the common tongue of the continent? Their pronunciations are identical. At that moment, Lin Ke was oblivious to the goblins' confusion, his demeanor darkening. Suddenly, the goblins collectively ceased their discussions. Lin Ke risumeth. I do not wish to repeat my orders. I will say this once more. Execute your commands. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The goblins replied in unison. Now, let's begin. Start digging the pits. Lin Ke waved his hand and addressed the Brahmin, Brahmin, I shall return shortly to arrange other matters. You will supervise everyone here. If anyone is found shirking their duties, that is, if anyone is not digging diligently, you are to whip them. Understood, sir. The Brahmin eagerly accepted the flexible vine Lin Ke tore from a sturdy tree. The goblins exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. In the past, the Brahmin had often used a vine or a stick to discipline them, but they had never seen him so exhilarated. However, they dared not voice their thoughts. At that moment, Lin Ke, having handed over the vine, gazed down at the Brahmin, causing him to become instantly tense. But if you fail to identify those who are slacking or protect the slackers, should I discover this, it is you who shall face the whip. As this statement echoed, the goblins collectively gasped in shock. The Brahmin stood still, momentarily stunned. What? Did you not understand? Lin Ke's crimson gaze, unique to a vampire, pierced through the Brahmin's eyes. The Brahmin felt an indescribable sensation within. It was perplexing, yet he envisioned the future, the goblin emperor, the goblin deity, and the blood-red hawthorn milk tea. It was essential to note that their current hierarchy, Brahmin, Shadiri, Fisher, and Torah, was established by the goblin god. As long as one endures suffering and hardship in this life, obeying the commands of the higher ranks, one may ascend to become a goblin of the next tier in the next life. This belief is held steadfastly by all goblins of their tribe, a tradition that binds them. And one of them, his immediate rank, that of the goblin emperor, demands an abundance of blood-red hawthorn milk tea. Should he ascend to become the goblin emperor in his next life, might he not, in the life thereafter, transform into a true bloodline of the white vampire race, akin to his godfather? Thus, he nodded emphatically, declaring, "As you command, Commander." Very well. Lin Ke inclined his head slightly before promptly turning to venture into the thicket. Once he departed, the goblins sprang into action, accustomed to receiving beatings. They found the peculiar behavior of Boloman today rather unsettling, urging them to diligently attend to their tasks. Yet, they failed to notice that Boloman was not preoccupied with them. Instead, he occasionally glanced down at the vine whip in his hand, then back at the forest, seemingly yearning to catch a glimpse of Lin Ke, who had vanished into the woods. It struck him as odd. Why did he suddenly feel an inexplicable desire to be whipped? Did Boloman appear to want him to strike him? Lin Ke recalled Boloman's gaze from moments prior, sending a shiver down his spine. Perverted goblin. Damn it. Master Sage, the girls have been gathered. Not far away. A goblin matriarch clad in a simple grass dress waved from the entrance of the goblin tribe. Lin Ke quickly regained his focus and hastened to the tribal entrance. A cursory glance revealed that, aside from 2 pregnant goblins and those tasked with caring for goblin infants, there were only 6 able-bodied female goblins. However, when adding the 4 elder goblins and 2 aged matriarchs, the total reached 12 goblins, sufficient for the task at hand. You shall craft stone spears. I trust you require no instruction in that. Now, I will teach you to fashion other tools. Henceforth, you will gather tomatoes in the mornings and refine tools within the tribe in the afternoons. Chapter 12. They have Stockholm Syndrome. The wear and tear of tools is an unavoidable reality. For now, this is the only course of action. The more they break, the more they shall create, as the crafting is rather straightforward. However, once they commence tool crafting, Lin Ke quickly discerned that the movements of the 4 elders and 2 matriarchs were dreadfully slow. Thus, he resolved to prepare for the next step in planting tomatoes. Seed selection. First, he would select seeds, then breed, cultivate seedlings, and finally, plant them. Lin Ke meticulously established a plan in his mind. This plan, if viewed broadly, pertained to the very survival of the entire territory. Alas, the current technological conditions were inadequate, rendering many seed selection methods he had observed in his previous life, such as genetic mutation, hereditary genes, and dominant recessive traits, impractical for immediate application. For the time being, he could only cultivate through selective breeding, generation by generation, favoring those that were larger, sweeter, and juicier. If any possessed traits such as resistance to lodging, abundant fruiting, or pest resistance, so much the better. After several generations of selective breeding, the tomatoes would grow increasingly larger, sweeter, and juicier. In the absence of advanced techniques, the best approach was to select seeds for planting and improve them over generations. It is worth noting that fruits like bananas and watermelons, in their nascent forms, were hardly palatable. Yet, through generations of human cultivation, they have transformed into the succulent delights we enjoy today. This is not a matter of natural selection or evolution, but rather artificial selection and evolution. Tomatoes, too, were cultivated through such iterative processes in his previous life, and now he must undertake the same. Your current task is quite simple. Gazing at the 6 elderly goblins, though aged, still spirited, Lin Ke felt a pang of guilt for what seemed like elder abuse. These 6 elderly goblins barely reached his waist, their faces etched with wrinkles and age spots. Their thinning hair a testament to their years. Nonetheless, their movements remained nimble enough for tasks other than the arduous crafting of tools. They were likely accustomed to managing child-rearing, preparing curry, and gathering firewood within the tribe. "What tasks do you have for us, Master Sage?" inquired the matriarch who had earlier summoned the gathering. She seemed to hold considerable sway among the female goblins, belonging to the Shadiri class of goblins. "Select the largest and ripest tomatoes from among those piled upon the broad leaves. 30 in total." Lin Ke pointed towards the tomatoes. The 6 elderly goblins said little, seemingly accustomed to obedience. Thus, they silently approached to select the plumpest, ripest tomatoes. Regrettably, the largest among them paled in comparison to the normal sizes Lin Ke had observed in markets of his past life. Creak, creak. Meanwhile, the goblin women squatted on the ground, grinding stone tools while casting furtive glances in their direction. The juvenile goblins played innocently around their mothers, occasionally scouring the ground for bugs to snack on. However, the little goblins adhered to the rules, daring not to venture into the forest, remaining strictly within the confines of the tribe. Those who strayed had long been culled by the harshness of nature. These little ones truly had it easy. Unbeknownst to Lin Ke, he began to ponder what further tasks these juvenile goblins might undertake. Yet, there was no immediate need for such considerations. Their presence could potentially incite chaos, and he would address it when the time arose. "Master Sage, we have finished selecting." Lin Ke, momentarily distracted by the playful antics of the juvenile goblins, returned to the task at hand. "Now, I shall teach you how to extract tomato seeds." Lin Ke knelt down, took a tomato, and split it in half, extracting a seed. Be mindful to select seeds that are plump, undamaged, and not shriveled or broken. Next, he gestured towards a large wooden bowl and pot nearby. Do not waste the tomatoes after extracting the seeds. Place them in the pot for cooking, while the seeds should be set aside in the wooden bowl for later cleaning. "Understood, Master Sage. We shall follow your instructions." The elderly goblins, quick-witted, comprehended the process after a single explanation and promptly set to work. The tomatoes from which seeds had been harvested could serve as sustenance for the afternoon, while the seeds would be taken to the tomato bays for initial breeding and selection. However, the breeding and planting process will be a long-term endeavor, measured in years. The midterm strategy would involve transplanting some tomato plants to the base, where they would be watered, fertilized, and painstakingly tended, thus significantly boosting yield. In the short term, the tribe would still rely on extensive gathering throughout the forest. Lin Ke anticipated needing to cultivate several plots. Otherwise, he would struggle to make substantial progress. Moreover, tomatoes were but one type of food. He needed to actively seek out additional sources of sustenance. Enough of this for now. He decided to first focus on site selection, land preparation, transplanting, and planting before turning to crop management during the growing season to enhance yield. Lin Ke shook his head. Making overly long-term plans was futile. After all, if he were to perish the following day, what purpose would such distant considerations serve? Yet, with little else to occupy his time, he opted to meditate beneath a relatively shaded branch. The elemental energies he had absorbed earlier had yet to be fully digested, so he consumed only a fragment of an elemental gemstone before halting. Upon reopening his eyes, he found the afternoon had nearly arrived. Well, it is about time to check on the progress of the latrine. Lin Ke descended from the branch, gently landing on the ground, and took a few steps toward the tribe. Upon reaching the area, he discovered a substantial pile of tools that had been crafted. Some juvenile goblins were awkwardly assisting the goblin women in the grinding process. The seeds had also been prepared, and the elderly goblins had refrained from disturbing Lin Ke during his meditation, opting instead to continue their tool crafting. Quite impressive, Lin Ke mused, recalling the initial sight of the goblin tribe, which bore some transformation compared to now. Regardless of the race, diligent labor possesses an inherent beauty. "Esteemed sage, may we partake in our meal?" The goblin matriarch smiled and beckoned to Lin Ke. "Would you care to eat first, sage?" When sentient beings are enveloped in hope, even amidst toil, they can find happiness. "No need," Lin Ke chuckled. "I shall first check on the progress of Polomin and the others. I will return shortly." Upon arriving at the site, he found that 2 large pits had already been excavated. The ditches he requested, leading from the latrine to the cesspool and the biogas pit, had also been completed. The goblins were sprawled across the pits, taking a well-deserved rest, while Polomin gazed dreamily at the vine in his hands. "This is quite well done," Lin Ke remarked after observing for a moment, then applauded as he emerged from the woods. The goblins all stood up, with Polomin being the first. He seemed to be in a state of exuberance. Lin Ke's words of praise, however, faded abruptly as he locked eyes with Polo Man, his heart sinking. Oh no! Could this be Stockholm Syndrome? Chapter 13. What to do upon discovering a pig beast. Commander. Polo Man instinctively straightened his back and puffed out his chest, inadvertently accentuating his ample belly. The task is complete, Commander. Very good. Lin Ke nodded. We shall cover this area with ropes and leave tomorrow, and create a shelter for the latrine. Lin Ke briefly outlined the arrangements for the latrine, cesspool, and biogas pit. Polo Man listened intently, as did the other goblins. Lin Ke dismissed any further thoughts about Polo Man possibly developing Stockholm Syndrome. After scheduling the next day's activities, he led the goblins back home. The food after labor is the sweetest. The goblins feasted heartily, finding the tomatoes not at all cloying, devouring every last one harvested that day. Lin Ke observed this scene, fully aware that it was quite natural. With an increased workload came a greater appetite. He could only wonder if the food in the forest would sustain until the tomato base bore fruit. Fortunately, according to the original owner's knowledge, this area should be in the south during the month of sprouting, the month of tempering, the month of gold, and the month of mourning, specifically in February. This indicated that there would likely be several more opportunities for the tomatoes to awaken and bear fruit. Of course, this would necessitate watering, fertilizing, and pollination. He pondered when his 3 elder siblings and younger sister might visit his territory, hoping it would be soon enough. Labor, feasting, and slumber, that had been the rhythm of the goblins' days. Lin Ke, however, had replaced sleep with meditation. He found it curious that the goblins seemed disinterested in enhancing their racial occupations. After inquiring with Polo Man, he learned that even if the goblins transformed into level 5 goblins, they might still struggle against level 2 vampires or succubi. Thus, they had become complacent. Thankfully, while Lin Ke's racial occupation was not the rarest or most prestigious, it was certainly not weak. For instance, today he received some promising news. You mean the tracks originate from that direction? Lin Ke squinted his eyes. Indeed, Polo Man nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This must be the trail of a pig beast. It seems to be accompanied by a piglet. The pig beast is a first-level magical creature, characterized by its dark green skin and 2 prominent tusks. This creature is larger than an ordinary domestic pig and possesses the ability to manipulate spikes from the earth, making it quite formidable. Common wild animals dare not provoke such a beast. However, for the goblin tribe, capturing a pig beast would provide enough meat to sustain them for several days of curry. After all, prior to Lin Ke's arrival, the goblin tribe's curry pot had been perpetually simmering. A single pig beast could yield enough succulent meat to fill the large pot they had pilfered from a human village. And with just a few herbs and tree barks added, they could feast. Thus, after a month of hunger, Polo Man and the other goblins were overjoyed at the discovery of the pig beast's tracks. Yet, after the initial excitement, Polo Man began to contemplate the situation. Father, we still need to tend to the tomatoes, don't we? Polo Man's face was a mask of conflict, but we also need to hunt the pig beast. They had grown accustomed to planting during the day and resting at night, even adapting to rush to the single latrine while holding their rears and washing up after. Yet, it was the pig beast. While tomatoes are delicious, how could they compare to the flavor of pig beast meat? The other goblins shared these concerns, their gazes turning to Lin Ke, awaiting his decision. I will hunt it, Lin Ke declared after a brief contemplation. Upon hearing this, Polo Man was taken aback. Then his eyes sparkled with fervor. Yes. With you here, the pig beast will be a mere formality. Polo Man's excitement made his green face even greener. The other goblins mirrored his enthusiasm. Lin Ke chuckled, not responding to Polo Man's fervor, for he secretly felt quite anxious, his heart racing. Oh no, that's incorrect. He had no heart, only a vampire heart core, which did not beat. You will continue to transplant the tomato plants that bear numerous, large, sweet, and juicy fruits to the tomato transplant base. That is your task for today. Do you understand? Lin Ke instructed softly. Unlike a few days prior, the goblins now listened to Lin Ke with utmost attentiveness, refraining from interruptions or whispering, displaying a commendable discipline. Understood, Commander. The goblins replied in unison. Now go. Create a future for our territory. Lin Ke raised his right thumb against his palm, fingers extended, then bent his wrist to extend his hand to chest level, tapping his left chest with the side of his index finger. Salute. This was the military salute he had designed for the goblins, symbolizing the offering of one's heart. The goblins, their faces aglow with pride, collectively tapped their chests twice and echoed, salute. If there were more time, these male goblins could have certainly begun military training. Watching the goblins prepare to transplant the tomatoes at the transplant base, Lin Ke felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In just a few days, they had achieved remarkable progress. Yesterday, they had located 800 tomato plants, and today, they would transplant them. Tomorrow, they could seek another 800. And the seeds for the new tomato base should be sprouting soon. Lin Ke mused silently about the potential yield. 12 acres. This was the result of their recent efforts. 8 acres were designated for transplanting tomato plants from various locations in the forest, while 4 acres were reserved for cultivating the selected new tomatoes for breeding. With the current production conditions, Lin Ke estimated that each acre could accommodate approximately 1,000 to 2,000 plants. Considering the existing number of tomato plants in the forest, the scarcity of fertilizers, pest resistance methods, soil fertility, temperature, humidity, and various other factors, he approximated that planting 1,000 plants per acre would be feasible. The tomato transplant base, with its 8 acres, could house 8,000 plants. Each day, they could find about 800 tomato plants of various sizes in the forest, meaning it would take roughly 10 days to complete the transplanting at the tomato base. And after that, in Lin Ke's previous life, the yield per acre of tomatoes was approximately 4,200 to 5,300 kilograms, but the current tomato transplant base would undoubtedly fall short of that standard. In his past life, some tomato varieties, influenced by genetic technology, soil fertility, and pesticides, could produce 4 vines per plant, yielding 24 clusters of fruit. However, in his current tomato transplant base, having even 2 vines per plant would be considered a success. He estimated that each acre might yield around 2,000 kilograms. As the calculations unfold, the tomato transplanting base is expected to yield fruit once again next month. During this time, approximately 16,000 kilograms of tomatoes will be produced here. These estimations are the result of Lin Ke's observations over the past few weeks. After all, the tomatoes here seem to differ from those in his previous life, which Lin Ke speculates might be attributed to the existence of magic in this world. This is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Otherwise, in his past life, the processes of transplanting, nurturing seedlings, and flowering would have been far more arduous. For now, however, he must consider the issue of hunting. The wild boar? It presents an opportunity to test my abilities. Chapter 14. Extraordinary Senses and Magical Bats. The tomato transplanting base and the new tomato variety base are currently Lin Ke's priorities. Nevertheless, he is equally aware that honing his combat skills is paramount, and indeed of utmost importance. Previously, he could only refine his techniques mentally, recalling the combat methods taught by his instructor in the Count's castle. Now, an opportunity presents itself, and he is eager to seize it. With a swift movement, Lin Ke traverses the forest, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with acute awareness. Magic surges within him, converging in his head and enhancing his senses, particularly his sight, hearing, and smell. The vampire trait bestows him with heightened sensory perception. This quality renders the vampire his vision, hearing, and olfactory senses remarkably acute, albeit at the cost of magical energy. The scent of dew, the aroma of the soil. Yes, the birds have returned. Maintaining a forward-leaning posture, Lin Ke speeds towards the location where the wild boars have been reported. Thus far, he has yet to detect any traces. However, compared to him, the goblins are indeed far more adept at hunting, which is to be expected. Wait, that scent! Lin Ke's nose is now as sensitive as a dog's. He abruptly halts, glancing to his left, then takes a deep, deliberate breath. It is this foul odor. It seems to be the first appearance of such a scent in the territory over the past few days. Wild boar, I have found you. Lin Ke feels a surge of excitement. Yet, he remains cautious, immediately channeling the magic within him to conjure a small entity. Vampire, très bas manipulation. Normally, this ability allows one to control actual bats. However, it is said that powerful vampires typically conjure magical bats directly with their magic. After all, who has the time to search for bats to control? Nevertheless, conjuring a magical bat requires a significant amount of magical energy. Lin Ke can already feel the magical reserves within him diminish slightly from manifesting this one bat. Go forth. With a gentle flick, the jet-black magical bat darts away, its speed surpassing Lin Ke's. He closes his eyes, sharing his senses with the magical bat. Wild boar, where are you hiding? The magical bat swiftly navigates through the forest, observing everything around it with minimal noise, ensuring that it does not alarm its prey. Surprisingly, before the magical bat's energy wanes, Lin Ke fails to find any signs of the wild boar. How peculiar. Recalling the characteristics of the wild boar, Lin Ke furrows his brow. The wild boar possesses a body of dark green and light green hues, harmoniously blending with the forest environment, with colors that serve as excellent camouflage. Could be hiding? Indeed impressive. Although he can sense the wild boar's presence within a few hundred meters, it remains undetected even by the magical bat. This suggests that this particular wild boar is exceptionally skilled at concealing itself. It is worth noting that besides its size and agility, the magical bat can emit ultrasonic waves for navigation and possesses superior vision. The fact that it cannot locate the wild boar indicates that the creature must be motionless, hiding among the grass and shrubs. Concealment is a biological instinct. Whether predator or prey, those who cannot hide will struggle to survive. Then let us summon more magical bats. Lin Ke raises his hand, magic swirling, and soon conjures 6 magical bats. This depletes about 30% of his magical energy. Whoosh! The magical bats scatter swiftly in front of Lin Ke, moving with remarkable speed, yet producing minimal sound. Here, not here. Not here either. How dizzying this feels. Almost like a 3D experience. No, this is more like an 18-dimensional sensation. Fortunately, he adapts quickly. Sharing the vision of 6 bats simultaneously causes a slight dizziness. But he soon acclimates. Yet, still no traces of the wild boar. Wait, did that moss-covered stone just move? Suddenly, the second magical bat on Lin Ke's right transmits a vision of a stone that seems to have shifted slightly. A smile breaks across Lin Ke's face, revealing his fangs in a gleaming grin. Found you. Remarkably, it is a large female wild boar accompanied by 8 piglets, all camouflaged as moss-covered rocks. 1 adult and 8 young ones, and they are not clustered around the mother, but scattered in the vicinity. Hidden beneath the grass, shrubs, and decaying wood on the forest floor, along with their superb protective coloration, these wild boars are exceptionally well concealed. Had not one of the piglets twitched its tail due to mosquito bites, Lin Ke might never have noticed them. Having discovered their location, the next step becomes straightforward. Lin Ke suppresses his excitement, retracts the magical bats, and then gracefully ascends a tree. He alters his approach from traversing the ground to leaping through the forest like a monkey. After all, he is lighter than a monkey. Moving among the branches minimizes his noise compared to traveling on the ground. He is getting closer. It must be a swift and decisive strike. The wild boar's skull is tough, yet if caught off guard, he can shatter its brain in one blow. The piglets will certainly flee, if he can capture one alive. He will, but if not, he will eliminate it. Lin Ke whispers to himself. If he could sweat, he would be drenched. Alas, he is a cold-blooded creature. As he approaches, he slows his movements, his long black hair framing his face as his crimson eyes scan the underbrush below, pinpointing the locations of the mother wild boar and her piglets. Unaware of the danger looming from above, the mother and piglets remain blissfully closed-eyed, continuing to masquerade as mossy rocks. However, a careful observer would discern that these mossy boulders possess tails and ears, and fresh soil can be seen where they touch the ground. System. Lin Ke opens the system interface in his mind. Title: Barren. Life: 300-300. Strength: 30-30. Speed: 50-50. Agility: 50-50. Charm: 80-80. Intelligence: 100-100. Status: Normal. Unlocked milk tea recipe: Bloody Mary. System upgrading. New milk tea recipe tasks will be unlocked upon completion. His status is currently excellent. Thus, he clenches his fist and takes a deep breath. It is time to strike. With a rustle, he plunges downward, causing the leaves around him to flutter as if stirred by the wind. His fist tightens, magic converging, and utilizing the momentum from his descent, Lin Ke delivers a powerful blow to the largest moss-covered rock's head. Crack. Chapter 15. How adorable the piglets are. A soft sound echoes as Lin Ke's fist collides with the target, causing a depression in the surface. The skull has shattered? Lin Ke momentarily stands in disbelief. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed another powerful punch. His fist, suffused with magical energy, struck again, causing a cascade of red and white brain matter to spill forth, accompanied by 2 streams of crimson tears flowing from either side. The entire verdant rock trembled, revealing the curled hooves of a pig that had been hidden beneath, as its body collapsed thunderously to the side. It was dead. A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. Yet, in that moment of dazed disbelief, a chorus of rustling sounds erupted around him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Though the piglets had their eyes closed, they instinctively sensed the imminent danger and darted in all directions into the thicket. This is bad. Lin Ke learned his first lesson in combat. Do not hesitate. The wisdom gleaned from countless novels in his past life paled in comparison to the lessons learned through first-hand experience in this one. Thus, with a surge of magical power coursing through him, Lin Ke transformed into a blur and charged towards the nearest piglet. If he could not capture them alive, he would eliminate them all. Initially, Lin Ke envisioned the piglets as prime livestock, a valuable source of meat for the goblin tribe, if domesticated. However, upon encountering them in reality, he sensed their inherent wildness, and it was formidable, especially the piglets, whose intelligence seemed to surpass that of domesticated pigs and wild boars from his previous life. In fact, after capturing a few, the piglets simply perished. Whether from shock or self-inflicted harm was uncertain. There was no possibility of domestication. Such a pity. Gazing at the neatly arranged family of 9 piglets before him, Lin Ke exhaled in relief, his smile growing ever broader. A pity? Not at all. In the southern Thunder Swamp, the landscape was teeming with these magical beasts, known for their high reproductive rates, stealth, and diverse diets. As long as he enhanced his strength, the prospect of domestication in the future was not out of reach. Otherwise, the fact that piglets were classified as livestock in his father's lessons would be inexplicable. Although he had failed to capture any live ones today, the goblin tribe would at least have a source of meat. With such an abundance, coupled with the entrails, they could prepare tomato curry sufficient to feed the entire tribe for 2 or 3 days. Moreover, Lin Ke had acquired invaluable combat experience from this brief encounter. All in all, it was a bountiful harvest. System. Lin Ke gazed at the panel in his mind. Title, Baron. Health, 300-300. Strength, 28-30. Speed, 49-50. Agility, 49-50. Charm, 76-80. Intelligence, 97-100. Status, slightly fatigued. From a system's perspective, Lin Ke's current state of mild fatigue indicated a slight decrease in power. Though not significantly, he still had to carry the meat back. Looking at the muddy pig carcasses and his one and only black cloak, he felt somewhat helpless. However, there was no other option. Sending the goblins back and forth would be far too time-consuming. Fortunately, despite his diminished strength, he was still capable of hoisting several hundred pounds without issue. He had roughly calculated that a normal human strength, according to the system's metrics, would be around 10, while an ordinary goblin's strength was likely less than 10. This explained why the level 2 goblin Borman had initially feared him. Although they could sense Lin Ke's presence as a level 1, it was not difficult for a level 1 vampire to wipe out a group of lower-level goblins. At that moment, Lin Ke had taken the mother pig by surprise, leaving her no time to cast her magic or utilize her physical strength, resulting in their current victory. In the future, he must definitely procure a handcart, balancing the mother pig on his left shoulder and 6 piglets on his right. While his right hand clutched the hind legs of 4 more, Lin Ke was engulfed in the odor of swine. Pig blood, urine, and saliva dripped onto him at intervals. Yet now was not the time to be squeamish. Survival was the utmost priority. Despite his vampiric instincts repulsing him at the filth, he managed to overcome the discomfort. Are all vampires such neat freaks? How bothersome. Alas, this had nothing to do with cleanliness. Any human would find it equally repugnant. No, I must quicken my pace. I feel nauseous. Carrying the carcasses, Lin Ke hastened his steps, leaving a trail of bodily fluids behind him. Finally, just before the sun reached its zenith, he returned to the tribe. Upon seeing Lin Ke burdened with such a haul, the entire goblin community erupted in excitement. By the goblin god, the wise one is truly robust. I want to mate with him. I want to bear him 8 little goblins. Silence. Hurry and help out. With the male goblins absent, some female goblins had also gone out to gather tomatoes and other vegetables. Only about 17 or 18 individuals remained in the tribe, consisting of young and elderly goblins, along with 2 female goblins. They rushed to Lin Ke's side as soon as he returned. Thud! Lin Ke unceremoniously dropped the pig carcasses onto the ground and instructed, "You all handle the meat. I need to wash up." He drained the blood from the pigs, for if he had, the flesh would have turned fibrous and inedible. Thus, the goblins needed to bleed the animals and clean the entrails. Meanwhile, Lin Ke could no longer endure the feeling of dirtiness on his body. Even without his heightened senses, he could easily detect the stains, necessitating a thorough wash. Fortunately, while he couldn't dry off instantly like in the novels, his cloak was quite water-resistant, so a simple rinse would suffice. His pale body needed only a quick wipe in the river. The vampire's talents are truly commendable. While bathing, Lin Ke took the opportunity to check on little Lin Ke and was quite satisfied. After washing, he dressed and emerged from the water. However, to his dismay, he discovered there were no fish in the river. Those siblings are truly despicable. Lin Ke sighed and returned to the tribe. The pork had already been processed. According to Lin Ke's instructions, the meat and entrails were separated, and they were to be cooked in 2 different pots. Furthermore, they had collected 4 large bowls filled with pig blood for the male goblins to drink in turns upon their return. Unfortunately, there was no refrigerator or salt. Gazing at the meat, Lin Ke felt a twinge of regret. Fresh meat is the most delectable. Yet, the goblin tribe clearly lacked the foresight to create a cold storage. And acquiring salt was evidently not through ordinary means, but rather from animal blood. Thus, the meat could neither be preserved nor cured, necessitating its consumption within 3 days. This was also why their curry had to be constantly boiled. They feared the food would spoil and go to waste. Father. No, Commander. Commander. The new tomato seedlings have sprouted. Chapter 16. Field management begins after sprouting. A total of 236 plants. Yes, I am certain. Exactly 236. Meat. Borman rushed in, his eyes widening at the sight of the neatly arranged food on the ground. Following Lin Ke's instructions, all the clean food was placed on large leaves resembling banana leaves to prevent dust accumulation, and they were sorted by type, creating a visually striking display. We can have meat this afternoon. Lin Ke spirit soared, having caught prey, enjoyed a bath, and now receiving the delightful news of the tomato seedlings sprouting. He felt utterly elated. He discovered that this world indeed cannot be measured by conventional logic. Logically speaking, even genetically modified high-yield tomatoes from his previous life would typically take around 10 days to sprout. Yet, astonishingly, their tomatoes had germinated in just 5 days. And this was without any fertilization, relying solely on watering. It is worth noting that their fertilizer supply was rather scarce. 50 goblins working tirelessly could barely fill 1/10 of the latrine, insufficient even for the transplanting base of the tomatoes, let alone for the new cultivation area. There were no animals in their territory, making it impossible to collect droppings. Therefore, Lin Ke's original plan was to wait a few more days until the seeds had sufficiently sprouted before distributing some latrine water to the new tomato planting area. However, today he learned that the seeds had already germinated. Could it be due to the influence of magical elements? Lin Ke mused inwardly, then turned to Borman and said, "Let us go. Let's take a look." Without hesitation, he dashed into the forest. Borman, casting a reluctant glance at the food scattered around, wiped his mouth and followed Lin Ke. In the world, there were no paths until many walked upon them, and thus a path was formed. From the tribe to the latrine, and from the latrine to the tomato base. The once lush route had been gradually shaped into a narrow trail by the goblins' relentless efforts over the past few days. Therefore, it took Lin Ke only a few minutes to reach the tomato base. There, not far from the right bank of a small river, surrounded by dense woods, lay a meticulously organized field. In the field, numerous branches were thrust into the soil, supporting the tomato plants to prevent them from breaking. 2 plots of land were divided by a path made of laid stones. The larger plot to the north, measuring a full 8 acres, was the transplanting base for the tomatoes, while the smaller plot further south served as the new planting area. A glance revealed a flat expanse, devoid of any mature tomato plants. However, the goblins had gathered at the new planting area, carefully observing the seedlings emerging from the mounds of soil. Lin Ke hurried over, bypassing the transplanting base and arriving at the new planting area. He casually crouched beside a goblin to examine the tomato seedlings in the soil. The seeds had been planted in mounds approximately 15 centimeters high, with a spacing of around 50 centimeters between them. On top of the elevated mounds, a vibrant green tomato seedling had broken through the soil, still glistening with the river water that had been poured over it. "It has sprouted! It has sprouted!" The nearby goblin murmured, his gaze towards the tomato seedling filled with affection, curiosity, and a sense of novelty, alongside an overwhelming hope. The tomato seedlings were the fruits of 5 days of toil for the goblins. Most things in the world do not yield results merely through effort. Thus, the goblins' excitement upon witnessing the tomato seedlings breaking through the earth resonated deeply with their aspirations for a better future. Lin Ke felt a pang of emotion as well. Whether it be the so-called noble unicorns or the so-called lowly goblins, or even the newly sprouted tomato seedlings, they all embodied life, all miracles of nature. "Chief, how long will it take for the tomatoes to grow?" Borman inquired curiously, squatting beside him. "You need not ask me," Lin Ke replied with a smile. "You can record it with a piece of wood, marking a notch each day, and you'll know how many days it takes to sprout, to flower, and to bear fruit." Why didn't I think of that? Truly, you are the wise one, the Goblin Emperor," Borman exclaimed, slapping his forehead and springing to his feet. Then, with a careful demeanor, as if fearing to disturb the surrounding seedlings, he rushed towards the nearby woods to prepare his recording notches. Lin Ke too was eager to discover how the physiological cycle of these tomatoes would unfold under the dual influences of magic and scientific cultivation, and what kind of fruits they would ultimately bear. He meticulously examined the other tomato seedlings, noting that they were all thriving. While there were individual differences, He estimated that the other seeds would likely sprout within the next couple of days as well. All goblins gather. After inspecting the seeds, Lin Ke called out to the roadside, summoning all the goblins. They quickly assembled, their weary eyes nonetheless gleaming with hope. Tired, yet filled with ambition. In these past few days, we have achieved bountiful results. 236 tomato seedlings have sprouted, and I am truly gratified. As he spoke, Lin Ke pounded his chest with his palm, bowing to the goblins. The goblins were animated, returning his salute, yet remained silent, attentively listening. Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction before continuing. However, we cannot afford to relax just yet. Our tomato seedlings are constantly facing immense threats. Upon hearing this, the goblins' expressions instantly shifted to alarm, their tension palpable. Only through experiencing the toil of cultivation can one grasp the significance of crops to farmers. It is a masterpiece nurtured through time, sweat, strength, and concentration, equivalent to half of one's life. The thriving crops bring joy that surpasses even that of honey, while the destruction of crops feels akin to losing half of one's life. Thus, the goblins grew anxious. Boromir, appropriately, asked Chief, what exactly is the threat? Even against a level 3 monster, we must stand our ground. His tone was fervent, clearly sharing the sentiment of his fellow goblins, who regarded the crops as paramount, even more so than their own offspring. After all, fathering a child was a simple task for him. All the females of the tribe were his, and a mere act of copulation would yield offspring months later. But the tomatoes were different. They represented the hard work of him and his fellow goblins. Currently, the threat to the tomato seedlings does not stem from monsters. Lin Ke stated coldly. It comes from these. He opened his pale hand, revealing 2 items within, a weed and a bug. The goblins immediately displayed expressions of confusion. Grass and a bug? What threat do these pose? However, having grown accustomed to Lin Ke's management during this time, the goblins remained silent. Lin Ke then began to explain earnestly, ladies and gentlemen, a new battle is upon us. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Thunder Swamp. With a resounding clap, Lin Ke struck Boromir's arm. Boromir winced in pain, but dared not resist. Merely looking at his mentor with a puzzled expression, he understood that Lin Ke had his reasons for such actions. Otherwise, given the speed Lin Ke displayed while preparing milk tea earlier, that slap could have easily turned him into a delectable green patty. Does it hurt? Lin Ke inquired. It hurts like hell. Boromir gritted his teeth, shaking his head. Not at all. Lin Ke chuckled. Now, imagine if that slap had landed on a tomato seedling. On a tomato seedling? The goblins were taken aback. That would surely mean death. Tomato seedlings, such fragile plants, could be crushed underfoot with ease. Boromir pondered further. Clutching his arm contemplatively, tomato seedlings would indeed die. Precisely, Lin Ke raised the weed and bug in his hand. These may seem weak to us, but have you considered how the tomato seedlings might feel? At these words, the goblins fell into deep contemplation. A slap on their bodies would hurt, but not kill them. They could easily swat the weed and bug. But what of the tomato seedlings? The insects they could effortlessly crush would find it remarkably easy to bore a hole into the tender, lovely leaves of the tomato seedlings. The goblins had seen countless plants riddled with holes from insect infestations. They were everywhere. And what of the weeds? The goblins reminisced about Lin Ke's teachings and suddenly grasped the notion that weeds would compete with the tomato seedlings for nutrients. I say to you all, this is a war, Lin Ke exclaimed, crushing the object in his hand before shaking his fist emphatically. We shall battle upon the ridges of the fields. We shall contend beside the furrows, and we shall defend our tomato seedlings at all costs. We will fight the weeds at the roots of our tomatoes, and we will combat the insects upon their stems. We shall never surrender. With these fervent declarations, the goblins could no longer contain their bubbling enthusiasm, igniting with fervor. Fight! 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 Those wretched weeds and insects that dare to threaten my tomatoes and destroy my hard work shall face my relentless resistance. Oh, let's banish all weeds and insects from this world. The goblins shouted, their spirits soaring. Observing this, Lin Ke saluted, go forth. Defend our tomato seedlings. Protect the tomatoes. Thus, the goblins dispersed across the fields, their eyes wide open to scrutinize the tomatoes. Not only the seedlings, but they also closely examined the tomato plants in the transplanting base. Upon closer inspection, they indeed discovered numerous insects and weeds. They even found 6 aphids, 3 beetles, and 1 caterpillar on a single tomato plant. All these insects were consumed by the goblins, transforming into a source of protein far richer than beef. As Lin Ke observed the bustling goblins along the path, he reflected deeply on the knowledge from his past life. Selecting the land, preparing the soil, choosing seeds, and transplanting, all were preparatory stages of planting. However, the truly significant phase was the prolonged field management. Watering, fertilizing, weeding, and pest control, as well as preventing drought and flooding, all belong to the stages before and after planting. A moment's negligence in this phase could adversely affect the fruiting rate and yield of the tomatoes. This was also the purpose of transplantation, facilitating large-scale management, saving time and effort, and allowing the transplanted tomato plants to thrive better. Yet, Lin Ke contemplated another matter, the issue of fertilizer. Currently, the excrement had been directed to the sewage pits, leaving the biogas pits empty. To ensure the soil's fertility, additional manure needed to be procured, or perhaps high nutritional items like animal entrails. With the return of the wild boars to their territory, it signified that the prior influence of certain brothers or sisters had dissipated. He was uncertain when a threat might arise, but for now, he could only proceed step by step. Once the goblins had sufficient food, they would immediately commence military training to bolster their combat strength. Boorman, you continue your tasks. I shall scout the forest's edge, he commanded. At your service, Commander. System. Title, Baron. Health, 300,300. Strength, 3,030. Speed, 5,050. Agility, 5,050. Charm, 8,080. Intelligence, 10,003. Status, normal. After a brief respite, his condition had returned to normal, making it an opportune moment to survey the situation. With swift strides, Lin Ke advanced, his body leaning forward, arms naturally extending behind him. Nearly an hour later, he arrived at the forest's edge. Perched on a branch of a grand tree, he gazed out over the thunder swamp, feeling a formidable sense of oppression wash over him. Logically, the thunder swamp bordered his territory, separated from his forest by a mere 10 kilometers. Yet even from afar, he could sense the intense pressure emanating from that direction. Here, the sky was clear, while there a blanket of dark clouds loomed, casting a dismal shadow even where sunlight penetrated. The trees on that side appeared distinctly different. A mere glance revealed that while the trees here resembled humble rural dwellings, those over there resembled towering skyscrapers of an international metropolis. No wonder no mercenaries ventured into that direction. Just gazing at the thunder swamp filled Lin Ke with unease. Regardless of the race, no mercenaries would dare to enter the thunder swamp from his territory. After all, it was vast, ranking as the third largest gathering place for monsters in the dark primordial world, following the poisoning mountains and the sorrowful forest. The best entry point, it seemed, wasn't from the vampire realm, but rather from the opposite side, where monsters were somewhat fewer and of a lower level. Until his strength grew, it was wise to refrain from venturing in. Lin Ke recalled the knowledge acquired during his time at the Count's castle. Monsters and intelligent beings were not inherently incompatible. Indeed, many powerful monsters possessed considerable intelligence. Take, for instance, the unicorns adored in the realm of light. However, most monsters remained wild and untamed. The portion of the Thunder Swamp that bordered his territory likely harbored numerous level 3 monsters, with some possibly reaching levels 6 or 7. It was essential to understand that levels 3 and 4 represented a critical threshold, just as levels 6 and 7 did. The disparity in strength was monumental. While formidable monsters from the Thunder Swamp would not encroach upon the vampire territory, should Lin Ke willingly venture forth, it would not constitute a breach. It appeared that hunting within the Thunder Swamp would have to wait. With so many powerful monsters lurking within, it was no wonder the wild boars had previously emerged. However, where there was one, there would be others. The earlier presence of his brothers and sisters had deterred the weaker beasts from entering his domain. Now, as that aura waned, it was inevitable that more weaker monsters would emerge from the Thunder Swamp, seeking refuge, particularly those with families. Lin Ke mused quietly to himself, and, after a moment, a brilliant idea struck him. That's it. We shall construct traps. The ingenuity of humankind, much of it rooted in their remarkable intellect, had ensured that traps remained an invaluable tool even in the age of advanced weaponry. When dealing with beasts, direct confrontation was ill-advised. Instead, employing traps and ranged attacks was far more effective. First, he needed to gather some individuals to assist in creating traps. Lin Ke leapt from the tree and sprinted back. As for honing his combat skills, that could come later. After all, food was still insufficient. If he were to refine his fighting techniques, his appetite would surely increase. Sufficient meat, combined with vegetables and fruits, would create a balanced diet. How much like nurturing health this sounds. Lin Ke chuckled softly, shaking his head. In truth, in his past life, traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts were inseparable. To become strong, constant training was one aspect. Nourishment was equally vital, as was rest. Perhaps he could also gather some herbs. What is that scent? Just as Lin Ke prepared to return, he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, meaty aroma. Chicken? His eyes widened in astonishment. For just ahead, a plump, pale yellow chicken with a tail reminiscent of lightning and a curly crest was strutting not far from the forest's edge, exuding an air of arrogance, as if it were strolling through its own garden. Sensing Lin Ke's gaze, the chicken cast a nonchalant glance his way. A level 1 monster? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, swiftly recalling the contents of the comprehensive guide to monsters of the continent course. However, after searching for some time, he found no corresponding species. Yellow, giant eagles, thunder-eating immortals, electric peacocks. None of these matched. Then Lin Ke recalled that the monster guide had been penned by a 5th-level traveler, rather than an animal master, which made the situation seem more understandable. It appeared that there was neither geographical isolation nor reproductive isolation here, resulting in a chaotic mingling of species. Who knows what kind of chicken this is? Let's capture it first. The absence of reproductive isolation implies that this rooster, despite being a male, could eventually mate with the ordinary free-range chickens and produce offspring. The breeding plan that had failed with the pig beast would now be realized through this chicken. With this thought, Lin Ke transformed into a blur and dashed toward the leisurely strolling chicken. Constantly clucking away was rather unappealing. Let us call it the thunder chicken. Cluck cluck. The thunder chicken tilted its head as it noticed Lin Ke charging towards it, and in the next moment, it lowered its body and scratched the ground with its feet. Whoosh! The thunder chicken then charged at Lin Ke, not opting to flee, but rather coming straight at me. You audacious creature! Lin Ke narrowed his eyes, and his formidable first-level magic surged within him. Enhanced senses. The crimson gleam in his eyes reflected the form of the thunder chicken as Lin Ke bared his sharp teeth in a grin. The nails on his outstretched hands glistened a blood-red hue. Cluck, 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 as the thunder chicken sprinted. It let out a triumphant crow that resonated for dozens of meters around. Its equally potent first-level magic enveloped its body in a surge of yellow electricity, resembling a powerful shockwave, with its beak at the forefront. The thunder chicken showed no intention of evading its opponent. As Lin Ke and the thunder chicken rushed towards each other, he remained remarkably composed. The hardness of a vampire's nails rivals that of its fangs. A source of pride for vampires. A fully matured vampire, classified as a first-level vampire, could easily rend a water buffalo apart. The wind whistled around them as they drew nearer. Lin Ke felt as though he could almost reach out and touch the thunder chicken's beak. Additionally, due to the slight electric currents in the air brushing against his face, he experienced a tingling sensation. At that moment, just as they were about to collide, Lin Ke swiftly crouched and executed a slide to the side, evading the thunder chicken's peck. Ridiculous. He wasn't foolish. The thunder chicken, seemingly fearless, was brimming with confidence in its beak and attack. He had no desire to engage in a direct confrontation, as it would likely result in injuries for both parties. There were many other ways to capture this thunder chicken. Avoiding its sharpness was paramount. To Lin Ke's astonishment, the thunder chicken, which had appeared fearless just moments before, suddenly spread its wings as Lin Ke slid. With its wings unfurled, propelled by the gust of wind, the thunder chicken took to the skies. If Lin Ke had maintained his previous posture, it would have missed him entirely. So this sprint was not an attempt to confront him, but rather a preparatory run to take off and escape. Want to flee? Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. In an instant, he locked onto the thunder chicken, which was preparing to take flight. Its feet were exposed. Bam! With a powerful thrust of his thigh against the ground, Lin Ke launched himself like a cannonball, his pale hands swiftly grasping the thunder chicken's foot. In the next second, before the thunder chicken could react, Lin Ke slammed it down, executing a body slam. Boom! The thunder chicken was smashed to the ground, disoriented and dazed. Yet, Lin Ke was not finished. He seized the chicken's foot and began slamming it against the ground. First to the left, then to the right. Trying to play tricks on me. Now that its feet were exposed. Come home with me. You'll be the first breeding hen of my territory. Once the thunder chicken had lost its ability to resist, Lin Ke finally stopped. This was a magical creature, not an ordinary animal. With tough skin and thick flesh, it would not perish from such treatment. At most, it would lose its combat capability. If it were a regular animal, it would likely be dead after just a couple of blows. Magical creatures were different. Moreover, given the inherent danger of magical creatures, Lin Ke was cautious, fearing it might harm others if he brought it back to the tribe. Flying? Lin Ke grasped the thunder chicken's foot and pulled its wings apart. Unlike ordinary chickens, the thunder chicken's wings were broader, its feathers tougher, and contained a faint electric charge. The entire thunder chicken resembled a hawk, standing an impressive height of approximately 1 meter or more. To prevent its escape, Lin could decisively place the thunder chicken on the ground and, with his sharp claws, began to trim its flight feathers. Many birds rely on their flight feathers for aerial mobility. As long as those were clipped, no amount of flapping would allow it to soar. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Seemingly aware of Lin Ke's intentions, the thunder chicken stirred from its stupor, emitting a few feeble calls. Before it could react, it was startled by the sight of its plucked feathers. Lin Ke, noting its intelligence, chuckled softly. Awake now? Rest assured, the procedure was a success. Chapter 19. Traps are useful. One must learn about traps. Clutching the thunder chicken's feet, indifferent to its struggles, Lin Ke sauntered back to the tribe. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Cluck. Cluck, 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 cluck. Cluck, 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 cluck. All the while, the thunder chicken squawked unpleasantly. However, upon realizing that its clucking was incomprehensible, it ceased its vocalizations. Huh, weren't you just singing, celebrating the wonderful future you will have with me? Noticing the thunder chicken had quieted, Lin Ke jostled its foot. Tired? The thunder chicken seemed to understand Lin Ke's common tongue, giving him a disdainful glance. Quite perceptive. Lin Ke smiled. From now on, you'll follow me. There will be plenty of insects, and I'll even ensure you have ample hens to mate with, ensuring your lineage continues. Perhaps Lin Ke's words were too complex for it to fully grasp, but its struggles lessened considerably. Such a pity you cannot speak human language. Lin Ke shook his head. A select few magical creatures, upon reaching a certain level, could indeed articulate human speech, but this largely depended on individual linguistic aptitude rather than species. He wondered how long it would take this thunder chicken to gain the ability to speak. Regardless, he was determined to raise this thunder chicken well. The noble family had never taught him about breeding or taming. Furthermore, the surrounding castle had no livestock, and the blood he consumed came solely from the domestic animals of nearby villages. The techniques of taming and rearing were not particularly advanced. In fact, it seemed the entire world was in a similar predicament. When it came to magical creatures, no one considered breeding or large-scale farming. Most would simply sign contracts to subdue powerful magical beings. This was quite normal, aligning with the current circumstances. This presented an opportunity for Lin Ke. Ordinary magical beasts like the thunder chicken, if bred and raised, would undoubtedly find a vast market. Consuming food rich in magical energy is vastly different from feasting on ordinary creatures. The same applied to vampires. The quality of blood extracted varied, leading to different enhancements for the body. All in all, capturing this thunder chicken today was a stroke of fortune. Time to raise it. Upon returning to the tribe, he found Bolo men and the others had already returned. However, beyond a lookout men proved to be somewhat shrewd, having arranged for people to take turns guarding the tomato base to prevent damage from the gradually returning animals. These tomato seedlings appear to hold greater importance to Bolo men than to anyone else in the tribe, which is why he was particularly attentive to them. Upon Lin Ke's return to the tribe, Borman was seated on the ground, engaged in a soliloquy, occasionally uttering words such as expand and fence. After their meal, Borman approached Lin Ke to articulate his thoughts. Expand? Lin Ke nodded slightly. It's not unfeasible, but the soil's fertility is insufficient. The fertility of the soil is indeed one of the critical factors. I understand, Father, Borman replied earnestly. What I mean is that we should prepare first and expand once the fertility is adequate. Prepare? Lin Ke reassured Borman with a gentle pat. That's an excellent idea. Please continue. Encouraged, Borman's cheeks flushed with excitement as he added, I plan to clear 3 more acres of land and erect fences to enclose the tomato cultivation area. Then, following your earlier instructions, we can plant tomatoes in a few months. You seem to have developed quite the passion for planting. Lin Ke kotiaklet. Though his visible delight thrilled Borman, while Lin Ke did not share the same excitement, he felt a genuine sense of gratification. Borman was nominally his pupil, yet had his noble father discovered that his protege was a lowly goblin, he would likely have come to throttle Lin Ke to preserve his reputation. However, compared to the beginning, Borman had indeed transformed significantly. Even his belly had shrunk a bit, and there were faint signs of musculature on his arms and thighs. Most importantly, Borman had learned to think critically and had seemingly awakened a profound love for agriculture. This was a positive development. Thus, while jesting lightly, Lin Ke's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, Nevertheless, you must understand that tomatoes are merely one of our food sources, not the entirety. He gestured towards the lightning chicken tethered to a nearby tree. The anomalies in this land have dissipated, and the magical beasts are returning. Meat is also of paramount importance. Lin Ke's eyes glimmered enigmatically in the firelight. Even if we were to amass an abundance of grain, necessitating the construction of vast storages, we must still consume meat. Meat, Eggs and milk are indispensable for our sustenance, enabling us to grow wiser and stronger. Lin Ke recognized the importance of protein and did not wish for Borman to become so enamored with the more easily obtainable plant-based foods that he inadvertently neglected the harder-to-acquire animal-based nutrition. Both were equally essential, yet goblins were indeed unaware of such concepts. Nutrients like proteins and carbohydrates had only been acknowledged for a few decades, even before Lin Ke's traversal. In this world, goblins naturally did not grasp the significance of a balanced diet. They only knew that as long as there was food to consume, it sufficed. What they ate, irrelevant. Thus, their previous diet consisted solely of heavily spiced curry, prepared in a haphazard manner. While this approach ensured no waste and a colorful variety of food, it inadvertently provided a range of nutrients. However, if they were to consume tomatoes daily, it would only weaken their constitution. Upon realizing Lin Ke's concerns, Borman's body froze momentarily before he quickly responded, I will send people to hunt tomorrow. No. Lin Ke shook his head again. Although the animals have returned, they are not abundant. The forest still harbors too few creatures. I urged you not to overlook animals. But that does not mean you should divert all your focus back to them while neglecting the tomato base. Lin Ke stood up and approached the lightning chicken, leaning down to observe the creature, dozing with its eyes closed, saying, In the future, I will teach you how to raise and tame magical beasts and animals. But the immediate priority is to set traps. Traps? Borman rose to follow Lin Ke, a puzzled tone in his voice. But aren't traps the specialty of hunters? We wouldn't know how. I do, Lin Ke replied with a smile, glancing at Borman. Do not forget, I was once the Goblin Emperor. Upon hearing this, Borman's face lit up with realization, and he exclaimed excitedly, That's wonderful. Does this mean we can become hunters? Become hunters? Lin Ke shook his head. No, not yet. The time is not ripe. All right, Borman scratched his head. I will heed your counsel. Lin Ke diakled softly. He could not confess that he wished to prevent the goblins from haphazardly experimenting. After all, once he became aware of the racial and extraordinary professions, Lin Ke had entertained the notion of experimenting himself. However, without knowledge of the traits and ratios, achieving success in a profession was exceedingly challenging. For instance, to become a vampire, one would need to attempt numerous times to determine the correct ratios of traits to fill the bubbles. If both the ratios and traits were unknown, success will be nothing short of a fool's errand. Perhaps in the future, when Lin Ke could conduct these experiments, he might allow the goblins to try as well. But that was a matter for another day. Currently, the entire goblin tribe, including Lin Ke, comprised of first-level professionals, with only Borman at second level. Their mental energy could likely only sustain a single attempt at profession per day before being depleted. At that point, mentally exhausted goblins would be incapacitated, forced to rest at home until their energy gradually restored. If that were the case, who would handle the work? Therefore, conducting experiments was out of the question. It was simply not the right time. Your suggestion to rotate shifts to guard the tomato base was splendid. Lin Ke nodded towards the lightning chicken. This creature is a magical beast, and I suspect the rope you fashioned will not hold it. Assign 2 individuals to take turns watching. If the lightning chicken attempts to escape, notify me immediately. The lightning chicken appeared to be sleeping, but after merely a few hours of interaction, Lin Ke understood why the expression as cunning as a chicken was used to describe a shrewd person instead of a cat burglar. Watching? Excellent. Being praised once again. Borman felt even more exhilarated. Just as Lin Ke was about to say something further, the lightning chicken suddenly opened its eyes. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 pale yellow currents instantly shot from its beak, striking Lin Ke and Borman. Borman's body stiffened, and he fell backward, paralyzed. In the next moment, the lightning chicken dashed away in a flash. The rope, which had previously restrained wild boars, snapped effortlessly under the strength of the chicken's legs. However, Lin Ke was not paralyzed. As he saw the lightning chicken prepare to escape once more with its electrical charge, Lin Ke chuckled softly. With a swift motion, he lunged forward and grasped the chicken's leg once more. Thud, thud, thud. A series of thuds echoed as the creature met the ground, drawing the attention of numerous goblins. So violent, so terrifying, oh noble sage, one goblin remarked. But it's so cool. I genuinely wish to have a child, preferably a half-goblin, half-vampire. That chicken is massive. It must be delicious. Another chimed in. The noble sage said we must not eat it. It might be his pet. What's a pet? Is it tasty? I don't know. The goblins whispered amongst themselves, watching Lin Ke subdue the chicken. Moments later, the lightning chicken lost its fighting capability again. Borman. Lin Ke tossed it back, his expression relaxed. Secure the chicken. If it tries to run again, I will strike it until it learns not to. Yes, father. Borman responded loudly. All right, I will go meditate now. Lin Ke turned to leave. Remember to keep watch. Learn from this. To handle stubborn ones, this is how you tame. That night, Lin Ke was interrupted from his meditation 18 times, each time delivering a thorough beating to the lightning chicken. The thunder chicken has attempted various methods to escape its predicament. It has tried pecking through ropes to flee unnoticed, as well as confronting its captor head-on. Yet, without exception, all efforts have ended in failure. With Lin Ke, a vampire of superior attributes, present, the thunder chicken stands no chance of evading capture. Gradually, it comes to understand its fate. Once caught, it is destined to endure a beating. However, the suffering is mutual. Lin Ke endures a torment of his own, plagued throughout the night by the creature's incessant struggles. At times, he nearly succumbs to the pull of elemental forces, only to be interrupted by the goblin sentinels announcing that the thunder chicken has made another attempt to flee. Occasionally, when an elemental gem materializes, sometimes even a dark one, perfectly suited to his abilities, he finds himself compelled to abandon his meditation to recapture the creature. As dawn breaks, Lin Ke resolutely positions himself directly in front of the thunder chicken. His crimson eyes, already bloodshot, appear even more vivid. If you attempt to escape again, you shall perish. Lin Ke states coldly, for he has other matters to attend to, such as crafting traps. He reiterates, word for word, disobedience shall result in death. His sharp fangs glisten as he speaks. The thunder chicken, now visibly worn and disheartened, reveals a flicker of defiance in its eyes upon seeing Lin Ke's menacing fangs and hearing his words. The instinct for survival is ingrained in the very essence of all species. Noticing the struggle in the thunder chicken's gaze, Lin Ke narrows his eyes and continues, of course. I understand your innate desire for freedom. I could easily remove the shackles binding your feet. He glances at the ropes encircling the creature. Animals, by nature, possess an inherent urge to move. However, this movement is often driven by a fundamental need, survival. They must forage for food, evade danger, and seek to reproduce. Among other necessities, if these needs are met, the animal's instinctual drive to roam can be subdued. Rest assured, if you comply, I shall assist you in reaching great heights. Lin Ke emphasizes raising the stakes. If you are willing, we can forge a dark pact, and you may become my companion. The dark pact, a requisite lesson for vampire nobility, serves as a means to enslave other races, thus often referred to as a slave contract. It is said to have originated from the innate abilities of the succubi, later studied and transformed into a form of magical contract by powerful figures in the dark realms. Provided that one's soul power, or mental fortitude, is sufficiently robust, multiple dark pacts can be established. This explains why so many formidable beings in the dark world command numerous followers, and why the trade of slaves continues to flourish in this realm. Cluck. It is unclear which of Lin Ke's words resonates with the thunder chicken, but it tilts its head, its once haughty demeanor shifting. Not hesitating, Lin Ke channels his magic, pouring it forth until it coalesces into a dark pact. The contract is laden with various inequitable terms, essentially binding the creature to eternal servitude, forbidding betrayal in any form. Let's seal this with blood. Lin Ke bites his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the magical circle. The thunder chicken, seemingly oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, merely opens its mouth, a droplet of blood oozing forth and landing upon the circle as well. The pact is sealed. Chapter 21. The Thunder Azen. With the thunder chicken now under his dominion, Lin Ke find himself quite pleased, for this creature possesses remarkable intelligence. Their vampire instructor had previously remarked that the higher the intelligence of a magical beast, the greater the likelihood of its ascension to higher ranks. In this world, low-level creatures with high intelligence can only stem from two possibilities, one being sentient races like humans, vampires, or succubi, and the other being non-sentient species, which are often rare and unique. This could indicate that its lineage includes high-tier magical beasts or that it has undergone some genetic mutation. Initially, Lin Ke regarded the thunder chicken as nothing more than an ordinary breed, intending to raise it for breeding purposes. While that intention still lingers, he now finds himself more inclined to train it. After a night of mental sparring, Lin Ke realizes just how astute the thunder chicken is. It even exhibits a capacity for learning. For instance, after its earlier attempts to escape failed due to the loud snapping of ropes, it later adapts its strategy to break the ropes quietly before making a run for it. With proper training, the thunder chicken could undoubtedly become a valuable ally. Take, for instance, the task of pest control in the tomato fields. A chicken is the most proficient at this. As Lin Ke contemplates the training methods, A voice echoes in his mind. Do you wish to grow stronger and take me with you? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Ke looks at the thunder chicken, which tilts its head in curiosity. The voice emanating from the creature resembles that of a young boy, somewhat clumsy in its articulation. It seems the thunder chicken desires strength. Lin Ke nods slowly, responding inwardly. I can help you grow stronger, but I am curious about your reasons for wanting this power. Due to the Dark Pact, a peculiar bond has formed between Lin Ke and the thunder chicken. Because I want my deceased parents to be proud of me, the thunder chicken replies. Lin Ke falls silent, pondering its response. Why did you initially refuse to submit to me? He inquires. You certainly put me through quite an ordeal last night. I do not wish to be eaten, nor do I want to become the breeding stock you mentioned, the thunder chicken retorts, its eyes gleaming with determination. Although its voice is quite juvenile, this merely indicates its species' youth, not its age. Much like vampires, who are considered adults at 180 years, or dragons, who reach adulthood at 230. After exchanging a few words, the thunder chicken's vocabulary begins to expand. Ah, I see. Lin Ke shakes his head. You need not worry. I have no intention of consuming you. I can help you grow stronger, but you must contribute, understand? I understand, the thunder chicken replies. Lin Ke nods in approval. Now, share your story with me. Thus, the thunder chicken begins to recount its tale. Meanwhile, the goblins have risen and commenced their daily labors. Some are polishing tools, while others are foraging for berries. The demand for tools remains high, and the berries, such as blood-red hawthorn and tomatoes, are essential food sources. As the hard-working goblins observe their wise leader seated before the large rock, cradling the creature that had caused such chaos the previous night, they wonder at the scene. I survived while my parents perished. It has been 3 years since, and I have reached maturity, the thunder chicken concludes. Lin Ke gently cradles the creature, stroking its head reassuringly. Fear not, I shall help you grow stronger. As for the breeding matter, you are still quite young. We shall discuss that later. In essence, the thunder chicken's narrative is straightforward. Its parents fell victim to a predator, and its siblings ostracized it due to its peculiar appearance. Ultimately, it fled from the Thunder Marsh and survived alone for 3 years until sensing the dangers of the goblin forest, prompting its retreat. Once the threat dissipated, it returned. Good. The thunder chicken, now more agreeable than the previous night, accompanies Lin Ke toward the tomato fields. En route, they pass by the latrine, and Lin Ke stops to inspect it. The cesspool and biogas pit will likely take several months to fill. A few goblins are currently transporting waste from the cesspool to the fields, utilizing buckets and poles crafted under Lin Ke's guidance. However, recalling the earlier difficulties he faced with the pigs, Lin Ke quickens his pace toward the fields. You must be hungry. Your task each morning will be to eat insects in this field. Upon reaching the tomato base, Lin Ke gently sets the thunder chicken down. The thunder chicken, in a moment of confusion, clucked, cluck, 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 cluck. Here, there are too few bugs for me to feast upon. No, this is a task, Lin Ke replied, shaking her head. Complete the task and make a contribution, and then you may venture into the forest to eat at your leisure. She then recalled that the thunder chicken's feathers have been clipped and reminded, don't stray too far, otherwise should you encounter danger. I may not be able to assist you in time. Understood, the thunder chicken responded. In the next moment, the thunder chicken, which had attempted to escape throughout the night, dashed out, targeting the bugs in the fields. Lin Ke observed with delight from the side. Commander, have you tamed this thunder chicken? Barolman approached, having set aside his work. Indeed, Lin Ke smiled, turning to Barolman. You arrived just in time. I shall teach you to create something. Create something? Upon hearing this, Barolman felt an inexplicable thrill. What is it? He asked, eyes wide with anticipation, like a child eager for a new toy. A unicycle. Lin Ke pronounced the compound word, then crouched to sketch its design in the soil. A unicycle. Though it may appear simple, this invention can significantly conserve energy, especially on flat terrain. It is far more convenient than using a shoulder pole for transport. With a unicycle, even an ordinary adult goblin could likely manage to push it without the strenuous effort that Lin Ke would otherwise need to exert. As Lin Ke sketched in the dirt, he explained, once the wheel is crafted, the unicycle will come to fruition. After finishing his explanation, Barolman still bore a trace of confusion. However, he recognized that this uncertainty stemmed from his own ignorance rather than Lin Ke's teachings. Thus, he ventured off to gather wood for the unicycle, filled with curiosity. In that brief interval, Lin Ke heard the voice of the thunder chicken in her mind. I've finished eating. I'm going to the forest to find more food. Go ahead. Lin Ke replied, looking up to see the thunder chicken darting into the thicket with remarkable speed, its 2 sturdy legs propelling it forward. Oh wait. Lin Ke suddenly recalled that magical beasts possess racial professions. Thunder. I shall call you Thunder from now on. If you wish, you may take my surname. Thunder. What is your profession? She inquired. Upon hearing Lin Ke's voice in his mind, Thunder abruptly halted as he entered the forest, his pace slowing. He turned back to Lin Ke and declared, "All right, from now on, I shall be known as Thunder Azen." His tone carried a hint of excitement. My profession is dragon. Chapter 22. Dragon. What? Dragon? Lin Ke smilifaded. Your profession is dragon? She reiterated. Indeed, Thunder replied. I possess the bloodline of my mother, who is an earth dragon with an 8th part dragon bloodline, and my father is a purple crystal eagle. After their demise, I became neither dragon nor eagle, which is why I was abandoned. Upon hearing Thunder's explanation, Lin Ke fell into a deeper silence. The notion of a dragon bloodline felt almost surreal. When will you reach maturity? Lin Ke queried further. Any race typically fully harnesses the powers of their racial profession upon reaching adulthood. If Thunder were to master the powers of a dragon, he would have no fear of any siblings. He could easily charge into the Thunder Marsh and claim dominion. In 20 years, Thunder answered. Well, this plan seems unfeasible. All right, you should go find food now. Please be cautious. Lin Ke waved her hand dismissively. Thunder dashed into the jungle. Lin Ke watched him disappear into the foliage, a smile creeping onto her face. Dragon? Dragon? That's splendid. I must persuade Thunder to pass on the bloodline. If Thunder indeed possesses a dragon bloodline, and his racial profession could be dragon, then there exists the possibility that Thunder could mate with a hen, resulting in dragon eggs. It seems Lin Ke is destined to become an overzealous parent, urging Thunder towards marriage and offspring. Moreover, even if they don't hatch, consuming chicken eggs would then be akin to feasting on dragon eggs. What a splendid boon. However, there is no need for haste. Thunder has yet to reach maturity, and worrying is futile. For now, Lin Ke considered the matter of crafting traps. She glanced at Barolman, who was diligently chopping wood to construct the unicycle. Crafting a unicycle is no simple endeavor. Lin Ke aimed to ignite Barolman's creativity. However, traps and unicycles can be pursued simultaneously, a multifaceted approach to their tasks. Barolman, have you completed it yet? Lin Ke inquired as she approached. Commander, not yet, Barolman replied, perspiration beading on his forehead as he and 2 others labored to split the wood into planks. It should be noted that while unicycles appear straightforward, they actually require the crafting of planks, wheels, axles, and assembly, technical skills that pose challenges in execution. Lin Ke's explanations seemed simple, yet the practical application proved difficult. Barolman and his team encountered obstacles. It's too challenging to transform this wood into planks. Barolman wiped the sweat from his brow. Thus, you must find a solution. Lin Ke diaklet. Understood, Commander. Barolman saluted. Saws, planes, and other tools can create planks, while compasses can fashion circular objects, and mortise and tenon joints can replace nails. Therefore, many of their challenges have viable solutions, and the methods required are not overly complex. The crux lies in learning to think critically, identifying problems, contemplating solutions, and considering various approaches to address those issues. In the future, it would be impossible for Lin Ke to handle every task personally or provide one-on-one guidance. Hence, fostering independent thinking among Barolman and his companions becomes paramount. With my magical companion, the Thunder Chicken, there will be no need to worry about bugs anymore, Lin Ke remarked. Now, select the 10 strongest individuals from the tomato base to accompany me in trap construction. Initially, the tomato base required numerous goblins for tasks such as tilling, fetching water, and fertilizing. However, with Thunder handling weed and pest control, and tilling no longer necessary, daily tasks have been reduced to merely fetching water and applying fertilizer. There is no longer a need for more than 20 goblins to linger, waiting. At your command, Commander. Barolman tossed his woodworking tasks to the other 2 goblins, then called out to the goblins managing the fields. Before long, he assembled a group of 10. This is Shabby, Commander. Barolman introduced a rather slender goblin. Though he is merely a droll, I have recently discovered his considerable aptitude. You can entrust him with any tasks. Commander. The slight goblin saluted immediately. Shabby? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow at the unusual name, but nodded. Very well, gather your companions, bring some tools, and follow me. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the forest. Here, a distant view of the Thunder Marsh could be glimpsed, albeit not clearly. This was not where Lin Ke had captured Thunder. The location was too near the Thunder Marsh and somewhat distant from the tribe, making it unsuitable for trap construction. You should all be familiar with traps, yes? Lin Ke surveyed the environment before turning to the 10 goblins trailing behind him. The goblins nodded in unison. What do you all know about traps? Lin Ke diaklet. However, The goblins were momentarily stumped. They had merely heard of traps, knowing they could capture prey, but lacked any further understanding. Lin Ke, unfazed, patiently began to instruct the goblins. The essence of a trap lies in its concealment, rendering it imperceptible to the unsuspecting. Depending on the type of trap, it can ensnare, kill, or encircle its target. The principles are straightforward, and the construction is not overly complex. Within minutes, the goblins grasped the concept. Now let's commence. We can start by creating a basic spike trap. He pointed to an open area between two large trees. Before constructing a trap, one must observe and contemplate carefully. For instance, in this location, a boar beast would likely not traverse between these two trees, as its massive frame would find the space too constricted. Therefore, there's no need to create overly large traps here, as it would be a waste. To construct larger traps, one must naturally select more suitable locations. Lin Ke gestured toward another area. This space is quite open. Although there is an abundance of grass and foliage, it does not hinder the passage of the wild boars. The goblins immediately turned their gazes toward the indicated spot, their expressions reflecting sudden enlightenment. If I were to place a delectable fruit here, the likelihood of the wild boars traversing this path to indulge in the fruit would increase significantly. In summary, crafting traps is not a trivial task. It requires a deep understanding of the prey and the creation of traps tailored specifically to them for optimal effectiveness. Lin Ke smiled at the assembled goblins. Let's commence. I wish to see if you 10 have grasped my teachings. At your command, Commander. The 10 goblins saluted before beginning to survey the surroundings, contemplating where to set their traps. Only the team leader, Shabi, approached Lin Ke with a pensive expression. Commander, may I inquire if this type of trap is acceptable? As he spoke, Shabi crouched down and picked up a small twig to sketch on the ground. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Lin Ke's eyes. What a remarkable talent! It is worth noting that the designs Lin Ke previously illustrated for polo men were three-dimensional. While they appeared simple, executing such drawings required a certain level of spatial geometric imagination. Now, Shabi had managed to sketch a rudimentary trap design, which was indeed impressive. Oh, you've conceived a trap for catching chickens and birds? Lin Ke exclaimed, recognizing Shabi's design. Well done. This type of trap is also feasible. You may attempt it and observe the results. Chapter 23. Methods of Meat Preservation. The traps were quickly completed. Lin Ke instructed the goblins to space the traps apart to ensure they did not come into contact with one another. This would maximize their originality and independence, thereby igniting their creativity. Furthermore, once the traps were revealed, they would better appreciate the differences among their creations. It is through disparity that progress is achieved, and it is through role models that one finds inspiration for learning. However, Lin Ke was both disappointed and unsurprised to find that all the traps were essentially variations of ground pit spike traps. Innovation is indeed a formidable challenge. Imitation is far simpler and more accessible. After all, he had just demonstrated the pit spike trap, which involved digging a hole, placing sharp spikes at the bottom, and covering it with grass. 7 of the goblins had merely altered the size and depth of the openings, while others had added spikes to the walls of the pits. Except for one goblin, who devised a shallow pit spike trap that would trap any prey stepping inside with downward-facing spikes, inflicting harm upon their limbs if they attempted to escape. The other 3 goblins, however, did manage to create some commendable designs. Shabi proposed 2 traps. One involved placing a container on the ground, propped up by a small twig connected to a rope. A gentle tug from a distance would cause the twig to snap, causing the container to fall and cover any unsuspecting animals like chickens or ducks. The second trap was similar, but featured a lid. When birds landed to eat, pulling the support would cause the lid to drop and ensnare them. Shabi's ingenuity was certainly the most astonishing to Lin Ke, but the other 2 also impressed, demonstrating an ability to apply their knowledge creatively. One goblin fashioned a large stone that could fall from a tree, while another devised a trap that featured upward thrusting spikes from the side. Like Shabi's traps, there's also required distant control. Overall, these traps were quite commendable. However, Lin Ke was aware of other trap designs. For instance, a small pit could be dug with a rope placed inside, activating automatically when prey stepped in. Shabi's traps were somewhat similar. Under Lin Ke's guidance and refinement, the 10 goblins appeared to awaken from a dream, their interest ignited. Yes, Commander, I have conceived yet another trap. So have I. Can I set a trap in a tree? I have thought of something. The goblins eagerly set about creating more traps. Lin Ke looked on with concern, fearing they might accidentally fall into their own or each other's traps. He quickly advised them to mark their traps to prevent mutual harm. Thus, they busily worked throughout the morning, ultimately crafting 35 traps of varying sizes and designs at the edge of the forest's third quadrant. These traps varied in dimension and type, with some large enough to ensnare 3 wild boars. Now, all that remained was to wait for prey to take the bait. Of course, traps were just one means of obtaining protein. They still needed to hunt, lest they wait in vain for their quarry. Lin Ke was also eager to observe how the goblins hunted in their daily lives. Unfortunately, despite the presence of a wild boar and a lightning chicken in the forest, other beasts and magical creatures had yet to appear. They would have to wait a few more days to see. Shabby, you must visit this spot daily to check on the traps and search for prey. At your command, Commander. Alas, for several consecutive days, the wild boar had been consumed, yet new beasts still did not appear. Some birds occasionally descended upon the forest, but their numbers were scant. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer. Lin Ke lived a routine life, meditating at dusk and inspecting the surroundings at dawn. The seedlings in the new tomato cultivation base thrived without issues. Lightning had also adapted to tribal life, diligently seeking pests in the tomato fields at daybreak. However, as the pests were few, Lightning often had to venture into the jungle to forage. After several more days, the traps finally yielded new rewards. A rabbit, like a switch being flipped. More and more animals began to appear. Rabbits, wild boars, and spotted deer. Numerous ordinary beasts and first- and second-tier magical creatures also emerged. Yet these magical creatures lacked the intelligence of lightning, resembling the wild boars in their near-total lack of awareness. Consequently, the goblin tribe's resources were nearly exhausted. It is essential to understand that the goblin tribe only ventured out to hunt under one circumstance: hunger. Once the large pot was emptied and there was nothing left to eat, they would set out to hunt. Had it not been for someone intentionally driving away the animals, this area would have been quite bountiful. When resources run low, they hunt. When prey is caught, they feast. Thus, in this forest inhabited solely by first- and second-tier magical creatures, the goblins thrived as the most well-nourished group. It was also likely due to the belief among their siblings that they had perished, resulting in no one venturing into this forest. After all, this forest housed only one goblin tribe, and goblins were considered among the lowest of beings in the eyes of vampires. Hence, Lin Ke was able to develop in peace during this period. Yet, an abundance of food brought its own troubles. Let me teach you a method of food preservation. Sitting before the large pot, Lin Ke addressed Polo Men. He could not make cured meat due to the lack of conditions. The goblin tribe had no salt. Furthermore, Lin Ke's knowledge of chemistry was limited. He only knew how to obtain sea salt and rock salt, but was unaware of other methods. For instance, he had heard that plants could also be used to produce salt, but that was merely hearsay, as he had been a mere slothful milk tea shop manager in his past life. The only option left was to prepare smoked meat. In his previous life, he had watched a science video explaining that smoking meat strips with hardwood for 12 days allows phenolic compounds in the smoke to kill bacteria and form a protective layer. Such meat could be preserved for an extended period. Food preservation? Are you saying that you possess ice magic? Polo Man, with a belly full of food, asked curiously. No. Lin Ke shook her head and said, we can prepare smoked meat. Smoked meat? Polo Man's curiosity was piqued further. Lin Ke nodded and promptly instructed Polo Man to gather the necessary materials. Preserving meat is indeed a craft that requires skill. The ingenuity of the working populace has birthed a myriad of preservation methods, with smoking being one of them. In the afternoon, the male goblins went to inspect the traps and the tomato fields, while Lin Ke led several female goblins in this endeavor. The first step was to select the appropriate cuts of meat, specifically those that are leaner and contain less fat, such as tenderloin. These cuts are particularly suited for drying after being smoked. Prior to smoking, the meat must be washed thoroughly and dried before the smoking process commences. The process of smoking itself is rather simple. Ignite the fire, and then let the smoking begin. Chapter 24. The smoking of meat commences. Crackling sounds echoed as flames licked at the hardwood, emitting thick plumes of black smoke. Amidst this dark fog, several A-frame racks swayed gently. Hanging from these racks were pieces of venison being infused with the rich smoke. The goblins carrying the racks were specifically trained in the art of meat smoking. The goblin tribe comprises both males and females, yet there exists little disparity in their physical capabilities. The female goblins frequently engage in various tasks, including hunting. Thus, only 4 female goblins were needed to rotate the smoking of the meat. Almost done, switch. Lin Ke observed the state of the smoked meat closely. Once the meat was enveloped in a layer of charred black smoke, she promptly directed the next group to take over. Yes, 2 female goblins quickly lifted the A-frame rack forward. Upon reaching the side, they swiftly removed the smoked meat, handing it over to an elder goblin. The elder goblin then placed the pieces on a large leaves. Others took these leaves, hanging the meat in a shaded, ventilated area. This encapsulates the general process of smoked meat preparation. Following the removal of the meat, another group of female goblins was responsible for cleaning and stringing up the meat, presenting it to the smoking team for hanging. As the smoking of one group neared completion, they seamlessly continued the process. Thus, although the initial stages of smoking were somewhat slow, the operation gradually became more fluid and efficient. Bear in mind, this is a tribe of 50 goblins. Recently, with the return of wildlife and the establishment of traps, the catch has been abundant. All goblins are indulging in feasts, yet the food remains in surplus. Lin Ke, witnessing the potential waste of fresh meat, decided to teach the goblins the art of smoking, for personally, he was not particularly fond of cured meats. All right, next group. Hurry up. As the current batch neared readiness, Lin Ke called out once more. In this collaborative effort, mountains of fresh meat were transforming into rows of smoked delicacies behind the 3 thatched huts of the tribe. The female goblins watching the racks, not far away, wore smiles of satisfaction. These goblins were busy crafting tools, a task that was initially arduous. Yet witnessing the increasing food supply brought them a sense of joy. Not only they, but others felt similarly. Hurry. Is the meat strung up yet? You need to wash that piece again. It just fell on the ground. This wild boar meat is too fatty. The chief said to set aside the fatty cuts for now. Quickly. Are the wooden racks ready? They need to be filled again. Everyone was bustling with activity. A few male goblins stayed behind to assist. However, their task was not to smoke the meat, but to fetch water from the river to clean the meat. Previously, goblins neglected the storage of fresh water, simply running to the river whenever they needed a drink. The former polo men relied on others for their basic needs and never contemplated the necessity of water. It was only after Lin Ke recognized this issue a few days prior that he ordered the construction of large wooden barrels for water storage. Water's here. A goblin, pushing a brand new unicycle, dashed down the jungle path. The tribe now possessed unicycles, 3 of them, to be precise, initially stationed at the tomato fields. One was commandeered today to ensure a steady supply of fresh water for cleaning the meat. Hurry, bring me a barrel. Go fetch the water. Unload these buckets. Several robust female goblins, their arms thicker than Lin Ke's thighs, rushed forward to unload all the water from the unicycle. Chief, I'll continue fetching water. A male goblin, drenched in sweat, managed to salute Lin Ke before scurrying off. Go on. Lin Ke waved his hand, preoccupied with checking the smoking process. The atmosphere was vibrant with activity. Unlike before, when only Lin Ke was busy, now everyone had an endless array of tasks. However, within this flurry of work, all sensed a notable change, a transformation of monumental proportions. The once stagnant goblin tribe, where life was a monotonous cycle of hunting, eating, resting, and sleeping, now thrived with the introduction of tomatoes, toilets, traps, and unicycles, each element enhancing their existence. Thus, despite the fatigue, a radiant smile of contentment graced each goblin's face. This happiness, a manifestation of vitality and progress, was palpable. Cluck. Lightning, having satisfied her hunger, observed the bustling tribe with a tilted head, puzzled by their frenetic movements. Yet, she could sense the joy emanating from her master on the other end of the dark pact. What brings you joy? She inquired directly within her mind. Joy. Lin Ke paused, realizing that despite his busyness, a smile had unconsciously graced his lips. Am I truly happy? He pondered, bewildered. Wasn't he always striving for survival? Fearing the emergence of formidable monsters from the Thundermarsh, worrying about siblings coveting his territory, and dreading starvation or the affliction of thirst. Initially, he had even feared being devoured by these repugnant, inferior beings, as his former self held a poor impression of goblins. Yet now, after spending considerable time with them, Lin Ke discovered a sense of fulfillment in their company. Although concerns still lingered, life had become enriching. He thought of the trifold moon that appeared each night, a fleeting sense of melancholy washing over him. But he quickly redirected his thoughts to the task at hand, unwilling to succumb to sorrow. Perhaps it's the labor. Lin Ke mused, labor begets joy. On a related note, he glanced at Lightning, who had noticeably gained weight. Why do I feel you become quite plump recently? Have I? Lightning tilted her head, inspecting her own form. Perhaps I've simply grown stronger. Stronger, you say? Lin Ke ritlid incredulously. No, it's because you've been exercising less. Reflecting on her previous environment, it was evident that survival amidst the lurking monsters had kept her perpetually active, always evading foes and struggling to find sustenance. But now, Lightning, don't you wish to become stronger? Once I finish smoking the meat, let us train together. Chapter 25, Run, little chicken. Training? Becoming stronger? At the mention of this, Lightning perked up with newfound enthusiasm. However, in the blink of an eye, his chicken head drooped once more. Let me take a nap this afternoon. Lin Ke remarked. Ah, indeed, you have become quite lazy. It was evident that a life of affluence had dulled his once fiery determination. This fellow, Lei Dian, had become far too idle of late. Lin Ke narrowed her eyes, instantly conjuring up a few stimulating ideas to rouse Lei Dian. Nonetheless, for the moment, the urgent task was the smoked meat. Hurry, put in more effort. Hundreds of pounds of meat. Heaven knows why the ordinary animals here grow so much flesh. Yet, gazing at the more than 30 neatly arranged meat racks behind the fish house, a trace of pride welled up within Lin Ke. This is the fruit of our collective labor. She called out to the goblins resting on the ground. We will have an endless supply of meat from now on. The goblins, their faces blackened by the smoke, erupted in cheers. Oh, 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 oh. Meat, meat, meat. Endless meat. How wonderful. We can eat meat every day. Commander, I love you. Oh, great goblin god, I am so exhausted. But my heart is filled with joy. The goblins were in high spirits. They glanced at the chunks of darkened meat behind them, then at Lin Ke, whose green cheeks radiated with happiness and laughter. Lin Ke smiled as well. Regardless of the time, the smiles of the working people are the most beautiful, no matter their race, age, or gender. However, after the work was done, Lin Ke's attention turned to the slumbering Lei Dian. You all take a rest. There's no need to wait for me to return for dinner tonight. The sleepy Lei Dian followed Lin Ke, still bleary-eyed, unaware of her intentions. What are you sleeping for? At your age, you shouldn't be able to sleep so soundly. Lin Ke expressed her frustration. Aren't you striving to become the mightiest chicken? Don't you wish to grow stronger? Upon hearing Lin Ke's tone, Lei Dian oddly perked up, and his voice shifted. All right, fine. Observing Lei Dian's drooping head, Lin Ke sighed with exasperation. You are still young. One day you will understand. I am doing this for your own good. Gah, Lei Dian nodded, then curiously inquired. So, master, where are you taking me? They had already ventured far from the forest's edge, and ahead lay the thunder swamp. To the training ground. Lin Ke kosmoedit. The training ground? Lei Dian froze. A sense of foreboding washing over him. We've arrived. Lin Ke pointed ahead. A few kilometers ahead loomed the thunder swamp. Lei Dian was stunned, incredulous as he exclaimed, Master, you want me to go to the thunder swamp to grow stronger? I just escaped. Indeed, it has only been a few days since you fled. Lin Ke scanned Lei Dian's physique. Look at your chicken legs, your wings, and these 2 lumps of chicken breast. You should not be a dragon, but rather a giant fat pig. Lin Ke's words struck a nerve with Lei Dian. I am still young. My growth requires ample nourishment and sufficient exercise. Lin Ke interjected, try it and see. Not long ago, your speed matched mine, and now look at you. With that, Lin Ke immediately bent down and dashed forward. Seeing this, a fire ignited in Lei Dian's eyes. Master, that's unfair. In the next moment, a faint yellow current crackled around Lei Dian as he surged forward. However, as he sprinted, he soon realized that his speed had indeed diminished. Run with me. Go in and then come back out. Lin Ke turned back, observing Lei Dian's condition, and scolded in her mind. If you don't grow stronger, I will capture some hens for you to mate with. Let you settle down early. Upon hearing this, Lei Dian, who had been laboring under the weight of his body, suddenly quickened his pace. Noticing this, Lin Ke's lips curled into a slight smile as she looked ahead. Today, the thunder swamp was not shrouded in ominous clouds, but rather basked in bright sunlight. As for why she dared to venture in, during her recent exchanges with Lei Dian, Lin Ke had come to understand that monsters do not arbitrarily attack low-level beings encroaching upon their territory. To high-level monsters, unless they are hungry, the multitude of low-level monsters scattered about are essentially akin to beasts. Beasts are fundamentally no more threatening than an ant on the roadside. If high-level monsters are not hungry, why would they suddenly attack lower-level beings? Furthermore, high-level monsters do not favor the taste of ordinary beasts, as they lack sufficient energy and are unpalatable. Thus, according to Lei Dian, the real danger within the thunder swamp does not stem from the powerful monsters that have claimed territory, but rather from the second and third-tier beasts. Lin Ke had also ventured into the thunder swamp a few times under the cover of night in recent days. She had indeed found, as Lei Dian had stated, that the thunder swamp was relatively safe. Moreover, the concentration of elemental energy was astonishing. As she stepped into the realm of the thunder swamp, Lin Ke immediately felt the overwhelming density of elemental energy, akin to transitioning from water to mud, thick and substantial. Upon entering, she paused briefly to catch her breath. A few kilometers. Had it been the past, She would have needed several minutes to traverse this distance. Yet now, as a vampire, Lin Ke could cover these few kilometers in mere seconds. Ga. Behind her, Lei Tian flapped his wings, arriving breathlessly. You see? Lin Ke remarked helplessly. You are indeed quite slow. But master, how will you train me? Lei Tian gasped, slightly opening his beak. Of course, we will begin by training you to run. Lin Ke chuckled. Let's start with running. Huh? Lei Tian was taken aback. Do we really need to run here? This is the Thunder Swamp. It doubted whether Lin Ke, having spent the afternoon shrouded in smoke, had lost her wits. No, it is precisely because this is the Thunder Swamp that we must run here. Lin Ke spread her hands, conjuring two magical bats that swiftly flew into the thicket. Huh? What does that mean? Lei Tian remained perplexed. Lin Ke succumbed. Just wait a moment, and you'll understand. Strength, speed, agility, combat methods, and battle awareness. These essentially constitute an individual's prowess. Among these, while strength and speed can be developed through mechanical training, the best methods for enhancing the other aspects lie in practical combat. For instance, agility, which encompasses reflexes and the ability to maneuver in confined spaces, cannot be honed merely through mechanical training. Practical experience is essential. Strength can be developed through exercises like weightlifting, bench pressing, deadlifting, and squats. As for combat awareness and methods, those are best cultivated through real combat scenarios. However, speed can also be improved through mechanical training. Yet, Lin Ke knew of a method that would yield even better results. Master, speak to me. Lei Tian felt a surge of anxiety. Moments later, Lin Ke's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Run, Lei Tian. It's a level 3 Earthstorm Bear. Chapter 26. The Earthstorm Bear. Ah, Lin Ke, you are a fool. I despise the black smoke. Lei Tian shrieked in Lin Ke's mind, flapping his wings and fleeing into the distance. Ahead of him, Lin Ke had already darted away like the wind. Roar! Behind Lei Tian, a thunderous roar echoed as a terrifying giant creature, over 6 meters tall, barreled through the trees. The level 3 monster, the Earthstorm Bear. This Earthstorm Bear exuded a menacing aura, its crimson eyes and brownish-yellow body resembling a colossal, mobile boulder. As it burst forth, it immediately spotted Lei Tian. Roar! The Earthstorm Bear raised its massive paw, which glowed with a yellowish light. Lightning, disregarding the invectives directed at Lin Ke in his mind, immediately dashed out of the Thunder Marsh at an astonishing speed. Boom! The massive paw of the Earth-Violent Bear struck the ground where Lightning had just stood, creating a small crater resembling that of a grenade explosion. Cackling. Though Lightning had felt somewhat fatigued moments ago, he was now surging with electricity, propelling himself even faster than before. Master, what on earth did you do to it? The Lightning computer shouted in his mind. I merely startled it with a magical bat during its mating ritual, Lin Ke replied. It seems it failed to mate and was given a slap by the mother bear. Spring, the season of budding life, had arrived, infusing the Thunder Marsh with vibrant vitality. Lin Ke had chosen the most irritable of the Earth-Violent Bears, intending to provoke it into a chase. Your brain must have been smoked. Lightning wanted to scold Lin Ke, but upon turning around, he was nearly startled into flight. The Earth-Violent Bear, enraged, had pursued him, rapidly closing the distance. Moreover, it conjured a yellowish rock to hurl at Lightning. Terrified, Lightning dodged the attack just in time. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Lightning had never antagonized any magical beast before. He had previously lived in the Goblin Forest due to the high elemental concentration in the Thunder Marsh. Even after arriving in the Thunder Marsh, he only dared to consume the most ordinary insects, never provoking any magical beasts. Thus, when he first encountered Lin Ke, he had chosen to engage in a seemingly confrontational manner while actually avoiding direct conflict. Now, however, Lin Ke had inadvertently provoked a level 3 Earth-Violent Bear. If it had been any other magical beast, it might not have ventured out of the Thunder Marsh at all. But the Earth-Violent Bear, known for holding grudges, would not relent easily. Thus began a chase, not a simple one. The Earth-Violent Bear frequently unleashed magical energy to hurl rocks at Lightning from a distance. Lightning was not only exhausting himself, but was also constantly on guard against sudden rock assaults. Strength and agility were being honed together. This pursuit lasted for over 10 minutes. The distance between the Thunder Marsh and the Goblin Forest was roughly 20 kilometers, yet they had covered it in mere minutes. When Lightning realized this, he understood why Lin Ke referred to it as training. Indeed, it was rigorous training. It drained both his stamina and potential. Lightning lamented internally. No wonder he told the goblins not to wait for dinner. It was because he was about to perish. Lightning felt his entire body shaking with fatigue and soreness, while the Earth-Violent Bear, though still pursuing, seemed a bit weary, having ceased its magical assaults. Nevertheless, Lightning remained vigilant. After all, the bear had previously seized moments of his inattention to strike him with rocks. Once I enter the woods, I can use the trees to shield myself from the earth-violent bear. Although Lightning appeared to be lamenting in the mental link forged by the dark pact with Lin Ke, he had not truly given up. Just as he had told Lin Ke before, he did not want to be looked down upon. He wished to prove to his siblings that being different did not equate to weakness. The training today was commendable, just as Lightning was mentally calculating his escape route. Lin Ke finally responded in his mind. Master, are you trying to kill me? Lightning lamented with tears in his eyes. Haha, hasn't your speed and agility seen significant improvement? Lin Ke responded with laughter in his mind. All right, take a moment to rest. I'll handle the next part. Rest? What about the earth-violent bear? Lightning was about to speak when he saw a figure darting out from the woods ahead. Swish! Lin Ke's silhouette flashed past Lightning, a crimson streak. Slash! Sharp claws grazed the thick fur of the earth-violent bear, merely taking a few tufts of hair. At this moment, Lightning instinctively dashed into the woods, but then abruptly halted. He turned to see Lin Ke already engaged in battle with the earth-violent bear. Cackling, Lightning exclaimed in shock. It's a level 3 earth-violent bear. Lin Ke retorted, so what? I'm still a level 1 vampire. Lightning shouted in his mind, you're only level 1. Lin Ke golonget. Will the enemy spare you because of your low level? Does the hunter abandon its prey simply because it's weak? Lightning fell silent, not hearing a response from Lightning. Lin Ke continued earnestly, Lightning, you possess tremendous talent, but since I've known you, I've also discovered a fatal flaw. You incessantly claim you wish to prove your strength, that the different can also be powerful, and yet you succumb to me out of fear for your life. You possess intellect rivaling that of wise races. This is the most formidable talent in existence, but you are lazy, undisciplined, proud, yet oblivious. Lin Ke's tone was heavy yet incisive. You are too cowardly. Lightning seemed stung, yet he replied to Lin Ke, I am cowardly because I am too weak. Lin Ke let out a soft laugh. Weak? Courage has never been contingent on strength. Boom! After Lin Ke proclaimed this with enthusiasm, the earth-violent bear swatted him into the ground. Hiss! Lin Ke nasped varpli. That hurts. It's so powerful. Lin Ke was well aware of the earth-violent bear's statistics. However, he had not anticipated that this bear, renowned for its strength yet considered slow and clumsy, would possess such agility. Lin Ke's own speed and agility, both at 50, had been unable to evade that slap, underscoring the bear's remarkable swiftness. Boom! Lin Ke quickly sprang back to his feet, retreating a few steps, leaving behind an indelible paw print larger than his own head. Phew! 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 The earth-violent bear, glowing with a yellowish light, continued its relentless assault on Lin Ke, who dodged desperately. Suddenly, from the nearby forest, another rotund, yellow figure emerged. Cackling, cackling, a series of chicken clucks resonated. Simultaneously, Lightning's voice echoed in Lin Ke's mind. Master, you were right. I am a chicken brimming with courage. Chapter 27. Drain dry. Cackling. Hiss. Roar. A cacophony of sounds intertwined throughout the forest. Lin Ke and Lightning had gradually fought their way into the woods. Just as Lightning had stated, this was indeed a level 3 earth-violent bear. The bear clearly possessed both paw strikes and rock cannon magical abilities, each formidable in its own right. Fortunately, Lin Ke and Lightning were managing to hold their ground, albeit with great effort. Cackling, cackling, Lightning narrowly avoided a swipe and urgently called out to Lin Ke, damn it, are we going to keep fighting like this? I'm running low on magic. Huh? Lin Ke replied, does your chicken language really require that many cackles for damn it? What a peculiar grammar. Lightning found himself laughing. Haha, don't you think this is exhilarating? Lin Ke exclaimed, fighting is so thrilling. Boom! Another swipe sent Lin Ke flying, yet he did not feel disheartened. He could sense that with each battle against higher-level creatures, his combat skills were advancing rapidly. Moreover, the ample blood he had consumed during this period had allowed him to absorb a significant amount of energy. This energy, once stored in his heart core, was now surging forth, nourishing his body. Roar! The earth-violent bear's eyes now reflected not just pure rage, but also a hint of hesitation. Due to the extraordinary resilience of Lin Ke and Lei Dian, the two formidable beings, the situation has become increasingly intense. Lin Ke, a vampire of a higher echelon within the intelligent races, is an adult possessing the racial profession of vampire. Lei Dian, on the other hand, boasts the racial profession of dragon. Although their strength pales in comparison to the earth-shattering behemoth, Their unique attributes enable them to withstand its assaults to a certain extent. However, they now find themselves somewhat fatigued. Lin Ke glanced around, assessing his surroundings before mentally instructing, "Lure to the right." The right? Lei Jian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. A trap. He was well aware that Lin Ke had crafted numerous traps with the goblins. Consequently, he had enjoyed ample meat from their endeavors. Thus, Lei Jian began to collaborate with Lin Ke, steering the earth-shattering behemoth in a specific direction. Roar. The behemoth continued its deafening roars. Lin Ke noticed that although the behemoth lacked the intelligence of sentient beings, it was beginning to realize that it could not overcome him and Lei Jian, hinting at a desire to retreat. More critically, Lin Ke observed that the behemoth was gradually ceasing its use of magical abilities. Its magical energy was depleted. In contrast, Lin Ke had only consumed about 30% of his magical energy, as he primarily relied on his physical prowess for combat, utilizing his heightened senses only in critical moments. This practice had honed his combat skills and enhanced his mastery over his extraordinary senses. With a roar, the behemoth raised its massive paws, glowing with a yellowish light, and struck toward Lin Ke and Lei Jian. Yet, its hind legs were clearly tense, ready to retreat at any moment. Thinking of fleeing? Lin Ke scanned the area and swiftly pinpointed the behemoth's weakness. A smirk crossed his face. In the next instant, leveraging his exceptional speed, he executed a slide beneath the behemoth's strike and flicked his hand. Duong. The behemoth's bell jingled slightly. Roar! Just as the behemoth was preparing to turn and escape, it erupted in fury once more, its roar echoing through the forest. What's this? Were you not mighty just moments ago? What's wrong with a little flick? Lin Ke laughed heartily and darted into the thicket. Initially, his intent in luring the behemoth was to disrupt the mating process of the behemoth couple. Now, having insultingly flicked the behemoth's bell, it was impossible for the creature to let this affront go unpunished. With a rumbling sound, the behemoth unleashed its magical energy, charging furiously at Lin Ke. Though Lin Ke was swift, the behemoth seemed to have surged with newfound vigor, closing the distance between them. However, in an unexpected moment, the behemoth stepped into nothingness. Crash! The colossal body of the behemoth plummeted downward, a large spike trap. Yet, as the behemoth fell, a series of snapping sounds followed. Crack! 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 The behemoth's hide was too resilient, shattering the wooden stakes beneath it. Roar! Despite this, some spikes managed to pierce the behemoth's flesh. The nearly 5-meter-deep pit, while not exceeding the behemoth's height, was still sufficient to inflict injury upon it. Roar! 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 Just as the behemoth, enraged, attempted to climb out, it was met with Lin Ke's piercing crimson gaze. Your blood is mine. Lin Ke swiftly approached the behemoth, baring his fangs, and lunged for the creature's neck. Bloodsucking. For Lin Ke, as a vampire, his most profound memories were not of bat manipulation, nor of heightened senses, but of the act of bloodsucking itself. The essence of his profession was embodied in the act of consuming blood. Splat! What had once been impervious to his claws was now breached by Lin Ke's fangs. His blood-sucking fangs, the hardest aspect of a vampire, pierced through. Roar! The behemoth howled in pain, swiping at Lin Ke with a massive paw. Yet Lin Ke remained undeterred, channeling all his magical energy into his fangs and drawing deeply. Bang! The paw struck Lin Ke's back, fracturing his spine. Nevertheless, Lin Ke appeared unfazed, his crimson eyes glowing faintly in the twilight. Roar! Suddenly, the behemoth let out a pained howl, its head drooping back, its body sliding down into the trap's depths. 2 seconds later, silence enveloped the area. After another 2 seconds, the behemoth's form shrank and softened, seeming to dissolve into mere hide that slipped into the pit. Lin Ke's figure was obscured beneath the bare skin. Lei Jian flapped his wings and flew over, witnessing Lin Ke maintaining his stance with fangs embedded in the behemoth. Caw-caw. Lei Jian chirped lightly. Are you all right, master? Lin Ke did not respond. Moments later, his voice emerged from beneath the layers of bare hide. Sucking blood is truly delightful. In the next instant, Lei Jian sensed a change in Lin Ke's aura. Master, have you broken through to level 2? Lin Ke laughed heartily, leaping out of the trap and landing gracefully. Indeed, I have reached level 2. He had ascended to level 2. A vampire of level 2. This was precisely why he had chosen to confront the earth-shattering behemoth head-on this time, rather than adopting a more cautious approach. By absorbing the blood of a high-level creature, he had achieved his breakthrough. This was a special privilege bestowed upon vampires by nature. Chapter 28. Indulging after the upgrade. So, Lei Jian, are you injured? Lin Ke squatted down to inspect Lei Dian. Upon hearing Lin Ke's inquiry, Lei Dian suddenly felt the aches and fatigue throughout his body. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Lin Ke chuckled. It's training. A bit of exhaustion is only reasonable. Lei Dian. Caw 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 caw. Caw 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 caw. Lei Dian protested indignantly. Is this what training looks like? This is murder. Ha! Lin Ke scratched his nose, lifting Lei Dian in his arms. In any case, this training was a resounding success. Now, let us head back and replenish our energy. He then patted his back, recalling the recent injury inflicted by the behemoth. However, having consumed the blood of an entire level 3 magical beast, Lin Ke's spine had naturally healed itself, leaving him without a trace of injury. Indeed, vampires are the favored children of blood. As he walked back, Lin Ke couldn't help but reflect on the experience. In the next moment, he summoned the system within his consciousness. System. Title. Baron. Life. 500,500. Strength. 4,040. Speed. 7,070. Agility. 7,070. Charm. 9,090. Intelligence. 10,003. Status. Good. Unlocked recipe. Bloody Mary. Detected that the store manager has created the first cup of milk tea. System is auto-upgrading. Upgrade countdown. 10 days. Hint 1. Hint 2. Indeed, there has been an enhancement. Lin Ke immediately noticed the improvements. His life had increased by 200 points. Strength and charm had risen by 10 points. Speed and agility by 20 points. While intelligence remained unchanged. This was the transformation following his promotion to level 2. Quite impressive. His strength was now 4 times that of an average adult human, while speed and agility were 7 times greater. He had grown stronger. The clouds of doubt that had long overshadowed his heart concerning his siblings began to dissipate, alleviating his burdens. 10 days, just 10 days more. Lin Ke cast another glance at the upgrading system. In just 10 days, he would unlock the second type of milk tea, and the Bloody Mary could be recreated as well. Previously, he had intended to entice Polomen with the prospect of drinking Bloody Marys daily to transform into a Caucasian in his next life. But with the system shut down, the milk tea could not be made. Consequently, the Bloody Mary was left unaddressed. Fortunately, at that time, Polomen exhibited a hint of Stockholm Syndrome, obediently listening to Lin Ke, leaving no room for contemplation on other matters. Now, however, the goblin tribe was gradually improving, and even Polomen himself had undergone a remarkable transformation. Hence, the topic of Bloody Mary was not broached. Yet Lin Ke understood that failing to fulfill promises not only affected others, but also himself. Losing credibility and prestige was at stake. If he continued to neglect promises, no one would believe in Lin Ke's capability to guide them towards a brighter future. Therefore, he resolved to frequently offer Polomen Bloody Marys. After all, consuming them bore no adverse effects, as they were system products, not actual food. Lost in thought, Lin Ke entered the goblin tribe. At first glance, he noticed that the goblins had not followed his suggestion to dine first. Even the elder and younger goblins were waiting with empty stomachs for Lin Ke. This was a sign of respect. It was also a display of affection. Observing the scene, warmth surged within Lin Ke. Though the goblins were perceived as dirty, foolish, and ugly by others, after spending considerable time together, Lin Ke discovered that goblins were akin to other races. Some were astute, capable of drawing inferences and innovating, while others were industrious, laboring from dawn until dusk without complaint. Some were benevolent, caring for their kin, and although they sometimes had to slay prey, they would display reluctance. In summary, prejudice stemmed from the goblins' exterior rather than their essence. Come, let's eat, Lin Ke exclaimed with hearty laughter, devoid of any vampire's gloom. Meat, Polomen joyfully shouted, prompting the entire tribe to commence their dinner. The meal consisted once again of curry, a seasoning that the goblins seemed particularly fond of. Lin Ke was the first to eat, followed by Polomen, and then by the 3 tiers, Shadili, Fisher, and Tolo. This system was hard to change, and now was not the time for alterations. Thus Lin Ke refrained from making adjustments. Oh, Shabi, Lin Ke said while eating, addressing the goblin nearby. That large trap contains a bare skin and some bones. Retrieve it tomorrow, and I shall teach you the art of tanning. His previous restraint in draining the prey of blood was due to this reason. Had he drained them, the remains would be left as mere skins and bones, devoid of life, with the marrow sucked dry and the flesh turned to ash. That was true vampirism. Of course, while the meat could not be consumed, the skins should at least be preserved to make warm clothing. The goblins wore skirts made of grass tied together with ropes, seldom donning animal hides. In fact, they had long existed on raw flesh and blood, stripping their prey of fur and consuming the skin alongside it. Thus, every time the cold season arrived, the goblin tribe experienced a significant turnover. Thankfully, their location in the south, characterized by a humid and warm climate, spared them from extinction. Very well, esteemed sage, Shabi remarked, having grown familiar with Lin Ke, as had the other goblins, referring to him by his title during work. Outside of work, addressing him as esteemed sage sufficed. Tanning? What is tanning? Poloman inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Poloman was genuinely inquisitive about many matters and demonstrated the quickest learning ability among the goblins. Coupled with his recent hard work, Poloman's physique had improved significantly, resembling that of a youthful lad. It is the process of transforming hide into leather, Lin Ke succinctly explained. The finished leather has numerous applications, including the creation of fur coats. I see, Poloman replied, having visited the human world and thus understood the concept of clothing. Would you like another bowl, father? He asked upon noticing Lin Ke had finished his meal. A large bowl more. Lin Ke chuckled, extending his bowl for a refill. Exhausted from the day, although he had fed, his appetite remained robust. Alas, curry was the only option available. He resolved to prepare some delicacies from his past life when time permitted. Regarding the earlier discussion of clothing, Lin Ke had also heard about it during their conversation. Whether vampires or humans, both regarded goblins as inferior beings, akin to stray dogs. The goblin tribe had previously engaged in trade with humans, which explained the presence of several large iron pots. However, as the goblins grew complacent, they lost the motivation to barter with humans. Otherwise, the spices required for making curry were actually favored by the villagers in the territories of Lin Ke's siblings. Of course, trading was out of the question now. Lin Ke aimed to ensure his forest remained concealed. Ideally, the brother and sister from the neighboring territories would forget this little piece of land. This way, the likelihood of exposure would be minimized. After finishing the meal, he intended to meditate, striving to reach level 3 as soon as possible. Chapter 29. The Great Transformation of the Goblin Tribe. On the following day, training continued, albeit not to the extreme as before. Otherwise, Lin Ke and Thunder would inevitably burn out. The day's training focused on strength. Early in the morning, Lin Ke set out with the sore-bodied Thunder for training. After yesterday's trials, Thunder had come to a clear realization of his shortcomings. Hence, he trained with exceptional diligence. Strength training was not akin to bench pressing from his past life. Rather, it was targeted training for both strengths and weaknesses. The beak, claws, and wings were Thunder's most formidable and aggressive attributes. In their prior encounter with the earth-shaking bear, Lin Ke and Thunder had barely inflicted any harm on it. This was due to their insufficient attack power against the bear's strong defenses. Therefore, Thunder's training was straightforward. Focus on 3 actions against a large tree: peck, claw, and strike. Peck with the beak, claw with the talons, and strike with the wings. If one day, Thunder could peck through a tree, claw it to splinters, and strike it apart, that would signify considerable progress. Moreover, this training required the utilization of magical energy, daily exhausting both magical and physical energy, followed by ample meditation, rest, and a nutrient-rich diet would enable Thunder's growth. Lin Ke was on a similar path. With the increasing presence of animals in the jungle, his opportunities for real combat also multiplied. From initial grappling to later decisive strikes, Lin Ke's combat skills were rapidly advancing. In the afternoon, after a morning of strength training, Lin Ke returned to the tribe. As he and Thunder grew, so too did the goblin tribe. The entire tribe had now been divided into several teams. One team was responsible for the daily management of the tomato fields, while another focused on traps and hunting, tasked with crafting traps and hunting beasts. These 2 teams were composed of male goblins. The female goblins, on the other hand, were responsible for tool-making, berry gathering, meat curing, transportation, cleaning, and washing. Specialization breeds proficiency. Now, 2 individuals were specifically assigned to skin animals, tan the hides, and store them for future use or trade. However, when an elder goblin came to report, Lin Ke suddenly realized there wasn't enough storage space. The goblin tribe occupied an open area. In front lay a designated space for cooking food. In the middle stood several dwellings, and at the back were 5 rows of 6 hanging racks for curing meat. Currently, the racks were insufficient, and there was no place to store the processed hides. It was time to build some houses. Lin Ke gazed upon the goblin tribe, which was becoming increasingly crowded, and with a decisive wave of his hand declared, "Tomorrow, we shall commence expansion." The goblin tribe gathered as one, with Lin Ke standing before them, flanked by the solemn Raiden. "Today, we are to embark on a significant endeavor." Lin Ke's voice resonated throughout the tribe. "We shall undertake a comprehensive transformation of our entire settlement. The very utterance of transformation caused the goblins to hold their breath in anticipation, only to exhale heavily moments later. What has Lin Ke accomplished this past month? He crafted Bloody Marys that left many in awe. He led the tribe to discover tomatoes and cultivated vast tracts of land. He established sanitation facilities, gradually dissipating the foul odors that once surrounded the tribe. Shovels, axes, wheelbarrows, traps, and smoked meats. Various implements revitalized the tribe. Yet, these were merely superficial changes. Internally, each goblin toiled diligently, not driven by the remnants of an archaic hierarchy, but rather by a hopeful vision for a brighter future. In such a tribe, every goblin found genuine affection and profound happiness. Now, nearly a month had passed, and their cherished abode was poised for transformation. Although their spirits had been rejuvenated, they still sensed an underlying discontent. Upon hearing Lin Ke's proclamation, clarity dawned upon them. The discord stemmed from their very homes. The foundations of our hearts have been dismantled. Now, why not raise the structures that surround us? Lin Ke gestured towards the nearby grass huts. Raise them. Let's topple the grass huts. The first target was the hut belonging to Borman. Yet, hesitation hung in the air. After all, Borman had long held dominion over Sedili, Fisher, and Tolu. His authority a formidable presence. To everyone's surprise, Borman was the first to step forward. At your command, Commander, he exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. Let's all join together. Down with the old houses, and up with the new. With that, he seized a stone hammer and struck his own dwelling. Bang! It was as if a signal was given. Others seized their tools as well. Whether they hammered, struck, smashed, or dug, a cacophony of sounds erupted. The grass huts, not mere structures of grass, but reinforced with earth, began to crumble. As one goblin reached a critical load-bearing wall, the entire hut collapsed with a thunderous roar. The once stifling grass hut, which had been cold in winter and hot in summer, now exuded a foul stench. Yet, in a matter of moments, the odor dissipated. Although brimming with enthusiasm, Borman felt a pang of melancholy as he witnessed the collapse of the dwelling he had inhabited for decades. He could not quite grasp the source of this feeling, but it seemed to signify the fall of something he had once cherished. However, in an instant, Borman's countenance brightened once more. Let's press on. There are still several houses to go. Once we topple them, new homes await us. The goblins erupted in cheers. Oh, new houses await us. A sudden wave of comfort washed over them, though they could not articulate why. Yes, such a peculiar sensation. With renewed vigor, the goblins set to work dismantling another dwelling. Within the span of an hour, every structure in the goblin tribe had vanished, leaving behind only a sea of rubble, grass, earth, and wood. Lin Ke stood by, observing the scene without interference or utterance. He had spoken privately with Borman the previous evening. Today's actions needed to be driven and executed by him. Lin Ke refrained from employing threats of the afterlife or divine persuasion. Instead, he presented Borman with a simple truth. If he desired a brighter future for the tribe, he must take the lead in these endeavors. Now, witnessing Borman's transformation from hesitation to contemplation, and finally to a beaming smile, Lin Ke recognized that the shackles of authority had fallen away. At that moment, Lin Ke stepped forward. Today, I shall impart a new lesson. That is, the old must inevitably yield to the new. Chapter 30, A New Homestead. Strangely enough, as Lin Ke uttered these words, many goblins found their eyes glistening with unshed tears. They stared in awe at Lin Ke, who stood bathed in the morning sun, a halo of light surrounding him, as tears slipped down their cheeks unbidden. All right, gather round. I shall share our village's blueprint. Lin Ke kekkonet. And the goblins instinctively drew closer. A rich aroma of curry wafted through the air, one that Lin Ke had grown accustomed to. However, he couldn't help but internally lament that conditions would later necessitate a bathing requirement for everyone. Behold, this will be the meat drying area. Lin Ke gestured, a red line flowing from his fingertip, forming an intricate design in the air. With his ascension to a level 2 vampire and an ever-growing mastery over magic, he no longer needed to draw on the ground. Our planning for the tribe must be grounded in practicality and utility. Lin Ke continued, as crimson magic traced geometric shapes in the air. What areas do you think we require? The goblins erupted in excitement as they gazed at the floating blank squares, one of which was labeled meat drying area. Meat drying area. I have learned the common tongue of fasts. The goblins were not stirred by the concept itself, but rather by the beauty of the script. Lin Ke paused, taken aback, and then fell silent. Fast was the name of this world, a realm rife with diverse races, chaotic and cumbersome, dominated by the Dark Primordial Council and the Holy Church of Light. In such a world, many neutral beings akin to humans found themselves ensnared by fate. Lowly races like goblins, fishmen, and mushroom folk had little power to choose their destinies. Consequently, the vast majority of sentient beings had never been afforded the opportunity for formal education, unlike formidable races such as vampires, who could pursue knowledge at will. Lin Ke, the original host, had spent much of his lengthy existence of over 180 years in slumber, only later pursuing a few studies. Yet, in a mere few years, Lin Ke had acquired knowledge in 28 essential courses and 6 electives in the arts. This wealth of educational resources had paradoxically led to a disinterest in learning among many vampires. Lin Ke himself had not been fond of study. At least in his previous life, he had eschewed it, or he would not have ended up running a milk tea shop. Nevertheless, having grown accustomed to an era of information overload, he overlooked the educational plight of the goblins. What he regarded as customary was likely a dream that the goblins could only aspire to throughout their lives. Indeed, this is the meat-drying area, Lin Ke smiled. In the future, I will find someone to teach you the common tongue of fasts. Now, let's ponder what other areas we require. Although Lin Ke had already formulated a vision, he sought to expand the goblins' perspectives and discern their needs through their eyes. However, most of the areas the goblins could conceive were extensions of existing ones. Cooking areas, living quarters, the meat-drying area, and so forth. At that moment, a goblin named Shabi raised his hand and inquired, "Commander, could we establish a dedicated area for raising chickens?" A chicken-raising area? Lin Ke's eyes lit up with appreciation. A splendid idea. A breeding area is indeed among my own considerations. Though large-scale farming may not be feasible, the need for basic livestock remains essential. The selective breeding and nurturing of tomatoes proves effective not only for plants, but also for animals. Commander, aside from the residential area, the meat-drying area, the cooking zone, the storage section, and the water reservoir, what other areas are required? Inquired Boloman. With a smile, Lin Ke began to assemble several floating frames in the air. Layering from outside in, several large frames overlapped, designating the trap zone, drainage ditches, earthen walls, the trap zone, and the residential quarters. Within these confines, the layout comprised 6 distinct areas: a training zone, a handicraft area, a cooking space, a storage section, a meat-drying zone, and a resting area. The expanse was remarkably spacious. Wow, how vast! What is this place? And that over there? It's so beautiful, even more so than that human village. The goblins exclaimed in awe. Once Lin Ke observed the goblins' reactions, he began to elucidate. The training zone is essential for organizing our troop as preparations against potential crises. The handicraft area will feature a shelter with tables and chairs dedicated to crafting tools, furs, and the like. The storage section should be excavated underground, though not too deeply, to safeguard our food supplies. Lin Ke continued to introduce each section as depicted in his design. Admittedly, he was not an expert, and thus, he relied on his existing knowledge for planning. For example, the meat-drying area could be transformed into a drying zone should better food preservation methods arise in the future. The outermost layer serves purely as a protective barrier, reminiscent of a moat. Outside the moat lies traps. Any approaching the tribe would surely trigger them. Should one manage to bypass the traps, they would still confront the challenge of traversing the water barrier. Once inside the moat, traps would activate as well, and sentinels stationed at the 4 corners of the tribe would detect any intruders. However, if an enemy were to miraculously scale the fence and infiltrate the residential area, they too would encounter new traps. The fence surrounds a moat, creating a layered defense where only the tribe members would know how to navigate without triggering traps. This intricate protection significantly enhances the safety of the settlement. As for the other areas, the distinctions were not substantial. Even the training zone was modestly designed, for convention dictates that training is most conveniently conducted in the surrounding forests. Currently, Lin Ke envisioned this zone as accommodating simple exercises such as archery, running, and squats. Of course, the goblins had yet to fashion bows and arrows, as they lacked such weaponry. In summary, that was the extent of his explanation. Before him, the goblins gazed with wide, starry eyes, brimming with anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Ke laughed heartily and waved his arm. "Let us commence our work today." The goblins cheered in unison. "Let us get to work. Hooray! A new homeland! A new homeland!" They danced joyfully, hand in hand, exulting in their newfound purpose. Beside them, Thunder observed with a bemused expression, tilting its head in confusion. After all, to Thunder, the concept of a homeland seemed trivial. Previously, it mattered little where one resided as long as safety was ensured. "Let us get to work. We shall erect the houses today." Chapter 31. stilted houses, private ownership. With Lin Ke's command, everyone, regardless of age or gender, sprang into action. Naturally, 2 individuals were dispatched to guard the tomato base, while another 2 went to inspect the traps. The remainder engaged in the transformation of their homeland. Chop, chop, chop. The rhythmic sound of axes echoed around the tribe as trees felled by goblins wielding axes, saws, and planes to create boards. It is noteworthy that saws and planes could be fashioned from stone rather than iron, albeit with slightly higher wear rates. The shavings produced were not wasted, as they could later be used for kindling, igniting swiftly. The prepared boards required smoking to eliminate any insect eggs before being utilized for crafting tables and chairs. After 5 tables and chairs were constructed, the goblin artisans could sit comfortably while producing tools. The male goblins continued their relentless efforts in felling trees. Their tribe's dwelling needed expansion, necessitating the removal of many surrounding trees. Moreover, a clearer line of sight was advantageous, and additional trees needed to be cut down to procure enough wood for the houses and furniture Lin Ke envisioned. Fortunately, the forest abounded with tall, sturdy trees, providing an inexhaustible supply. With Lin Ke's guidance, the first stilted house took shape. This structure stood 2 stories high, elevated approximately 23 meters above the ground, accessible via a wooden staircase. Upon ascending, one would find a porch, a main hall, a bedroom, and a drying platform. Lin Ke reminisced about his time in Bana, where he enjoyed lounging on the porch, scrolling through his phone. Now, this porch could serve the goblins for various activities, such as sunbathing or drying meat. The main hall would accommodate furniture and dining, while the bedroom would provide a highly private personal space. Opposite the porch lay a balcony, or terrace, perfect for planting flowers and herbs. This was the essence of stilted housing. The roof, featuring a gable design, was thatched with straw, and the eaves extended to the floorboards, offering both shade and drainage. Such a stilted structure might appear commonplace in the outside world, its distinctiveness lying merely in its architectural style. However, this was not the outside. It was the goblin tribe. The construction of this building, under Lin Ke's guidance and executed by the goblins themselves, left them utterly astonished. The entire tribe was enveloped in the wonder of this unique architecture. What a beautiful house. A house this large for only 2 occupants. This isn't merely a house. It's a castle, a palace. I've heard tales from humans. The goblins, young and old alike, were captivated by the structure. Lin Ke recognized that the emergence of individual living spaces signified a monumental shift for the goblins. They were transitioning from a communal, public ownership society to one centered on private ownership and agricultural as well as hunting civilizations. Of course, it was premature to label it as civilization just yet. With a mere 50 or so individuals, their numbers remained too scant. Lin Ke still needed to devise strategies to increase their population. Yet that was a matter for another time. Transitioning from a communal system to a household-based private ownership structure necessitated numerous changes. This included the establishment of a currency for trade, rudimentary measurements, and necessary laws, as well as military protections to safeguard the lives and property of all. The road ahead was indeed arduous. Commander, what is the purpose of this vast, empty space below? Borman inquired, pointing to the area beneath the house, a distance of 1 or 2 meters. It is designated for storage or for the rearing of livestock. Lin Ke chuckled. I haven't specifically allocated a breeding zone, as every house can serve as a shelter for animals. Ah, I see. It is for raising chickens and pigs, Borman realized. Just like your Thunder's chicken, right? Thunder is my pet and companion, Lin Ke replied with a smile. But that is essentially the idea. The pigs will be sizable, yet 2 meters in height is quite adequate. As for storage, you'll understand in due time, Lin Ke added with a grin. Once private ownership develops, each household will have its own possessions to store. But who knows when that will occur? Very well. Let us proceed with the construction in this manner. Lin Ke clapped his hands. Let us construct 22 houses. The goblin tribe comprises 53 individuals, 26 male goblins in their prime, 11 female goblins also in their prime, totaling 37 able-bodied goblins. We also have 10 juvenile goblins for elders and 2 elderly women. Therefore, if 1 male and 1 female share a room, including Borman, the 11 males and 11 females will form pairs. The 4 elders will share 2 rooms, while the 2 elderly women will occupy 1 room. The remaining 15 will share rooms in pairs, requiring 8 rooms, which conveniently leaves 1 room for Borman himself. The 10 young goblins will temporarily reside with their mothers. Hence, we will indeed need a total of 22 rooms. Considering the 4 sides of the tribe, if 3 sides are used for constructing rooms, we could build 24 houses. leaving 2 as spares. The 4th side, however, must remain clear for the tribe's entrance. Let the construction commence. Let the construction commence. Oh. Let us all exert ourselves so that we may reside in our new homes today. How splendid! Such houses will surely be cool and rainproof. Indeed, the Wise One is truly benevolent towards us. The Wise One is both intelligent and kind, and I wish to assist him in producing little goblins. Thank you, Wise One. The goblins eagerly grasped their tools and began to manipulate the timber. Chapter 32. System upgrade successful. The speed of construction exceeded Lin Ke's expectations by a considerable margin. This was to be expected, as the goblins were not mere humans from a past life. They were all professionals. Though they belonged to a specific race and profession, they were nonetheless practitioners capable of wielding a degree of magical power. Thus, by just 10 o'clock in the morning, with the collective strength of the tribe, the houses were completed. The new settlement had begun to take shape. However, the internal areas designated for habitation remained unfinished, as did the external protective measures. Yet, there was no need for haste. Progress must be made step by step. After a long day of labor, the goblins gathered around the campfire, engaging in lively discussions about the knowledge they had recently acquired and their interpretations thereof. In previous tribes, goblins seldom conversed so extensively with one another, as there was little of interest to discuss. Now, however, thanks to Lin Ke's teachings, they had developed a fondness for the exhilarating exchange of ideas. It was not until Lin Ke stood and cleared his throat that all the goblins turned their attention to him. Today, everyone has worked diligently, and though we are all weary, our accomplishments are bountiful. Lin Ke initiated applause, proclaiming, "Our future will undoubtedly be brighter." The goblins, upon hearing this, joined in enthusiastic applause, cheering continuously. Oh, Wise One, Wise One, thank you, Wise One. Our tribe shall surely flourish. The goblins were elated, their physical exhaustion unable to quell their spirited excitement. Observing this, Lin Ke continued, "Starting today, everyone will have their own rooms." Lin Ke outlined the previous arrangements. The goblins did not seem surprised, having sensed this shift in their living conditions during the construction. Why else would so many houses be built? However, what they did not realize was that privacy and intimacy would give rise to a remarkably beneficial institution, private ownership, just as Lin Ke had previously contemplated. The transition from communal ownership to a hybrid of communal and private ownership would undoubtedly elevate the goblin tribe to a new level. It is crucial to understand that subjective initiative is the most effective motivator for an intelligent being. The stronger the desire, the more one wishes to possess, and the greater the effort one will exert to acquire more. Ownership is inherently linked to private property. In simpler terms, in the former tribal system, if everyone went hunting and you returned empty-handed, it was of little concern, as others would share their catch. But in a system of private ownership, if you failed to secure a hunt, others are under no obligation to share their spoils. You must either trade something of equal value or work tirelessly to procure your own. Thus, in such circumstances, intelligent beings will exert double the effort to acquire more possessions. The previous tribal system, on the other hand, tended to foster indolence and complacency among its members. Therefore, this transformation will undoubtedly bring greater benefits to the tribe in the long run. Of course, disputes arising from privatization are inevitable, but those matters are secondary. Lin Ke required an increase in population, while immediate growth necessitated alternative methods in the long term. Redistributing the female goblins originally belonging to Boromir among the male goblins could significantly accelerate the emergence of new goblins. However, the most critical aspect of private ownership is money. To gauge the value of all material and immaterial possessions through currency, thus storing money equates to storing resources. Gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins are universally recognized. Lin Ke was entirely impoverished, lacking such currency. Yet, he possessed wooden tokens, inscribed with numbers in the common language of the Fathar on one side, and corresponding Arabic numerals on the other. Additionally, these numbers were stained with blood, not his own, but that of beasts. Through remarkable control over blood, Lin Ke infused these tokens with blood that bore his essence. He then distributed these tokens as currency to each individual. "This," he declared, "is the future currency of our tribe. I shall call it Goblin Coin." Lin Ke waved the wooden token, continuing, "Furthermore, all products of the tribe will henceforth belong to me. Every item obtained must be submitted to me, and in return, I will provide you with corresponding tokens. To acquire anything, be it food, tools, or clothing, you must exchange these tokens with me." Did everyone understand? The goblins looked on in confusion, unable to grasp Lin Ke's intentions. Not a single goblin comprehended, including Borman and the previously skilled Shabi. No one understood. No one grasped the concept. They even found it somewhat troublesome. Yet, recalling all that Lin Ke had done for them, the goblins acquiesced to his arrangements. Had they understood, they would have already become goblin emperors. It was precisely because they did not understand that they needed to learn, observe, and contemplate more. Reflecting on all Lin Ke had accomplished for the goblin tribe over the past month, they accepted his directives with a sense of calm. Lin Ke natural was aware that initial compliance did not equate to acceptance. He would require considerable time and effort to instill lasting change in the goblins. At the same time, he felt a tinge of helplessness. The goblins were almost entirely disconnected from the outside world. While the outside realm had evolved into a highly developed medieval society of commerce and industry, they remained entrenched in a primitive communal existence. The road ahead was daunting. Remember my words today, for they pertain to our shared future. Lin Ke spoke his final words with profound meaning, then proceeded to hang upside down from a branch, entering a state of meditation. The goblins, though filled with curiosity, remained silent, reveling until midnight before retreating to their respective quarters. There was no decorum to be found, only primal instincts, compounded by the fact that it was the month of sprouting. As the saying goes, spring has arrived, heralding the season of animal reproduction and mating. This night, however, the cacophony was overwhelming, and Lin Ke found his meditative state severely disrupted. Thus, he abandoned the effort altogether, choosing instead to recline against the trunk of the tree, legs crossed, gazing at the triad of moons in the sky. The pale yellow moon resembled that of his homeland, though it was certainly not the one gazed upon by Li Bai. The other two moons shone red and purple. The inhabitants of Phaser had long grown accustomed to this celestial trio, yet Lin Ke, each night, felt an inexplicable sensation within his heart. Sighing deeply, he lamented that only those who had left their homeland could truly understand the pangs of nostalgia. Just as he became engulfed in a gentle melancholy, a sudden change occurred in his mind. System upgrade successful. Please designate a shop as your milk tea establishment. The shop's location must not exceed the parameters set by the system. Chapter 33 also marked the commencement of his career as a milk tea shop owner. Title: Baron. Life: 500,500. Strength: 4,040. Speed: 7,070. Agility: 7,070. Charm: 9,090. Intelligence: 10,003. Status: Normal. Unlocked milk tea recipe: Bloody Mary. System upgrade successful. At last, the upgrade had been achieved. After enduring 30 days of merely accessing his character panel, he could now unveil the information below. In Lin Ke's mind, beneath the character panel, the task prompt indeed appeared. New task: sell a cup of milk tea. Current milk tea price: Bloody Mary 1 gold coin. Task reward: Jasmine milk green recipe. Friendly reminder: all gold coins earned from sales are safeguarded by the system. The shopkeeper need only focus on selling milk tea. The new milk tea, Jasmine milk green. What effects might it possess? He awaited with bated breath. As for the task itself, his system was that of a milk tea shop manager. So a task to sell milk tea was indeed quite reasonable. However, the price of 1 gold coin left him speechless. His father's entire territory earned only 6,000 to 7,000 gold coins in taxes each year. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin could be traded for 100 copper coins. What could a single copper coin procure? 5 large rye breads. Out in the world, 1 such loaf would suffice to feed a family of 5 for an entire day. Yet now 1 gold coin merely afforded a cup of Bloody Mary, which seemed rather exorbitant. Nevertheless, considering that the Bloody Mary could restore health and alleviate thirst, it was not without merit. Selling it as a potion? Lin Ke condered. Clearly, he would need to devise a means of persuasion. Potions were indeed frightfully expensive in the outside world. Moreover, regarding the location of the milk tea shop, Lin Ke surveyed the parameters for establishment in his mind. It was evident that it overlapped with his own territory. This meant he could not set up a milk tea shop in the adjacent territories owned by his brother and sister. Both territories possessed a village and tax income. Unlike Lin Ke's primitive goblin tribe, were to establish it, Lin Ke contemplated carefully. The optimal choice would undoubtedly be within the goblin tribe for security. However, the obvious downside was that no one would come there. The best strategy for Lin Ke to sell milk tea would be to set up on the border of his territory. Yet this would render safety nearly non-existent. It seemed he had no choice but to find a compromise. Lin Ke saw it. He would have to establish it at the forest's edge. This was the most prudent course of action. After all, the area outside the forest was at least open and conspicuous, unlike the goblin tribe, which was hidden within the woods. What if a particularly formidable adventurer, in a moment of madness, entered the Thunder Marsh from his direction. Such an adventurer would surely be in a state of disarray, and it would not be unreasonable for them to buy a cup of milk tea under such circumstances. Establish it outside the forest. He would also need to create a path leading to the goblin tribe. So it was decided. The goblins rose early, and construction of the new homestead commenced with fervor. A neat circle of houses had already begun to outline the shape of the territory. However, anticipating the future population expansion, Lin Ke deliberately left a perimeter of land around this row of houses to accommodate potential growth. As for further expansion, that was many years down the line. If he were to survive until then, other solutions would surely arise. While working, the sounds of conversation among the goblins reached Lin Ke's ears. Yesterday, I felt something strange. Me too. When I held her, it felt particularly odd. Indeed, we used to sleep crammed together without this sensation. How peculiar, strange, yet comfortable. The goblins did not shy away from Lin Ke's presence, their voices raised in conversation. It appeared that privacy and possessiveness were at play, and Lin Ke observed silently. Following the completion of yesterday's houses, today's task was to construct fences and traps. However, these could be entrusted to Borman, who had truly acquired management experience. Meanwhile, Lin Ke led a small team to the forest's edge to build the milk tea shop. Fortunately, the system's requirements were quite simple. Any structure would suffice. Therefore, a small wooden cabin was all that was needed. With 3 wooden walls and a window, it provided space for one person to stand and some shelves for food storage. Topped with a thatched roof, a simple milk tea shop was swiftly established. Lin Ke promptly bound this shop to the system. Binding successful. Please name the shop. The system's prompt echoed once more. Name it. Lin Ke casually chose a name. Let us call it Honeyblood Ice Fortress. The next moment, in the eyes of Shabi and the goblin team, a sign suddenly appeared on the previously ordinary wooden cabin. The sign bore a line of phasers' common language that they could not comprehend. A miracle! A miracle! Fools, that's the magic of the sage. Ah yes, it was the sage's doing. That makes sense. It's work hours now. Call him Commander. The goblins marveled, but were also accustomed to it. They believed Lin Ke to be a powerful goblin emperor from a past life, thus finding it perfectly normal for him to accomplish such feats. Once the wooden sign appeared, Lin Ke entered the shop, discovering yet another panel. His heart swelled with joy. The first panel naturally displayed his personal status. The second panel revealed the details of the Honeyblood Ice Fortress. Honeyblood Ice Fortress. Goods. Bloody Mary 1 gold coin. Details available upon click. Raw material stock. None. Total revenue. 0. With just a few simple lines, Lin Ke understood the usage of this new panel. Currently, the only item for sale was a Bloody Mary priced at 1 gold coin per cup. The raw material stock referred to the ingredients required to make the milk tea. For instance, the Bloody Mary necessitated blood-red hawthorn and perilla leaves. Lin Ke simply needed to place the raw materials within the Honeyblood Ice Fortress to directly concoct the milk tea. The total revenue was also straightforward to comprehend. The coins earned from selling milk tea are not stored by Lin Ke himself, but rather within the system of the milk tea shop manager. This implies that Lin Ke has no direct access to the coins. The profits acquired from selling milk tea do not belong to Lin Ke. He can only use them to purchase milk tea and cannot withdraw them for personal use. Is it a matter of making money within the system only to spend it within the system? Lin Ke found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, do I need to pay to make my own milk tea now? The system is truly ruthless. According to the information in his mind, Lin Ke became aware of another limitation. He could no longer directly prepare a Bloody Mary for himself, as he had before. He would also need to pay for it. Thus, Lin Ke promptly requested Shabi and the others to bring him some blood-red hawthorn and perilla leaves, arranging them in the Honeyblood Ice Fortress. He then prepared a Bloody Mary. As the system had indicated, this Bloody Mary could only be lifted by him. Although he could hold it, he was utterly incapable of drinking it. Simultaneously, the system reminded him that he could not prepare the next cup until the previous one was sold. Alas, where could he find such a naive customer? Lin Ke, feeling helpless, instructed Shabi and the others to return to their tasks. Considering that it was currently a period of significant development in their territory, he then sat alone in the Honeyblood Ice Fortress, contemplating the situation. In truth, although the information following this system upgrade was abundant and somewhat chaotic, it could be distilled into a few key points. First, selling a Bloody Mary would unlock the second milk tea recipe, Jasmine Milk Green. Second, the coins from selling milk tea would be retained by the system, allowing Lin Ke to use them solely for purchasing milk tea. Third, a finished milk tea could be crafted and displayed, akin to Thor's hammer, which only Lin Ke could move, yet no one else could consume it. Fourth, he could only prepare a second cup after selling the first. meaning he could not make 10 cups at once for sale. While it seemed that the rules had multiplied, Lin Ke felt no significant regret. In reality, this system upgrade was indeed beneficial to him. Just as he continued to ponder the intricacies of the milk tea shop manager system, a series of explosions and intense magical fluctuations suddenly resonated from afar. What could be happening? Lin Ke immediately rose, uncertain of the situation. Was it the monster lord in the Thunder Marsh battling over territory? As Lin Ke gazed into the distance, perplexed, he suddenly heard a sound akin to something slicing through the air, approaching rapidly. Whoosh! A dark figure shot forth, swifter than a cannonball. Even Lin Ke, with his dynamic vision as a first-level vampire, could not perceive the trajectory of the shadow. In the next moment, the shadow plummeted to the ground a short distance in front of him. Boom! The shockwave caused the surrounding treetops to sway violently, and withered leaves cascaded down. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow and quickly ducked into the milk tea shop, peering out from the wooden counter. Amidst the dust, the shadow appeared to reveal a humanoid form. This figure seemed to have landed without a scratch, but was struggling to stand upright amidst the debris. A hint of its graceful silhouette, with alluring curves, became vaguely visible. Could it be a charming young boy? He speculated with malice. At that moment, the staggering figure steadied itself, then placed its hands on its hips, pointing in the direction from whence it came, and muttered in a low, furious tone, "Ah, you wretched beast! I shall tear apart your gaudy wings and use your bones as a grill. I will turn you into a specimen. I will roast your soul. I am going to die. Damn unicorn. Damn light." It was the voice of a girl. As her tirade began with vigor, it gradually diminished until, at one point, she suddenly paused and collapsed. Fun? After waiting a moment with no reaction, Lin Ke mustered his courage and cautiously stepped out from the Honey Blood Eyes fortress. "Excuse me. Do you need assistance?" Lin Ke called out from a distance. "I'm the lord of this land, the progeny of the illustrious Count Azen, a legitimate baron of the vampire kingdom. May I ask who you are?" No response. Dead? Or lying in ambush? Lin Ke narrowed his eyes at the sight. He quickly returned to grab the Bloody Mary resembling Thor's hammer from the Honey Blood Eyes fortress and advanced a few steps. If the newcomer intended to ambush him, he would smash her with a milk tea. Upon getting closer, he finally discerned the appearance of the person before him. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of jet black wings, with the right wing seemingly broken and dragging on the ground. Beneath the wings was a figure with sinuous curves, accentuated by an alluring silhouette. However, this well-proportioned girl bore a pair of 3-inch-long black horns on her head, one of which was now broken. Bloodstains marred her thighs, which were wrapped in white silk. What is this white substance? Spider silk? And there are fluctuations of magical energy. This must be a succubus, Lin Ke mused, becoming increasingly contemplative. After a moment, he smiled and crouched down. "Miss, it appears that you are unable to move." Chapter 34. Fortuitous Coins. This is a succubus adorned in white silk, resembling a young girl, but possibly hundreds of years old. If a succubus were to faint before him after being injured, and he were to sell her a powerful potion, the Bloody Mary that could restore 10 points of health for the price of a single coin, while also signing a dark contract, wouldn't he then possess a formidable succubus servant in an instant? A level 3 Earthstorm Bear had forced him into a frantic retreat, and he had ultimately managed to slay it using traps. What about a succubus even more powerful? After all, his instincts told him that she was a formidable, level 5 or above, well-endowed succubus with a spatial ring, wealthy indeed. Or perhaps if he refrained from signing a contract, the succubus might be exceedingly grateful, weeping and pleading to repay his kindness. Creatures of the dark world, like those in the light world, place great importance on face, especially the higher their rank. Such kindness could never be fully repaid. In any case, he should first strike up a conversation, then rescue her from peril. A more radiant smile graced Lin Ke's face. "Miss, are you truly unable to move?" Freya is a succubus, a noble, proud, glorious, and powerful succubus. However, she had just lost her expensive magical undergarments to a damned unicorn. At level 6, she had pursued and confronted that unicorn, only to find herself unable to defeat the level 7 holy beast. That filthy, despicable, revolting, and wicked unicorn was far too powerful. Fortunately, she had managed to escape. Yet, she could feel the vitality of her core being scorched and seared by that pure white holy fire, rendering her feeble. If she could not procure the potion in time, she might perish, feeling the agony coursing through her soul. Freya lamented internally. She had grown up without parents, impoverished, and even the spider silk leggings on her legs had been woven by friends. If she had the money to buy such expensive potions, she would not be reduced to making undergarments and socks. Surely, she would craft full-body armor. Poverty, sorrow, helplessness, and despair surrounded Freya deeply. She even contemplated that perhaps dying like this wouldn't be so bad. Freya wished to relinquish her resistance against the holy fire. However, a series of irritating calls suddenly reached her ears. Miss, miss, meese. It seems someone had discovered my body? Hee, as a creature of the dark world. They must be thrilled to come across such a rare delicacy, Freya thought with a cold smile within her heart, too lazy to even open her eyes. She did not wish to witness her body being devoured and chewed by those dark creatures. To a certain extent, the existence of certain dark creatures is as detestable as that of the beings of the light. However, as the voice drew nearer, she finally discerned its content. Miss, would you care for some milk tea? It's only 1 gold coin. What was she drinking? A profound sense of bewilderment surged within Freya. This perplexity compelled her to endure the agony and open her eyes. There, beside her, squatted a diminutive second-tier vampire, politely holding a transparent goblet as flawless as crystal, adorned with a warm smile. Miss, you are awake, the vampire remarked cheerfully. May I offer you a cup of milk tea? Our specialty is the Bloody Mary, and all our patrons rave about it, boasting a 100 satisfaction rate. Ming de. Freya momentarily lost her bearings. Her perception of pain even dulled somewhat. Adding cheap milk to noble tea? Wasn't tea that a waste? She assumed the vampire intended to mock her, furrowing her brow and emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance, a pressure from a superior being directed at a lesser creature. You vile lowly vampire, if you dare approach me, I shall command you to serve me as your master. You shall become my eternal servant. Freya huffed, her voice a fragmented echo of authority marred by her current frailty and torment. Yet, she did not realize that her once commanding tone had devolved into a breathy whisper. Nevertheless, this mattered little, for she was astonished to discover that her aura of dominance had no effect on the vampire before her. The vampire's smile remained intact, even tinged with a hint of confusion, as though unaware of her feeble threats. Miss, what are you exclaiming? This jolted Freya's senses. This was no second-tier vampire. Absolutely not. This entity was a formidable presence far beyond her own, perhaps even surpassing the 7th-tier unicorn she had encountered earlier. Could it be a 10th-tier dark monarch? Freya struggled to suppress her rising dread. As a 6th-tier enchantress, she should have been able to perceive even a 9th-tier powerhouse with relative ease. After all, whether dark light or neutral beings, higher tiers exert a suppressive effect over lower tiers. This pressure, emanating from the soul, was immensely powerful. This was why the dragon, Smite, was so renowned. Their presence defied the hierarchical suppression of higher levels over lower ones. A 1st-tier dragon, wielding its might, could instill fear in a 5th-tier goblin. All races, aside from dragons, adhered to this principle of dominance. Whoever held the higher tier could impose their will, especially when both belonged to the realms of darkness or light. Yet, the vampire before her? It was clear that it was not a dragon. Freya would have sensed it immediately. The vampire could disregard her 6th-tier pressure while simultaneously exuding only a 2nd-tier aura of weakness. Was this not the hallmark of a concealed powerhouse? Of course, there was also the possibility that this being was simply mentally impaired. A creature of diminished intellect would naturally be oblivious to any form of pressure. However, Freya swiftly dismissed this notion, for the figure before her bore no semblance of a fool. Miss, what are you hesitating about? You seem close to death. The vampire smiled again, extending the crystalline goblet toward her. Are you truly not considering a cup of Bloody Mary? Just 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin per cup. Freya reined in her aura and redirected her attention to that dubious liquid. Could it be? Images from novels she had previously perused, such as the overbearing Count falls in love with me and the knight's forced love after marriage, flashed through her mind, leading her to a certain conclusion. A potion. It must be a potion. My lord, Freya's voice trembled, her cheeks flushed. May I first drink this milk tea, and then pay you? Upon hearing her request, the vampire shook her head, placing the goblet on the ground. Without payment, you shall not taste the milk tea. If you doubt this, you may certainly test it. Freya frowned slightly at the vampire's words, but forced herself to lift her arm and grasp the goblet. How cold! This was her initial reaction, followed by a second realization. How heavy! Although she was currently injured, if she disregarded the burning core and exerted her magical power, she could undoubtedly rend a 5th-tier mammoth apart, even without using magic. Her physical strength alone should suffice to uproot a moss-covered boulder. Yet, she could not lift a mere goblet. No, Freya suddenly gasped, looking up at the vampire only to meet her enigmatic gaze. A powerhouse. undoubtedly a superlative being, could be divine power. The vampire before her was certainly a sovereign in the dark realm. Freya suppressed the tumult of astonishment, joy, hope, and fear surging within her and gritted her teeth. Please wait a moment, my lord. The vampire nodded. All right, but it must be gold coins. Nothing else will suffice. As she spoke, the vampire gently stroked a ring on her finger, searching for a gold coin. Yet, after a lengthy search, she found nothing. I seem to have a knack for losing money. Freya reflected on her experiences from childhood to the present. No matter when or where, gold coins, silver coins, or copper coins would mysteriously escape from her spatial ring. For instance, after selling a magical beast core to a merchant, she would emerge only to encounter fragrant quinoa rice, freshly picked flowers by a little human girl, or a pitiful beggar. And just like that, her money would vanish. Wait a moment. Freya suddenly recalled a specific location. Thus, she extended her mental energy to the corner of her spatial ring, where lay a pristine yet dust-covered gold coin. This was the sole coin she had acquired by depleting her entire fortune upon reaching adulthood at the age of 160. It was a birthday gift to herself. A coin of luck, long forgotten, it now resurfaced in her memory. With trembling hands, Freya retrieved the coin and presented it. Mighty Lord, please allow me to drink this milk tea. Please save me. When an intelligent being realizes its impending demise, it feels no fear. Yet, when such a being discovers a glimmer of hope, fear and trepidation ensue. The terror between life and death is profound. Consequently, as she extended the gold coin, and the vampire snapped her fingers, Freya was elated to find she could lift the goblet of milk tea. The vampire accepted her lucky coin and, with a light chuckle, said, "Please drink swiftly." Chapter 35. The Best Demon Lord in the World. Lin Ke watched as Freya downed the Bloody Mary in one gulp, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Hard work pays off. Just as he had completed the Honey Blood Ice Fortress, worried about sales, he had successfully sold the first cup of Bloody Mary. A new milk tea recipe had taken form. Moreover, it appeared that the succubus before him was not as terrifying as rumored. Instead, she was quite polite, consistently addressing him as my lord. What a splendid world. A realm characterized by courtesy and harmony. At that moment, as Freya set down her goblet, her eyes widened in disbelief. This as she sensed that the pure white holy fire, which had been searing within her, had suddenly vanished. It was simply unbelievable. The holy fire was meant to gradually erode her life force to nothing. Yet, this concoction, referred to as milk tea, seemed to have prohibited such erosion at a fundamental level and forcibly restored 10 points of her vitality. It is important to note that the pure white holy fire was no ordinary flame. It could continuously burn away the flesh and soul of demons until they were utterly annihilated. Even the most potent elixirs capable of exchanging a city can merely weaken the pure white holy fire, but cannot extinguish it completely. To suppress it, one must employ a dark magic of a higher tier. Yet, astonishingly, the pure white holy fire within Fury has been obliterated. As the holy fire extinguishes, a refreshing coolness, long stifled by scorching heat, surges through her being, prompting her to emit a blissful moan. Ah, ah, ah. She then gazes incredulously at her own hands, her eyes widening in disbelief. I'm not dead. Silent tears begin to fall. The pure white holy fire is utterly extinguished. She has survived. The vampire before her is undoubtedly a sovereign of the dark realm. In the next moment, Fury wipes her tears with the wings that drape over her shoulders and kneels before Lin Ke. I am Fury. Your Excellency has saved my life. I shall repay you. So please command me as you wish. Repay me? Then offer your body and your soul. Lin Ke muses for a moment before smiling faintly. 1 gold coin and a cup of milk tea, and our transaction is complete. Such words must not be spoken aloud. He dares not impose excessive demands. It would be unreasonable to force her to repay him. Thus, he adopts a strategy of gentle persuasion, presenting himself in a more amiable light. It is only natural for a formidable 6th-tier being to assist him in times of peril. At this juncture, Fury is taken aback by Lin Ke's words. The transaction is complete? Could it be that her initial cold demeanor towards His Excellency has caused him to harbor discontent? Reflecting on her attitude moments prior, she clenches her teeth in determination. No, this transaction cannot conclude in such a manner. This is a significant figure in the dark world. Having fought so hard for the chance to meet him, how could she let it slip away, given her impoverished status? What future prospects would she have to encounter other dark sovereigns? Thus, she devises a plan and immediately kneels once more. Your Excellency, you have bestowed upon me a great favor. Please allow me to offer my dark contract and become your servant. Serve me? Lin Ke maintains a facade of calm, though internally he is taken aback. He merely sought the assistance of this sixth-tier succubus in his time of crisis. To have her as a safeguard. Why has it suddenly escalated into a dark contract? Is the dark realm truly so straightforward? To save a life, one must become a servant? Lin Ke cannot help but reflect on the goodness of the world, truly filled with benevolent individuals. No, that one be necessary. Lin Ke responds with a bashful smile, intending to be polite. Please, please. Fury appears genuinely terrified of Lin Ke's rejection. Magic surges within her, and a circular magic circle materializes between them. Lin Ke inspects the terms inscribed within the magic circle, remaining silent for a moment before speaking. Let us modify the conditions. With that, he extends a finger, a faint trace of first-tier magic emanating from his fingertip as he scribbles upon the circular magic array. Feeling this surge of magic, Fury's heart quivers once more. Such formidable control. The magic within a being of dark sovereignty is as vast as mountains and oceans. Yet, this esteemed individual can maintain his aura and power at the second-tier level. He appears as a second-tier vampire, possesses the strength of a second-tier vampire, and behaves as a second-tier vampire. But his essence must undoubtedly be that of a 10th-tier dark sovereign, and one of the most formidable among them. Wait, could he possibly be above the 10th tier? Fury's mind spins, nearly causing her to faint as the realization of a superlative power beyond the 10th tier washes over her. She barely registers how he amended the terms until he speaks again. Take a look. Can you accept these stringent conditions? Fury focuses intently. 18 hours of service each day. Half a day off each month, with meals and lodging included. A salary at year's end. Salary. What is this? What? A gold coin is salary? To think I would receive a mere gold coin in a year. Fury is astounded. It feels as if 1,000 woolly mammoths have charged through her mind. No, it's more akin to 1,000 adult dragons. That is the magnitude of her astonishment. A salary, with time to rest. Such fortune exists in this world. Moreover, for her, signing this contract equates to forging a connection with a ruler of the dark realm. In the predatory landscape of the dark world, this signifies a formidable safeguard. Fury nearly loses consciousness from exhilaration, yet somehow retains her composure. But is it truly permissible? She trembles as she queries. Has this succubus become so enraged by the terms that her voice quakes? Indeed, Lin Ke sighs inwardly, realizing he is ill-suited for the role of a capitalist. If you find it too harsh, we can amend it. No. It's not harsh. Fury assumes the esteemed figure is mocking her. She immediately raises her hand, a drop of blood seeping from her fingertip, gazing imploringly at Lin Ke. Master, please accept me. Can she draw blood as well? Lin Ke gazes at the blood from Fury's fingertip with a sense of resignation. Naturally, signing a dark contract requires the blood of both parties. However, he would extract blood as she does. Previously, he had bitten his finger to seal a dark contract with thunder. So, he lifts his hand and decisively bites into his index finger. Let us proceed this way. Upon witnessing this, Fury's expression becomes even more agitated. This is the ancient oath, a contract bound by the blood of our fingertips. Oh no, Fury exclaims, her face flushing. At this moment, she feels as though a quivering rod is weaving through her body, causing her to tremble all over. This dark sovereign is a vampire. Manipulating blood is the simplest task. Any third-tier vampire can effortlessly draw blood from any part of their body. Yet, he has not controlled the blood to seep from his finger through magic. Instead, he has chosen to bite his finger in a very ancient, equitable, and respectful manner. What troubles you? Lin Ke asks keenly, unaware that this succubus may be trembling from severe injury. Is her face flushed due to an infection that has caused a fever? Lin Ke feels a twinge of concern, but is reluctant to show it. After all, she is a 6th-tier succubus, capable of crushing him with a single finger. Illness is not his concern, and caring would be futile. And no, it's nothing. Upon hearing Lin Ke's gentle tone, Fury's face reddens further. She then decisively bites her own finger, extending it to touch the dark contract alongside Lin Ke. In the next moment, the dark contract trembles and then splits in two, embedding itself into the foreheads of both Lin Ke and Fury. Fury's eyes instantly turn crimson, her heart racing. Oh my, Fury finally has someone to protect her. Lin Ke takes a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. At last, I have high-tier combat powers safeguarding me. Rise, Fury. Lin Ke extends his hand. His level is too low. Otherwise, he could use his mental power to lift Fury as his father, a former count, often did with his subordinates in his youth. Fury understands the respect this esteemed figure shows her. Rather than using mental power, he employs his arm, signifying true equality and respect. This is the most magnificent Dark Lord in the world. Their arms entwined, Fury rises to her feet. From this day forth, I am yours, master. Chapter 36. There are no wives and wife cakes. From now on, let's traverse the goblin tribe together. The goblins therein are my subjects, Lin Ke remarked, gesturing towards the forest behind him. Goblins? A flicker of confusion crossed Freya's eyes. She struggled to comprehend how the illustrious Dark World Overlord could have any association with the lowly goblin race. Yet, enlightenment dawned upon her swiftly. As mentioned in the novels, many high-ranking beings possess peculiar inclinations, often indulging in the most unexpected of whims. Freya chastised herself for harboring such irreverent thoughts, her cheeks flushing as she endeavored to dismiss these distractions. No matter what her master requested, she resolved to refrain from questioning and simply obey. Whatever task Lin Ke set for her was acceptable. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Freya shyly inquired, Master, may I have a moment to attend to some matters? I shall return promptly. What matters? Lin Ke. Freya lowered her gaze slightly, her hands instinctively clutching her fidgeting legs, her face tinged with crimson. I need to find my friend to procure something. Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Your friend? Procure what? Lin Ke asked with curiosity. Something to wear. Between my legs, Freya stammered, her cheeks burning as if she could roast a mammoth atop them. Huh? What do you mean by that? Lin Ke instinctively cast a glance, then quickly averted his eyes. His face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, right, you go ahead. Hurry back. Yes, Freya exclaimed, taking flight at a speed unmatched, soaring into the distance. Once her figure vanished, Lin Ke's awkwardness gradually dissipated. How wonderful, he mused, watching Freya disappear, a tinge of envy coloring his thoughts. He, for the moment, could not yet soar through the skies unless he attained at least a third-level status. Wait, what did Freya drop? Lin Ke's gaze fell to the ground. It appeared as though some items belonging to Freya had been incinerated by a flame-like magical force, leaving only one of her horns behind. This was the left horn from atop her head. Let me retrieve this for her. Lin Ke picked up the horn and stowed it away, then took out the gold coins nestled in his pocket. As he examined them, he made his way back to the milk tea shop. This was the payment for his very first transaction. At that moment, the coins in Lin Ke's hands suddenly transformed into glimmers of golden light, vanishing from sight. Reclaimed? Lin Ke was not surprised. Instead, he opened the system panel. Congratulations, store manager, on selling your first cup of milk tea. Reward recipe, jasmine milk green tea. Jasmine milk green tea, a fragrant and smooth milk tea, its color a vibrant green reminiscent of the moss by a clear mountain stream. Effect, increases charm by 1,000. Effect duration, 5 minutes. Require materials, slime goo, sweet milk. Jasmine milk green tea, increases charm? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Charm. As a player, he understood that what seemed to be an insignificant charm value could prove extraordinarily effective in many situations. Moreover, a boost of 1,000 charm? Typically, an ordinary person's charm value stands at 10. 1,000? That would make one 100 times more appealing than an average individual. A rather formidable figure indeed. Thus, the effect of this jasmine milk green tea would last for only 5 minutes. However, if wielded wisely at a critical moment, it could yield remarkable results. Using one's charm to turn foes into friends could be a strategy, though he mused, if it were a woman intent on harming him, that might be manageable. But if it were a man, it seemed the local customs favored male advances. Shaking his head, Lin could dismiss the thought, redirecting his focus to the materials needed for crafting jasmine milk green tea. Slime goo, sweet milk. It was understandable that jasmine was absent from jasmine milk green tea. He sighed, resolving to figure out. Just then, a swarm of goblins burst forth from the forest. Father, are you unharmed? We heard a tremendous noise. The esteemed sage, you must not be in peril. We will confront that monster. The goblins, armed with stone spears and axes, clamored and shouted. Upon sighting Lin Ke, who bore an expression of calm, and the deep pit beside the honey blood ice fortress, they relaxed. Fear not, I have resolved the matter. Lin Ke replied with a smile, a warm sensation blossoming within him. The goblins were indeed grateful. Father, are you truly unharmed? Borman stepped forward, a look of deep concern etched on his face, anxious for Lin Ke's welfare. I am fine, Lin Ke reassured him, patting Borman's shoulder. You should return to your duties. The construction of our new home is of utmost importance. I have matters to attend to. Oh, and I have successfully tamed a level 6 succubus that just arrived here. A level 6. A succubus renowned alongside vampires. The goblins gasped in astonishment. It dawned on them Lin Ke's true identity. Not merely a second-level vampire, but the goblin emperor from his previous life, favored by the gods. Thus, the goblins returned to their construction efforts, eager to continue building their new abode. Now, let me see the materials required for jasmine milk green tea. Lin Ke navigated the system's directional feature. A virtual arrow appeared before him, indicating the nearest source was sweet milk, situated 1172 meters away. With his directions set, Lin Ke strode forth. After a brief while, he traversed through a thicket and unexpectedly found himself back at the new home site. The arrow indicated that sweet milk was nearby. A sense of unease flickered in his gut, yet he pressed on. Gradually, he navigated through the busy goblins, his anxiety mounting. As the distance displayed dwindled to a mere meter, he beheld an elderly goblin. Goblin grandmother? Lin Ke's heart sank at the sight. The grandmother, with dark green skin, appeared emaciated and hunched from prolonged malnutrition. He pondered how he had discerned her as a grandmother, given the frailness of their kind. Previously, this elderly goblin had demonstrated remarkable capability, more so than several other elderly males and another old female. Was it possible that he needed to acquire something from her? Lin Ke's gaze inadvertently fell upon the wrinkled part of her body, swathed in tattered cloth, but he quickly averted his eyes, fearing the scorching of his vision. He felt as though his very soul had been wounded. Only a meter remained. Sweet milk. Could it be? Lin Ke's heart raced. The goblin grandmother seemed to sense Lin Ke's scrutiny. Her eyes darted as he glanced away repeatedly, as if caught in a dance of hesitation. Cautiously, she shifted to the side, tightening her ragged garment around her form. Lin Ke fell silent, pondering the implications of her actions. What did the goblin grandmother mean by this? Yet in the next moment his eyes brightened, and he softly exclaimed, "Sweet milk." Chapter 37. The Slime Clan. A mischievous smile graced Lin Ke's lips as he surveyed the slightly flustered expression of the young girl. Should you be unable to present gold coins, equivalent materials will suffice as collateral, such as... He paused, his crimson eyes lingering on the sword embedded with sunlight stones at Li Cha's waist. What a sword at your side. Li Cha's pupils constricted, yet she maintained her gentle smile. My lord Lin Ke, this sword is an invaluable treasure to me. Let it serve as our wager of 100,000 gold coins. However, Lu Sha hastily attempted to voice her objections to Li Cha, only to be interrupted by him. After exchanging a few words with Lu Sha, Li Cha turned his gaze towards Lin Ke and remarked, "Your Excellency Lin Ke, I still have a query. Have the roles of the male and female leads in your esteemed production been finalized?" His eyes swept over the swaying tail of Fu Rue and the bat-like ears of Shili. "Should you require actors from the light faction for the performance, I could certainly recommend a few." At this proclamation, Fu Rue's tail abruptly stiffened, and Shili's little bats emitted sharp shrieks. Lin Ke, however, merely shook his head nonchalantly. "There is no need. The tales of our dark world must naturally be portrayed by our own kind." Observing this exchange, Li Cha produced a stack of gilded invitations from his sleeve. "I happen to have a few VIP tickets for the Honeysuckle Theater, which I present to you. I eagerly anticipate that your new work will provide us with a feast for the eyes." Lin Ke accepted the invitation, pausing momentarily as his fingertips grazed the paper surface. It was unmistakably woven from the unique shadow vines of the dark world, yet adorned with the emblems of the light's divine power. "In 7 days, all shall be revealed." Lin Ke tucked the invitation into his sleeve and suddenly patted Li Cha's shoulder, whispering as he noted the rigidity of Li Cha's expression. "I must remind you, in the soil of the dark world, not only thorns may flourish, but also roses with thorns." 3 days later, an abandoned goblin cave was transformed into a makeshift theater. Dozens of luminous mushrooms hung from the ceiling, illuminating the rough stone stage. Fu Rue clutched the script, standing nervously at the forefront of the stage, her tail swaying anxiously. "Master, what if no one performs well?" "Then let the goblins take the stage," Lin Ke replied, shaking a parchment list in his hand. "But first, let us observe what the humans can conjure." Just moments prior, he had sent word that anyone selected to partake in the drama would be rewarded with 2 extra tomatoes daily. For the frequently famished populace, this was an irresistible temptation, prompting a swarm of them to gather in the cave, prepared for auditions. As Lin Ke's words faded, a woman with blood-red lipstick lifted her coarse apron and stepped onto the stage. "The script has already been shared with everyone. Now imagine you are Juliet," Fu Rue began. Hearing this, the woman immediately appeared flustered. "Me play Juliet? But I just poisoned my 3rd husband last year. I merely wish to perform something casual." Fu Rue hesitated for a moment before continuing. Imagine you're kissing your first love. Monica narrowed her eyes and suddenly lunged at the dummy Romeo, opening her mouth wide. Her teeth clashed against the wood with a sharp crack. Lin Ke sighed in exasperation. Next, before long, a scarred man tugged at his tattered leather armor as he stepped onto the stage. Now you are a knight, and you must fall in love with her, Fu Rue instructed, handing him a wilted mandrake flower. The man, named Gas, frowned as he accepted the flower and suddenly grasped the dummy Juliet's throat. Love? How about I slit her throat and see if she bleeds? Li's eyes widened in surprise, clapping her hands from a corner. Brother, he acts just like you do when you're angry. Lin Ke shot her a glare next. A girl, clutching a laundry basin, her gaze fixed on her toes, approached the stage, her apron still dripping with soap. Fu Rue gently prompted, if you are Juliet, you must now bid farewell to Romeo, knowing it could be forever. Aileen suddenly grasped the dummy's arm, her fingers whitening from the pressure. Don't go, I beg you. Her voice quivered, tears splattering onto the rose prop on the dummy's chest. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Interesting, but not desperate enough. Imagine just learning that your family intends to marry you off to a goblin. Aileen trembled, her eyes widening in terror as she looked up. Time trickled by until the last young man stepped onto the stage. The young man, Lucas, clutched a crumpled script. Dirt lodged beneath his fingernails. He was the very individual who had expressed fear of Lin Ke after claiming to have seen the play Count of the Vampires. Moreover, Lin Ke had just learned that Lucas was an avid theater enthusiast. Imagine you are confessing to the most beautiful vampire, Lin Ke instructed. Lucas swallowed hard, kneeling on one knee and grasping the dummy's hand. Your eyes are like frozen amber, your breath akin to roses in a grave. Gradually, his enthusiasm intensified, saliva splattering onto the dummy's skirt. Fu Rue frowned at his words, too cheesy, like a wandering, second-rate poet. Yet Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with interest. Raising a hand to halt Lucas, wait, the line about roses in a grave is quite good, it can be retained. Clearly, he was pleased with Lucas's performance. Soon after, following Lin Ke's assessment, the cast list for the play Romeo and Juliet was finalized. Juliet, Aileen, the laundress, Romeo, Lucas, the theater aficionado, Nurse, Monica, the poisoner innkeeper. Fu Rue gazed at the list, uncertain. Master, might this be too risky? Lin Ke got diakled softly, risky. This is precisely the allure of dark theater. To make the light races weep for darkness. To have dark beings profess I love you in the language of light. He glanced toward the dusk, outside the cave. On the day of the performance, Li Cha would undoubtedly comprehend that our swords do not pierce the chests of enemies, but rather shatter the deeply held beliefs they cling to. Suddenly, Fu Rue's eyes brightened as she recalled a phrase. The sharpest arrows of the heart do not strike with darkness against light, but rather reveal their shadows within the dark. Go inform the goblin workshop, Lin Ke commanded, slapping the list onto the stone table. So 36 bat-bone bells onto Juliet's hem. Her steps must echo like the pulsing heartbeat before a feast. In the blink of an eye, the bronze doors of the Honeysuckle Theater swung open, the morning light scattering amid purple mist. The populace surged into the theater, clutching loaves of light bread. Meanwhile, Lin Ke leaned against the backstage, observing as Fu Rue anxiously retouched the actor's makeup. He suddenly felt that this drama, woven from threads of fear and hope, might truly cultivate the first thorned rose in the rift between the two worlds. Chapter 38, New Members. At this moment, Li Cha approached Lin Ke, glancing at the bat-bone brooch adorning his chest. Is your brooch crafted from goblin ribs? Half correct, Lin Ke replied, touching the brooch. The other half is the leg bone of a holy knight, of course, donated voluntarily. Li Cha's smile faltered momentarily, and after exchanging a few casual remarks, he sought an excuse to return to his seat. In the audience, the populace murmured excitedly, anticipation evident in their expressions. Moments later, the black curtain gradually unfurled, and the theatrical performance commenced. The first act was presented by the Knights of the Mountain and Sea, featuring a straightforward tale of the knights from the light world defeating a formidable foe from the dark world to rescue a damsel. For Lin Ke, this narrative was exceedingly cliched, yet for the present audience, it was unprecedented. Thus, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Following the Knights of the Mountain and Sea's performance, Lin Ke's Romeo and Juliet took the stage. Act 1. Dialogue on the decaying balcony. As the dusk bell tolled for the third time, the curtains slowly rose. Aileen, clad in a black robe adorned with bat-bone bells, stepped onto the stage, each movement producing a delicate clattering sound reminiscent of a heartbeat. Lucas emerged from a pile of rotting wood, his face painted in white to mimic a vampire-esque visage. Yet upon seeing Aline, his expression suddenly grew fervent. Not an act, but genuine astonishment. Why do you always wear a mask? Aline's voice trembled just right. Is out of shame or fear? Lucas suddenly reached up to wipe away the face paint, revealing a pale, human visage. Because, in the darkness, a true face is more perilous than fangs. But upon seeing you, I suddenly wished to become a madman. Gasps erupted from the audience, and Lin Ke clenched his fists, overhearing a knight beside him whisper, "Why does this feel so much like us?" As time passed, the climax approached. Climactic scene. The disjunction of poison and sacred light. As Monica presented the poison chalice, Erin's hand trembled violently at the luminous emblem adorning its base. Suddenly, she erupted into a frenzied laughter, pressing the cup against her chest. "So you were prepared for judgment all along? Let this sacred light become the tombstone of our love." She consumed the poison, her wings shattering their disguise as sacred light burst forth, tainted by a haunting azure, the tears of a succubus casting a spell that twisted the holy illumination into a dark hue. Lucas, in anguish, embraced her and whispered, "How can light and darkness intertwine? Much like my heart, which blooms with roses and poisonous mushrooms upon falling for you." Witnessing this spectacle, the audience member named Shifting Sands abruptly stood, exclaiming, "How could the sacred light be sullied?" Lin Ke quickly restrained her, his gaze fixated on the entwined patterns of light and shadow upon the stage. Gradually, the curtain descended. Final scene. The morning mist before the twin tombstones. As Lucas, portraying Romeo, ingested the genuine sleeping potion, a dosage altered by Lin Ke at the goblin's behest, Erin knelt beside him, her wings gently enveloping them both. Morning light streamed through the gaping hole in the theater's roof, casting alternating beams of light and darkness upon them, now blurred into a tender gray. "They say our love is a transgression," Erin's voice, choked with emotion akin to the mist of dawn, echoed. "But look, even the divine weeps for us." She raised her hand to catch the droplets trickling from the roof, which were, unbeknownst to her, mere dishwater splashed by goblins. Yet, under the refraction of sacred light, they appeared as diamonds. As the curtain fell, the theater fell silent as a grave. Moments later, a few tentative claps erupted, quickly escalating into a thunderous applause that echoed like a cascading domino effect. "What say you?" At this moment, Lin Ke approached Lin Ke, revealing a pallid visage. "Your sacred hymn speaks of redemption, whereas our play narrates destruction. Yet evidently, the audience favors the thorned rose." Lin Ke regarded him meaningfully, replying slowly, "Your grace has won the wager. Yet let us not forget that even the most exquisite rose requires fertile soil, and ours is forever more bountiful than yours. No more idle talk. The wager stands at 100,000 gold coins." Surely, those from the realm of light would not renege. Lin Ke stated plainly, as his followers, Fury and Silly, glared fiercely at Lin Ke and his companions. Lin Ke remained silent for a moment, locking eyes with Lin Ke, of course. Before the captain of Shifting Sands could speak, he was interrupted by Lin Ke. "Your grace, 100,000 gold is no trifling matter. I require time to gather it. If you're concerned, you may send someone to accompany me." Lin Ke smirked, "But do not keep me waiting too long. 90,000 coins, not a single one less." In the milk tea shop, Lin Ke counted the amount of gold coins in his spatial ring, stating, "The remaining 10,000 shall be reserved for territorial development." After Lin Ke had meticulously counted out the 100,000 coins, he hastily returned to his domain, anticipating the arrival of his sister Lilith to collect protection fees. At this moment, Lin Ke, Fury, Silly, and Aiden were all present in the milk tea shop. Fury's gaze swept across the ledger, expressing a hint of concern. "Master." "Hush!" Lin Ke suddenly pressed his hand on her shoulder, his ears twitching slightly. A faint sound of friction accompanied by a barely perceptible scent of rose perfume wafted from a distance. Silly immediately summoned a swarm of bats, while Aiden tightened his grip on his sword. Suddenly, a voice tinged with frost echoed, "Dearest Lin Ke, I hear you triumphed over the Knights of the Sacred Light at the Winter's End Theater? What? Now you refuse to acknowledge your sister's favor?" Outside the milk tea shop, an alluring woman clad in black had materialized, none other than Lin Ke's nominal sister, Lilith. Upon her arrival, a flicker of fear crossed Silly's and Aiden's eyes. They recalled the fate of the last vampire lord who had defaulted on his protection fees to Lilith, now displayed upon the spire of the Count's castle, basking in moonlight. How could this be? Lin Ke managed a pale smile. How could a brother dare to default on his sister's protection fees? He gestured for Fury to pass him the ring containing the gold coins, a newly acquired item specifically for this purpose. Lilith accepted the ring. Then, with a delicate flick of her finger, picked up a coin. The lingering warmth of sacred light made her arch an eyebrow before she carelessly tossed the ring to a servant behind her. Clever little one, but she suddenly leaned close to Lin Ke's ear, her warm breath brushing against him. I hear you are staging some drama of harmonious coexistence between light and dark in your territory. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. An ideological war is far sharper than gold. Lin Ke felt her claw-like fingertips graze his throat, yet he maintained his composure. Sister, you jest. I am merely a vampire seeking profit. He pointed to the sign of the milk tea castle. Moreover, did you not say once that only those who can extract coins from both light and darkness are the true lords? Lilith narrowed her eyes and stepped back. Remember to remit the protection fees for the second half of the year punctually. Chapter 39. So delicious it brings tears. Digging a hole is not difficult. The challenge lies in supporting and securing it. However, Lin Ke discovered that the slime's bodily fluids possess adhesive properties. If constructing earthen dwellings, one could entirely rely on the slime's fluids, akin to the creature's sweat. Initially, creating fences required mud, as without it, stability was unattainable. Yet now, with the slime's sweat, there was no longer a need to excavate mud. In fact, the adhesive quality of the slime's sweat surpasses that of cooked glutinous rice, which is often used as a binding agent. As for the slime's adhesive concoction for jasmine milk green tea, Lin Ke had yet to inquire. He planned to discuss it over a meal later that evening. Now, with an adhesive in hand and some timber for support, the underground dwelling could finally materialize. It seemed that the slime's role in the future was well suited for construction work. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah! Put in more effort. The moat is nearly excavated. We need more wood for the watchtower, so let's chop some more. Exhausted, they paused for water. The goblins worked diligently, while the slimes, having recently joined Lin Ke's ranks, looked on with wide-eyed curiosity. They were utterly fascinated. The slimes, migrating across the continent, had never encountered such peculiar goblins before. However, the worldly wise slimes remained silent, keeping their questions to themselves, as their leader chose not to inquire further, merely having a place to dwell, free from the uncertainty of wandering the continent, was more than sufficient. If the goblins were a bit odd, so be it. Moreover, this peculiar nature did not seem malevolent. Rather, it appeared benevolent. Therefore, the slimes chose to say nothing. Lin Ke instructed them to provide sweat, and they willingly controlled their bodies to secrete sweat as an adhesive for soil and stakes, aiding in the construction of earthen walls and fences. Beyond this, they accomplished little else that morning. By midday, the slimes ventured to the so-called rest area, sitting on slightly dark yet brand new chairs to partake in their meal. Surely, it was curry, the slime leader speculated. They had encountered numerous goblins, all of whom prepared a dish known as curry, a stew intended to mask the unpleasant odor and flavor of the ingredients with intense, rich spices. Yet as slimes, what had they not consumed? In times of hunger, sand, soil, wood, and seeds were all fair game. As long as they could sate their hunger, that sufficed. This was the very reason the slime clan, despite being feeble and unpopular, had never faced extinction. They were easy to sustain. Who would have thought that just as the slime leader anticipated a meal of curry, a beautifully crafted wooden bowl filled with a fragrant, rich red dish was placed before him. Greetings, slime lord. I am Borman, said a stout goblin, presenting the dish to the slime leader. You. Hello, the slime leader replied, somewhat astonished. What is this food? Is it not curry? Of course not. Borman answered with a heightened enthusiasm. This is a delicacy unique to our goblin clan. Tomato. Today, we caught a water buffalo in our trap, and my godfather specially taught us to prepare a dish called tomato beef brisket. It is absolutely fragrant. You must give it a taste. Observing Borman's beaming smile, the slime chief felt an unsettling sense of unreality. If his memory served him correctly, the goblins he had encountered in the past were not only dim-witted but also fierce and brutal, with a hierarchy that saw the higher ranks subjugating the lower ones. Yet, the goblin, named Borman, before him bore an expression that radiated friendliness and kindness. Do try it. Borman urged the slime chief, before taking a spoonful himself. In the next moment, an expression of sheer ecstasy spread across Borman's face. It's incredible. 100 times better than curry. Really? The slime chief was filled with skepticism. Hadn't the goblin tribe always stubbornly believed that curry was the finest dish on the continent? He was seriously beginning to doubt that this goblin was a true goblin. However, the aroma of curry and the scent of sweat emanating from Borman affirmed his goblin identity. It appeared that all the goblins here were unlike any he had previously known. Let me have a taste. The slime chief extended two tentacle-like appendages, lifted the bowl before him, and tipped it towards his body. With a splatter, morsels of beef enveloped in savory broth entered his form. Once these ingredients mingled within the slime chief, they reacted like rusted iron being submerged in strong acids, bubbling furiously. In the next heartbeat, the slime chief's body quivered violently. Delicious, truly delightful, he exclaimed, tears streaming from his bean-sized eyes. The other slimes, witnessing this, eagerly grabbed their bowls to partake, their curiosity piqued by the flavor of this tomato beef brisket. With splashes and slurps, bowls of tomato beef brisket were consumed, followed by a chorus of astonished exclamations. This is exquisite. I am crying. What is this tomato? It's so sweet and tangy. I'm so moved. Do we slimes truly deserve such delectable cuisine? The slimes' eyes glistened with tears. The goblins, having never interacted with slimes before, were taken aback by their emotional display. While they too felt joy and happiness upon tasting something delicious, they had never cried in such a manner. Look, these slimes are actually crying. I can understand. After all, this dish was crafted by the great sage. Honestly, I feel like crying too. The kindness of the great sage is unforgettable. The tears of these slimes are quite intriguing. Indeed, why are they purple? The goblins murmured. Meanwhile, Lin Ke paused his meal. Borman, gather all the slime's tears, he instructed, a glimmer of subtle joy flickering in his eyes. I have a grand purpose for this. Purple slime, he exclaimed. This is precisely the purple slime needed to create jasmine milk green. Although he was uncertain why the ingredients for jasmine milk green were the white milk tree and slime, he was eager to give it a try. Thus, the goblins clumsily collected the slime's tears in large bowls. The slimes, though baffled by the necessity of this endeavor, cooperated willingly. Soon, 3 large bowls of purple slime tears had been amassed. Lin Ke also summoned the satiated slime chief to inquire further. Purple slime? Our tears are not naturally purple. This hue only manifests under one condition. When we consume a delicacy we have never tasted before. I see. Lin Ke responded, his eyes illuminating with understanding. What a coincidence! To welcome new members into the family, he had prepared a dish perfectly suited to tomato beef brisket. It served as a token of appreciation and reward for the goblins' hard work over the past few days. He had also considered preparing another delightful dish for the evening after serving the slimes first, to facilitate inquiries about their racial secrets. Little did he know that this fortuitous accident would yield slime. From now on, I will ensure you savor an array of culinary delights. Lin Ke declared with a smile. Thank you, my lord. The slime chief acknowledged, recognizing Lin Ke's regard for their tears, which filled him with joy. After all, the long life of migration had taught him that mutual benefit was the cornerstone of a stable alliance. An unbalanced relationship, where one party continuously gives while the other only receives, inevitably leads to discord. By this afternoon, once we finish the burrow, you shall have a place to reside. Lin Ke extended a clear gesture of goodwill. By the way, how should I address you? Me? I am called Rimuru, the slime chief replied, gently swaying his gelatinous form. As Rimuru settled his kin, Lin Ke took the materials for jasmine milk green to the edge of the forest where the Blood Ice Fortress stood. I can now create jasmine milk green. The powerful effect of Bloody Mary had alleviated his thirst for blood, saving his life and even enabling him to tame a succubus. What wonders would jasmine milk green, with its impressive allure of 1,000 charm points, bring him? What if his siblings arrived? Would jasmine milk green be effective in that case? There were so many questions. Consequently, Lin Ke's anticipation soared. System: Blood Ice Fortress. Product: Bloody Mary 1 gold. Click for details. Product: Jasmine Milk Green 5 gold. Click for details. Raw material inventory: Blood Red Hawthorn 58, Perilla Leaves 168, Slime 43. Sweet Milk 99, Clear Water 324. Total revenue: 1. Bringing the raw materials into the Blood Ice Fortress, the system panel seamlessly displayed the quantity of each ingredient. The total revenue of 1 represented the piece given to him earlier by the succubus, Freya. The system stipulated that 1 must sell a cup before crafting the next. Therefore, after selling a Bloody Mary, Lin Ke had refrained from producing another to ensure he could create jasmine milk green as a reserve for future use, saving up for when it was most needed. With this thought, Lin Ke clicked on the system's Craft 1 option. In the next moment, a cutscene unfolded. However, at that very moment, a figure was soaring towards him from afar. Although Lin Ke's hands were engaged in the cutscene, his eyes remained mobile. He spotted the figure, none other than the succubus servant, Freya, whom he had accepted just days prior. Upon seeing Lin Ke, Freya's mouth formed an O, which she quickly covered with her hand. Lin Ke smiled in her direction, and simultaneously, the cutscene involving his assistant came to a halt. A cup of jasmine milk green was complete. The previously purple slime and the sap from the white milk tree had combined to form a beverage with a white top and a green bottom. The white portion was the milk in the jasmine milk green, while the light green liquid below was the essence of green. The mingled flavors promised to be that of jasmine milk green. How marvelous! Lin Ke lifted the cup that could genuinely be called milk tea, his eyes gleaming with joy. Unfortunately, he was aware that while he could lift this cylindrical vessel, he was unable to partake of its contents due to the system's regulations. Gazing at the jasmine milk green in his hand, Lin Ke turned his attention to Freya, who had just landed. "My lord, you," Freya exclaimed. Her speed, undeniable, as a 6th-level succubus, was no trifling matter. From the moment Lin Ke caught sight of her until she landed, only a few seconds elapsed. Upon touching the ground, Freya gazed in astonishment at the bubble tea beneath Lin Ke's command. "Master, where did these come from? And this exquisite glass?" Freya covered her mouth, striving to suppress her exclamations to avoid appearing unsophisticated. "This is bubble tea," Lin Ke replied, shaking her head, finding it challenging to elaborate for Freya, and settled for a vague explanation. "You simply need to know that this is something from my past life. In this world, the notion of a previous existence was naturally acknowledged. It was precisely this understanding that led the goblins to establish their caste system." Freya mulled over Lin Ke's words, reflecting on her identity, and soon found herself understanding. "All right, enough of that." Lin Ke smiled. "Those matters are behind me. I am merely a second-tier vampire now." "I understand." "Master, I understand," Freya nodded. It was evident that her master had also been a dark sovereign in her past life, perhaps now seeking a breakthrough. After all, such ideas were often echoed in literary works. "So how did it go? Have you completed your tasks?" Lin Ke instinctively glanced at Freya's thigh before hastily averting her gaze. Freya was now clad in pristine white attire, evidently arranged by her so-called friend. However, from the perspective of Lin Ke's heightened vampire senses, these garments felt akin to cobwebs. "Yes, I have completed it, master." Freya blushed slightly upon sensing Lin Ke's gaze, but quickly regained her composure. "Master, my friend has brought troubling news." "Troubling news?" Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. "Is it related to me?" "Indeed." Freya's expression turned serious. "My friend is a creature of the underworld. She says that a morning lord has awakened nearby." "A morning lord?" Lin Ke squinted, her mind racing with corresponding information. The morning lord, also known as the undead sovereign. The Fath continent is home to many races, and the undead are merely one faction among them. However, not all undead are the same. There are 4 major months and 12 minor months in a year: the sprouting month, the forging month, the golden month, and the mourning month, which Lin Ke instinctively equated with spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Spring is hailed as the season of all beginnings. But what of winter? The mourning month is when all the undead across the continent are most active. The critical point is that the undead manifest randomly, unlike humans, vampires, or goblins, who reproduce through generations. This implies that the undead can appear anywhere. If that were the case, it would be manageable. After all, many newly risen undead do not possess significant power compared to their former selves, with many having been mere ordinary individuals in life. Even if they instinctively relish in killing the living and consuming souls, they're not overly difficult to confront. However, the issue lies in the fact that a multitude of undead awakening inevitably heralds the emergence of a morning lord. The appearance of a morning lord signifies the impending onset of war, a conflict between the living and the non-living. Are you suggesting that there's already a morning lord nearby? Chapter 41, concerning the vampire's desire to accumulate wealth. When the sky falls, there will be tall individuals to bear it. This saying rings true. Yet, what if the ceiling of one's own home collapses? Then one must bear it alone. Thus, Lin Ke's primary concern now revolves around whether the morning lord is indeed a newly risen undead in the vicinity. "Yes," Freya affirmed seriously. "The king of the dungeon is already preparing a response." Lin Ke furrowed her brow at the mention of the morning lord. "Why has it manifested now?" "It is said to be a remnant from last year that was not dealt with." Freya appeared somewhat puzzled as well. "I'm not entirely sure, master." "Fine. Let us set that aside." Lin Ke waved her hand. "Please wait here for a moment. I need to contemplate this matter." "Yes, master," Freya nodded obediently, her tail swaying gracefully behind her. Lin Ke slowly retreated into the Honeyblood Ice Fortress. The morning lord, to be frank, she was not overly concerned. It was evident that even if the morning lord awakened the undead within her forest, they would likely only reanimate magical creatures and goblins. Moreover, the territory was shared by a brother and sister, so there was little need for her to worry about confrontations, right? No, preparations must be made early. It must be said that Lin Ke was blissfully unaware until the moment she learned of the Morning Lord's proximity, when an overwhelming sense of insecurity enveloped her. That truly represents a formidable level 10 entity. But what is her strongest combat power at present? A level 6 succubus. Wouldn't that be easily dispatched with a single finger? Leaving aside other considerations, the likelihood of facing the Morning Lord directly was exceedingly slim, given her current situation. Therefore, she must construct defensive fortifications to guard against potential attacks from ordinary undead while simultaneously seeking ways to generate income. Indeed, many of her concerns ultimately boiled down to the singular issue of wealth. It is not that other issues are unimportant, but financial resources can resolve a multitude of problems. With money, she could purchase slaves, thereby increasing her population, or even acquire higher-tier slaves. With wealth, she could procure professional recipes and learn powerful, extraordinary professions. With funds, she could also buy seeds to cultivate varieties beyond just tomatoes. She could even purchase equipment, mounts, magical pets, maids, territories, and food. Earning money. Lin Ke could not help but murmur. To confront the Morning Lord, she must accumulate wealth. But how to earn that wealth? By selling food? That is impractical. Such goods either need to be precious and rare or cheap and abundant. As for rare and precious ingredients, she possessed none. Selling large quantities of cheap items? That is no simple task. She lacked even a merchant caravan to traverse the continent, let alone sell goods across the land. Furthermore, cheap and abundant products are typically sold to the impoverished. The wealthiest individuals in this world are the nobles. There are no college entrance examinations, nor is there a common populace. Forget about lounging in bed, watching short videos, playing games, or reading novels. The poor toil like true beasts of burden, not to purchase handbags or cosmetics, nor to indulge in the company of young models, nor to acquire luxury cars. They labor to afford a substantial, hard-rye bread to last them 3 days. It is clear that one cannot profit from the impoverished. Here, the nobles are akin to those of medieval Europe, possessing their own territories and titles, yet with distinctive differences. These nobles are all extraordinary beings, and attempting to earn money under their noses could provoke their ire, leading to one's demise. Thus, trading in food is decidedly unwise for her current circumstances. Advancing technology? Creating new opportunities through innovation? That is feasible, but one could easily have their research outcomes usurped. There is no protection for intellectual property in this world. Intellectual property. Lin Ke squinted, suddenly struck by an idea. How does one earn the money of the wealthy? It is well known that many affluent individuals do not particularly care about the practical value of an item, but rather the hidden value behind it. A bowl, for instance, typically holds a mere few coins in practical use. It is hardly worth much. But what if it bore intricate designs? Then it would possess enhanced aesthetic appeal. What if it were an item once touched by a certain celebrity? Then it would acquire significant historical value. What if this bowl were said to bring good fortune when displayed in one's home? Then its price could soar beyond measure. There are individuals who spend tens of thousands on a bag that costs only a few dozen to produce, simply because of the brand's perceived value. Beyond actual and utilitarian value, the price derived from premium is the hidden value. Hence, to summarize, in order to earn the wealth of the affluent, one must convince them that the hidden value of an item justifies its price. Music, novels, paintings, dramas, games, films, television series. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement as the possibilities unfolded in her mind, growing increasingly feasible. Next to her, the maid Freya was oblivious to Lin Ke's thoughts, only sensing that her master had suddenly become exuberant. After a moment, Lin Ke finally remembered that she now had maid. Freya, where do you usually like to sleep? Lin Ke inquired. Freya's face flushed instantly. What should she do? Her master was asking her where she sleeps? She recalled her grandmother saying that succubi eventually must sleep with someone. Freya's cheeks grew even warmer, but she ultimately lowered her head and replied, I sleep in my master's embrace. You enjoy sleeping in your master's embrace? Lin Ke was taken aback. Aren't succubi allowed to sleep on beds? Why must you sleep in someone's arms? How strange. Freya was equally stunned. I apologize. Lin Ke scratched her head. I usually hang upside down from trees for meditation. I was thinking if you need a bed, I could ask the goblins to build you a house since they are currently constructing. Build a house. Freya quickly reacted, her face resembling a ripe tomato. Yes. I'm sorry for the trouble, master. Not at all. Lin Ke dismissed her concerns nonchalantly. Moreover, she thought quite simply, she would eventually need to find a partner. Surely, there were many interesting races in both the realms of darkness and light. What if Freya were to sleep in her arms every day and hinder her from finding a partner? Come, Let me show you our home. Freya felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, as her master was finally bringing her to see those so-called goblins. The filthy, cunning, foolish, lazy, cruel, and vile goblins. She recalled some lowly goblins from her past, who, despite being of the first or second tier, had dared to hunt her, a level 5, in hopes of dragging her back for mating. Naturally, it ended in a massacre. The thought of the goblins' repulsiveness sent a chill down Freya's spine. She resolved that if her master, the esteemed Dark Lord, wished to witness her humiliation, she would rather die than submit. Surely her master wouldn't want that, right? Freya stole a glance at Lin Ke, but the next moment, she was struck by a shocking sight. Where is she? Chapter 42. Unexpected. Breeder. Before Freya unfolded a square encampment. Outside the encampment were several deep pits, with goblins digging in the earth. Adjacent to the pits stood towering earthen walls, forming 3 sides of a square that enclosed the encampment, leaving only an open entrance where several goblins were constructing a gate. Through the gate, one could see tables and chairs, iron pots, and an array of tools. There were also remarkably unique yet orderly buildings, exuding both charm and uniformity. Freya was astounded by this village. She had seen human villages before, yet none had evoked such a strong reaction within her. The visual impact of well-planned and orderly arrangements was unparalleled, especially when the builders and inhabitants were goblins. What do you think of this village? Lin Ke asked, smiling at Freya's remark. It's beautiful, Freya instinctively replied. Come, let me show you inside. Lin Ke gestured towards the interior. There happens to be an empty house. You can reside within. A house? Freya felt a mixture of anticipation and trepidation swell within her. She had often dreamed of owning a home, but alas, she lacked the means. Thus, she frequently found herself exposed to the elements. Even when she contemplated building her own house, it always fell through for various reasons. Now, she was about to have a home. With that thought in mind, she stepped into the village. The land was flat, the houses well-ordered, and the paths interconnected, with the sounds of chickens and pigs in the air. Chickens? Freya tilted her head in surprise. If she wasn't mistaken, there was an aura of dragon might emanating from one of the chickens. As she gazed at the chicken, it stared back at her. Cock-a-doodle-doo? Lightning, her pet, tilted its head, questioning Lin Ke. A level 6 succubus? Where did you pick her up? Don't be silly, Lin Ke chuckled, introducing Freya. This is my pet, named Lightning. Lightning, this is Freya. Hello, Lord Lightning. Freya slightly nodded in greeting. Lightning reciprocated with a nod. Cock-a-doodle-doo. From now on, Freya, you will be in charge of Lightning's training. Lin Ke said as they walked. It's just that I have many matters to attend to and won't have the time to supervise Lightning. With Freya, a formidable being, present, the training could be entrusted to her completely. Yes, master. Freya's expression hardened. I will train Lightning diligently. In a sense, the status of a maid and a pet was analogous. In some regions, the status of a maid was even lower than that of a pet. Maids were frequently replaced, and those tasked with caring for pets faced reprimands, punishments, or even execution if they failed. Thus, Freya understood that this was her first test, to train Lightning. Make sure to supervise closely to prevent Lightning from slacking off. Lin Ke guided Freya to the house closest to the entrance. My home. Freya gazed at the brand new structure before her, an inexplicable emotion swelling within her heart. Grandma, Freya finally has a home. Why are you crying? Lin Ke was taken aback. Freya, don't worry. This is just temporary. More furnishings will come later. If you're not satisfied, we can find you another house. Lin Ke felt a twinge of guilt. Had she been discovered? This house resembled a guard's quarters, positioned at the entrance, close to the watchtower and gate. It was slightly smaller than the other houses due to the impractical space planning, resulting in the 2 houses near the entrance being a bit cramped. Freya was his strongest asset. If she were dissatisfied, Lin Ke could easily have the goblins build another house. She couldn't bear to upset her. What if she became uncooperative during battle? Although influenced by the Dark Contract, Lin Ke always believed that there were ways to counteract policies. If things went awry, Freya could just as easily turn against her. No, this is quite nice. Freya wiped her tears and smiled, her bat-like wings gently fluttering behind her, and her arrow-tipped tail happily swaying like a little dog. That's good. Lin Ke sighed with relief, chuckling. It's a bit empty now, but rest assured, once we have the resources, I'll have them craft the furniture. Furniture? That was something that would significantly enhance her happiness. Previously, the goblins had no tables or chairs. The only furniture was the communal iron pots. In the future, furniture would also accelerate the advancement of private ownership. You see, here we can place a lounge chair to bask in the sun. Your room can have a bed, and perhaps I can help you buy some cashmere blankets. I suggest planting flowers on the balcony, but they should be easy to care for. Otherwise, they might wither every day. To ensure that his formidable maid was comfortable, Lin Ke painted this guard's quarters as a uniquely exceptional residence. Naturally, Freya grew increasingly satisfied, her surprise mounting. However, just as Lin Ke was enthusiastically detailing the features, Boloman suddenly approached him. What? Lin Ke was astonished. You mean you have taken on a new profession? An extraordinary profession? Not only Lin Ke, but even Freya and all the goblins gathered around were taken aback. Boloman had actually acquired a new profession. Yes, master. Boloman's cheeks turned a shade of green, clearly embarrassed. I originally just wanted to give a casual try, and it turned out it suited me. Do you know about the tomato base there? Just wait a moment while I gather my thoughts. Lin Ke stroked her chin, lost in contemplation. The surrounding goblins dared not utter a word, fearing they might disrupt Lin Ke's thoughts. The slimes remained silent as well, having just joined this family, observing the goblins' reticence. They too chose to remain quiet. Fry remained silent, standing behind Lin Ke, her gaze directed towards Borman, filled with astonishment. In Frey's eyes, the goblins here seemed to have entirely transformed into a new race. Farming. Goblins can farm now. The goblins she had encountered before were merely a famished breed that hunted when hungry and slept when sated. The races most adept at agriculture were always humans and elves. Yet now, your profession is called breeder? Lin Ke inquired again, his eyes brimming with curiosity. You cultivated enormous tomatoes, and thus felt a sense of assurance in your vocational success, which indeed came to fruition. Absolutely, Godfather, Borman replied, somewhat dazed. After enjoying a delightful tomato beef stew at noon, I ventured to inspect the tomatoes in the field. You wouldn't believe it. Those fruits were taller and larger than I am. Chapter 43, Collective Selection. In simple terms, Borman accomplished a dream that many had failed to achieve. He attempted to pursue a new profession and succeeded. Interestingly enough, Borman seemed to hold these tomatoes in higher regard than Lin Ke did. Lin Ke valued the tomatoes for the potential development of his territory and the importance of sustenance, planning for the future, whereas Borman, it appeared to be a labor of love. Several goblins shared this fervor, diligently weeding and pest catching, fearing for the tomatoes' well-being upon hearing of the devastating effects of pestilence. Upon learning that watering and fertilization could influence the growth and size of the fruits, they scoured the forest for animal droppings when manure ran short. Hearing of the potential damage from animals invading their cultivation base, they were almost eager to sleep in the fields to guard their plants. What was the outcome of all this? Borman informed Lin Ke that they had grown a tomato over a meter tall, initially intending to casually test his vocation. Borman stored the entire sequence of memories from tilling the land to harvesting in the bubble of his soul space. To his surprise, he succeeded. Are you suggesting that you believe the enormous tomatoes stem from the selective breeding I mentioned to you? Hence, during the trade input, 60 of it was dedicated to breeding? Lin Ke inquired once more. According to Borman, he had inputted traits related to tilling, selecting seeds, breeding, planting, nurturing, and harvesting, with breeding comprising 60 of the composition. Thus, Borman became a breeder. Yes, Godfather, Borman exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Perhaps we can explore even more extraordinary professions. More extraordinary professions? Lin Ke felt a twinge of excitement at this splendid news. However, he forced himself to remain composed and asked Borman, how many bubbles do you have left in your soul space? None, Godfather. Borman lamented. My mental strength is not robust. Lin Ke nodded and turned his gaze to the others. Each of you must have bubbles remaining in your soul space, right? The goblins responded eagerly. Yes, I have. I have 2 left. I still have 2. It seems I can obtain an extraordinary profession. Damn, I only have 1. The esteemed sage is truly remarkable. Hail the esteemed sage. Hail Borman. All the goblins rejoiced. This was an extraordinary profession. Their lowly goblin tribe actually had a chance to attain extraordinary vocations. All right. Lin Ke chuckled softly. Since that is the case, let us conduct an experiment. Borman, gather all the male goblins and line them up. The primary participants in the tilling will be the male goblins, so this experiment can only be conducted by them. Soon, Borman led all the male goblins to the forefront. Behind the male goblins were the other goblins and slimes. Fry and Lei Jian stood quietly behind Lin Ke, observing the scene. All right, Commander. Borman sat down on the spot. The goblins followed suit. Lin Ke nodded and spoke. Now, we shall allocate different ratios and then proceed with the trials. As he spoke, he extended his hand and, using magic, sketched several words in the air. Tilling, selecting seeds, breeding, planting, nurturing, and harvesting. Fearing that the goblins might not understand, he labeled them with symbols for clarity and explained, This is tilling, this is selecting seeds, this is harvesting. Remember them well. The goblins' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as they listened intently, learning, comprehending, and memorizing. It is important to note that these are 6 distinct traits. Who knows if having more or fewer traits could yield a new profession? Even these 6 traits could have ratios ranging from 1 to 99. Therefore, experimenting to discover new professional ratios is quite challenging. However, Borman has set a promising precedent, inspiring Lin Ke with fresh ideas. Since there is a breeder focused on breeding, then there could be attempts at professions related to tilling, watering, and fertilizing, pest control, and harvesting, among others. Fortunately, the goblins had nearly completed the village's construction, so a failed experiment would only result in a few days of gloom, which they could endure. Now, we shall try one by one. Lin Ke added various numbers to the lines in the air and then designated each goblin. You use this. You use this. You're this. With each designation, the ratios in the air underwent specific changes. However, the variations amounted merely to shifts in ratios. The professional traits remained limited. Moreover, the changes were only in whole numbers. Thus, over 20 goblins could experiment with 20 different vocational ratios that Lin Ke deemed most reasonable. However, this method could not be employed indefinitely, for otherwise the goblins would lack the energy to engage in other tasks, spending their days merely meditating and experimenting. Of course, this method is feasible, but it will be a luxury for the future. At present, with so much yet to be accomplished, is not the time for extravagance. Then let us commence, Lin Ke exclaimed. Let us strive to ensure everyone attains an extraordinary profession. These extraordinary vocations will become the foundation of our tribe's strength. Oh. Powerful, powerful. Hail the esteemed sage. We shall achieve 100 extraordinary professions. The goblins cheered. Lin Ke then turned to the other goblins. Do not lose heart. Since the tomato base has a breeder, there will undoubtedly be other professions. Tool making is possible. Cooking is possible. Anything is achievable. We will all possess extraordinary professions in the future. Currently, the goblins were divided into 3 teams: the tomato base, traps and hunting, and handicrafts within the tribe. The teams that had previously worked together to cultivate the tomato base shared corresponding memories and experiences. However, those who had solely engaged in handicrafts within the tribe had not participated before, thus they could not pursue professions related to the tomato base now. Lin Ke reassured the other goblins to prevent them from all rushing to the fields. Fortunately, he worried unnecessarily. Although the goblins were envious, they were not foolish. They understood the importance of vocational formulas. They also realized that even if they did not voice their desires, Lin Ke would consider their futures. For a tribe, a collective, the strength of all members directly contributed to the tribe's growing strength. They had grown accustomed to obeying the commands of their highest leader. It was Borman before, and now it was Lin Ke. Correspondingly, Lin Ke led them to an increasingly better life, earning their respect and preventing any doubts about his leadership. Lin Ke was quite pleased with the goblins' responses. Borman, I leave this to you, Lin Ke said to Borman, who was not in a meditative state. I will go take a look at the enormous tomatoes you mentioned. Chapter 44. The role of acting makes perfect sense. Lin Ke had significantly overestimated the linguistic capabilities of the Borman and underestimated the disparities between the two worlds. When he arrived at the tomato base with Fury and Raiden, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. Was this truly a giant? Lin Ke felt a wave of weakness wash over him. It seemed imperative to impart some literary education upon them. Education, after all, is fundamental, for while the spectacle before him could indeed be classified as grand, it transcended the realm of normal tomatoes. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 tomato plants intertwined to form an enormous specimen. These plants naturally drooped to the side, from which dangled a round, colossal tomato, appearing to be large enough for 3 average individuals to embrace it. Just this single tomato would likely suffice to feed 20 people. Werewolf Peach. However, upon sighting the tomato, Fury exclaimed, "Master, was what you just ate a werewolf peach?" "Indeed," Lin Ke replied, surprised. "What of it?" Fury's arrow-like tail stiffened for a moment, only to sag again almost immediately. "Yes, our master is the Dark King. How could he possibly be poisoned? He is powerful, mysterious, and quite dashing, truly remarkable." Fury's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "And no, it's nothing." Lin Ke then realized that the outside world still remained unaware that tomatoes were edible, and hastily explained to Fury, who finally understood. Yet, she was soon filled with another query. Such a large werewolf, such a large tomato must have absorbed a great deal of magical energy, right? Why not condense it into a magical plant directly? Magical plant? Lin Ke was taken aback. A magical plant. So it grew this large due to the absorbed magical energy. It could be condensed into a magical plant. He quickly recalled specialized knowledge. Magical plants used in potion making. Some alchemists and healers could utilize magical plants to concoct potions with various effects. This extraordinarily large magical plant before him indeed had the potential to exhibit such effects due to magical energy. Whose magic, you ask? Naturally, it was the unintentional cultivation by the Borman that emitted this magic. Are you suggesting it is magic? Lin Ke spoke slowly, his eyes gleaming. Indeed, Master is astute. Fury nodded. Magic. Each profession possesses its unique magic that others cannot wield. For instance, the vampire has blood-sucking, the dragon has its roar, the knight has its charge, and the shield warrior has its shield bash, among others. As a breeder, the Borman must have unintentionally unleashed a magic exclusive to breeders, resulting in the tomato's mutation. This implies that, if controlled, this magic could also be employed to foster magical plants. And what if it is not controlled? Then there would be an endless supply of tomatoes. Just by looking, Lin Ke could ascertain that such a large tomato could easily sustain everyone for an entire day, even leading to overindulgence. Previously, 7 or 8 tomato plants could never yield enough tomatoes to feed so many. Thus, Lin Ke felt a slight relaxation within. His earlier concerns about insufficient sustenance could now shift to pondering the taste of the food. With the profession of breeder at the very least, starvation was no longer a worry. With a contented smile, Lin Ke announced, "Let us return, Fury." Upon their return to the tribe, most were still busy with various tasks. As there was much work to be done, it was unrealistic for everyone to cease their activities. Only a couple dozen goblins were meditating, attempting to take on new jobs. The Borman remained nearby, vigilantly watching over those in meditation, fearful that something might go awry. Upon seeing Lin Ke return, the Borman turned towards him. "Borman, you have learned a new magic," Lin Ke chuckled. "Magic? New magic?" The Borman's face displayed confusion. Lin Ke nodded. "That gigantic tomato was birthed by your magical influence." "Huh?" The Borman appeared even more puzzled. Lin Ke shook his head, recognizing that their low cultural level was the root of the issue, and began to explain. "It was your unintentional magical manifestation upon taking on the breeder profession that led to this mutation." Lin Ke elucidated, understanding that the Borman lacked the relevant magical knowledge. Fortunately, Lin Ke's original self had spent over a century immersed in learning and slumber, making him quite knowledgeable. It was regrettable that the original was not particularly bright. Otherwise, with all that knowledge flooding his mind, he would likely have surpassed just a level 1 vampire. Typically, a normal adult noble vampire would possess at least level 3. The essence of magic lies therein. This led Lin Ke to conceive a method he termed role-play magic. He resolved to study the role-playing techniques from the renowned web novel Lord of Mysteries. What is role-play magic? According to Lin Ke's understanding, it involves embodying a profession. If you are a breeder, you must diligently learn what a breeder does and then role-play as one, engaging in the necessary tasks. If you're a vampire, you also perform the actions befitting a vampire. What actions, you may ask? The actions you should undertake are dictated by your traits. Lin Ke explained. If your trait is blood-sucking, then you should indulge in blood-sucking to experience how a vampire feeds. If your trait is seed selection, then diligently select seeds, ensuring you align with the attributes of a breeder. It is that simple. Ah, I see. The Borman's face lit up with realization, and he became excited. In that case, I should reside in the fields. That is also an option. Lin Ke chuckled, yet moderation is key. You must remember, you can embody any profession, but you are still yourself, not someone else. You are merely acting. Upon hearing this, the Borman appeared enlightened once more. Not just the Borman, but even Fury and Raiden seemed contemplative. Lin Ke understood that this world lacked such a concept as role-play magic. Nonetheless, he had heard of similar methods from the tutors his father, the Count, had engaged. And your magic will not stray from these characteristic boundaries. Lin Ke smiled. For instance, that enormous tomato was inadvertently birthed during your unintentional invocation of magic. With proper research, you could eventually wield such a growth spell. Of course, you could also compress it, transforming it into a magical plant, which would be even better. Ah, I see. The Borman's imagination began to expand. Lin Ke's words had provided him with profound enlightenment. Ah, I see. Fury echoed, her tone even more fervent than the Borman's. Master, how enlightening. Chapter 45. I shall ignite a literary wave. Lin Ke smiled as he observed Fury muttering to herself. Quite normal indeed. The tutor previously engaged by his family possessed a level 5 mastery, being a scholar of mysteries, a master of dispel, and a high tower mage. He could be deemed a person of vast knowledge. If even his tutor was unaware of roleplay magic, then it was improbable that a girl like Fury, who had grown up in poverty, would be familiar with it. So what have you gleaned from this? Lin Ke inquired with a smile. The effects of roleplay magic are quite remarkable. Yes. Fury's face was flushed, her tail swaying excitedly, clearly thrilled. I never knew there was such a concept. I am overjoyed. Fury felt an immense joy within her heart. This was the realm of the Dark King, where even a casual mention of knowledge could yield boundless benefits. Fury felt as though she had finally found a reliable refuge in her life. Overwhelmed with emotion, she nearly shed tears. Luckily, she remembered the goblins were present, and thus she restrained herself. By the way, Fury, Lin Ke suddenly became curious. You are already at level 6. Why not take on an extraordinary profession? I lack the funds. Fury lowered her head. The demands of other powerful individuals are too great for me. I do not wish to subjugate myself to them. Lin Ke nodded. It's all right. In the future, we will have many extraordinary professions. Fu Rue gazed at Lin Ke with gratitude. Master, you are truly kind. We are family. There is no need for such words. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively. Fu Rue felt even more touched. Lin Ke continued. By the way, I can let you earn money with your body. Would you like to give it a try? Fu Rue responded with confusion. Huh? Don't be like that. Fu Rue. I just need to take a break. No. Master, please don't stop. But I'm truly exhausted. Please don't stop. Woo. All right. I feel like I'm being drained dry. I want it. I still want more. Lin Ke and Fu Rue sat on a long bench in the rest area, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Lin Ke was weary, while Fu Rue was sorrowful. Fu Rue, I really have no magic left, Lin Ke said helplessly. Can we wait a bit longer? I don't want to master. Fu Rue wiped her tears and sobbed. I want to see the ending of Romeo and Juliet, but I truly have no magic left. Lin Ke waved his hand, causing the magical words suspended in the air to wobble. This made Fu Rue cry even louder. All right, I left my grandmother when I was little. In a foreign land. Woo. Stop. Lin Ke felt that his expensive cloak, which had withstood even the claws of a level 3 earth-bursting bear, was about to be soaked with her tears. Then I will continue to play it for you. Play what? The novel. Which novel? Romeo and Juliet. To be honest, Lin Ke initially did not plan to delve into drama so soon. After all, the goblin tribe had barely managed to address their basic needs. How could they think about making money? However, the situation had changed. With the presence of Polo Man, the breeder, the goblin tribe no longer had to worry about food. Moreover, the forest was gradually becoming populated with animals, as many beasts that could not survive in the Thunder Marsh were migrating here. This ensured a certain level of energy consumption. In this context, Lin Ke had to contemplate an important issue: military strength. In any world, the size of one's fist is often the ultimate truth. To safeguard everything they currently possessed, it was imperative to possess a degree of military might. The best way to enhance strength now was to earn money to purchase extraordinary professions. Furthermore, earning money would also unlock the jasmine milk green tea. That cup of jasmine milk green tea was still sitting on the counter of the Honey Blood Ice Fort. Once unlocked, he could gain 1,000 charm points within 5 minutes after consuming it. This meant he could become a powerful succubus in a non-physiological sense for 5 minutes. A normal person has 10 charm points, and 1,000 points is 100 times that. Imagine the allure. At that point, regardless of gender or age, anyone who opposed him would be enchanted. Moreover, once the jasmine milk green tea was unlocked, wound tea, the next milk tea, be just within reach, thus earning money. As previously contemplated, the best way to make money was undoubtedly through literature and art, utilizing these two avenues to earn the nobility's coin. After much deliberation, Lin Ke decided to adapt Romeo and Juliet. The result was that the leading lady he had in mind, Fu Rue, became so emotionally moved that she urged him to hasten the writing of the subsequent plot. Lin Ke had no choice but to oblige. Unfortunately, all the goblins and slimes present could not understand the common tongue, leaving only Fu Rue capable of comprehension. The goblins and slimes stealthily observed from a distance, perplexed by the unfolding events. Eventually, Lin Ke conjured the final scene of Romeo and Juliet using magical words. Fu Rue immediately focused her gaze, her expression tense. However, when she finished reading and realized what she was witnessing, she burst into tears, crying out, "Ooh, how pitiful, how tragic." As she sobbed, Fu Rue embraced Lin Ke, weeping for a few moments before drying her tears on his shoulder. Then, Looking up at Lin Ke with teary eyes, she remarked, "This drama is not uplifting at all." Indeed, Lin Ke gently patted Fu Rue's back. "It is a tragedy." "What is a tragedy?" Fu Rue wiped the corners of her eyes, somewhat puzzled. "By the way, master, why are there no gods, deities, religion?" Lin Ke said softly. In this world, the current dramas indeed bore little relation to those of the later eras. The existing dramas still retained their nascent form. In fact, many forms of art were still in their primitive stages, primarily used for prayers, sacrifices, praises, curses, and so forth, lacking any entertainment value. Among these, religion, politics, and character biographies constituted the themes of contemporary drama. Lin Ke estimated that it would take at least 100 or 80 years for the theme of drama to potentially shift from character biographies to genuine storytelling. However, that would be in the absence of his intervention. Speaking of which, there was something in the past called the Renaissance. Due to the development of productive forces, the emerging bourgeoisie grew discontent with the old class's control over the spiritual realm, leading to the Renaissance. Thus, music, literature, painting, and sculpture became distinct from the old era. Currently, with the Dark Primordial Council and the Holy Light Church in a state of truce, and as practitioners grew stronger and more numerous, alongside the flourishing of intelligent life on the Fath continent, material wealth expanded. It is conceivable that a cultural renaissance on Fath is inevitable. Therefore, Lin Ke decided to start with the most accessible and comprehensible drama to open the eyes of the intelligent beings of Fath. Shakespeare, as a representative of the Renaissance and a literary giant, allow me to harness your power to stir waves in this other world. Chapter 46. Ignite the World. Drama. This is the pinnacle of art in the current era. Music, painting, these are the most primitive forms of art. Novels, this is the core. Music, visual scripts, what do these elements compose? Drama. Whether in film or video games, they are essentially variants of drama, which is merely a combination of novels, scripts, music, sound effects, and visuals. The only difference is that films and television have cameras and longer narratives, while games add interactivity and playability. Overall, to a certain extent, they are all related to drama. Even the subsequent variety shows claim to be connected to drama scripts. Drama is one of the most popular and easily recognized forms of art among the nobility. Nobles are willing to lavish their gold coins on art, such as music and painting. Yet, the number who genuinely appreciate and connect with it is scarce. Most merely engage in superficial elegance. Painting? Simply create a chaotic piece, and, if labeled as a masterwork, that foolish crowd will scatter their coins. Music? If fans rate it highly enough, many will believe it must be good and are willing to pay. But can one truly say that these nobles can appreciate, comprehend, or empathize with it? Not necessarily. Just as with the smiling Mona Lisa, many praise it for its beauty. But in reality, the Mona Lisa holds its current status entirely due to the Renaissance, rather than achieving an unparalleled level of artistry. Prior to the Mona Lisa, art and music were closely tied to religion. They served to glorify, praise, and lament the divine, while also critiquing, judging, and cursing heretics. Yet the Mona Lisa is merely an ordinary woman. This was the first instance of people shifting their gaze from the ethereal divine to tangible humanity. This is the source of the Mona Lisa's significance. It also illustrates that in the realm of art, both the work itself and its promotion are crucial. But drama? Drama is something everyone can understand. The valiant hero battles the malevolent dragon to win the hand of the princess, while angels triumph over demons to save humanity. Thus, drama transcends mere high art, embodying a form of popular art as well. While others extol the virtues of painting and music, you may feign comprehension, yet privately remain bewildered, still willing to pay for the experience. However, with drama, you truly grasp its essence. When others extol the merits of a particular play, not only do you comprehend their sentiments, but you also engage with their critiques, rendering you even more inclined to invest in such experiences. Although the current theatrical offerings may appear rather dull, this only underscores the vast potential for future growth and enhancement. It is crucial to recognize that themes of freedom, the struggle against fate, and the complexities of love and hatred have remained nearly eternal subjects for sentient beings. The enduring classic of Romeo and Juliet emerges from its critique of feudalism, its celebration of humanistic ideals, and its exploration of the dichotomy between love and destiny. At a deeper level, it narrates the core elements of freedom, resistance, love, and responsibility. When stripped of the trappings of time, religion, and politics, these themes resonate universally with all intelligent life forms. Lin Ke firmly believes that this play will undoubtedly touch and enlighten many, leading them to part with their gold coins. Those nobles might not be interested if the ticket price were merely 1 copper coin. Yet, should it be set at 1 gold coin, they would surely be compelled to taste its richness. With this thought in mind, Lin Ke gazed at the alluring succubus before him. Freya, are you willing? Freya diligently prepared her script, fully committed to her role as the leading lady. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, as the male lead, playwright, and director, contemplated the ensemble cast, performance venue, and promotional strategies. Orchestrating a successful theatrical performance is no simple task. As he pondered these matters, Bolamon approached, his face alight with excitement. We have succeeded. Lin Ke, shifting his focus from the play, inquired, succeeded? Indeed, Balamon's complexion was radiant. 3 goblins have become professionals. 3? Lin Ke's interest peaked, and he rose to observe. Before him stood 3 exuberant goblins, exploring their newfound selves while animatedly conversing with their companions. I feel the power. One exclaimed. Power, you say? We are but level 1. Another retorted. After daily watering, fertilizing, weeding, and pest control, I have finally become an extraordinary professional. The trio exchanged fervent words, while other goblins cast envious glances their way. What are your professions? Lin Ke asked, now closer to them. Commander, I am a cultivator, adept at tilling the soil and planting crops. I am a crop caretaker, responsible for daily watering, fertilizing, and pest control. My profession is harvester, dedicated to the art of reaping. Lin Ke regarded the last, slender goblin with mild surprise. This title seemed less conventional for an extraordinary profession. You 3 are quite remarkable and fortunate, Lin Ke praised. It is essential to note that obtaining a profession involves not only the recipe for it, but also the understanding and memory associated with it. Without diligent effort, one cannot successfully coalesce their vocation. Hearing Lin Ke's commendation, the 3 goblins grew even more animated, their faces aglow with verdant excitement. However, Lin Ke continued, prompting a shift in their demeanor. You 3, along with Bolamon, Lin Ke directed his gaze toward Bolamon, who promptly stood at attention, chest puffed out, awaiting Lin Ke's instruction. You shall be the spark of our tribe. Lin Ke's tone turned serious. Our tribe will commence its growth and development in this barren land. As he spoke, he gestured outward. We are distanced from the world's epicenter, separated from both darkness and light, seemingly existing only in the fringes of Father. Yet a single spark, if it encounters dry straw, can ignite an entire prairie. Lin Ke placed a hand on each of their shoulders. You are the initial spark. You shall ignite those around you, and together, we will set this world ablaze. His words stirred a fervor within them, igniting their spirits and bringing tears to their eyes. I shall fill the world with tomatoes. The cultivator exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away. No tomato shall escape my protection, the crop caretaker declared, thumping his chest with fervor to pledge his heart. I will harvest every tomato and then attempt to stew them with succulent chicken. The harvester expressed a delightful wish. I have never tasted chicken, but surely I shall in the future. In the distance, a thunderous chicken flinched at these words, recalling its identity as a dragon rather than a succulent chicken, allowing itself a moment of relaxation. Excellent. Our aspiration shall indeed be realized, Lin Ke affirmed with a smile. Then turned to Bolamon. My protege, what about you? Father, we shall ignite the world together. Bolamon replied, wiping his tears, his voice resolute. It is important to note that prior to this, their tribe had not been so vibrant. Everything changed when his father descended from the heavens. The worth of an individual is determined by their actions rather than their words. His father, who once spoke at length, now leads the entire tribe step by step toward the promises once made. He, Bolamon, the leader of the goblin tribe, firmly believes that his father will guide them into the future, a future shrouded in darkness. Chapter 47, The Role of Slimes. Observing the 4 goblins brimming with enthusiasm, Lin Ke felt reassured. He had been concerned that they might become complacent after securing their professions. Yet, it was evident that they harbored a genuine passion for their vocations, evidenced by their lofty ideals. Except for the one who yearned for chicken, Lin Ke cast a sidelong glance at the harvester. This profession, while sounding formidable, left him curious about its true potential as a harvester in every conceivable sense. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to cultivate their skills for the time being. Bolamon. Lin Ke gently patted his shoulder. Yes, Commander. Bolamon, still glimmering with emotion, managed to rein in his feelings. The one you deemed the most outstanding among us is now your disciple. With this, Lin Ke gestured toward the other 3. You 2. Previously, a dozen individuals were required to manage the tomato base. Now, it was clear that such numbers were unnecessary. as professional practitioners. They would possess numerous spells to address the issue of labor shortages. For instance, casting a cultivation spell could likely eliminate the need for dozens of workers. Those freed resources could then be redirected toward various other endeavors. Disciples? Bolamon paused, then grasped Lin Ke's intent. Very well. I shall take charge of the tomato base, Commander. I will manage it well. Indeed, Lin Ke nodded, a look of approval gracing his face. I entrust it to you. I have full confidence. That single affirmation ignited Bolamon into an ecstatic state. Go forth, Bolamon. Let me witness whether you eight can uphold the future of our tribe. Food is undeniably vital. With the food issue resolved and so many laborers freed, Lin Ke could now contemplate various matters. In terms of literature and art, it was evident that goblins could not be considered yet. Perhaps in the future, they would, but presently, that was simply not feasible. The prejudice against races like goblins and slimes ensured their obscurity and lack of respect within Father, even if they were to create astonishing works or demonstrate remarkable skills. Acceptance by high society would remain elusive. Thus, Lin Ke needed to focus on having the goblins undertake foundational tasks for the time being, such as farming and manual labor. Once a broad cultural and intellectual development emerged in the future, and he had attained a certain status and power, he could then consider guiding the goblins toward other pursuits. What might those endeavors entail? After dismissing Bolamon and the others, Lin Ke found himself lost in contemplation. However, after much contemplation, Lin Ke could only come to the conclusion that survival was paramount. Indeed, it was imperative to train a formidable team. With a heavy sigh, Lin Ke acknowledged the essentials: food, shelter, and warm clothing made of fur. It was now time to consider the matter of armament. Yet, the mere thought of it caused him considerable distress. What purpose do conventional armed forces serve? They are hardly more effective than a mere token presence. True armed strength lies within the hands of professionals. Nonetheless, each profession has its specialization. While there are indeed combat-oriented careers, roles such as breeder, crop caretaker, and cultivator are more akin to non-combat professions, similar to that of a pharmacist. It's not that they cannot fight. Rather, their primary vocation is better suited for other endeavors rather than warfare. There was, however, one title that piqued his interest: harvester. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that this role was limited to harvesting crops, with the full title being crop harvester. Thus, the issue circled back to its original point: the lack of funds. If only he had the money, he could directly purchase what he needed from his father's count. Why must every world be driven by the need for currency? Lin Ke felt a sense of helplessness. Once again, he found himself at the starting line. To assemble a team, he would still require funds. And to acquire funds, he needed to engage in trade. The predicament lay in the fact that venturing out would inevitably lead him into the territories of his siblings, resulting in conflict. Not to mention, staging a theatrical performance necessitated actors, which would require him to recruit from his siblings' villages, for otherwise, he would lack any human performers. In essence, he felt ensnared in a deadlock. Unless he brought Freya along and subdued his siblings. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. No, he could not take the initiative. Otherwise, Freya, a level 6 succubus who was nearly in a state of being unbound, given his own weakness, would be at risk. If word of the succubus were spread, it would surely attract the attention of many powerful figures. After all, she was a succubus, and a level 6 one at that. Lin Ke harbored serious doubts that even his count father had reached such a level, as he lacked access to quality blood. Therefore, should Freya's existence be revealed, it would not only spell doom for her, but likely for Lin Ke as well. Then he could lure one over. Let me think who might be nearby. A gleam sparked in Lin Ke's eyes. If he could eliminate a single lord, he would have a pathway to the outside world. At that point, he could reach the near city and seek out a local theater to perform Romeo and Juliet. And then, he would acquire a profession, a military, and so forth. Who should he lure? Lin Ke surveyed his surroundings and quickly focused on the slime chief, Rimuru, as the most inconspicuous entity. The slime race was indeed well suited for espionage and reconnaissance, as well as for relaying messages. Rimuru, come here for a moment, Lin Ke called out. Rimuru was currently engaged with his kin in reinforcing their structures using slime, much like applying a protective coating to a building. The natural secretion of a slime served as an excellent adhesive. While not as sticky as glue, it possessed a consistency akin to that of glutinous rice. Presently, sturdy earthen walls stood firm around the tribe, and 4 watchtowers have been erected at the corners, with goblins and slimes working together to fortify them. My lord? Rimuru bounced over, his expression adorably naive. Is everything to your liking in the burrow? Lin Ke inquired with a smile. The slimes preferred not to dwell in houses. as they were non-humanoid sentient beings. Instead, they favored residing in burrows. Thus, Lin Ke had instructed the goblins to excavate subterranean chambers surrounded by walls for the slimes, ensuring they had designated rooms for their habitation. It's quite comfortable. Rimuru's small, bean-like eyes glimmered with gratitude. Our tribe hasn't enjoyed such peaceful slumber in ages. That's wonderful. Lin Ke nodded, then inquired, are all of your professions slimes? Do you have any extraordinary careers? No, my lord, Rimuru sighed. It's already a blessing if we slimes can reach adulthood naturally, but all the slimes were at level 1, including Rimuru himself. It was worth noting that when Lin Ke first encountered the goblin tribe, their leader was already a level 2 goblin. Yet both tribes shared a commonality. They were either malnourished or lacked adequate exercise, preventing them from reaching level 3. Fear not, things will improve in due time, Lin Ke reassured with a smile. Gesturing towards the northeast, I need you to venture over there for me and carry out a task. Chapter 48, Elegance, Timeless, as ever. Once he had given Rimuru his instructions, Lin Ke began to patiently await his return. He instructed Freya to remain within a certain radius, close enough to hear his call. Though Freya did not fully comprehend, she complied. Lin Ke, after Rimuru departed, settled into a state of semi-slumber within the milk tea shop, the Honey Blood Ice Fortress. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and smiled at the empty space before him. My dear sister, it has been far too long. Come fort. With that, he picked up the jasmine milk green tea from the table and gave it a gentle shake. Did you bring the money? However, his words echoed into an eerie silence. With no response. Consequently, Lin Ke quickly sat back down, placing the jasmine milk green tea back onto the table, and closed his eyes once more. After a minute, he repeated his earlier words. My dear sister, it has been far too long. Come fort. Yet, still no answer came. Lin Ke remained undeterred, resuming his seated position, placing the jasmine milk green tea down again and shutting his eyes. My dear sister, it has been far too long. Come fort. My dear sister, it has been far too long. Come fort. My dear sister. It was not until 5 hours later, parched and weary, that Lin Ke opened his bloodshot eyes and declared, My dear sister, it has been far too long. Come fort. Just as he thought he would have to repeat his mechanical summons, a faint exclamation reached his ears. Who are you? Lin Ke turned to smile at the source of the voice. Emerging from the nearby thicket stood a small girl, approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall, or rather, someone resembling a small girl. Her skin was as pale as snow, clad in a white lace dress, with a mane of fluffy chestnut curls. Her cheeks were slightly cherubic, and a few faint freckles dotted the sides of her nose. She appeared endearingly cute, reminiscent of a delicate and charming doll. This was one of Lin Ke's sisters, Celia Azen, a level 3 vampire. Her territory lay to the northeast of Lin Ke's domain, roughly the same size as his, yet it encompassed several villages, making it relatively powerful. This time, Lin Ke had dispatched the slime chief Rimuru to the nearest village, intending to lure Celia over. His wish had been fulfilled. However, the next step was the most critical. Lin Ke's voice was hoarse as he addressed her. Dearest sister, you must have received my message. Who exactly are you? After her initial shock, the little girl Celia's tone turned cold. Lin Ke is the heir to the Azen family bloodline. How dare you attempt to strip him of control? With that, Celia produced a thick, obsidian tome, its pages rustling without wind and radiating a strong magical aura. I shall summon father at once. You are provoking all vampire nobility. Such audacity. Celia, at the age of 140, was on the verge of reaching adulthood at 180. Yet her voice remained as clear and melodious as a spring. Sister, I implore you to cease. Lin Ke shook his head. Rimuru should have informed you. Provide me with 6 gold coins, and I shall reveal the truth. If you summon father, then these secrets will no longer belong to you. As he spoke, Lin Ke stepped out of the Honey Blood Ice Fortress, jasmine milk green tea in hand. You see, I am merely at level 2, posing no threat to you, right? I have stated it before. I am your brother. In the realm of darkness, who would dare control the son of a vampire count? Lin Ke's words left Shili in a state of doubt. So, you truly are my brother? Shili hesitated. Lin Ke immediately shook his head. I told you. Provide me with 6 gold coins, and you shall have your answer. Gritting her teeth, Shili caressed the ring on her finger, and soon 6 coins appeared in her hand. Lin Ke observed calmly as Shili utilized what was evidently a possession of her maternal lineage. Shili retrieved 6 gleaming gold coins, and after a moment of hesitation, approached to place them in the palm of Lin Ke's outstretched hand. Very obedient, Lin Ke nodded slightly, then called out, Fry, come here for a moment, meet my sister. His voice echoed through the woods. Shili immediately became alert. Is there someone else? Lin Ke chuckled. Fear not. We are siblings otherwise. With that, he turned and walked back towards the Honey Blood Eyes fortress. In the next instant, Frey's figure appeared at an astonishing speed. Master, Frey bowed her head to Lin Ke, then fixed her pale violet eyes upon Sheely. Feeling Frey's aura, Sheely trembled, involuntarily revealing her fangs, seemingly attempting to diminish her fear. It was a manifestation of a high-level being's dominance over a lower one. Level 6. It was evident that she was a succubus. A level 6 succubus. Moreover, this succubus dared to call her foolish brother master. Her brother, who had been foolish for over a century, had actually tamed a succubus? None of the prominent figures from her maternal lineage possessed a succubus, let alone one of such high caliber. What on earth was her brother's true identity? Wait. Seeing her brother remain unfazed under the pressure of the level 6 succubus, Sheely seemed to grasp something. No wonder her foolish brother had suddenly appeared competent. No wonder he claimed he was still himself, unmanipulated. No wonder he had never feared their father's dominance. It turned out her brother was not foolish at all. He had merely concealed his true self due to an elevated soul level. Her brother was indeed her brother, not a fool to be trifled with. So that was it. Sheely gradually comprehended everything. Yet in the next moment, confusion returned. Why would her brother hide his power? Why reveal it to her and not others? Just as Sheely pondered these questions, she witnessed a shocking scene. She had never encountered a being with such swift hands. Such speed, if wielded to sever another's head, would leave them utterly bewildered. My dear sister, I have told you, I harbor no malice towards you. Lin Ke transformed 5 of the coins into currency for purchasing jasmine milk tea, which he then drank in one gulp. The next instant, the system panel in his mind shifted. Title, Baron, Life, 500,500. Strength, 4,040. Speed, 7,070. Agility, 7,070. Charm, 100,090, 459. Intelligence, 10,003. Status, elegant. Both his status and charm had changed. Lin Ke could fathom the alteration in charm, yet he was perplexed by the shift in status. However, when he reached for the Bloody Mary, he understood the reason for his newfound elegance. He grasped the stem of the highball glass with his pinky and ring fingers, while his middle, index, and thumb cradled the bowl in a natural arc, then gracefully strode outside. Awaiting him were a succubus and a diminutive vampire, both rendered speechless. Chapter 49. I have tamed Sheely. I am Lin Ke. He proclaimed this with a steady heart and unblushing face, for he was indeed Lin Ke, devoid of a heartbeat. Yet, today, you are meeting the true me, my dear sister. He then recited words he had long contemplated. My domain is akin to the boundless sky, allowing birds to soar like the vast ocean, permitting fish to leap freely. And I am that bird, that fish who has ventured into the sky and sea. Naturally, there will be some changes, though not too many. I am still myself. I'm also no longer myself. The sky allows birds to fly. The ocean grants fish the freedom to leap. Lin Ke believed Sheely would comprehend these words. Although his count of siblings was numerous, his father's education remained stringent. You remain yourself? Sheely appeared bewildered, feeling a palpable pressure emanating from a man before her, yet also a distinct charm. Meanwhile, Frey stood mesmerized, perceiving her master as even more alluring than her own kin. Lin Ke remained oblivious to Frey and Sheely's thoughts. He was only aware that the countdown in his mind was steadily diminishing. Thus, he continued with his plan. Approaching Sheely, he extended the trembling goblet of red wine towards her. Once she accepted it, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his expression melancholic, and began to recite, The red moon has gifted me red eyes, and I shall naturally use them to combat the light. His voice was slow, melodious, yet laced with sorrow, complexity, and pain. The vampire clan, including its progenitors, possessed crimson eyes, a sign and a gift. Yet Sheely was not concerned with such matters. The red moon bestowed upon me red eyes, and I shall use them to oppose the light? She shuddered. What nonsensical poem. The correct sentiment should be, The night granted me black eyes, and I seek to find recognition in the light, or something akin. Yet, inexplicably, the educated Sheely found her brother to possess a unique charisma. This aura was something she had never witnessed in any of her siblings, nor even in her countenance father. What a handsome brother, Sheely's soul fluttered. Yet she was aware that she lacked a heart, only possessing a core of essence. Therefore, it was undoubtedly her soul that was stirring. My dear sister, Lin Ke repeated the title. However, unlike the first instance of lightheartedness and the second of indifference, the third utterance of my dear sister bore the weight of relief, melancholy, sorrow, and fragmentation, yet was also light, carefree, and open-hearted. Sheely unconsciously lowered her head, clutching the frayed hem of her dress, softly responding, Brother, how strange, Was I not meant to tear him apart? What am I doing? Shili's inner turmoil surged. For so many years, no one understood me. Sister, you are the first to hear my innermost thoughts. Lin Ke turned to her, stating softly, Come. Let us engage in a conversation. This is our first dialogue as siblings, and I will share with you my aspirations. With that, he beckoned Fry. Come and sit with us. After settling cross-legged, he curiously observed the cup in Shili's hand, raising an eyebrow. Why aren't you drinking? I fear it may be poisoned. Shili's mind wrestled. Yet considering how effortlessly Fry could eliminate her, coupled with her brother's strikingly handsome gesture, she tilted her head back and drained the red liquid from her goblet. Fry approached, following Lin Ke's instructions to sit down, her curiosity directed at Shili. It was known that Fry had previously consumed a Bloody Mary, aware that it could even extinguish pure white holy fire, rendering it a potent potion. Yet she was puzzled as to why Lin Ke would offer it to Shili. In the next moment, Shili's cup inexplicably vanished. But she had no time to dwell on this peculiarity, instead gazing at Lin Ke in shock. Is this blood? No, Lin Keskivi kotiaklet. This sweet and sour concoction is known as milk tea, a type of fruit tea. You may refer to it as Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary? Ming dea. Shili furrowed her brow. But brother, this Bloody Mary has alleviated my thirst for blood. It seems I am not alone in my struggle against the thirst for blood. Lin Ke chuckled softly. This is but one of my secrets. In the future, I intend to ensure that the vampire clan will no longer be coerced by the world of light. With this singular item, it can be accomplished. As he spoke, he gestured towards the nearby Blood Ice Castle. The ingredients for this Bloody Mary are merely the ubiquitous blood-red hawthorn and perilla leaves, compared to the blood of sentient beings. These materials are far more accessible and less likely to incite conflict, don't you think? Cecily, not lacking in intelligence, immediately grasped the value of the Bloody Mary. However, she remained perplexed. How could blood-red hawthorn possess such effects? Yet, upon observing Lin Ke's enigmatic smile and the adoring gaze of Freya directed at him, she felt a flicker of understanding. As for my other secrets, there are still many. Lin Ke sighed while gazing at the crescent moon that was becoming visible in the twilight. In essence, I wish to transform this world into one that resembles the one I am familiar with, cherish, and adore. That is my goal. Turning to Freya and then to Cecily, he asked with a smile, Are you willing to assist me? As he uttered these words, he radiated an overwhelming and astonishing charm, as if a celestial being had descended. I am willing. Freya was the first to respond, her cheeks flushed, clearly captivated by Lin Ke's unwavering loyalty. Cecily, too, felt a warmth spread across her face. Among all the siblings she had encountered, none failed to marvel at her ascension to a level 3 vampire before reaching maturity. Cecily felt an unparalleled confidence in their presence. Yet now, standing before Lin Ke, she experienced a peculiar sensation. Why did she long to leap into her brother's embrace and nuzzle against his chest? Cecily's heart roared with excitement. At this thought, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to the rear of a West American diamondback rattlesnake. Moreover, Lin Ke's aspirations and ambitions were immensely grand. A brother who is idealistic, principled, powerful, capable, and yet gentle, considerate, and undeniably handsome. Undoubtedly carrying the scent of wildflowers and grass. I too am willing. Dear brother, Cecily twirled her fingers on her skirt. Could you perhaps grant me a hug? Upon speaking these words, she felt a piercing gaze, as sharp as a blade, emanating from that insufferable succubus nearby. However, Cecily chose to remain unperturbed. Oh, a hug? Naturally. As siblings, it is entirely reasonable. As Lin Ke observed Cecily's demeanor, he realized that his charm had indeed taken effect. Cecily, I have successfully won you over. He chuckled, gently patting her back, and addressed Freya. This is my sister. You two must get along well in the future. And my brother's sister. The very best sister. Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, Cecily immediately nuzzled against his chest, her voice sweetly melodic. Brother is also my very best brother. I won't allow anyone to steal him away from me. As she uttered the last phrase, she stole a glance at Freya. A fleeting expression of triumph crossing her features, quickly followed by shyness. Cecily herself was astonished by the sound she had produced and the actions she had taken. She was the fearsome Cecily, the demon lord, yet simultaneously, she felt a sense of rightful contentment. What was wrong with expressing such feelings? What of being a demon lord? Who said a demon lord could not have a brother? The Dark Law did not stipulate such things. Even a level 6 succubus referred to her esteemed brother as master. What stature must her brother possess? Level 1? Is that even conceivable? Cecily delighted in being the first to be entrusted with her brother's secret. Girls are particularly fond of being first. Otherwise, If others were to uncover her brother's inner self, how could she continue to snuggle close? Consequently, Cecily's expression transformed into one of pure joy. Meanwhile, Freya, seemingly unable to control herself, suddenly embraced Lin Ke as well. Master, you are also my very best master. Freya's cheeks were as flushed as Cecily's. Lin Ke was oblivious to Freya's words, but with Cecily nestled in his embrace, Freya was a level 6 succubus. His life and livelihood depended on her protection. This was the effect of jasmine milk green, likely drawing some female creatures to embrace him. Lin Ke mentally noted the effects of jasmine milk green. As Freya held Lin Ke, experiencing the contrast between his coolness and her own flushed cheeks, her thoughts spiraled. It seemed her suspicions were confirmed. Her master was indeed concealing his true strength. Even a level 3 vampire called him brother with such sweetness. If he were merely a level 2 vampire, within the hierarchy where strength is revered, it would be impossible for a level 3 female vampire to address him in such a manner. Her master must be a sovereign of the dark realm. As she indulged in these thoughts, Lin Ke gazed down at Cecily nestled in his arms and smiled faintly. I am truly pleased that you came to see me this time. My dear little sister is rather endearing. Who would spread rumors about her being a girl vampire, aspiring to become a demon lord? Where's the demon lord that acts so adorably? Where is the demon lord with such a sweet voice? Cecily is but a little kitten. Lin Ke gently stroked Cecily's head, resolving to protect his adorable sister as a brother should. I'm also happy, brother. Cecily's voice was soft and sweet. Lin Ke nodded and patted Freya's head. Freya, you must get along well with my sister, do you understand? Understood, master. Freya's tone became tender and gentle. Embracing both girls, Lin Ke watched as the 5-minute countdown in the system reached 0. Title, Baron. Life, 500,500. Strength, 4,040. Speed, 7,070. Agility, 7,070. Charm, 9,090. Intelligence, 10,003. Status, normal. His charm had diminished from the original 1,090, and the 5-minute mark had been displayed, with his status shifting from elegant to normal. In that brief span of 5 minutes, Lin Ke experienced what it meant to be a succubus. A level 3 vampire had been so effortlessly brought under his command. So, this is the feeling of Liu Bei, Lin Ke mused inwardly. However, now that his charm had dissipated, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. All right, it's time to get down to business. Lin Ke rose. Cecily, do you know the Lord of the Dead? As Lin Ke spoke, both Cecily and Freya immediately sensed a change in his aura. Cecily, brother has returned to his original self? No, the one just now was the true brother. The current brother is the concealed version. Freya, my lord is now in a state of simplicity, concealing his brilliance. This is the return to innocence. The two girls instinctively exchanged glances, and in an instant, sparks flew between their gazes. Yet, they quickly averted their eyes, focusing back on Lin Ke. Ahem, brother. What about the Lord of the Dead? Cecily inquired, her mind elsewhere. Before Lin Ke could respond, Freya interjected coolly. The Lord of the Dead is approaching. He will consume your soul. Cecily huffed, wrapping her small hands around one of Lin Ke's legs. I am not afraid, with my brother to protect me. Even if he were to eat, it would be only me that he consumes. Vampires only drink blood, Freya replied coolly, and they cannot consume the blood of their own kind. Indeed, Lin Ke chimed in, engaging in their academic discussion. Thus, we cannot drink from the undead. They have no blood. That is the most disheartening aspect. Undead are inherently lethal to vampires. Cecily, the Lord of the Dead has awakened. Lin Ke continued, and it is quite recent in the underground city. The Lord of the Dead has awakened. It is near the underground city. Cecily felt a chill creep up her spine. Are we doomed? The Lord of the Dead, the powerful dark sovereign. Do not speak of them. Even their father cannot contend with the level 10 Lord of Morning. Rest assured, Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. He dares not emerge. Dares not emerge. Chili's expression was one of astonishment, first in disbelief, then dawning comprehension. Indeed, with a master present, how could the Lord of Morning dare to approach? Furue harbored immense admiration for Lin Ke. Unbeknownst to him, his words had taken on a different meaning in the ears of Furue and Shili. Yet, he was certain that the Lord of Morning would not dare to show himself at this moment. Moreover, even if the Lord of Morning were to eventually appear, he felt no overwhelming fear. The distance was simply too great. It was akin to a colossal dragon intent on destroying a mountain, as an ant residing within. There is no need for excessive concern. However, even an ant must strive to grow stronger before the dragon's devastation unfolds. Otherwise, If the ant were to flee after the mountain-esque destruction, amidst the ensuing chaos, there would be no opportunity for stable development. If Lin Ke were to gradually grow stronger now, even if the territories of the counts were to succumb to the dominion of the undead, he could lead his subjects to survival elsewhere. Fathomless power remains the ultimate arbiter. The Lord of Morning is undoubtedly aware of this. Hence, he too would seek to strengthen himself as much as possible before his true nature is fully revealed. Presently, although the Lord of Morning has awakened, information remains confined to a limited circle, and most remain oblivious. Lin Ke was uncertain whether the members of the Dark Primordial Council were aware. Regardless, he felt no cause for concern. If he was privy to such secrets, there was little reason to believe that other prominent figures were not. Fear not, Shili and Furue. What does it matter if the sky falls? In due course, there will be great figures to shoulder the burden. For now, let us contemplate the matter of the drama. Chapter 51, The Undead. Drama? Shili was taken aback, furrowing her delicate brows. Is it not a play that extols either our father or those dark sovereigns? Certainly not of that ilk. Lin Ke chuckled as he shook his head. Just take a look, Furue. Lin Keskiviko gesturet torstaikuroi. Subsequently, Furue began to conjure lines of text in the air with her magical energy. It was none other than the script of Romeo and Juliet. Shili, upon witnessing this, patiently observed, yet she had already resolved to praise it. Even if it were unappealing, even if it were a script glorifying her brother, she would extol it highly. After all, it was evidently written by her brother and had been shown to Furue. More importantly, judging by Furue's expression, it was clear that she held great affection for this play. Detestable woman, Shili thought as she prepared her complimentary remarks after merely glancing at the script. Wow, this is truly splendid, truly delightful. Romeo and Juliet? Are those two names? Halfway through her praise, Shili was struck dumb. This script was not titled Lin Keaisen. It was not authored by any of the renowned figures from the dark world known to her, nor by any deities seated among the stars. Were these characters entirely fictional, or perhaps figures from certain families? Could it be that a noteworthy individual had recently emerged in the dark world worthy of a biographical play? Shili's curiosity was piqued. She resolved to be patient and read through the entire script before forming her opinion. Thus, after 10 minutes of reading, Shili's expression grew increasingly furious. Is Juliet insane? Shili fumed. How dare she refuse her family's arrangements? Her mother is so pitiful. Furthermore, Romeo belongs to the Paladin family. Juliet must surely be a traitor. Shili was indignant. Observing this scene, Lin Ke was hardly surprised. Shakespeare has another play titled Hamlet. A famous quote from Hamlet is widely known. There are 1,000 Hamlets in 1,000 hearts. The same can be said for Romeo and Juliet. Different individuals will perceive different stories within it. Some see a failure in family management, others a vivid example of betrayal. Some discern women as rights, while others perceive the sorrows of the era, and still others see love. Some feel that the family raised a thankless wretch, while others view the protagonists as rebels against oppression, and yet others feel pity for the family members who sacrificed so much in vain. In essence, the reason classics endure is that these works articulate sentiments and truths that nearly every sentient being can appreciate, understand, and reflect upon. Certain experiences, regardless of time or place, resonate universally. Just as Shili and Furue hold differing views on Romeo and Juliet, these disparities stem from personal education, current emotions, levels of understanding, worldviews, life philosophies, and values. There is no need to empathize completely, but mutual understanding and the appreciation of differences are essential. Dead? At that moment, Shili concluded her reading. A solitary tear slipped from her eye. What a strange feeling. I feel that love should not be like this. Meanwhile, Furue burst into tears. Yes, yes, yes. Love should not be like this. The two exchanged glances, discovering a shared sentiment in each other's tear-filled eyes. This is the play I envisioned, suitable for this era. Lin Ke chuckled. Shili, what are your thoughts after viewing it? Do you believe Romeo and Juliet could be performed in a theater? Could it attract an audience? Certainly. Shili wiped her eyes. Brother, I believe even father would approve of such a drama. Father? Never mind. Lin Ke shook his head. He prefers music over anything else. Indeed, Shili concurred with Lin Ke's assessment. Then Lin Ke inquired. By the way, the recent city must be Andrew City, right? Is there a theater there? I am uncertain. Shili pondered. That is my sister's territory. If we intrude, it would be seen as an invasion. True enough. Lin Ke turned to Furue. Then we shall have to wait until we have a work completed before visiting. I will ensure it is completed earnestly. Furue repeatedly wiped her tear-streaked eyes, sobbing intermittently. I will not allow my master's play to gather dust. After a second reading of Romeo and Juliet, Furue discovered details she had overlooked in her first reading, causing her to weep even more profusely. Lin Ke could only embrace the two, offering them comfort. Yet, just as the three were enjoying their camaraderie, a voice suddenly emerged from a short distance away. "What are you doing?" Naturally, this was the voice in Lin Ke's mind. To the outside world, it sounded like a curious clucking. Thunder approached, curiously scrutinizing the three. "Cluck, cluck? Thunder, are you mating? Is this how you vampires mate?" "Ah, Thunder," Lin Ke exclaimed as he shoved the two women aside and scooped Thunder up, ruffling his hair vigorously. "What brings you here?" "Oh right. I was training earlier and encountered a skeleton, which I subsequently dispatched." "A skeleton?" Lin Ke released the skeletal remains in his hand, noticing a flicker of blue soul energy scorching his fingertips. Yet he felt no pain. "It truly is undead." Lin Ke's expression grew solemn. Before him lay a skeletal mouse, its skull punctured, its body disintegrated, with only a smidgen of blue embers attesting to its identity. This blue flame emanated from the soul energy of the undead, inherently opposed to life energy and incapable of coexisting. "Brother, this proves," Shili remarked, her expression grave. "Indeed." Lin Ke rose. "This confirms that the undead have expanded from the underground to this vicinity." According to Thunder, this skeletal mouse emerged from below. "Master, should we not hunt the Lord of Morning in advance?" Furue suggested softly. At that moment, only the three of them were present, and Furue's words startled the other two. Cecilia was taken aback, but upon catching a glimpse of Freya's gaze, she huffed. "You fool, my brother is not yet fully revived. How can he possibly contend?" Freya, upon hearing this, momentarily appeared enlightened. "So, that power can only be wielded by the master for a fleeting moment? What are you two discussing?" Lin spoke with exasperation. "The pressing matter at hand is not idle chatter. We must fortify our defenses, both above and below ground." Lin perceived a concealed threat emanating from the skeletal rat, or the undead mouse. Given that all his information was sourced from Freya's friends in the underground city, it was entirely plausible that the Lord of Morning could commence his endeavors from beneath the earth. "We must establish subterranean defenses." Chapter 52, War Approaches. "I concur." Freya nodded. "Perhaps we could construct an underground city." "Construct what?" Lin retorted, bewildered. "We're barely at our initial levels. Let us focus on surviving the undead tide during this winter." "The month of mourning." "I agree." Not wanting to be outdone, Cecilia raised her small hand. "I want my own room in the underground city." Lin shook his head at the two, only to suddenly remember, "By the way, Cecilia, wasn't Rimuru supposed to deliver a message to you? Where's he?" "No." "Where's that slime?" "Rimuru? Who is that?" Cecilia asked, puzzled, before a realization dawned upon her. "Huh? You mean that slime?" "Indeed." Lin explained. "He is a member of our village, and we rely on their slime for our constructions. I have other uses for him as well." "Ah, I didn't know." Cecilia replied, looking bewildered. "Very well," Lin sighed. "Let's return. We cannot build an underground city without the Slime Clan." No. First we must reinforce our defenses." "What is the Slime Clan's greatest asset?" "As it stands, the slimes are not the same as those Lin was familiar with in his previous life. Otherwise, like the slimes depicted in novels and anime, the slime race would have long since dominated the continent. However, Lin discovered that the Slime Clan possesses three significant advantages. The first, previously noted, is that their sweat can serve as an adhesive. While it may not rival the strength of concrete, it is far more effective than glutinous rice. Thus, it could be utilized to construct earthen fences. The second advantage, which Lin only recently considered, is that the Slime Clan consumes soil. According to Rimuru, their leader, they often reside in burrows. How do these burrows form? They are literally dug out by eating the earth. For the slimes, soil is akin to a food rich in trace elements. They can consume dirt, stones, and decayed wood, with the only differences being the speed of digestion and taste. Not to mention nutritional value. This results in slimes having a dulled palate, and upon tasting a delicacy they have never encountered, they shed purple tears. These tears are the third aspect that Lin values in the Slime Clan, their slime. This is an essential ingredient for crafting jasmine milk green tea. What is the effect of jasmine milk green tea? Just look at Cecilia, who has been tamed by Lin akin to Ash with Pikachu, to understand how potent the 5-minute 1000 charm value truly is. Thus, in summary, while the Slime Clan may be frail in form and weak in strength, and their sweat may be sticky, their advantages are undeniably pronounced. Allow the slimes to dig the burrows themselves, while the goblins support the tunnels with wood and stone, reinforcing the walls with slime and earth. In this manner, the burrows will be rendered exceedingly sturdy. Upon returning to the bustling construction site, Rimuru indeed made an appearance at the encampment. Compared to Cecilia, Rimuru's speed was rather sluggish. However, Rimuru had witnessed some scenes that he wished to report to Lin. Are you saying that it seems some individuals are fleeing from your village? Lin looked towards Cecilia. Cecilia blinked in confusion. Why would anyone flee from your village? I do not know. Rimuru swayed slightly. I only saw several young men fleeing in a panic from your village, claiming that there were vampires there. Vampires in your village? Isn't that obvious? The lord of your village is Cecilia. They have lost their minds. Freya frowned. I've heard of a type of madness where one believes vampires drain everyone's blood, but in reality, Freya glanced at Lin. But in reality, that is not true. Lin shook his head. Earlier, his near starvation was purely a result of the original host's folly. Typically, vampires prefer to feast on blood that is either pure of soul or imbued with substantial magical energy, such as that from intelligent beings like humans. What happens if the blood is tainted with diseases like AIDS? Wouldn't that be detrimental? Hence, vampires are quite discerning in their blood choices. The blood of goblins. Tasting of curry is hardly palatable. Were it not for the plight of starvation, vampires seldom indulge indiscriminately. It is akin to how humans enjoy chicken. They prefer those without antibiotics, raised organically and free-range. Who desires to consume a chicken riddled with ailments? Moreover, setting aside the agreements established between the deities of the dark primordial world and the sacred light world, how could the villagers of Ur, being Cecilia's own subjects, ever fall prey to her? If Cecilia were to drain the blood of her own people, it would not only breach the covenant, but also invite rebellion and retribution. At that point, Cecilia would find no refuge within the entire vampire empire. No, he is not mad, Lin squinted. The only place on the continent that would perceive vampires as bloodthirsty fiends is. All present felt a shiver run down their spines. Has the light world's people arrived? Lin murmured. The sacred light world. On the opposite side of the world lies a colossal organization, on par with the dark primordial council. There one finds humans, goblins, elves, dwarves, and myriad other races. Overall, they are somewhat equivalent. Demons and devils are considered the upper echelons of this side, with succubi classified among them, while vampires belong to the devils. On the other hand, angels and holy spirits represent the elite of the light world, with seraphim being a powerful breed among angels and paladins belonging to the holy spirits. Yet, the same adage holds true, equilibrium. Either they mutually assuredly destroy the world or cease hostilities and develop harmoniously. In the end, both sides reached a truce, embarking upon a path of peaceful development. However, this presents a dilemma. Resources are finite, while the populace is limitless. To procure resources, conflict is inevitable. Yet both sides wish to avoid such strife. What then? This is an ideological struggle. Lin sighed softly. Cecilia, have individuals from the light world visited recently? Since large-scale military confrontation leading to global destruction is not feasible, other forms of conflict must ensue. The struggle between the light and dark worlds in terms of economy, culture, ideology, and art will serve to usurp resources. It seems they were quite polite earlier. I did not trouble them, Cecilia remarked, furrowing her brow. Indeed, Lin mused. A new war has begun. We are now faced with two battles. Lin's words tightened the hearts of all present. Yet soon, a sense of relief washed over them. Each held varying opinions regarding the prowess of the individual before them. Yet the consensus remained. He was undeniably formidable. Rolam, come here for a moment. I need to lay out a plan. War has arrived. Chapter 53. Ensure those undead have no return. Lin's declaration sent a tremor through everyone's hearts. All ceased their tasks, settling into the chairs of the rest area. Lin stood before them, flanked by Freya and with Thunder Chicken at his feet. Before him stood Ciri, Boromir, Shabi, and Rimuru, seated in the front row, while goblins and slimes occupied the rows behind. All eyes were intently fixed on Lin Ke, awaiting his directives. Lin Ke took a moment to mentally organize the current situation before declaring, "War has come." This was the second time he uttered this phrase. However, unlike the first, this time his tone resonated with greater resolve and gravity. The crowd, taken aback, remained silent, anticipating Lin Ke's continuation. Having gathered his thoughts, Lin Ke spoke slowly. The first war is against the undead. He displayed a skeletal head of a necromantic rat, still smoldering with blue flames, which elicited gasps of shock from the assembly. All present, with the exception of the Thunder Chicken, were sentient beings fully aware of the nature of the undead. Unless controlled by a necromancer, most undead creatures are uncontrollable and chaotic, driven by instinct to hunt without the limitations found in any biological ecosystem. A tiger may satiate itself on a wild boar, Yet the undead can endlessly consume souls until they ascend to become a morning lord. The genesis of the undead is markedly different from that of other life forms. They cannot reproduce, but can only arise through natural means. This is why the undead have become the common enemy of all intelligent beings, endlessly consuming, endlessly proliferating, and endlessly growing. Among the undead, a morning lord has already been born, Lin Ke proclaimed, sending a wave of dread through the crowd. Some goblins even displayed expressions of terror. However, there is no need for everyone to fret about the morning lord, Lin Ke reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Fury and Siri exchanged knowing glances. Siri remarked, "Brother is surely formidable. He must have a way to deal with the morning lord." Fury added, "It appears the master's strength surpasses that of the morning lord." In stark contrast, the others were engulfed in panic. Undead. We encountered countless undead last year. That is precisely why we moved to the Thunder Swamp. You fools. What shall we do now? Should we retreat to our burrows and hibernate? Winter has not yet arrived. While the goblins were anxious, they maintained a degree of discipline and refrained from excessive chatter, whereas the slimes erupted into chaos. Fear not, for apart from the high-level undead, the rest cannot contend with us, Lin Ke assured, gesturing to Fury. In the next moment, Fury's wings unfurled, lifting her into the air, emanating a powerful aura. Level 6. The goblins and slimes stirred momentarily, then the realization dawned upon them. Yes, they had a level 6 succubus. Even a run-of-the-mill level 4 or 5 undead would not stand a chance against her. Moreover, if their lord could command a level 6 succubus, how strong must he be? Instantly, all eyes turned to Lin Ke, their fears alleviated. Lin Ke, oblivious to the true reason behind their calmness, assumed it was due to Fury's presence, and continued, however, "We must not become complacent in this first war. While we should strategically despise our enemies, we must tactically respect them." This statement was largely lost on the gathering, yet they found impressive nonetheless. First and foremost, we must ensure an ample supply of food. Lin Ke directed his gaze toward Borman. Borman, expand the tomato farm by 30 acres. You must toil day and night to produce sufficient sustenance for us. Borman promptly stood and performed a salute, stating, "At your command." Commander. The resolute tone in Borman's voice somewhat reassured the slimes, while Siri observed thoughtfully. Additionally, Lin Ke pressed on, not yet finished with his orders. You are to plant 3 more crops: white milk trees, blood-red hawthorn, and perilla, 3 acres of each. Though the blood-red hawthorn is a fruit tree, it also serves as an excellent source of food and vitamins. Despite producing fruit only once or twice a year, it is not only edible, but also serves as a key ingredient for Lin Ke's Bloody Mary concoction. Thus, it is prudent to plant it in anticipation of attracting down-on-their-luck vampires. The perilla leaves are equally valuable. As for the white milk trees, previously, no one realized that the sap of this tree is rich in protein akin to milk. Once cultivated in abundance, it can yield plant-based protein drinks similar to rubber and can be utilized for crafting jasmine milk green tea, warranting a greater quantity to be planted. However, all 3 of these crops demand high-quality soil, and Lin Ke was uncertain of their specific cultivation methods, having only learned about tomatoes from assisting his grandfather in the fields as a child. For now, he could only expand production by 3 acres each for experimentation. Fortunately, Borman and the others had become expert breeders specializing in this area and could conduct their own research. With this thought in mind, Lin Ke turned to Borman, his voice imbued with profound expectation and praise. "Tell me, Borman, can you guarantee the completion of this task, even willing to ignite your very souls for it?" "Guaranteed, Commander." Borman's eyes blazed with fervor. "I am willing to ignite my soul for our cause." He thumped his chest emphatically. Inspired, the other professionals rose to echo the same sentiment. "We shall ignite our souls for the farming endeavor." "Excellent. Lin Ke nodded emphatically. Sit down. I anticipate your performance." "Yes, Commander." Borman and the others replied in unison before taking their seats. The atmosphere of the battlefield shifted from one of trepidation to fervor. "Shabi," Lin Ke called out. "Yes, Commander." Shabi responded, his eyes betraying a struggle for composure while his body quivered with excitement, his complexion slightly green. "Traps are one of our most crucial sources of food and our greatest weapon against the undead," Lin Ke stated gravely. "Do you possess the confidence to forge the most formidable, most concealed, and most effective traps to thwart the undead horde?" "Absolutely, Commander," Shabi nearly shouted in response. Observing Shabi, who was a decade or 2 younger than Borman, Lin Ke's eyes glimmered with admiration. "I wish to see your defensive layout for our home by this evening." I expect a flawless trap deployment plan. Can you accomplish this? Indeed, Shabi roared affirmatively. Very well, sit down, Lin Ke said, satisfied. Our team is youthful, and our home is beautiful. We shall do everything in our power to protect our home, ensuring that the undead shall not return. As his words echoed, the goblins erupted into cheers, each one calling out passionately, willing to ignite our souls. Burn! Burn! We shall set the world ablaze. Oh, burn! Burn! Defend our home. We shall fight them to the bitter end. Defend our homeland. Defend our homeland. The goblins ignited with fervor, and even some slimes caught the contagion. Joining the raucous chorus, Fury, Thunder, and Siri observed this scene, each reacting differently. Fury descended and landed behind Lin Ke, gazing at him with admiration, her eyes glistening. Thunder, misinterpreting the situation as a song, began to crow like a rooster. Siri waved her tiny fists, immersing herself in the collective fervor, shouting more passionately than anyone else. Lord, what can we do? Rimuru, the slime leader, inquired with a fiery determination gleaming in his small, dark eyes. Rimuru, Lin Ke responded inaudibly. Rimuru jolted, answering loudly, here. Commander, mimicking the goblin's fervor. The scene gradually quieted down. We shall not only build traps above ground, but also construct an underground city. Lin Ke's gaze brimmed with anticipation. This endeavor may consume decades, even centuries. It may span generations of slimes, yet the legacy shall endure infinitely. We shall forge the most secure and all-encompassing underground city, which will stand as our strongest fortress when the surface can no longer withstand the trials. At this juncture, Lin Ke spoke slowly. Do you possess a tenacity as unwavering as the great rivers? Can the slime tribe construct an underground city that will astonish the entire Father? Indeed, they can. Limula's body rippled with waves from her fervent shout, akin to jelly splattering on the ground. Excellent. Lin Ke nodded, surveying the diverse gelatinous forms of the slime populace. I hope that one day, even the gods will gaze upon the underground city built by the slime tribe with reverence. The slimes ignited with fervor. Freya marveled inwardly. So, the master's earlier reluctance to construct the underground city was a means to empower the slimes, to challenge them. How astute of the master. I admire him so much. Cecilia looked at her brother, nearly transformed by emotion. Brother treats his subjects so well. Even the weakest slimes are cared for. Oh, how I adore my brother. Lin Ke remained unaware of their thoughts, as his expectations for the slimes were merely to construct a subterranean world akin to a bomb shelter. However, setting a low target naturally dampens enthusiasm. A grand vision, on the other hand, may unknowingly propel one beyond their original limits. Currently, issues regarding food, traps, and habitats have been resolved, yet combat strength remains unaddressed. However, this is unavoidable. Progress must be gradual. Surely, there exist professions suitable for goblins and even slimes. It is essential to recognize that producing firearms and ammunition is exceedingly challenging, and the feasibility of creating nuclear weapons in this world remains uncertain. Yet, in the interim, bows, crossbows, and gunpowder may serve as temporary substitutes. These matters can be revisited later. However, Lin Ke's voice did not wane. Rather, it grew more solemn. The undead are akin to natural disasters, comparable to flash floods, landslides, and rampant earthquakes. What truly leads to our nation's downfall and extinction is the war of culture and ideology. The invasion of cultural warfare has arrived. Lin Ke's expression turned grave. None present could grasp the significance of this statement, except for Freya and Cecilia, who wore contemplative expressions. The denizens of the light world, initially our kin, have strayed from our path. Lin Ke declared coldly. It is because they possess religion. They are guided by deities. When your God commands you to slay your parents, children, and loved ones, what will you do? Lin Ke cast his gaze upon the goblins, then the slimes. And before they could respond, he chuckled softly. The God of light tells them that the divine is supreme. If the God instructs you to kill your children, then they must have erred, for the divine is infallibly correct. Here in the dark world, one can speak freely of the light God without consequence, as it is not within their jurisdiction. Just refrain from mentioning the deities of the dark world. But would you act in such a manner? Lin Ke continued to inquire. Everyone shook their heads, with even the Bormans clenching their fists. If it were me, Lin Ke's voice softened before abruptly becoming powerful. If it were I would unsheathe my sword against the divine. I would shield my parents, children, siblings, and kin behind me. I will protect what is rightfully mine. Not even death shall impede my will. These words stirred heavy breaths among the assembly. And now, The vile races of the enlightened wisdom have returned. Lin Ke scoffed. They have not directly invaded our beautiful and dark world, for they know they cannot force us to submit through brute strength. Yet they are insidiously undermining our resolve. When the day arrives that your son plunges a dagger into your heart, that he uses a blade to pierce your pregnant wife, that he slits the throats of your siblings, it will be too late. At that moment, our dark world will transform into the realm of light, and we shall become the puppets of those deities. This is war, the war of ideology and culture. Lin Ke raised his fist, his voice filled with righteous anger. We must shatter the schemes of the light gods with equality and freedom. We do not wish to be slain in our sleep by those closest to us. The dark world cannot possess gods akin to the light gods, unless they serve as tools for our purposes. Thus, we must not only combat the calamities of the undead, but also resist the cultural warfare emanating from the light world. We must declare that we have our own traditions. We take pride in the philosophies and cultures passed down through generations. We are traditional, yet we are also free, striving for progress while discarding the dross and preserving the essence. At this point, Lin Ke paused, enunciating each word. These two wars pertain to our very existence. Will you acquiesce to defeat? A spark of conviction was ignited as Lin Ke sowed the seeds of fervor. This was merely a newly established, rudimentary, and nascent village. Perhaps, when the vigorous vitality of these sparks blossoms, they will nurture a flourishing tree. Or perhaps, within these sparks lies the potential to erupt into a blaze capable of engulfing an entire continent. Lin Ke did not know. Lin Ke avoided. Chapter 55. The Great Wasteland Paradise. Cecilia, summon your villagers to relocate entirely. Granny Morty, divide the cooking team into meat and vegetarian groups. I will instruct you on how to compose meals. Vivian, the crafting team must also be divided into tool and weapon groups. I will teach you to forge new weapons. Limulu, some slimes should be designated as scouts to patrol the territory for undead. Should they be discovered, instruct Shabi to eliminate them immediately. The pre-war mobilization concluded, and Lin Ke meticulously assigned tasks. However, the unfortunate reality was that his population was too small, necessitating many to juggle multiple roles. Yet, everyone expressed no dissent, instead brimming with enthusiasm. Thunder, you are a magical beast. Be sure to capture some magical creatures for domestication, establishing a breeding team for our territory. Lin Ke commanded Thunder. Raising his voice, simultaneously, he communicated with Thunder mentally. Not a brother, but why don't you bring back some hens? Thunder replied, what would I do with them? They are neither edible nor useful, and they hinder my flying speed. Lin Ke, who told you they're useless? Lin Ke, exasperated. If you bring them back, they will lay eggs for us to eat daily. Thunder gave Lin Ke a disdainful glance. You think I could trick them into laying eggs? Not a chance. Thunder tilted his head, appearing to discern Lin Ke's intentions. I heard that roosters crow every morning after hens lay eggs. I need my sleep. No time for crowing. Lin Ke, infuriated, felt the urge to slap Thunder. Who told you hens require mating to lay eggs? Non-fertilized eggs are edible too. Thunder was skeptical. Really? Lin Ke sighed. If you don't believe me, just bring them back, and you'll find out. By the way, I just entrusted you with that task. Thunder, all right. I'll bring back some hens. I'll keep an eye out for other animals too. Thus, their internal dialogue concluded. In the external world, everyone observed Lin Ke passionately commanding Thunder about the hens, to which Thunder excitedly responded with clucking sounds. The goblins exchanged whispers, fervently discussing the matter. Even the Lord's chickens are so spirited. I'm fired up. Indeed, I must work hard. I feel that chicken looks so plump. I want to eat it. What do you think? What magical beast will Lord Thunder bring back? I want to eat a wild boar. I want to eat a ground-shaking bear. The previous bear paw was exquisitely tender and delectable. Since you all are making wishes, I too wish for the opportunity to savor the red dragon ribs just once in my lifetime. I long to feast upon the flesh of the third thigh of the god of light. Upon hearing the last goblin's words, the crowd immediately turned to him with peculiar expressions. Lin Ke's eyelid twitched, and he promptly interjected, Enough. Let us proceed to the next matter. Lin Ke gestured toward the distant grand gate, where a vacant wooden plank awaited. Today, our homeland has officially been established. I shall bestow a name upon this abode. After much labor, the village guardian river has been excavated, traps have been set, and many preparations have been completed. It is, without a doubt, time to declare the founding of our new homeland. Everyone gather round. Lin Ke waved his hand. Let's witness this moment together. Under Lin Ke's guidance, all the villagers ventured forth, arriving at the solid earthen bridge that connected the gate to the outside world. Raising their gaze, they beheld the empty wooden plank. Until now, they had been uncertain of its purpose, having merely constructed it at Lin Ke's behest. Now they finally understood its significance. The village name, the new community they had formed, would bear a new title. Lin Ke approached the plank, channeling his magical energy to etch several words upon its surface. Great Wilderness Paradise. Henceforth, this place shall be known as Great Wilderness Paradise. Here, we shall cultivate our home amidst this vast, desolate expanse. This shall not merely be a dwelling or a village, but a paradise, a sanctuary for our joyful and blissful lives. Lin Ke proclaimed, "We reside within the wilderness. We are born of the wilderness, and from this expansive desolation, we shall forge our own haven of happiness. As long as our hearts are vast, our paradise shall be boundless. As long as our spirits are not barren, our paradise will flourish and thrive. This is not merely a home, it is a paradise. Here lies a realm that is grand, barren, yet filled with happiness and joy." At once, the crowd erupted in elation, with some goblins and slimes shedding tears of joy. Paradise, paradise, great wilderness paradise. As long as our hearts remain fertile, this place shall never know desolation. Ooh, I long to weep. We finally have our own homeland. No, our paradise. Oh, paradise, paradise. I vow to protect our paradise with my very life. Ignite the spirit. Defend the paradise. Observing his subjects, some weeping and others raising their voices in fervor, Lin Ke wore a contented smile. That will be all for today. Do not forget your respective tasks. Dismissed. As night fell, spirits soared, and joy abounded. Lin Ke participated in the bonfire celebration following the establishment of Great Wilderness Paradise, announcing that today would be celebrated as their Paradise Festival. Every year henceforth, this day shall be a time of rejoicing. In the year 1999999996 of the Farser calendar, the festival of Great Wilderness Paradise commenced. One could only wonder if their festival would one day be as joyous as the spring festival of his past life. He could only hope. Lin Ke gazed at the three-quarter moon overhead, sighing within. He had heard that those who yearned for home might find solace in the moonlight. Yet now, gazing at the moon only deepened his melancholy. The moon of today is unseen by those of yore. Today's moon once shone upon the ancients. Yet now, as a foreign spirit in this unfamiliar world, he could not even behold the moon of the ancients. "Master, what troubles you?" Upon hearing Lin Ke's sigh, Furue flitted to his side. Upon seeing her, Lin Ke's face brightened. "It's nothing, I just miss home." "Home?" Furue appeared puzzled at his words. "It's all right, master." She landed beside him, perching on a branch, and softly said, "Wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you, be it to search for your hometown from years past, or to settle here in Great Wilderness Paradise. I shall stay by your side." Just then, a voice rang out from below. "Brother." In the next moment, Shili soared upward, lifted by a swarm of magical bats, only to find her place missing. Thus, she nestled on Lin Ke's left shoulder and gently pecked his cheek. "I want to go with you too." With that, Shili proudly glanced at the Shili sitting on Lin Ke's right. However, when Shili turned to look, she only saw Furue's profile. The once enchanting visage, capable of captivating all, now gazed at the full moon like a neighborly girl, her eyes filled with wistfulness. Sensing something, Shili fell silent. Lin Ke raised his left hand to support Shili's waist, smiling as he asked, "Furue, where is your hometown?" Chapter 56, Dungeon and Walls. It is no more. Furue gently shook her head, retracting her gaze from the moon. "My grandmother sent me away, and then everyone else perished. The fate of most succubi is often thus." Lin Ke recalled the words of a certain teacher. He found himself at a loss for words, such as the nature of the world. Much like in his previous life, if someone discovered that consuming the heart of a certain race could grant longevity, then that race's fate would be sealed in tragedy. "Fear not. I shall protect you from now on," Lin Ke reassured her. "Thank you, master." Furue nodded slightly, her gaze lost in the moonlight. Lin Ke smiled, as his homesickness had considerably diminished, and then inquired, "By the way, how is the preparation for Romeo and Juliet coming along?" At the mention of the play, Furue perked up. "I have memorized the entire script." "The entire script?" Lin Ke was astonished. "You only need to play the leading lady." "However, I have memorized it." Furue's expression shifted from sorrow to a hint of anticipation. "I really want to try acting, so I have committed it to memory." "That is well. Understanding the script deeply will enhance your performance." Lin Ke nodded. "Once Shili relocates the villagers from your village, you can select the primary characters for the drama and begin your practice." "All right, master." Furue turned to Shili. "Lady Shili, I entrust this to you." "Ah, yes, yes." Shili was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised to discover another side of Furue, one that diverged from her preconceived notions of succubus. Shili felt a twinge of sympathy for Furue. Of course, this was merely the first half of the night. During the latter half, Shili and Lin Ke hung from a branch in meditation, while Furue faced Lin Ke in a 69 position, causing Shili to gnash her teeth in frustration. Days passed in such a manner. Lin Ke found himself contemplating the expansion of the newly established village. For the people of your village had arrived. This brought forth a dilemma. What would happen if several more villages arrived in the future, increasing the population? Surely, unlimited expansion could not be the answer. Yet, a modern village akin to his past life was out of the question. A village without walls or fences could not even fend off wild beasts. Currently, Great Wilderness Paradise could only accommodate 50 or 60 goblins and slimes. If another 50 or 60 villagers arrived, there would be no space left. Thus, Lin Ke devised a singular solution. He would enclose the entire forest within his territory. This forest was estimated to be the size of several dozen football fields. Quite vast indeed. The challenge of surrounding the entire forest will be no small feat, however. Once enclosed, the future developmental space would be greatly increased, at least several times over. Yet, Lin Ke pondered other matters as well. The dungeon. It was through Furue's mention of the dungeon that he recalled this world's unique characteristics. In his past life, relocating a city underground would have been exceedingly difficult. But now, with magic at play, creating a dungeon seemed far from impossible. Thus, Lin Ke found himself torn by this dilemma. For if a dungeon were to be constructed, the appearance of the surface entrance would be of little consequence. It could simply be built downward, layer by layer, much like a subway in his previous life. Indecisive, Lin Ke summoned his council of advisors to deliberate upon the matter. Fry, Siri, Borman, Rimuru, and Raiden gathered around a table in the rest area. What is the purpose of summoning me here? Raiden inquired, breaking the tension in the air. Lin Ke cast him a sidelong glance, urging him to think quickly. At that moment, Rimuru spoke up, "My lord, I can certainly construct the dungeon. The slime clan can thrive on dirt, secreting slime while consuming it. We only need to eat dirt to survive. The more we eat, the quicker the dungeon will be built." Rimuru displayed a heroic demeanor, evoking a sense of guilt in Lin Ke. Eating dirt, sweating, toiling, and requiring no gold. What a splendid idea. A dungeon sounds magnificent. Siri remarked, devoid of Lin Ke's guilt. In my ancestral territory, there exists a dungeon constructed by a black dragon, which is said to automatically attract mushroom folk once built. Mushroom folk? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. He was aware that mushroom folk preferred subterranean habitats, yet he was oblivious to the fact that dungeons could spawn them. Notably, mushroom folk excelled in cultivating and raising mushrooms and could produce various spores for potion crafting. Despite being regarded as a lower race akin to goblins and fishmen by vampires and other races, they were undeniably more useful. Many lords sought to recruit mushroom folk to reside within their territories. Lin Ke was learning for the first time that dungeons could attract mushroom folk. It seemed building a dungeon was indeed feasible. Lin Ke nodded slightly. However, Fry hesitated to speak. "My lord, my homeland was once a dungeon, but..." Both Lin Ke and Siri were aware that Frey's homeland had been destroyed. They instantly directed their gazes toward her. However, it was ravaged by a wild boar man, hill shaman. A mix of nostalgia, fear, and a hint of coldness flickered in Frey's eyes. "Are you implying?" Lin Ke furrowed his brow slightly, "that it is unsafe?" "Yes, my lord," Fry nodded subtly. "Though you provide us protection. Professions like hill shaman and mountain high priest view dungeons as mere dry wood that can be crushed with a squeeze. Are they earth element related professions?" Lin Ke pondered deep. Initially, he viewed the dungeon as a refuge from potential destruction above ground, but Fry made a valid point. If a powerful practitioner were to arrive, the entire group would be easily trapped once they retreated into the dungeon. With this thought in mind, Lin Ke turned his gaze towards Borman. Now, aside from the lazy and thoughtless Raiden and Borman, everyone else had shared their opinions. "Borman, what are your thoughts?" Lin Ke inquired. Borman appeared relaxed, as it was not work hours. "Godfather, I believe we can tackle this for both sides. But we lack the manpower." Siri began to consider. "How can we construct it? It would require tens of thousands, right? Or we could recruit practitioners." Yet Siri's point was rather straightforward. Practitioners could be recruited, but they would likely scorn this remote and impoverished area. "No, we don't need tens of thousands." Borman shook his head. "It will just take a bit more time." Lin Ke smiled at this. "Do you mean?" Borman's eyes glimmered with anticipation. "We can build it in segments." "Godfather, the most likely direction for an attack isn't from the Great Marsh, but from the other three directions. In that case, We might as well build a wall in the north and expand east and west from there. Besides, the southern marsh occasionally brings in animals for us to hunt. Chapter 57. The Slime of the Sewers. Feasible. Lin Ke agreed with Borman's suggestion. He had previously been mistaken, thinking they could pour all their manpower into completing it at once, but that was unnecessary. They could start small. The villagers of Uransiri's territory could initially stay in the Great Wilderness Paradise, and they could construct a large dormitory-style building. Let us proceed with it. Construction commenced. At that moment, Lin Ke was on site addressing construction issues. To resolve the waste disposal problem, we need to create a sewer. Lin Ke instructed Rimuru and Borman. A sewer? Borman glanced at Rimuru, who in turn looked at Lin Ke, unsure of what he meant. 2 goblins will be assigned to transport, Lin Ke explained. Rimuru will need 5 to dig and fill the earth. Noticing their confusion, Lin Ke began to elaborate on the sewer's purpose and construction methods. What is the primary function of a sewer? Naturally, it is to transport wastewater. Do not underestimate such a thing. Stagnant wastewater creates an environment conducive to the proliferation of pathogens, often leading to plagues. Throughout history, there have been countless cities plagued by wastewater, resulting in many epidemics. It was not until the invention of sewers, which unified wastewater transportation and treatment, that the situation began to improve. Sewers also provide flood control, making them exceedingly useful. Lin Ke's current goal was not to create an extensive and well-designed sewer system akin to those of his past life, but rather a simple sewer connecting the toilets to the cesspools and biogas pits. Each building in the Great Wilderness Paradise would have a restroom, enhancing convenience and reducing the need to travel far. Moreover, the existence of sewers in every household would be associated with civilization. The allure of civilization was immensely powerful. It would allow the people of your village to feel the differences brought by restrooms and the upcoming kitchens and shower facilities compared to their previous village life. This would facilitate better integration into the Great Wilderness Paradise. Otherwise, given the nature of humanity in this dark world, many would behave as ruffians, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. While they might not dare to speak against vampires, they would surely denounce goblins and slimes. If not for Lin Ke's territory currently lacking manpower, he might not have sought out these individuals. Unfortunately, it would take too long for goblins to reproduce. His territory needed more intelligent beings to join, and humans could adapt to a wider array of professions, while drama required the participation of actors. Commander, a goblin reports. The land preparation at the base is complete, and it is ready for planting white milk trees and blood-red hawthorns. The goblins and slimes turned their heads. Oh, it seems we must wait on the sewer. Lin Ke waved his hand. Rimuru, continue your work. Borman and I will head over to take a look. Understood, my lord. Upon arriving at the base, they immediately saw several individuals waiting in the fields. The crop caretaker and harvester were marveling at the well-tilled land, while the tiller sat nearby on the ridge, absorbing elemental energy to restore magical power. Before him lay the freshly tilled earth. Sensing the approach of Lin Ke and the others, the tiller, Marka, opened his eyes and stood, performing a salute. Commander. The others followed suit, bowing. Marka, how's it feel? Lin Ke asked with a smile. It feels incredibly easy to till the land. Marka's eyes sparkled. I can feel the pulse of the earth, the moisture of the soil, the rhythm of the air. It's a wonderfully enchanting sensation. Commander. Good. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Don't forget to teach your disciples. Of course. Marka eagerly glanced at a small goblin a short distance away. He will surely understand this feeling. Good. Lin Ke nodded, then looked at Borman. Borman, it's your time to shine. All right. Borman stepped forward, aligning himself beside the neatly arranged plants. Marka, please help me plant them. Understood. Marka approached and placed the seeds into the soil. These plants were dozens of blood-red hawthorn and white milk trees collected from various locations in the forest. Borman extended his palm towards the planted blood-red hawthorn, a faint white light emerging in his eyes. Magic coalesced in his hands, transforming into a delicate green energy that entwined around the blood-red hawthorn tree. In the next moment, the leaves and unripe crimson fruits of the tree began to fall, while the gnarled trunk straightened and the roots twitched. Is this breeding? Lin Ke observed in fascination. The green energy wielded by Boloman was evidently a magic specifically effective on plants. Should Boloman manage to stabilize this magic for future use, it would undoubtedly become his skill. However, it was evident that such magic could only be employed by a breeder, and its effects were exclusively targeted at flora. All right, on to the next one. After successfully cultivating one tree, Boloman remained undeterred as he proceeded to the next, yet his magical energy was depleted after only 10 or so trees, necessitating a break of over 20 minutes to restore his power. After all, he was merely a level 1 breeder. After observing for a while and realizing that Boloman had grasped the situation and was working methodically, Lin Ke decided to take his leave. Boloman, I leave this to you. I shall go check on Limulu and see how the sewer is progressing. The construction of a sewer was not particularly challenging, though it did require some ingenuity. After Lin Ke's explanation, Limulu exhibited remarkable talent in civil engineering. Even before Lin Ke could elaborate on the concepts of combined and separate sewer systems, Limulu had anticipated this and devised a separate system for the Great Wilderness Park-esque sewer. This system would segregate biological waste from rainwater, bathwater, and kitchen water. Such wastewater required 2 pipelines, one to channel the more voluminous waste to the latrine's septic tank and biogas pool, and the other to direct the lesser amounts into the downstream river. Fortunately, bathwater and rainwater would not pollute the river like industrial effluents might. Simultaneously, Limula demonstrated his ability to draw parallels by inquiring about methods to intercept leaves, stones, and other debris to prevent sewer blockages. It was evident that Limula showcased a talent that had been severely underestimated. His capacity for abstract reasoning was something even ordinary humans might not possess. However, while Limulu and the other slimes were sentient beings, they lacked the dexterity of primates, which somewhat limited their intelligence and potential. Otherwise, given Limulu's extraordinary aptitude, Lin Ke might have considered tasking the slime community with designing weaponry. Moreover, my lord, I feel that after completing these constructions, I may pursue a new vocation. Chapter 58, The Treasure of the Earthbreaking Bear. If the most crucial element of the fathomless continent is the fist, then the most related aspect to this fist is the profession. Lin Ke recalled how, during his studies at the Earl's castle, a general studies teacher had mocked and disparaged his siblings. The teacher's exact words were, "You all think you're so remarkable, don't you? Squandering your talents by refusing to pursue a proper profession, instead dreaming of entrepreneurship? Those who aspire to create new professions are virtually always doomed to failure." Huh. You only see the success of the new professions like those of Mahwadang, but do you ever consider how many have failed? They venture to create professions only to waste their mental energy, regretting it after others have already attained level 3 while they remain unqualified. Therefore, do not let me catch anyone secretly attempting to create a new profession, or I shall inform your parents. Recalling that teacher's admonitions, Lin Ke looked at the adorably naive Limulu and couldn't help but smile as he mused. Talent truly holds great importance. Limula queried, confused. Does my lord mean? No, Lin Ke shook his head, encouragingly adding, if you wish to try, then try. If you succeed, that is splendid, and if you fail, do not be disheartened. All right. Limula's eyes sparkled with gratitude. I will surely succeed, my lord. Indeed, let us hope so, Lin Ke chuckled. Now let's not delay, and put the construction of the dungeon on hold for now to focus on completing the sewer. Remember, the sewer must not conflict with the dungeon, or it will become a mere underground cesspool. At your command, my lord, Limula responded eagerly. Since his inspiration for a vocation stemmed from the sewer, it was essential to complete its construction first. Only then could he gain the insights and memories necessary to forge a profession. What kind of profession would it ultimately be? A sewer profession? Lin Ke mused on the title, feeling it somewhat peculiar. However, after issuing these instructions, Lin Ke found there was little pressing that required his direct oversight. Shili was busy gathering the villagers of Shilio village, a task that might take a day or two to prepare. Meanwhile, Fry was more invested in the script than Lin Ke himself. Naturally, the best choice for actors would be the people from Uera village. Without them, it would be impossible to assemble the supporting cast. Thus, Fry busily read through the script, nearly able to recite it by heart. Perhaps I should go look for chickens? When Lin Ke arrived on the scene, he immediately caught the thunder chicken in the act of eating a dead scorpion. Are you not looking for hens? What is this? Lin Ke asked, bemused. In front of him, Thunder was pecking at a level 2 earth scorpion. To be honest, if it had been a level 2 goblin, Balaman's previous abilities might not have sufficed to defeat this earth scorpion. Yet, Thunder's strength had been steadily increasing, and, as a dragon, he defied conventional expectations. I found one. I didn't find any, Thunder replied, then cracked open the scorpion's claw. Do you want to eat scorpion meat? No, thank you, Lin Ke waved his hand, rolling his eyes. No, I'm discussing something important here. Oh, this is the Thunder Marsh. Where do you expect me to find ordinary chickens? Thunder said, swallowing a piece of tender scorpion flesh. True, Lin Ke pondered, stroking his chin. As a dragon, how can you level up faster? Thunder was a formidable force. His species likely the most powerful in the Great Wilderness Park. A neutral dragon was akin to a unicorn in the light world or a nightmare in the dark world, an inherently powerful race. Vampires and succubi were no match for dragons. Thus, Thunder had not been intimidated by Frey's high-level presence during their first encounter. Being a dragon is sufficient. Thunder shook his head. Eat, sleep, that's all. Huh? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Just those two things? Yes. Thunder replied, pecking at another claw of the scorpion, consuming the meat. That's what my parents told me. And then I became a dragon. Lin Ke felt a twinge of envy. No wonder heroes sought to slay dragons. He wished to slay dragons too. Eating and sleeping to level up. How absurd. All right then, let's hunt together. Lin Ke proposed. Afterward, I will give you what is suitable for you to eat. And you will level up. As for what isn't suitable, I will absorb it. Thus I too will level up. Good. Thunder exclaimed. Relieved he no longer had to search for hens, quickly finishing the scorpion meat. Seeing it made Lin Ke wonder how it might taste. It resembled shrimp. Hunt while searching for chickens, Lin Ke added. Bring back everything suitable for raising. You will handle the breeding work later. Thunder looked dazed. Cluck. Lin Ke bleed. Is it necessary for you to cluck in your mind? Thunder's clucking was not a sound emanating from reality, but rather a thought conveyed through their dark pact. Lin Ke, however, was too apathetic to critique it. He pondered for a moment, gesturing in a certain direction. Just in time, the earth-breaking bear couple is gone. I heard there are a few cubs left. Let us check. If suitable, we shall raise them, and if not, we shall kill them for meat. Good. Thunder nodded. Thus, the duo, one human and one chicken, disappeared into the thicket, unlike the trepidation and anxiety experienced during his first foray into the Thunder Marsh. Lin Ke had gradually acclimatized to the environment with each subsequent visit. He would always employ magical bats for reconnaissance beforehand, halting exploration at the slightest hint of danger, such as the sight of a level 3 or higher beast. This practice ensured that his and Lei Diane's excursions were mostly devoid of peril. However, Lin Ke had not ventured here often enough to grow complacent. There was a reason why the entirety of the mercenaries in Phaser avoided this entrance to the Thunder Marsh. It was reputed to be the territory of formidable creatures known for their violent and bloodthirsty nature, instilling fear in all who dared approach. Otherwise, the Thunder Marsh was teeming with treasures, relics left behind by various adventurers and powerful magical beasts, an inexhaustible bounty. Currently, Lin Ke, with his limited strength, was hesitant to delve deeper, but he had recently ascended to level 2 vampire after ingesting the blood of a level 3 earth fury bear. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter the sensation of a bottleneck that would compel him to seek the blood of higher-tier magical beasts for further advancement. Otherwise, his progress would undoubtedly be rapid. Eureka! Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. Oh, 2 little bears? Thus, he and Lei Dian made their way to the lair of the earth fury bears. It was a small cave housing 2 adorable, ravenous cubs. Unfortunately, upon sighting Lin Ke, the cubs immediately huffed, showing no signs of tameness. Consequently, that very night, Lin Ke acquired a pair of bear fur slippers, perfectly sized for his feet. Of course, these were acquired after he had dispatched one of the bears. To his astonishment, he discovered a treasure chest nestled within the bear's den. A wooden chest? Could it be that Earth Fury Bear's drop gear? Chapter 59, New Treasures, New Professions, New Milk Tea Recipes. Lin Ke was taken aback to find a treasure chest in the cave of the Earth Fury Bears, concealed beneath the straw in their den. Had he not engaged in a cleanup after defeating the 2 cubs, he likely would have overlooked it. This design seemed strikingly familiar, reminiscent of goblin architecture, stirring a suspicion within him. Could this treasure chest once belong to the goblins that inhabited this territory? Pondering this, he approached and, finding no immediate danger, opened the chest. Contrary to expectations, there was no dazzling light erupting like one might see in an animated feature, only a piece of ordinary, aged parchment. Upon inspecting the parchment, he was astonished to discover it was inscribed with numerous words. Blowgunner? Lin Ke was astounded. The profession, Blowgunner. He had not anticipated finding such a fitting class for goblins in this place. Without hesitation, he began to read further. The Blowgunner, as the name suggests, is a profession that employs a blowgun to hunt or perform assassinations, perfectly suited for the goblin race. With their green skin blending seamlessly into the jungle, and the soft sound of the blowgun, this could transform them into silent predators of the forest. Stealth, breath control, and precision. After a thorough examination, Lin Ke realized that the blowgunner profession was tailor-made for goblins. Coupled with the chest's location, a suspicion began to form. Could this be a remnant of a bygone goblin tribe? It seemed plausible, as the former goblin tribe likely occupied a significant area, and this cave probably served as their stronghold. Lin Ke recalled the large pots he had traded from human villages, each standing between 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, sufficient for boiling curry to feed the goblins, who typically managed only one substantial meal every couple of days. This suggested that the dozen or so large pots had once sustained a considerable number of goblins. And the former goblin tribe was likely not as diminutive as it currently was, but rather a sprawling entity spanning several kilometers. Ultimately, it was unclear what had transpired to reduce them to their present state of survival. However, given the size of their erstwhile tribe, it was reasonable to assume they had amassed considerable wealth. Even if much had been plundered, remnants would certainly remain. Lei Dian, dig here, Lin Ke instructed, pointing to the ground beneath. Excavate all the soil and see if there are any treasures left. You dig for now. I will fetch Ma Ke. Ma Ke was the goblin who had taken on the role of tiller. Excavating this mountain and the surrounding land should pose no great challenge for him. Otherwise, it could take an eternity for Lin Ke and Lei Dian to unearth anything worthwhile. Me? All right, Lei Dian replied. This will be a good exercise for your claws. Lin Ke shot him a glance before promptly returning. After a short while, he returned with the panting Ma Ke. Right here, Lin Ke smiled. You dig. And we'll keep watch outside. Feel free to focus on your work. It seemed the mightiest creatures in the vicinity were indeed the Earth Fury Bears. The other inhabitants were either ordinary animals or level 1 magical beasts, with none of higher tiers. This caused Lin Ke some concern. Typically, overly powerful magical creatures would not hunt those significantly weaker than themselves. The energy yield would be insufficient. A dragon, for instance, would not feast on ants daily, as it would not satiate its hunger. Yet, there were exceptions, as he had heard in rumors. A bloodthirsty dragon, while not consuming ants, might kill them for sport. He suspected that the overlord of this region fit that description. Unfortunately, for the realm of vampires, even the most bloodthirsty beasts could not compare to the vast territories held by the vampire kingdom. Thus, Lin Ke remained unaware of what magical creature dominated the edges of the Thunder Marsh while at the Count's castle. He only knew that a colossal magical beast resided in the heart of Thunder Lake. Beyond that, he was in the dark. Caution was prudent. Observing Ma Ke energetically excavating the earth, Lin Ke's attention was primarily focused on the visual feed shared by the magical bats. A serene quiet enveloped the area, an unsettling tranquility. It was in this stillness that Ma Ke's exclamation caught Lin Ke's ear. Sir, there's a tube here. Gazing at the hollow tube, clearly suited for blowgun use, Lin Ke was intrigued. It appeared to be made of wood, yet was remarkably sturdy. Inspecting the tube closely, he squeezed and twisted it, but it showed no signs of yielding. Even channeling magical energy into it elicited no response. If it were a magical item, there should have been some indication upon infusing it with magic. Perhaps it was not a magical item, yet the wood felt as smooth and hard as jade, clearly indicating it was a magical weapon. Thus, the reason Lin Ke could not unlock it with his magic was that this magical item could not be activated by his powers. Give it a try, Lin Ke instructed, handing the clean blowgun tube to Ma Ke. After Ma Ke attempted to infuse it with his own magic, there was no reaction. The same was true for Lei Dian. It seemed only the blowgunner could wield it. Lin Ke contemplated this, then turned to Ma Ke. Ma Ke, Gaepti King. This item will prove invaluable. Ma Ke sensed that this item was extraordinary and became even more motivated. Dig away. Ma Ke paused at a certain spot, raising his deep green arm high with the hoe and then swinging it down towards the ground. Tiller, exclusive magic, excavation. With a soft sound, the earth ahead, at least 66 meters in length, erupted like boiling water. The soil, along with any shrubs and grass, was overturned, revealing some poisonous insects and worms beneath. Beside him, the thunderous lightning, having witnessed the wriggling serpents and insects, let out a resounding burp. He had voraciously consumed everything that had been unearthed earlier, including a plethora of first-grade critters, thus satiating his hunger. Now, he found himself utterly incapable of consuming another morsel. Meanwhile, Lin Ke surveyed the ravaged terrain surrounding him, contemplating whether his actions might provoke the wrath of the local overlord, for he intended to excavate a full mile around the mountain. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind the downfall of the goblin tribe, he surmised that there must still be many items, like the blowpipes, devoid of magical properties. He could only speculate that the intelligent races or the magical beasts of the Thunder Marsh, which had led to the goblin tribe's demise, had deemed such objects unworthy. After the obliteration, the remnants would have been scavenged by the magical beasts, who would only have taken those imbued with magic for their nests. The blowpipes, lacking magical essence, remained untouched, yet this did not imply their futility. Finally, he could attempt to form a specialized team dedicated to martial prowess, Lin Ke mused. At that moment, the system in his mind underwent a transformation. A new occupation was revealed: blowpipe shooter, Host, please embark upon your career as a bubble tea shop manager. Task, assume the role of bubble tea shop manager. Reward, a new bubble tea recipe. Chapter 60. Is this even considered bubble tea? Assuming a position? Lin Ke widened his eyes in astonishment. A bubble tea shop manager? Could these 4 words, enclosed in square brackets, constitute a vocation? System, you must be jesting. Lin Ke promptly examined the information. Bubble tea shop manager, raw material procurement 25, supply chain transport 5, marketing and sales 20, bubble tea preparation 38, after sales service 6, equipment maintenance 6. It truly is bubble tea shop manager. Lin Ke was taken aback. The characteristics and proportions of this profession bore an uncanny resemblance to modernity. How intricate! However, reflecting upon his past life experiences as a bubble tea shop manager, he realized that these professional traits and ratios merely sounded complex. Raw material procurement involved purchasing bubble tea powder, cups, and other supplies online. Supply chain transport entailed retrieving packages from the delivery station. Marketing and sales revolved around displaying a sign and showcasing a plethora of bubble tea images. The preparation of bubble tea was straightforward. It simply involved making the drink. After-sales service meant addressing any unfortunate incidents, such as retrieving a cockroach that fell into a customer's drink and engaging in disputes. Equipment maintenance encompassed caring for the bubble tea making machines, the chair he sat on, his hands, and so forth. Viewed in this light, it didn't seem so daunting. Wait a moment. As he pondered, Lin Ke's body suddenly trembled with excitement. Could his past experiences and insights as a bubble tea shop manager be applicable in this life? If so, could many of his professional insights from his previous existence be utilized? He had dabbled in numerous occupations beyond merely being a bubble tea shop manager. He had been a streamer, only to find it unprofitable and met with scorn. He explored writing novels with similar outcomes. He had served as a food delivery writer, a sorting agent for packages, a dog walker, and even a student, a player, a substitute teacher, a brewer, a perfumer, a game developer, a pancake vendor, a bartender, and a male model, among others. There were simply too many. It was worth noting that being a bubble tea shop manager was quite leisurely. Whenever he had free time, he had explored various professions. Surely, not all of these could be counted. Lin Ke felt his heart pulsating with excitement. What about the enigmatic masters? The blue-silver grass emperor, the leaf heavenly emperor, and the flame-fighting emperor? No, those were merely characters from stories. They likely wouldn't apply. Lin Ke took a deep breath, dismissing any distracting thoughts. Tonight, he would attempt to assume the role of bubble tea shop manager. Upon successfully taking on this role, a new bubble tea recipe would emerge, allowing him to experiment with crafting novel beverages. Furthermore, succeeding as a bubble tea shop manager would open the door to additional career options. If he inadvertently stumbled upon a powerful profession, what need would there be for a vampire? Calm down, calm down. Now is not the time for distractions. Lin Ke forced himself to refocus on the vision of the magical bat. Fortunately, despite his relentless digging, he had not attracted any formidable magical beasts. Commander, something new. There's another one. This appeared to be a fragment of a tattered banner. Oh no, I broke a clay pot. Another one. As Marka continued to excavate, a multitude of items emerged. These miscellaneous objects hinted at the former existence of an intelligent race in this land. Lin Ke began to suspect that the Thunder Marsh had not originally been as expansive. It had likely grown over time. Ultimately, Marka grew weary and collapsed. However, after an hour of rest, he resumed digging. By dusk, they had unearthed roughly 15 blowpipes, along with a trove of decayed and damaged items. Regrettably, these remnants were of little use. The blowpipes were the most valuable finds. Thus, Lin Ke, accompanied by the exhausted Marka and satiated Lightning, returned to the tribe. During their meal, Lin Ke announced his discovery. He refrained from mentioning speculations about the Goblin Kingdom, merely sharing the news of a new occupation and the formation of a 15-member blowpipe team. This endeavor could not yet involve outsiders from the Goblin community. Nevertheless, this revelation filled all members of the great wilderness paradise with joy. The establishment of a dedicated guard, not engaged in production, but rather in combat, instilled a sense of security among them. While they understood that not engaging in production meant the tribe would need to supply food for these 15 goblins, they were willing to accept this arrangement. For all sentient beings inhabiting this world, safety was often paramount. Moreover, they possessed their own currency, the wooden tokens that Lin Ke had created. Joining the Goblin Guard came with a salary, as did farming and toolmaking. They merely needed to trade based on their earnings. Consequently, there was little dissent among the members. However, the formation of the team would have to wait until tomorrow. With the recent increase in wildlife and prey, many goblins found it unnecessary to partake in hunting. After all, the goblins equipped with traps had significantly enhanced hunting efficiency compared to before. Approximately 5 goblins could sustain the tribe's meat consumption, while the others could serve as blowpipe shooters to hone their skills. Once everything was arranged, Lin Ke returned to the tree under the cover of night, where he and Fury sat on separate branches to meditate. However, prior to meditating, Lin Ke chose to attempt assuming the recently discovered occupation of bubble tea shop manager. Procurement, production, marketing. In the realm of consciousness, Lin Ke infused his past life memories and insights into the bubble before him. Next to this bubble was a significantly larger second-level vampire. As Lin Ke inputted his knowledge, the bubble began to quiver and transform, shaking and solidifying. Ultimately, it formed a stable bubble, indicating his successful assumption of the role. Bubble tea shop manager. What a boon. Lin Ke felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, the process of assuming a position was not contingent upon one's past life or this life. Rather, it was profoundly idealistic, reliant solely on genuine insights. With this realization, could it be that all the professions he had encountered in his past life were now available to him? Lin Ke opened his eyes, gazing at the full moon above, reflecting on the significance of his homeland as an irreplaceable part of his existence. He now comprehended the depth of that sentiment. Simultaneously, he began to strategize internally. What occupation should he attempt next? The crux lay in the fact that while he could explore vocations he had insights into, the characteristics and ratios were equally crucial. Careful consideration was paramount. As he pondered, the system in his mind once again underwent a transformation. Task completed. Unlocking the recipe. Sauce Fragrant Longio. Sauce Fragrant Longio. Originating from the ancient town of Erlang in the Sichuan province of China, it boasts a prominent sauce aroma. Rich and refreshing, elegant and delicate, truly delightful. Effects. Within 1 hour, intelligence is enhanced by 50 points and meditation efficiency is increased by 100. Required ingredients. 80 proof alcohol, sauce fragrant goji berries, crystal clear spring water. Chapter 61. The price of sauce fragrant delicacies is astounding. Is this truly considered milk tea? Observing the quintessential Huaxia-style liquor bottle within the system, Lin Ke found himself lost in contemplation. Moreover, that 80 proof alcohol, is it even suitable for human consumption? Yet, Lin Ke mused perhaps he was no longer entirely human. Furthermore, the system would undoubtedly evolve. Blood red hawthorn bears no real connection to blood, yet it has successfully become a primary ingredient in Bloody Marys, right? And if a Bloody Mary can be regarded as milk tea, then surely sauce fragrant Longio can be seen in the same light. He had even indulged in sauce fragrant coffee. Setting aside the name, the efficacy of sauce fragrant Longio genuinely astonished him. Enhancing intelligence. While an increase in intelligence is commendable, the temporary boost of 50 points within an hour pales in comparison to the 1,000 points that Jasmine Milk Green can elevate in just 5 minutes. After all, when faced with the choice of being a superhero for 5 minutes versus a Batman for an hour, most might prefer the former. Yet, the fact that sauce fragrant Longio could also enhance meditation efficiency was quite remarkable. Currently, Lin Ke's most pressing concern revolved around the issue of magical energy growth. The blood scripture meditation technique is indeed formidable, but even the best methods require accumulation. His rate of element absorption was rather sluggish, often necessitating 4 to 5 hours at night for the vampire to fully replenish its spiritual energy. Not to mention, there was a new profession, milk tea shop owner, that required nourishment as well. This could potentially consume most of his evenings. What would happen at higher levels? It is not without merit that tales among humans suggest vampires prefer to lie in coffins for slumber, for it is not mere sleep, but meditation. Eventually, beings like the vampire Count Father would find themselves engrossed in art, procreation, and meditation daily. Yet, even in such circumstances, the effects of meditation remained insufficient. Their father had been stuck at level 7 vampire for years. While the scarcity of high-grade blood contributed to this stagnation, the greater issue lay in the accumulation of magical energy through meditation. It is worth noting that while vampires may lack access to high-level practitioners or the blood of magical beasts, they could still muster some funds to trade for blood. The dilemma arises when one hasn't reached that threshold. No amount of absorption would suffice. Otherwise, vampires would have long since dominated the continent. Nevertheless, despite these challenges, vampires remain a unique and formidable class among demons. Much like succubi hold a special status among their kind. Powerful, yet the higher one ascends, the more challenging advancement becomes. However, it seems that some of the issues plaguing Lin Ke in the future may have found partial resolution. If meditation efficiency were to double, while currently manageable, what about in the future? Lin Ke held a glimmer of anticipation. Now, if his 4 hours of meditation could be condensed into 2, that would grant him an additional 2 hours to engage in other endeavors. For instance, honing his combat skills or meditating for another profession. As he progresses to higher levels, it is likely that a session of meditation would be required to fully nourish a professional bubble for growth, potentially taking 2 to 3 days. Having that time would yield remarkable results. Moreover, this efficiency was attributed to his practice of the blood scripture. It is said that the meditation technique he currently employs is of ordinary grade. Should he obtain a more advanced method, would it not be even swifter? A splendid opportunity indeed. Just as Lin Ke grappled with the challenges of sustaining 2 professions, Sauce Fragrant Longio appeared. Ding! A new task has been issued. Task: sell 10 cups of Sauce Fragrant Longio. Reward: a new milk tea recipe. Selling 10 cups of Sauce Fragrant Longio? Lin Ke remained silent, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Thus, he accessed another interface panel. Honey Blood Ice Castle. Product: Bloody Mary 1 gold coin. Click for details. Product: Jasmine Milk Green 5 gold coins. Click for details. Product: Sauce Fragrant Longio 10 gold coins. Raw material inventory: Blood Red Hawthorn 58, Perilla Leaves 168, Slime Essence 43, Sweet Milk 99, Crystal Clear Water 324. Total income 7. Currently, his total income stood at a mere 7 gold coins, with commissions totaling just 2 gold coins. To purchase Sauce Fragrant Longio, he required 10 gold coins. As expected, Lin Ke found himself at odds with overly materialistic individuals or systems. Indeed, earning money remained paramount. With only 2 gold coins in commissions, he could only afford 2 cups of Bloody Marys. And as for Siri, her allowance had already been given to him. Regarding taxes? Typically, lords levy taxes on their subjects. However, her village was so impoverished that mere survival was a struggle, let alone generating income. Thus, if he were to sell 10 cups of Sauce Fragrant Longio, it would hinge on profitability. He contemplated various strategies to generate revenue through milk tea sales. Yet now was not the opportune moment. Clearly, a theatrical production must be staged. If it could resonate across the continent, it would serve as the finest promotion. For instance, incorporating soft advertisements about the great wilderness paradise being a heavenly realm where one could elope would be ideal. Furthermore, he pondered how to tie it to Romeo and Juliet, as undoubtedly many across the continent would be intrigued to witness it. Additionally, the undead must be eradicated, for even if the populace learned of the great wilderness paradise, their fears of the undead would deter them from visiting. Lin Ke's desire to earn money intensified, prompting him to delve deeper into the planning of the great wilderness paradise. However, all this required time. Patience is key. Earning money is another matter altogether. The raw materials needed to create Sauce Fragrant Longio posed a significant challenge. The Sauce Fragrant goji berries were located over 200 kilometers to the north. Lin Ke, at present, could not possibly abandon his territory to seek out the goji berries. This meant that even if he managed to accumulate enough funds in the short term, he would still be unable to procure Sauce Fragrant Longio. Fortunately, it was not an immediate necessity. While alcohol is useful, purification requires a multitude of tools. Thus, after some contemplation, Lin Ke decided against hastening the acquisition of Sauce Fragrant Longio. Currently, he could meditate for approximately 8 hours a night, which sufficed to nourish both professions. In the days that followed, Lin Ke focused on training the blow dart archers, helping them to grasp the nuances of blow dart techniques and breath control. Siri also relocated the 79 men, women, and children from your village. Initially, these villagers were understandably anxious and resistant. However, once settled, they scarcely expressed a desire to return. Compared to their previous village, which became a cesspool during rains, the great wilderness paradise was vastly superior. After a few more days, once the drainage system was operational, the villagers felt as though they were living in paradise. Regrettably, their biases against goblins and slimes persisted. Or rather, in the eyes of most sentient races, including humans, dwarves, and elves, goblins and slimes were regarded as inferior intelligent beings. In their view, they were akin to wild dogs and slugs. Nevertheless, your village, due to its poverty and marginalization, had grown accustomed to wild dogs and slugs. Thus, without much effort, the villagers of your village gradually began to integrate into the great wilderness paradise, and their perceptions of goblins and slimes began to shift positively. This transformation was, of course, aided by Lin Ke's silent attention and gentle guidance, until one day, a significant event transpired. Chapter 62, Mundane affairs. Alas, Commander, trouble brews. A confrontation has erupted between a human and a goblin. A newly appointed blowgunner, while on patrol, has rushed in, announcing the fracas. Lin Ke, seated in Freya's abode, cradling the drowsy Ciri in his arms, raised an eyebrow at Freya, who wore a contemplative expression. He had come to discuss matters of drama with Freya, and upon hearing the goblin's words, he remarked, "Such audacity! I previously decreed the laws of the great wilderness paradise, forbidding any brawls. Energy should be devoted to the construction of our home." Who would have thought a skirmish would unfold right beneath his nose? Ciri, suddenly alert, exclaimed, "What? Where's the fight? I want to join." She waved her tiny fists and hopped down from Lin Ke's embrace. "I did not mean for you to engage in combat." Lin Ke sighed, calling her back. "You always doze off during discussions of drama. Why not patrol instead of eavesdropping on our conversations?" "I am not sleepy," Ciri pouted, casting a casual glance at the still pensive Freya. She was averse to the idea of her brother being in the same room with another female. Though she could not articulate why, a nagging sensation told her it would bring her displeasure. As you wish, Lin Ke chuckled indulgently. The bond of blood and Ciri's endearing nature made Lin Ke increasingly doting towards her, feeling as though she were truly his sister. "Freya, ponder the matter of the lens I mentioned. I shall step outside to assess the situation." "Very well, master." Upon exiting the chamber, Lin Ke found a middle-aged woman grappling with a middle-aged male goblin. Nearby, younger goblins and humans anxiously attempted to mediate the conflict. A throng of goblins and human villagers surrounded them, chattering animatedly about the altercation at the center. "Oh dear, what a fine individual reduced to this," lamented one. "Indeed, can it be said that goblins and our kind truly can intermingle?" queried another. "Surely they can. Just consider the slimes." "Huh? Is that so? You pique my curiosity. Brother, your tastes are rather peculiar. Yet I have encountered goblins before. They possess green skin, resembling us, albeit somewhat taller. What do you suppose the Lord will do about this?" A voice wondered. "No idea." The villagers, especially the women, engaged in lively discussion. Over the past few days, the human women and goblin females had developed a cordial rapport, as they both engaged in handiwork, crafting tools while sharing stories, fostering a growing camaraderie. Meanwhile, the men had found common ground through farming and hunting, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Yet, as Lin Ke overheard the conversations, he began to comprehend the underlying implications. Observing the young man and the tearful young goblin, Lin Ke felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He often harbored a certain apprehension towards the adolescent male demographic, as they were prone to reckless experimentation. With a fleeting thought of exasperation, he signaled to Ciri. She understood immediately and called out, "Cease this at once." The chilling and sanguine aura of vampire enveloped the area, casting a palpable silence. All gazes turned to the grim-faced Lin Ke and the inquisitive Ciri. The crowd fell silent, parting to allow Lin Ke passage. "Commander." The female goblin wiped her tears and spoke softly, performing a respectful gesture. "Lord, you have arrived," the young man sighed in relief. "Please separate my mother from them." Lin Ke nodded slightly to both individuals, then approached the center, frowning at the unwilling combatants. Both bore defiant expressions. "Lord, this goblin has seduced my son." "Commander, it was this woman who compelled her son to assault my daughter," they cried, grappling one another in a tangled mess on the ground. "I recall enacting the laws of the great wilderness paradise," Lin Ke stated, looking down at them with an impassive demeanor. "Do you wish to meet your end?" He did not unleash his aura nor cast any spells. He merely articulated each word deliberately, which rendered their faces pale. Immediately, they released their grip on one another. The male goblin lowered his head before Lin Ke, visibly anxious, while the middle-aged woman knelt, weeping. Lin Ke turned his gaze towards her. "Speak. What transpired?" "Lord, my son has been without a father since childhood. I have been preoccupied with farming, but he is still my son." The woman lamented, wiping her muddy tears. "No matter the circumstances, he cannot marry a goblin. Otherwise, I would rather perish." In those few sentences, the middle-aged woman conveyed the essence of her distress. Lin Ke then directed his attention to the male goblin, who, upon hearing the woman's words, spat with resentment. "Only the strongest and most noble are entitled to mate. Why should my daughter be subjected to the advances of that feeble human?" Lin Ke was aware of this tradition. In the past, unless permitted by the patriarch, every female was considered his wife. However, the patriarch himself showed little interest in procreation, favoring unions with the wise white-skinned races. Thus, goblin females were often dominated by a few stronger male goblins. After listening to both parties, Lin Ke turned to the young man and the female goblin. And what are you two? Do you have anything to say? I do not know, the young man admitted, shamefaced. Lord, I just thought Kalama was beautiful. And, well, it is my fault. Kalama, the female goblin, interjected, her teeth clenched. I forced myself upon Yelu. He was truly reluctant. No, Kalama. It is my fault, my desire for your beauty. The young man, named Yelu, embraced Kalama, both weeping in each other's arms. The crowd around them was moved by the display. Lin Ke, however, found the scene rather melodramatic. Regardless, the matter must be resolved. Are they of age? Lin Ke coldly inquired of their parents. Both parents, from single-parent households, nodded without hesitation. Since they are of age, parents must not interfere in their children's choices. Lin Ke declared with indifference. Whatever path the children choose is theirs to tread, even if it involves marrying a despicable celestial being. At this pronouncement, the crowd erupted in uproar. They had never heard such words before. Yet, upon reflection, many found the sentiment reasonable. Why should my son not heed my wishes? One voice protested. Your son must heed your wishes? Lin Ke ritlid coolly. You bore a son, not a slave. Upon reaching adulthood, parental authority over children is relinquished, understand? Lin Ke articulated the concepts of supervision and guardianship in the common tongue. He recalled his own uncertainty in youth regarding his preferences and passions. Yet he believed that upon maturation, one ought to possess the right to choose. Consider this. Is arranged marriage truly acceptable? Did you not have someone you cherished? Were there no regrets? Lin Ke continued, challenging the crowd's long-held beliefs. I understand you are accustomed to this. It has always been thus, your parents, your grandparents, and so on. But just because it has always been so, does that make it right? At these words, the crowd fell into contemplative silence. It is essential to note that in the current environment, many arrangements were made through familial negotiations akin to transactions. However, this did not negate the fact that many had once held affections for others. The prevailing circumstances merely fostered the illusion of normalcy, as such practices have been entrenched since time immemorial. But as Lin Ke posited, just because it has always been so, does that make it right? Thus, in the future, once children reach adulthood, they shall be protected by law, and their actions shall no longer be subject to parental control. Lin Ke continued, however, the responsibility for their actions shall not fall upon their parents, but shall be borne by themselves. Karma and Yale, who had initially been on the verge of drying their tears and revealing smiles, now stood momentarily stunned. Lin Ke glanced at them. Parents have the obligation to nurture their children, just as children have the duty to care for their elders. Yet this must be delineated by time. Before reaching adulthood, after reaching adulthood, before old age, and after old age. Between adulthood and before old age. Neither obligations nor rights exist reciprocally. In other words, once you have grown your wings and wish to soar, you may do so, but the necessities of life, food, clothing, shelter, and hygiene can no longer be reliant on your parents. Lin Ke articulated his regulations slowly. Initially, when he spoke of free love, it felt peculiar to everyone. Yet, with these additional clarifications, it now seemed remarkably reasonable. As one's worldview, perspective, and values take shape, each individual becomes an autonomous entity. Although the crowd may not possess this knowledge, they nonetheless feel that Lin Ke's assertions resonate with logic. When birds have strengthened their wings, they must leave the nest. When cheetahs have sharpened their claws, they must hunt independently. Simultaneously, one must take responsibility for oneself. This is freedom. Lin Ke's voice deepened. I aspire for the great wilderness paradise to be a realm brimming with order and liberty. Absolute freedom is untenable. In a past life, there existed a place where absolute freedom led to chaos, where even children could engage in mock battles with firearms. Freedom within a framework of order is the optimal choice. This is the first and last time I shall discuss this matter. Lin Ke cast a glance at Karma and Yale, then at their parents. By the way, you two should seek out Furue. She is currently troubled by the choice of male and female leads. Lin Ke suden rekalet. Drama, Romeo and Juliet. Is it not the quintessential advocate of free love? Moreover, Karma possesses a certain charm about her. Goblins typically have sharp noses, exude a curry scent, and have dark green skin with protruding bellies. However, through extensive training and dietary changes, Karma now resembles a human girl with green skin. If she were to adopt human skin, she would appear entirely human. Drama? Not only were Karma and Yale bewildered, but even their parents, who had previously been embroiled in conflict, were taken aback. They had heard of drama, yet it was always the exclusive domain of the aristocracy, akin to silver cutlery and crystal goblets, far removed from their reality. Even soft white bread was a rare indulgence for them, a luxury only dreamt of. let alone so-called drama. Seeking Lord Furue? Yale appeared dazed. What would Karama and I seek Lord Furue for? You could play the male and female leads. Lin Ke chuckled. What is love? If a normal human male and a normal human female were to fall in love, the impact on the audience would undoubtedly be far less profound. Thus, the protagonists of Romeo and Juliet were born into rival families. Such conflict and opposition are what illuminate the beauty of free love. Much like the traditional Chinese tales of butterfly lovers, Legend of the White Snake, and the Western tales of Beauty and the Beast and Romeo and Juliet, all embody this essential conflict and opposition. And goblins and humans, even goblins and paladins, that is simply a tale of a higher being versus a lower being. Within such a clash, people come to a deeper understanding and reflection. This is the ultimate aim, to provoke contemplation of the deeper meanings within the drama, in light of contemporary circumstances. Initially, Lin Ke had intended to portray a vampire and a paladin. However, upon reflection, substituting a goblin for the vampire seemed fitting. It could be said that the story's archetype originates from Karama and Yale. The male and female leads? Yale and Karama exchange a glance, hearts racing. Under Lin Ke's encouragement, they found themselves giddily seeking out Furue. The goblins and human villagers dispersed, leaving only the parents of Karama and Yale. Do you two truly oppose this merely due to racial differences? As the crowd dispersed, Lin Ke smiled and inquired. The two immediately lowered their heads to the ground. The male goblin scratched his head. That young man is quite decent. It is merely this old woman who obstructs, which led me to strike her. You are the old woman. The middle-aged woman retorted with indignation. This fellow called me an old woman upon our first meeting. It would be strange if I did not retaliate. As it seemed the two were about to engage in a quarrel, Lin Ke hastily intervened. However, he discerned the fundamental reasons for their dispute. Beyond racial differences, there lay cultural disparities. For instance, goblins do not feel discomfort with age. They only feel discontent when there are no inferiors. Humans, on the other hand, view addressing a woman as old woman, as tantamount to declaring war. This is but a minor aspect of the cultural differences between the races. For example, goblins do not relish bathing, while humans do. To foster a more harmonious great wilderness paradise, cultural integration and educational efforts will be essential. If you both possess such energy, go and work. Lin Ke waved his hand, observing their bickering. Should you find yourselves fighting again, wages will be deducted as punishment. At present, they utilize the currency that Lin Ke had unified and named the Great Wilderness Coin. To procure any goods, one must use this currency. The emergence of private ownership among goblins has finally begun to take root. For instance, they have started to learn to purchase cured meats to store at home, much like humans. Meanwhile, human villagers inquired about the cost of purchasing a small house. The territory is flourishing, and I am nearing the third level. Chapter 64, Procurement of Magical Raw Materials. Had this been in the past, the original host might have remained at level 1 vampire for a lifetime. Yet now, Lin Ke has not been long in this world and is already close to level 3. Although level 3 is merely the level 1 would naturally possess upon reaching adulthood, it is understandable that the original host, with an intelligence of merely 0.3, would progress slowly. However, his true focus lies with the profession of bubble tea shop manager. Each trait seems to have the potential to transform into a commendable profession-specific magic. Over the past few days, Lin Ke has been experimenting with transforming these traits into exclusive magic, seeking methods to enhance his lethality. What traits are there? Procurement of raw materials, supply chain logistics, marketing and sales, bubble tea preparation, after-sales service, and equipment maintenance. One trait, procurement of raw materials, appears to enable him to quickly discern the characteristics of various plants and animals, even magical weapons. Previously, he discovered blowgun tubes near the lair of the earth-shattering bear. Upon his inspection, he determined that while they were not magical equipment, they could be considered as the embryonic form of magical gear. This implies that with years of usage by goblins, they could potentially evolve into magical equipment. As the saying goes, a godly artifact, nurtured with care, may become a divine weapon, while a mortal holding a divine artifact for too long may see it regress into mere wood. This is the first utility Lin Ke discovered from his initial trait. As a level 1 bubble tea shop manager, he has already developed a certain ability to identify raw materials. Hence, he is endeavoring to cultivate this capability further. In which direction shall he develop? The direction of a master butcher. The other traits are quite similar. Supply chain logistics can enhance his weight capacity and speed. Marketing and sales may grant him a degree of deception, anti-deception, and illusion abilities. After-sales service and equipment maintenance are relatively straightforward. The crux lies in bubble tea preparation. This trait not only bestows upon him remarkable speed and strength, but also an almost magical ability, provided he has the requisite materials. It appears he can conjure bubble tea out of thin air. And the materials? What if the hearts of enemies could be fashioned into materials? Thus, Lin Ke now find himself contemplating how to transform these qualities into combat skills. With Freya by his side, the theatrics need not weigh on his mind for the time being. With Ciri present, the training of the blowers can also be momentarily set aside. Bolomen are tasked with agricultural production, while Shabi handles hunting and traps. Everything is progressing in an orderly fashion. This allows Lin Ke to focus on enhancing his role as a milk tea shop manager. On the edge of the Thunder Marsh, Lin Ke squats beneath a tree, gazing vacantly at the foliage before him. The accumulation of magical energy is one aspect, while the understanding of his profession is another. The art of role-playing is indeed a valuable asset. As he gazes at the unfamiliar plants, a subtle surge of magical energy glimmers in his eyes. He now requires the art of role-play to deepen his comprehension of his vocation. What is its utility? Digestion. By employing the meditative technique to capture elements and infuse them into the professional bubble, this bubble necessitates digestion for absorption. Generally, this process takes upwards of 10 to 20 hours. However, there exists a method to expedite it, the art of role-playing. Play the part of your profession. If you are a diviner, then truly divine to grasp the essence of your profession. If you're a vampire, then indulge in the act of blood-sucking to internalize your traits. Lin Ke, as a milk tea shop manager, is currently preparing to reflect on the sourcing of his characteristic raw materials. The possessions from his past life are of no use here. Hence, he needs to develop new materials from this world. And certainly, they will not be Blood Marys, Jasmine Milk Greens, or Saucy Langio, but rather something that can be entirely crafted by hand. Regardless of what it is, one essential element is required: water, or rather a liquid. Sourcing raw materials. Lin Ke lets out a low exclamation, his right hand grasping at the shrub before him. Under the influence of his magical energy, the shrub quivers rapidly, its sap circulating within its branches but unable to burst forth immediately. Indeed, it proves useful. Lin Ke squints, amplifying his magical output. With a soft pop, a fissure finally appears in the shrub's branch, from which sap flows forth like a stream. Yet, this level of extraction is hardly lethal. If it proves so laborious to extract from an immobile object, one cannot expect to source from a living creature. Animal blood vessels are generally more resilient than those of plants. However, it does align well with the blood-sucking abilities of a vampire. While experimenting, Lin Ke also reflects on his experiences. Yet, the blood-sucking magic must be conducted through the fangs of a vampire as a medium. In terms of practicality, it is inferior to ranged magic. However, he senses that if he can fully realize the trait of sourcing raw materials, he will be able to wield a formidable magic. Moreover, this magic will not be constrained by the traditional theoretical frameworks of magic, making it more challenging to counter and respond to. Sourcing raw materials. Lin Ke exhales again to concentrate his focus. In the next moment, the foliage shatters, and at that instant, a foul wind gusts from behind. Quick to react, Lin Ke crouches low and grasps with both hands. A level 1 greenhorn python is caught in his grip. Just as he was lamenting the lack of a test subject, Lin Ke smirks coldly, his sharp vampire claws plunging fiercely into the body of the oblivious greenhorn python. Following the death of the earthquake bear, level 1 and 2 magical beasts have gradually begun to infiltrate this territory. Yet, Lin Ke knows that the true sovereign of this realm is certainly not that earthquake bear. Otherwise, this area would have undoubtedly become a thoroughfare for mercenaries. Fortunately, either Lin Ke's caution has paid off, or it is due to the tacit approval of that enigmatic presence. Lin Ke has refrained from allowing Freya or Ciri to mark this territory, thus enabling these level 1 and 2 magical beasts to enter and hunt. However, such creatures do not necessarily possess intelligence. For instance, the greenhorn python before him is as foolish as a chicken, daring to prey upon a level 2 like himself. Hiss! The greenhorn python rides violently, yet cannot escape Lin Ke's grasp. Its massive head, adorned with a small pointed horn, attempts to bite Lin Ke. However, unlike snakes, pythons are seldom toxic, relying instead on their immense musculature and constricting power to capture prey. Thus, when faced with Lin Ke's strength of 40, it finds itself at a loss. Nevertheless, Lin Ke does not immediately use his fangs to draw blood. Instead, he endeavors to channel his magical energy, attempting to source raw materials. However, the vampire's talent is an innate gift, thus classifying it as a racial profession. Bloodsucking comes to him as easily as a flick of a finger. But what of sourcing raw materials? He had some understanding of it from his past life, yet manifesting that understanding into magic in this life is undoubtedly a challenge. However, after integrating the inherent blood-sucking instinct of a vampire, Lin Ke begins to perceive the rhythmic pumping of the liquid within. Sourcing raw materials. Chapter 65, The Might of Dragons. Hiss. As the words leave his mouth, the greenhorn python struggles even more fiercely, nearly breaking free from Lin Ke's hold. Yet at that moment, blood suddenly bursts forth like a fountain from the spot where Lin Ke's claws have pierced it. Despite merely being a flesh wound, it seems as if he has struck its artery. The blood, under Lin Ke's control, transforms into globs midair. The thrashing greenhorn python gradually becomes emaciated, silenced at last. It is dead. This is the sensation of sourcing raw materials. Lin Ke silently savors this feeling, then gazes at the blood globules suspended in the air. He gestures to draw them towards his mouth, consuming them entirely without waste. Following this series of actions, a fragment of memory regarding sourcing raw materials naturally integrates into his professional bubble. However, this solitary fragment is insufficient. Lin Ke continues his attempts. With this new experience, he begins to find his rhythm, employing magic to hunt smaller beasts. Due to the greenhorn python being a level 1 magical beast, Lin Ke relies on his blood-sucking and sourcing capabilities to control its blood. Other beasts prove to be much easier. For instance, with mice and hares, he merely needs to inflict a cut, and he can instantly drain their bodily fluids. After a full day of experimentation, Lin Ke returns to inspect the state of his territory. Then the cycle begins anew. As for the so-called undead, aside from an initial encounter with a necromantic mouse, there have been no further sightings during this period. It seems merely an illusion and a false rumor. Yet, Lin Ke remains vigilant. The towering walls encircling the forest are slowly being erected. The subterranean world of the great wilderness paradise is also progressing steadily. He understands that the absence of the undead is most likely due to the Morning Lord's awareness of leaked information, prompting him to retract his forces. Even a Morning Lord, without complete preparation, would not abruptly instigate a war. Lin Ke, armed with the intelligence obtained through Freya, a high-ranking succubus, is thus able to commence his preparations. Not only does he strive to enhance his own strength, but he also endeavors to bolster the might of the entire great wilderness paradise. As for the villagers of your village, originally under Ciri's domain, they have become accustomed to coexisting with the goblins. After all, their initial impressions of goblins were predominantly barbaric and cruel. Now, having interacted with them, these goblins have shown a preference for farming, crafting tools, and curing meat. Consequently, harmonious relations have developed. A few human children have even caught Balaman's attention, who have taken them under their wing to learn how to become breeders, harvesters, and other professions. The villagers of your have also begun to instruct the goblins on pig farming, as they brought along the village's sole domesticated pig. The initial phase of education has commenced. The foundational model of education is, after all, a skill passed down through generations. The goblins impart their knowledge to the villagers of Ur, while the villagers, in turn, educate the goblins, fostering a mutual learning experience. Simultaneously, witnessing the children transition into professionals brings a sense of fulfillment, ensuring their own sustenance and warmth. Compared to the past, the villagers of your harbor no grievances. What were they like before? They were inadequately clothed and perpetually hungry. Furthermore, after observing several rehearsals of Freya's rendition of Romeo and Juliet, their perceptions of slimes and goblins have significantly improved. Both are humanoid beings capable of reproduction. There exists no hierarchy between them, only a disparity in individual strength. Thus, if the villagers were to be asked to revert to their former way of life, they would surely refuse. Lin Ke finds great satisfaction in this development. Amidst the gradual progress of the great wilderness paradise, Thunderbolt achieved a breakthrough. In a clearing within the woods, Lin Ke inquired with a smile, "How does it feel to be at level 2? Observing Thunderbolt stretch its wings, Lin Ke asked, "Have you learned any new magic?" "Indeed," Thunderbolt replied, eyeing its chicken-like wings and claws. "I finally feel somewhat like a dragon." As it spoke, a surge of magical energy coursed through its body. Remaining stationary, Thunderbolt flapped its wings, ascending into the air, gazing down at Lin Ke with a glimmering light in its eyes. However, upon noticing Lin Ke's lack of reaction, it tilted its head, asking, "Don't you feel anything?" "What kind of feeling?" Lin Ke responded, "Putzlet." "Does it feel amusing?" The sight of Thunderbolt, rather plump, soaring through the sky struck Lin Ke as somewhat humorous. "Dragon might," Thunderbolt retorted, slightly irked. "I've become a level 2 dragon. My dragon might is finally of some use." "Dragon might?" Lin Ke exclaimed in surprise. Were you just using your dragon might? I truly didn't feel anything. However, Lin Ke was aware that this lack of sensation stemmed from his physical limitations. He was once a person with an intelligence level of merely 0.3. Consequently, whether it was Freya's high-level pressure or Thunderbolt's dragon might, Lin Ke remained oblivious to it. This extreme dullness, while seemingly advantageous, could lead to a failure to perceive danger at critical moments. After all, from an evolutionary standpoint, fleeing from a more formidable creature is the optimal choice for survival. This is why the dragon might possessed by such predators proves so effective against lesser beings. For someone with cognitive impairments, an inability to sense danger means they are doomed to be preyed upon. Well, it seems Freya and Ciri were correct. Thunderbolt descended. Your soul must be extraordinary. Indeed, Lin Ke acknowledged with a hint of resignation. His soul did originate from another realm. Yet it was not solely for this reason that he was unperturbed by pressure. When will your chicken project commence? Lin Ke, perceiving Thunderbolt's boredom, swiftly inquired. Thus, the momentary pride that Thunderbolt felt from its recent advancement dissipated, and it tensed up, exclaiming, Chicken? What do you mean by chicken? I'm only at level 2. I must continue to hone my strength. Very well. It seems the chicken breeding plan must be put on hold. Lin Ke shrugged, seemingly exasperated. So, at what level do you intend to commence mating? Until I am sufficiently powerful. Thunderbolt declared solemnly, Master, we are far too weak. The chicken flock is of no importance. All right, Lin Ke nodded dogfotsoli. How about we postpone discussions of the chicken breeding until you encounter a bottleneck in your progress? Agreed. Thunderbolt replied earnestly. It will be prudent to reconsider then. Seeing Thunderbolt's enthusiasm, Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, should we not seize that territory? Thunderbolt, fearing Lin Ke might use it for breeding, quickly shifted the conversation. That territory? Lin Ke paused for a moment before realizing. Are you referring to the domain of the earth-shattering bear? Lin Ke's eyes brightened. Yes. Thunderbolt flapped its wings. I believe that small mountain looks quite promising. I would like to establish a nest there, and the abundance of magical beasts would provide ample sustenance. Excellent idea. As a magical beast, claiming that area is entirely reasonable. Chapter 66. Occupying the jungle. It would indeed be inappropriate for Lin Ke to claim that territory, given that he is a vampire. The magical creatures of the Thunder Marsh have coexisted peacefully with the neighboring realms for a considerable time. The higher-level magical beasts refrain from encroaching upon territory, and the lords of other realms do not disturb the high-level magical creatures of the Thunder Marsh. If Lin Ke were to occupy a portion of the Thunder Marsh as a vampire, not only would other lords object, but even his own noble father would not spare him. However, if Thunderbolt were to take control, that would present no issue. Others would remain oblivious to the dark pact binding Thunderbolt to Lin Ke. They would only recognize the conqueror as a magical beast. Can you manage it? Lin Ke assessed Thunderbolt's physique. Of course. Thunderbolt raised its head confidently. Then, with a glint in its eye, it exclaimed, Let us go. We should head over now. You must consider carefully, Lin Ke smiled. If we encounter a level 3 magical beast from another territory, I will not intervene. Given that this territory belongs to the earth-shattering bear, it is inevitable that other level 3 magical creatures would be present along the borders. If other beasts intrude, Thunderbolt will need to defend its territory independently, just as the earth-shattering bear did when it sensed Lin Ke's intrusion, halting its mating to pursue him. Once Thunderbolt occupies its own territory, it will be responsible for its defense, and Lin Ke will be unable to assist. You need not intervene. Thunderbolt proudly raised its head. My combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Lin Ke chuckled and nodded. Initially, Thunderbolt was weak, but since meeting Lin Ke, it has trained diligently every day. Whether honing its claws or beak, its wings and legs have developed significantly. At level 1, it could easily dispatch foes of the same level. Now that it has reached level 2, combined with the dragon might from dragon, it may even contend with level 3 beasts. Most importantly, Thunderbolt had yet to utilize its escape skill since childhood. During their first encounter, it attempted to flee before Lin Ke. Now, after extensive training, its ability to escape has reached new heights. In simple terms, if faced with an overwhelming beast, Thunderbolt can still flee. Its speed now rivals that of Lin Ke, a vampire renowned for swiftness. It is likely that ordinary magical beasts cannot outrun it. Thus, Lin Ke feels a sense of reassurance. Let us go and declare our sovereignty. The two quickly made their way to the small mountain where the earth-shattering bear resided. With no trace of the bear, the area was now crawling with snakes, insects, and rodents. Upon reaching the summit, Lin Ke stood to the side while Thunderbolt soared into the air, unfurling its wings to exude its presence. Level 2 Magical Dragon Might. A formidable pressure radiated forth, startling the surrounding creatures into a frenzy. Some Level 2 and Level 1 magical beasts, more perceptive than others, retreated from the mountain. Simultaneously, those with a modicum of intelligence recognized this as a declaration of territorial sovereignty. Any who wished to contest for the land would need to approach the mountain directly. For Thunderbolt, as long as it vanquished or subdued all challengers, the territory would belong to it. Of course, Lin Ke was aware that he lacked clarity regarding how territory is delineated in reality. Shortly after Thunderbolt unleashed its might, both Lin Ke and Thunderbolt changed their expression simultaneously. 3 level 3s. Lin Ke furrowed his brow. Through the perception of his magical bats, he detected 3 level 3 auras rapidly approaching. In fact, his 6 reconnaissance bats were swiftly obliterated. The newcomers bore ill intentions. Lin Ke frowned and turned to Thunderbolt. Should we avoid confrontation? Fear not. Thunderbolt descended, slightly spreading its wings, signaling its intent to attack. You and I each have our own strength. Level 3 magical beasts are not insurmountable. Although both Lin Ke and Thunderbolt were at level 2, they were confident in their ability to handle level 3 magical creatures. With the aid of traps and the encirclement by goblins, confronting the 3 magical beasts would not pose a significant challenge, provided their intelligence is comparable to that of an earth-shattering bear. Furthermore, with the presence of Ciri and Freya in the territory, even if all 3 level 3 beasts attacked simultaneously, Freya could easily dispatch one with a mere finger. If they chose not to engage, Ciri would be capable of handling one as well. Thus, Lin Ke harbored little fear regarding this encounter. He surmised that despite the formidable approach of the 3 beasts, they were not there to assault Thunder. The consumption of a level 2 beast would attract the attention of 3 level 3 beasts, and their territory was not devoid of level 2s. Lin Ke speculated that the arrival of these 3 beasts was related to territorial matters. Before long, the silhouettes of the 3 magical beasts materialized at the foot of the mountain: a golden leopard, a carrion giant lizard, and a saber-toothed tiger. All 3 moved with astonishing speed, gazing up at Thunder atop the summit. Caw, caw, caw. Thunder, looking down from his elevated position, inquired about their presence. Roar, hiss, roar. The 3 level 3 beasts exhibited a degree of intelligence, roaring at Thunder as if engaged in communication. Caw, roar, ow, caw. Thunder then entered into a dialogue with the beasts. However, to Lin Ke's astonishment, these creatures showed no animosity towards him, regardless of his vampiric nature. Their focus remained on their conversation with Thunder, which appeared to be quite animated, especially from the golden leopard. Caw, caw, caw. Roar, roar. Caw. After a while, it seemed the negotiations had faltered. The carrion giant lizard and the saber-toothed tiger fell silent, while the golden leopard suddenly leaped upward, scaling the mountain with remarkable speed. Thunder did not engage Lin Ke further, but dove downwards, his body crackling with electric energy. The magical electric surge was markedly different from the spell he had employed during their initial meeting, when Thunder had been merely level 1, using that swift magic as a means of intimidation. Now, Thunder had truly harnessed the full potential of this spell. Below, the golden leopard conjured a pair of azure fangs in midair, lunging fiercely at Thunder. With his body honed through rigorous training, Thunder stood resolute, colliding forcefully with the golden leopard's magical fangs. Bang! In the next instant, Thunder was sent reeling backward, while the golden leopard staggered several steps back as well. It was entirely normal for Thunder, being only level 2, to be at a disadvantage against the level 3 golden leopard in a direct confrontation. Nonetheless, it was a testament to Thunder's prowess that a level 2 avian could withstand such an encounter. The golden leopard refrained from further aggression, merely baring its teeth in a warning. Caw! Once Thunder regained his balance, he furiously spread his wings, emanating a dragon's majesty. In the following moment, the golden leopard regarded Thunder for a brief moment before slowly retreating, merging into the forest. The carrion giant lizard and saber-toothed tiger exchanged glances with Lin Ke before also disappearing into the underbrush. What has transpired, Thunder? Chapter 67. The undead have arrived? Truly swift indeed. Humph. These 3 rascals seek to carve up my territory. Thunder fumed, but I stood my ground, making them aware of my might. What exactly does standing your ground entail? Lin Ke queried with curiosity. Their earlier exchanges had been nothing but a cacophony of roars, utterly indecipherable to him. I proclaimed that my father is the Thunder Dragon, and that I was sent forth to hone my skills. Thunder replied nonchalantly. If they provoke me, I'll simply summon my father. Lin Ke looked at him quizzically. Didn't you say your parents were deceased? Indeed. Thunder tilted his head. Isn't that convenient? They wouldn't dare visit Dragon Mountain to inquire, would they? Dragon Mountain refers to a vast mountain range, the ancestral home of dragons, teeming with dragonkind and draconic creatures. Additionally, it serves as a gathering point for magical beasts, similar to the Thunder Marsh, teeming with a multitude of creatures. Naturally, dragons are the most prevalent. Quite clever. Lin Ke praised it. But you must remain vigilant. That golden leopard showed restraint. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. Of course. Thunder nodded earnestly. They also mentioned that there is a level 4 beast above, and even a level 5 further up, all of whom are our superiors. It seems the Thunder Marsh indeed operates under its own set of rules. Lin Ke nodded. I will instruct the goblins to enter and hunt, as well as search for ingredients. You must ensure their safety. Not a problem. Thunder exclaimed with excitement. I am now the king of beasts. Ha ha. Enough of that. Lin Ke chided, slapping Thunder on the head. You are merely a level 2 beast. A king among beasts must at least be level 10. I care not. Thunder flapped his wings. I must first find some hens to turn this place into a chicken coop. Ha ha ha. Lin Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. Hens? Thunder cast Lin Ke a bewildered glance. What is so strange about that? I am a chicken king. Lin Ke was left speechless. But didn't you claim to remain celibate? Who said that seeking hens necessitates mating? Thunder retorted, equally perplexed. Those dragon kings always have flocks of dragons around them. That is how you establish presence. Are you implying you wish to surround yourself with many hens? Lin Ke was taken aback. Thunder tilted his head. True. A flock of hens wouldn't look impressive. A host of dragons would be far more fitting. Lin Ke was utterly at a loss for words. He was torn between his apprehension of Thunder's celibacy and the potential ramifications of mating on his training. Indeed, a conundrum. However, ultimately, the prospect of breeding a small clutch of dragons was undeniably alluring, yet Thunder's current strength remained paramount. Master, you should return swiftly. I'll spruce up this place. The land below has been thoroughly excavated by you all, and I'm contemplating how to enhance its appearance. Thunder, like a fledgling spreading its wings, was eager to shoo his father away. Very well. Lin Ke affectionately patted Thunder's head. If anything arises, remember to summon me via the Dark Pact. Absolutely. Then you must have Freya rush to my aid. No, I shall taste dragon meat if I bring you back. With this matter resolved, Lin Ke would possess a relatively secure retreat, a tunnel leading directly to the Thunder Marsh from the great wilderness paradise. Thus, should circumstances become dire, he could easily flee through the tunnel. Contemplating this, Lin Ke hastened his return to the great wilderness paradise. However, shortly after arriving home, a slime rushed in a state of panic. Not good, not good. The undead are coming. The slime exclaimed in alarm. So many. Undead. Lin Ke's pupils constricted. Have you all retreated? Previously, he had divided the slimes into 3 teams. One for constructing the subterranean space, another for patrolling and clearing the sewers, and the last for scouting the outside world. Now, the slimes had grown accustomed to the safety of the great wilderness paradise. Coupled with the abundance of proteins, fats, vitamins, and other nourishing foods, several slimes had even become pregnant. Despite having 7 or 8 expectant mothers, there remained over 40 capable of working. Yet now, Lin Ke realized that not only could the slimes provide him with slime mucus for making jasmine milk green tea, but they also proved to be excellent soil devourers. Furthermore, the perspiration they produced spontaneously served as an outstanding adhesive. Overall, each slime was a treasure. Lin Ke wished to ensure no harm befell his slimes. They have all retreated, the slime quickly replied. Moreover, someone has already gone to inform Miss Freya, Miss Siri, Chief Rimuru, and Borman. Well done. Lin Ke nodded, then dashed out the door. Bang, 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 bang. His heart raced frantically. Tension, anxiety, and confusion surged within him all at once. The undead army. To confront the undead army, the most effective strategy is to shatter the most formidable heads among them. Either one employs the most unadulterated form of energy to strike, such as pure light energy or pure dark energy. Yet, that remains merely a situation of comparable levels. Those families capable of restraining the undead are far too distant from here. Lin Ke's mind conjured images of every winter when the Lord of Morning would rise like mushrooms after a rain, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. As a vampire, a being that does not belong to the higher echelons of life, he had not inherited the most potent dark energy from the demons. The most formidable demons embody the 7 deadly sins: pride, greed, lust, wrath, gluttony, sloth, and envy, all of which toy with souls. Naturally, the most powerful demon races and angelic beings can wield such energies. Unfortunately, vampires remain unable to do so. The energy of vampires is intimately tied to the act of siphoning life, rather than being closely associated with the spirits of the deceased. Thus, at this moment, Lin Ke concluded that the most effective course of action would be to shatter the skulls of these undead, allowing the flames of their souls to dissipate. In light of this, the recently acquired profession would prove invaluable. The blood artist, a vocation suitable for goblins, utilizing blood arts as their primary means of attack. He had previously assigned 15 goblins to the role of blood artist, though they all stood at level 1. It would suffice for the time being. After all, not all undead possess ranks. Most remain at their original levels. Ordinary beasts that become undead remain ordinary undead. To ascend to a powerful undead state, one must continuously consume biological energy. Presently, the optimal source of biological energy does not lie within the territories of various lords. A shrewd Lord of Morning would recognize that alerting those lords would only invite extermination. Hence, the best option naturally resides in magical beasts and wild creatures. The Thunder Marsh. Moreover, this particular side of the Thunder Marsh, due to its proximity to formidable beast lords, regular adventurers would typically refrain from entering through this route. This presents an opportunity. Undead, let me witness your capabilities. Chapter 68. Enemies of all living beings. The history of the Father Continent is both lengthy and brief. It stretches back nearly 200 million years to the era of racial professions. It can also be traced back to the wars of darkness and light a mere 1,000 years ago. If one were to claim that the history of the Father Continent is a chronicle of incessant warfare, few would dispute such a statement. However, to assert that it is fundamentally a history of resource contention and the shifting of power dynamics is equally valid. Yet, there exists an element that disrupts this competition for resources: population. Is population not a resource? Indeed, essentially, the labor force, intellect, and consumption capacity generated by a populace constitute immensely valuable resources. However, what transpires when living intelligent races succumb to death? The resultant resources dwindle, becoming immeasurable and unusable. Thus, the undead stand as the mortal enemies of all living beings. Nonetheless, undead creatures, akin to air, are an integral part of the natural order and will inevitably exist and manifest. Here, there is no underworld, which renders this entirely natural. Some scholars and mages are endeavoring to analyze the undead. If managed appropriately, restraining their primal instincts from hunting the living, could they potentially be harnessed to become part of intelligent life? Many believe this is indeed plausible. Lin Ke harbored similar sentiments. After all, the existence of the undead likely holds some intrinsic value. With meticulous study and audacious hypotheses, anything is possible. At least, that was his perspective prior to encountering the undead. Upon witnessing them, Lin Ke's outlook shifted. Such beings, no, non-beings, should be entirely expelled from this world. Outside the forest of the great wilderness paradise, a row of earthen walls stood 8 meters high, constructed from stones, timber, and clay. Within these walls, 2 watchtowers loomed, each manned by 2 goblins anxiously surveying the distance. The walls offered sufficient space for 2 individuals to walk side by side, atop which stood over 20 goblins and a dozen young human males. In stark contrast, a horde of blue flames and stark white bones amassed in the distance, forming an army. Upon Lin Ke's arrival, the first sensation that enveloped him was an all-consuming chill. This coldness felt akin to donning a drenched, heavy winter coat, weighing down his very soul with its frigid grip. Most living beings, harmless to him, would not experience such a sensation. Enemies of all living beings. Lin Ke instantly grasped why so few scholars and mages pursue the study of the undead. The undead are either directly manipulated by necromancers as weapons or are obliterated by those who encounter them. These entities are like mosquitoes. Any blood-bearing creature instinctively detests them. The moment Lin Ke laid eyes on the undead, he comprehended why he had never encountered them throughout his protracted adulthood. Even someone like Lin Ke, who inherited an open-minded philosophy from a past life, found it impossible to maintain restraint upon witnessing the undead. Given the temperament of that count, it was likely that any appearance of the undead within his territory would result in immediate annihilation. After all, that count is renowned for acting according to his whims. Master, upon seeing Lin Ke arrive, fury swiftly descended. Shall I eliminate them? There are over 3,000 undead here. In truth, it was precisely due to Fury's formidable presence that those undead had not advanced. No need. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes, assessing the disparate energies before him, and declared, "Just right, I wish to hone my skills." Master intends to take action? Fury's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Brother's going to fight? Silly's head poked over the wall. her arms flailing as she began to descend, supported midair by a swarm of magical bats. A level 3 silly had already learned to fly using magical bats. What of it if I do? Lin Ke replied, momentarily taken aback. Though I'm only at level 2, my strength is still commendable. Fury and Silly exchanged glances. As expected of our master, Fury's eyes gleamed with the understanding that her master would surely conceal his true power. It is only reasonable for the master to engage at level 2. Silly's gaze mirrored Fury's, though her expression bore a hint of disappointment. Level 2? Then that handsome brother 1T appear, engaging at level 2? I'm only at level 2. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle. He then grasped Silly's sentiment. Indeed, when indulging in jasmine milk tea, his charm heightened, yet he could hardly justify spending 5 gold coins on such a luxury at present. Such indulgences were unnecessary in confronting the undead. Nevertheless, he recognized that his previous extraordinary charm had likely led Silly and Fury to misinterpret his strength. Yet, this misunderstanding would soon be rectified as he stepped forth to battle as a level 2 entity. The highest rank among them was merely level 3, consisting of lowly undead. Attention, all blood artists. Come with me to vanquish the undead, he commanded. Understood, Commander. The goblins responded in unison. Fury, you need not engage, and Silly, you may also practice your skills, Lin Ke instructed. The first wave of undead had already emerged. The winter undead tide posed an authentic calamity. Thus, honing their skills now would prove beneficial. Fury could easily obliterate these undead, but it would be a waste. They would serve better as a sharpening stone for the blood artists. Rimuru, gather more slimes to fortify the walls. Lin Ke then addressed the slime leader, Rimuru. The underground city construction shall be postponed. We must erect high walls. The underground city cannot be built overnight. A small space had already been established below to serve as a shelter. Now that the undead had arrived, they should fortify as much as possible. It would be ideal to protect the forest as if it were an egg. At that point, the undead would disperse like a tide from all sides, rushing into the Thunder Marsh. What becomes of the Thunder Marsh thereafter is beyond Lin Ke's concern. At that moment, a voice echoed from atop the wall. Commander, the cultivators should also join the fray. We have faced the undead numerous times. Are they joining as well? Lin hesitated slightly. Currently, the entire territory is not lacking in food, but it heavily relies on the contributions of the Polymenes, who number less than 10. These individuals are indeed precious. Yet, considering the small size of their territory, achieving future accomplishments truly necessitates a citizen army. Moreover, the Polymenes were originally goblins, who used to venture out for hunting. The undead have appeared more than once in the past, although the Polymenes typically responded by hiding in their burrows. There were occasions when they fought back. Thus, it seems quite reasonable to consider this. Very well. Lin nodded. You shall accompany me. As for the humans, it would be best if they did not complicate matters. It is no easy task for Fury to manage the situation. Lin and his companions are capable of rescuing one another in times of danger. However, untrained ordinary humans would likely meet their demise on a battlefield. Everyone come down. Subsequently, he leaped over the wall, gazing ahead. The undead remained motionless. It was only when Fury's presence dissipated that the undead finally sprang into action. Hiss! Over 3,000 undead surged forth like a tidal wave. Chapter 69, Refinement. The undead fear neither life nor death, for they are already deceased. Furthermore, they possess no sense of pain. Their motivation stems from their cores, which are the blue flames of their souls. As long as the flames burn brightly, their sturdy bones serve as the finest defense. Crack! However, under Lin's equally resolute claws, the bones proved less formidable than anticipated. Crushing one bone, Lin turned his attention to the other leg of the skeletal water buffalo before him. In the midst of battle, he realized that it was not always necessary to slay the undead immediately. Simply breaking their legs would render them immobile. Crack! 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 The battlefield echoed with the sounds of shattering bones. This realization brought Lin a measure of reassurance. He also comprehended why the most terrifying aspect of the undead, as rumored, was not their strength but their sheer numbers. He lifted his gaze. The blowgun archers were dazzlingly performing on the battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blowgun archers, wielding their blowgun tubes, unleashed magical arrows that left small dents in the bones of the undead. Each blowgun was crafted from fine wood, akin to jade, which Lin had obtained near the lair of the earthquake bear. All the blowguns were excellent magical equipment embryos, now revitalized through the infusion of magic. These blowguns required no arrows. They could directly conjure magical projectiles from within. Moreover, in later stages, These magical arrows could be imbued with various powers, such as burning or freezing. Additionally, they could be concealed. It could be said that this profession was tailor-made for the petite, green-skinned goblins. Crucially, their power was also considerable. Although they could not directly target the souls of the undead by shooting arrows into their eye sockets, such attacks would merely pass through unless infused with pure energy, such as pure light or darkness. At the very least, the impact of the blowgun arrows was roughly equivalent to Lin's own punches. Furthermore, Lin's punching speed could not match the speed of the blowgun, nor could it compete with the range. Thus, the blowgun archers became the primary force in exterminating the undead. However, there were simply too many undead. With 3,000 undead, each person was tasked with dealing with several hundred. Two fists cannot contend with four hands. Gradually, casualties began to mount. The undead surrounded them, leaving each person's maneuvering space increasingly constrained. Nonetheless, the blowgun archers and Lin fared better, given their higher speed and agility. It was the Polymenes, the cultivators, who gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, subsequently being pulled from the throng of undead by fury. The battlefield grew more intense, with some individuals, including Wang Lin, beginning to fixate on those standing atop the city walls. Fortunately, the walls were sufficiently high, preventing the undead from scaling them. They could only flail beneath, attempting to climb, but to no avail. Crack! Lin severed the thigh bones of a skeletal water buffalo, and it fell to the ground with a thud. Immediately, Lin elbowed back a skeletal gorilla that sought to slash his throat, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Magical raw materials incoming. In the next moment, Lin grasped the gorilla's spine, unleashing a torrent of magic. Boom! The spine trembled, transforming into a long straw. Indeed, it worked. A flicker of delight crossed Lin's eyes, only to be abruptly sent flying by a charging undead wild boar. Boom! Seeing this, Fury's eyes blazed with fury. She descended from the sky, transforming her magic into numerous tendrils, directly piercing through the skulls of hundreds of undead. In an instant, the surrounding undead dared not move. Meanwhile, exclamations echoed from the nearby city wall. One strike, hundreds of undead. Master, are you unharmed? Fury cleared the area and hurried over to assist Lin. Rising from the ground, Lin examined the straw in his hand, saying, "It truly succeeded. Straws are also raw materials. What raw material can compare to a low-carbon, eco-friendly, and durable bone straw? Master?" Fury was startled by Lin's goofy grin. However, upon seeing Lin engrossed in inspecting the straw, she quickly understood. So that's it. Fury silently stood behind Lin. The master was experimenting with a new profession's magic. No wonder he needed to suppress his strength. No wonder he appeared like a genuine level 2 vampire. She had a moment of clarity. As the Dark King, it was no surprise that the master could create professions. However, being knocked away by a level 2 undead wild boar was indeed peculiar. Logically, even a dragon, when asleep, would be impervious to the impact of an ant, which might even lead to the ant's demise. Yet, considering Lin was experimenting with a new profession, Fury understood. If he were to use the full strength of the Dark King to crush and battle, how could he conduct experiments? Nothing would be learned. Moreover, the magic Lin had just employed, transforming bones into straws, indeed appeared marvelous. Fury, what do you think of the magic I just performed? Lin raised the straw in his hand, beaming with a smile. To Fury, it resembled a child showcasing a new toy to their favorite person. Upon witnessing Lin's innocent and untainted smile, Fury couldn't help but blush. Very, very impressive. Fury lowered her head. Impressive, isn't it? Lin chuckled, quite satisfied. Hold off on your attacks for now. Let everyone practice, and I'll practice as well. Very well. Fury, blushing, soared into the sky, surveying the battlefield. Lin continued honing his combat skills. It is worth noting that aside from the combat techniques learned previously at the Count Castle, Lin also possessed memories from his past life. He had acquired quite a bit of martial arts and skills from his past. Essentially, they all involve the application of the human body. Joints like elbows and knees, muscles in the thighs and back can all be utilized. Not to mention, having watched numerous short videos, he had grasped some of the most fundamental so-called killing techniques. However, all of that was merely theoretical without practical experience. Any theory must be practiced, applied, and mastered. Lin was currently in such a state. He was integrating some of the insightful techniques he had learned in his past life with his magic. Previously, in the Thunder Marsh, he had not done so. After all, wantonly hunting beasts and magical creatures serves no purpose. It merely incites the ire of other creatures and wastes valuable flesh and blood. The formidable magical creatures of the Thunder Marsh had either overlooked him or simply did not notice him at all. Firstly, there exists a mutual agreement with the Count. ensuring a pact of non-aggression and fostering a cordial relationship, which accounts for his unhindered entry into the Thunder Marsh. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, he is exceedingly feeble. The transition from level 3 to 4 poses a significant hurdle, as does the leap from level 6 to 7. At present, his weakness renders him virtually invisible to others. Were he to ascend to level 6 and venture into the Thunder Marsh with a host of several hundred goblins, the outcome would be vastly different. Thus, he refrains from excessive slaughter, maintaining a vigilant watch with his magical bat to avert drawing the attention of too many monsters. However, the current circumstances are markedly different. The undead present an opportunity for unrestrained carnage. Come forth, test my combat skills. Chapter 70, presenting martial arts through the lens of combat techniques, is indeed reasonable. Bang. Crack. Boom. Lin Ke's physique transformed into a machine, deftly weaving through the ranks of skeletal undead. Iron Mountain posture, joint support, elbow strikes. The sweeping tail of the Azure Dragon. Each maneuver he had encountered, observed, or heard about was being meticulously executed. System. Title, Baron. Health, 468,500. Strength, 3,841. Speed, 6,770. Agility, 7,073. Charisma, 9,190. Intelligence, 7,003. Status, exhilarated. His status had shifted, and there were subtle changes in his strength, speed, agility, charisma, and intelligence. The decrease in health was due to minor injuries sustained. The fluctuations in other attributes stemmed from the fatigue brought on by prolonged combat, particularly in strength and agility. Lin Ke discovered, much to his delight, that his base values for strength and agility had experienced slight increases. The enduring legacy of ancient martial arts, spanning millennia, undoubtedly holds its merit, he mused with inner joy. Initially, he believed that enhancements and attributes could only be achieved through leveling up for permanent boosts or through temporary increases via milk tea. It now appeared that alternative methods existed. Perhaps he could practice Tai Chi. His university's physical education elective happened to focus on this. Or perhaps the 8 extremes collapse. Xing Yi Guan, the lightning 5-linked whip, might not be feasible. Lin Ke's elation surged as his movements grew increasingly fluid. Simultaneously, the undead he struck either lost their spines or leg bones, transforming into an array of varying length straws. These straws fell to the ground, trampled into shattered remnants, while their original bodies crumbled to the earth. Numerous blood artists, akin to Lin Ke, engaged in combat, rendering the undead incapable of fighting back. The undead were not entirely weak. However, some level 1 or 2 undead lurked among the ordinary ones, attempting to launch surprise attacks. Yet, Fury's level far surpassed that of all the undead in the vicinity. Hence, the concern of being ambushed was moot, as Fury kept a watchful eye for any fatal threats. The emphasis lay in honing one's skills. Consequently, the blood artists emulated Lin Ke's methods, refining their strength amid peril. Regrettably, Lin Ke remained a vampire, and with his intelligence of 100, he possessed formidable magical affinity and control. In contrast, the goblins were merely goblins, exhausting themselves after a single bout of output. They lacked endurance. Lin Ke, however, thrived on persistence. Although his knowledge stemmed from hearsay, video watching, military training, and elective courses, he found himself growing increasingly adept. After slaying 100 undead, he shed his naivety. Upon vanquishing 200, he became progressively proficient. With the defeat of 300, he reached a new pinnacle. Martial arts, at its inception, was merely a technique for killing. I discovered that striking an enemy's ears with both fists bore remarkable efficacy, which I imparted to my disciples. My disciples, in turn, recognized the prowess of Iron Mountain posture and passed it down. Thus, martial arts evolved. Each move and stance holds significance, be it for attack, evasion, or tactical retreat. Lin Ke's combat skills had transcended mere killing techniques. They had transformed into skills for exterminating the undead. His extraordinary strength, speed, and agility provided him with a novel understanding of combat techniques. The martial arts masters of his previous life undoubtedly lacked the constitution of a vampire. The methods required to wield human strength, elephantine power, and vampiric force in martial arts would inherently differ. Lin Ke was now in search of the approach that best suited him. How to push in Tai Chi, how to support with Iron Mountain posture, and how to utilize his knees and other joints. Lin Ke grew increasingly acclimated, and his speed in dispatching foes quickened. This evolution left Fury, who had been observing from the heavens, transitioning from blush to seriousness and then to astonishment. What on earth are these achievements? Fury murmured to herself. In her eyes, each of Lin Ke's strikes emanated an aura of profound mystery, seemingly drawing out the utmost potential of humanoid forms. For instance, Fury witnessed Lin Ke's leg executing an unusually bizarre yet attainable maneuver to trip an undead moose, causing it to topple. There was also that bear-like charge, where he used his back to ram into an undead grizzly, ultimately disassembling it. Not to mention the seemingly effortless takedown of an undead rhinoceros. In summary, Fury had never before contemplated such possibilities. Previously, her understanding of combat techniques revolved around magic and energy, as well as timing and exploiting weaknesses. Yet today, she realized that humanoids could unleash even greater power. What could this power resemble? Fury could only liken it to something beyond level 10. A principle. It is the path to divinity. My lord, from what era do you hail as an ancient sovereign? Fury's heart trembled, her admiration for Lin Ke soaring to new heights. Ciri shared a similar perspective as Fury. Brother, what other surprises do you possess that I am unaware of? Ciri now felt that none of her siblings could compare to her brother Lin Ke. As this thought crossed her mind, she cast another glance at Fury in the sky, particularly at the two assets that were larger than her own head. She then glanced at her own flatness, unable to suppress a pout, internally huffing. Humph, that wretched woman. I must prevent her from stealing my brother. He can only have me as his sister. Meanwhile, in the distance, Borman was equally astonished. There stood my godfather, Borman, observing Lin Ke wreaking havoc, while he could merely await the restoration of his magical power. What magic does the leader, the sage, employ? A curious goblin inquired. Borman's eyes sparkled. That is a magic reserved for the Goblin Emperor, known as combat techniques. It transforms magical power into non-range combat techniques. Huh? Is it combat techniques or magic? The goblin was momentarily bewildered. Borman shot him a look of exasperation. Who knows? Regardless, close range is combat techniques, while long range is magic. Oh, the goblin scratched his head, feigning understanding. Borman's words naturally reached the ears of others, particularly the human villagers. They watched Lin Ke's movements with admiration. Yet, one individual suddenly inquired, Borman, is it all right for the pipes created by the Lord to be trampled by the undead? The goblins still retained their respectful titles for Borman, addressing him as either chief or commander. In contrast, the humans mostly opted for direct names. Borman had grown accustomed to this. Hearing the question, Borman hesitated. It should be fine, right? Then, with a curious tilt, he remarked, Commander, Sage, Lord, my godfather has so many titles. Should we not unify our address in the future? The crowd glanced at those engaged in battle against the undead, then turned their eyes back to Borman, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. Even Fury, hovering above, couldn't help but glance back at Borman. Chief, is it perhaps inappropriate to discuss titles while a battle rages below? A nearby goblin gently tugged at Borman's sleeve. Only then did Borman come to his senses. All right, I'll continue. We can discuss titles later. Today, I found myself eager to experiment with the power of that tomato magical plant. Chapter 71, The Battle of Plants and Undead. Lin Ke fought with unbridled enthusiasm. At the very least, he had now developed a semblance of skill in close combat. Previously, during his encounters with magical beasts, he had been unable to unleash his true potential. Either he faced the formidable level 3 earth-devouring bear, which he could not overcome, or he was up against feeble foes that were dispatched in mere moments. However, in this current slaughter, the knowledge that resided in his mind gradually began to meld within his grasp. It is worth noting that he could now rely solely on his physical prowess to launch attacks without the need for magical energy. System. Title, Baron. Health, 312,500. Strength, 2,841. Speed, 3,070. Agility, 6,073. Charm, 9,990. Intelligence, 100,003. Status, Enlightenment. Upon seeing the system status, Lin Ke was momentarily taken aback. Enlightenment state? His charm was a staggering 99, and his intelligence even reached 1,000, so that sensation he had just experienced was indeed enlightenment. It was no wonder that so many were fond of battle. The feeling of enlightenment was undeniably exhilarating. Yet, as he pondered, the system transformed once more. Title, Baron. Health, 312,500. Strength, 2,841. Speed, 3,070. Agility, 6,073. Charm, 9,990. Intelligence, 10,003. Status, normal. Clearly, the state had dissipated. Nevertheless, Lin Ke did not let disappointment take hold. Enlightenment was a fleeting experience, one that could be encountered but seldom maintained. It was precisely due to this recent enlightenment that Lin Ke felt a burgeoning potential in close combat. The traits bestowed by the vampire and milk tea shop owner allowed him to employ magic as a martial technique. Coupled with the experiences from his previous life, he envisioned a promising path ahead. In due time, he would master both ranged and melee combat. As he contemplated, a sudden explosion erupted nearby. Lin Ke turned to look, raising an eyebrow. Was this what Polomin meant by the concentrated tomato magical plant? Polomin had previously informed him about the progress of selecting tomato plants. Despite his efforts, the colossal tomatoes seemed to only manifest under rare circumstances, necessitating a stringent series of cultivation processes involving soil, moisture, and fertilizer. However, to concentrate them into magical plants, it was discovered that Polomin could achieve this solely through his own breeding. A whole giant tomato was ultimately distilled into a single ordinary-sized, vibrant red tomato. Just days prior, they had successfully accomplished this, yet its utility remained uncertain. Today, however, Lin Ke witnessed its application. The earlier tomato exploded like a bomb, juice splattering everywhere. The goblins had already retreated, leaving a 5 to 6 meter radius around the explosion drenched in juice. The seeds pierced through their bones like bullets. Another tomato appeared in Polomin's hands. He tossed it into the mass of undead. With the infusion of his magical energy, the tomato swelled rapidly, akin to a water-filled balloon. And then, with a resounding pop, it detonated once more. Onlookers marveled at such destructive power. Lin Ke too was taken aback. Yet in the next moment, the sight beneath the wall left him utterly astonished. Polomin's disciple, an adult goblin, was planting a tomato seedling at the base of the city wall. Subsequently, he summoned magical energy, channeling it into the plant. In an instant, it transformed into a shape Lin Ke found exceedingly familiar. Was this a pea shooter? No, a tomato shooter? Lin Ke was dumbfounded. The disciple then harnessed magical energy to produce a tomato bomb, launching it at the undead. Though this tomato bomb was significantly weaker than the one Polomin had thrown, it sufficed. Just a few hits, combined with those dispatched earlier, rendered most of the undead either dead or incapacitated. The battle had concluded. Polomin, what is that contraption? Lin Ke approached Polomin, gesturing towards the nearby plant. Father, that was conceived by my disciple. Polomin scratched his head. It can launch tomatoes as bombs. As long as it contains magical energy, it can transform into a small bomb, comparable in power to those created by goblins. What I possess is a tomato mega bomb, which also requires magical energy to utilize. Polomin spread his hands, revealing the vibrant red tomato within. Is this your surprise for me? Lin Ke chuckled, nodding in approval. Very good. A smile spread across Polomin's face. Yes, father. We just developed this in the past few days. We can equip each member of the Blood Art Squad with a tomato mega bomb. It's quite practical. Additionally, we can plant potted tomato plants along the walls. And if the undead return, we just need to infuse magical energy, and they can spew forth little tomato bombs. Indeed. Lin Ke nodded. What is the yield of this contraption? We can produce 1 megabomb daily, and the plants capable of launching tomato bombs can yield a similar output. Polomin replied. This magic I refer to as breeding magic. It is somewhat taxing on magical energy. Breeding magic? Lin Ke nodded. Very well, we shall produce it daily. Following your suggestion, we will equip each member of the Blood Art Squad with a tomato megabomb. As for this tomato shooter, Lin Ke stroked his chin. I believe we can have some human villagers attempt to class into breeder. However, Polomin, you must be aware that humans possess considerable potential. Do not linger at level 1 for too long, lest others underestimate you. Polomin's expression sharpened. Understood, father. Now, let us clean the battlefield. Lin Ke surveyed the scene. They had suffered no casualties, leaving only a scatter of bone fragments and incapacitated undead. These undead were of no further use. However, Lin Ke intended to bring them back for thorough study. Knowledge gained from textbooks pales in comparison to hands-on experience. He needed to experiment personally to ascertain whether these were the only means to combat the undead. Clean the battlefield? Polomin inquired, puzzled. These bone fragments? Gather the bones. Lin Ke tiaklet. The bones can be ground in a bone meal and buried beside the plants to promote their growth. One can do that. Polomin's eyes brightened. As for the remaining undead, bring them back. I wish to investigate further. Lin Ke pointed to those without legs or jaws. These undead have lost their threat. They are akin to ordinary animals rendered immobile after having their limbs removed. Master. At that moment, Freya descended, gazing at Lin Ke with admiration. Master, your combat techniques just now. Oh, Lin Ke smiled. Did you not recognize it? Indeed, I was experimenting with that set of combat techniques. I suppose one could say I created it. Master, you are truly remarkable, Freya exclaimed excitedly. I want to learn too. All right, I'll teach you later, Lin Ke nodded, not giving it much thought, for Freya was his strongest asset, and her learning would be beneficial. Brother, come look at this. Chapter 72, Greatness and Divinity. Ciri called out to Lin Ke. He and Freya hastily approached. Before them, an incapacitated undead water buffalo underwent a transformation. Its limbs, originally severed, began to levitate, and the blue flames within its skull surged. The blue flames enveloped its form, incinerating the bones to ashes, leaving only a swirling orb of blue flames suspended in the air. Lin Ke and the others gathered around, and the blue flames flickered, producing a sound. A small vampire, a succubus, a group of goblins, and a throng of humans? How intriguing. The voice was hoarse and deep, evoking a sensation akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. The crowd's demeanor shifted abruptly. Freya, particularly alarmed, felt her tail stiffen and her wings unfurl, her tone cold and grave. Lord of the Undead, this is my domain. Retreat at once. The unmistakable resonance of the Lord of the Undead echoed ominously. Oh, a level 6 succubus dares to raise her voice against me? The flames in the air surged, seemingly mocking. Your soul may not be a feast, but it will serve well as an appetizer. As the flames swelled, a formidable aura swept through the surroundings, plunging the area into a profound silence for miles. Freya's expression froze, unable to emit even the faintest hint of her usual vigor. As if petrified, though upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle tremors coursing through her form. If Freya was thus affected, the others fell to their knees, prostrating on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Animals, plants, and sentient beings alike refrained from uttering sound. Dread, terror, and trepidation enveloped the atmosphere. The world seemed to have come to a standstill, and an unspoken thought flickered through every mind. The undead are the enemies of the living. Regardless of whether one is of the light or the dark, whether a being of higher intelligence or lower, an innate loathing for the undead resides within all. In a natural order, higher intelligences are without natural enemies, reigning at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. What constitutes a natural enemy? It is an inherent restraint. For instance, a tiger slaying a cheetah does not render the tiger the cheetah's natural enemy. However, the anteater is unequivocally the enemy of ants, existing solely to hunt them. This is the essence of a natural enemy. While it may be argued that intelligent beings lack natural foes, higher intelligences do possess oppositional counterparts, which can be termed as semi-natural enemies. Their antithesis, the undead. Yet, amidst the goblins and slimes, Lin Ke, appearing unfazed, slowly stepped forward. A level 10 undead wretch thinks to hunt my servant. Lin Ke wore a smile, his voice relaxed. Have you not heard of the Harbinger gene? As Lin Ke spoke, the previously silent atmosphere shifted dramatically. The flames in the air throbbed violently, akin to a heart suddenly beating with fervor. Who dares to reveal themselves? In the absence of a holy war, who possesses the audacity to manifest? I cannot sense your presence. Could it be you are a level 20 star luminary? A cacophony of panic erupted from the flames. Level 20? Star luminary? Lin Ke's body trembled slightly. Even Freya, Ciri, the goblins, slimes, and the human villagers present altered their expressions. Level 20? Were there not only levels 1 through 10? What could level 20 possibly signify? The crowd was astounded, and then they recalled that this level 20 originated from their lord. Consequently, their gazes towards Lin Ke grew complex, filled with admiration, fear, reverence, and incredulity. Yet Lin Ke remained untouched by these sentiments. Even if the notion of surpassing level 20 was astonishing, it did not perturb him internally. With levels 1 and 2, there would inevitably be levels 3 and 4. In light of this, the existence of level 20 seemed entirely plausible. A level 100 would also be quite reasonable. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations. Now that you are aware, why do you not take your leave? Lin Ke's tone turned icy. I dwell in seclusion here. Do you dare disturb me? Even the light gods would not act so recklessly. It was mere bravado. The mental reach of the light gods could not extend into the dark realm. So, he exaggerated. Instantly, the flames in the air whined like a puppy. Esteemed Harbinger, revered Lord Jean, I mean no disturbance to your slumber, but please do not slay me. My patience is finite. From henceforth, do not permit me to encounter the undead in this forest. Lin Ke snorted coldly. Otherwise, even in the absence of a holy war, I shall strike you down. Yes, esteemed lord. The voice of the lord of the undead dripped with obsequiousness. I shall restrain my subordinates. though they require the souls of living beings. Lin Ke replied nonchalantly, "What transpires elsewhere is of no concern to me, whether you upheave the Thunder Swamp or topple the Vampire Empire. Do not let it affect my domain." Yes, yes, O mighty and esteemed Jean, you are truly generous, too merciful. The fearsome Lord of the Undead seemed to transform into a sycophantic broker in a pink district, his voice rising and falling as though reciting a poetic verse. Hearing this, Lin Ke sought to solidify his hold and inquired once more, what ancient beings among the undead have awakened? His question was posed as if he were inherently aware of the undead's enduring existence. Did he know? Perhaps not. Yet he could surmise. Throughout the ages, spanning billions of years, how many lords of the undead have emerged annually? Countless across the entire continent. The real question is, where have all those lords of the undead gone? Even if one were to eliminate a wave each year, there must be some who escape detection. What if one or two ancient monstrosities were concealed? Esteemed Lord, this is a secret known only to you. I cannot. The flames of the Lord of the Undead swelled and contracted violently, clearly ensnared in a dilemma. However, this non-response spoke volumes. Indeed, there are still ancient beings in existence. Could they not surpass a level 10 Lord of the Undead? As a second-level vampire lord, he now felt somewhat weak in the knees, yet he needed to feign composure. You're not far from breakthrough, are you? Lin Ke's tone was light, as if conversing with a younger family member. Ah, the undead. Such a distant memory. Indeed, a great being, the Lord of the Undead, responded with a playful tone, as if embracing the unwarranted title of a younger relative. I have only recently transitioned from a level 12 Lord of the Undead, and in less than a century, I shall soon ascend to level 15, the progenitor level. His tone bore a subtle pride, yet with it came a humility befitting a younger before an elder. Of course, I'm still quite distant from level 17. The epic, and level 20, the star luminary, let alone achieving greatness or divinity. As he spoke, a note of sentiment crept into the Lord of the Undead's voice. My lord, you have reached the star luminary level, yet have not propagated faith. It seems you do not tread the path of divinity, but rather that of greatness, correct? Star luminary. The gods elevated their divine thrones to become stars, and the star luminary level signifies one who possesses a fraction of the brilliance of the stars. Such beings draw near to greatness. My lord, I revere you. May you soon grasp the principles and ascend to greatness. Chapter 73, Levels. What are you babbling about? Lin Ke tremblet internally. Level 10. Levels 1 to 3 are classified as low-tier practitioners, levels 4 to 6 as mid-tier practitioners, and levels 7 to 9 as high-tier practitioners. Level 10 is referred to as the Sovereign, such as the Dark Sovereign or the Holy Light Sovereign. And then, beyond that, the knowledge was once unknown. However, Lin Ke had pondered this before. Their father, the Vampire Count, was merely level 7, with levels 8 to 9 denoting a Marquis, while Dukes reach level 10. What are the great Dukes of the Vampire Empire? For instance, the Soul Eater Duke, the Mountain Duke, and the Evil Eagle Duke. Surely they cannot all be of the same tier as Dukes? Not to mention the 2 Vampire Princes and 1 formidable Vampire Progenitor above them. In summary, Lin Ke had once held doubts and speculations. Now, he finally received confirmation. Levels below 10 are categorized as low, mid, and high tier. Above level 10, levels 10 to 12 are Dark Sovereigns, also referred to as Lords of the Undead. Great Dukes and Princes also fall within this tier. Below level 15, above level 10, all can be termed Dark Sovereigns. Level 15 signifies the progenitor level, representing the forebears of certain races. For instance, a vampire progenitor born from the demon race. Furthermore, ascending from there, levels 17 to 19 are termed epics. In the era of the Phaser continent, time is measured in millennia. Lin Ke speculates that there exists a certain correlation between the epics in the calendar and the levels of existence. For instance, it is conceivable that one epic can yield 1 level. As for the 19th level, it is regarded as the closest to divinity. The so-called God of Light is indeed a deity. The stars of Phaser are not genuine celestial bodies. Rather, they are realms of semi-divine kingdoms. The deities reside within these realms, raising their thrones and igniting divine flames to ascend to godhood, thus adding yet another star to the firmament. Hence, the star brilliance level is celebrated as possessing a fragment of stellar radiance. Ascending further leads to the divine itself. Moreover, the Lord of Morning speaks of certain existence that ascends not through the power of faith, but through an understanding of the laws, known as the Great Level, which is on par with the deities. The hierarchy comprises low, mid, high, sovereign, progenitor, epic, star brilliance, greatness, and divinity, totaling 20 levels. Lin Ke yearns to inquire further from the Lord of Morning, but he understands that excessive curiosity could be detrimental. Thus, he merely exhales softly, "Oh, little spirit, cherish time, for time is mightier than the gods." Lin Ke firmly believes this sentiment holds true for all living beings. Upon uttering these words, he does not allow the Lord of Morning to ponder excessively and continues, "You may depart. I am weary." The blue flames in the sky seem to resonate with Lin Ke's sigh. Upon hearing his declaration of fatigue, they gradually diminished, leaving behind a parting message. "Esteemed Lord Jean, please take your rest. I shall pay you another visit on a later date." With that, they vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze rustled Lin Ke's garments. "Do not visit me," he thought momentarily. A visit would surely expose him. Where would he find a doomsayer Jean? Master, at that moment, Freya approached, her eyes timidly scrutinizing Lin Ke. Lin Ke promptly realized that the battle had only just concluded, and they had initially intended to clean the battlefield. "What is it, Freya?" Lin Ke turned back, his smile unwavering. "After all these years, you must be exhausted." Freya couldn't help but rush forward to embrace Lin Ke. "Exhausted?" Lin Ke was taken aback, soon comprehending Freya's meaning as he gently caressed her hair. "I am not weary. Brother, you possess the 20th level." Shili's voice chimed in. Lin Ke chuckled. "Not the 20th level, but the second. I merely deceived him." "Who believes that?" Shili sprang between Lin Ke and Freya, playfully nudging Freya aside, and planted a fervent kiss on Lin Ke's cheek. Muah. However, as if recollecting something, she pulled Freya's face back with her left hand. Muah, Freya performed splendidly just now too. Freya, initially embarrassed by being pushed aside, smiled shyly as she was drawn back in. Shili, noticing Freya's flushed cheeks, grinned revealingly, displaying her little sharp teeth. She then bestowed another kiss upon Freya. All right, Lin Ke sighed, giving Shili a gentle pat. Shili wrapped her right arm around him and her left around Freya, playfully attempting to orchestrate a kiss between them. Father, Boromir and the others approached, their eyes brimming with astonishment and reverence. "Father, you are indeed a being of star brilliance." Everyone had heard the words of the Lord of Morning, mentioning levels above 10, including progenitors, epics, star brilliance, and the like. Even the gods were merely beings of the 20th level and beyond. "I'm not. I am merely a second-level vampire baron," Lin Ke smiled. Boromir's face broke into a grin. Yes, indeed. Father is merely a second-level vampire baron. I understand, ha ha ha." Boromir laughed heartily, and the other goblins, human villagers, and slimes shared in the joy, their smiles radiant. 19th level of star brilliance. Our Lord, the one who protects us, possesses a staggering 19th level. This was nothing short of astronomical. "Let's depart," Lin Ke smiled. "Back to our paradise." This time, the arrival of the undead was merely a hunt orchestrated by the Lord of Morning. It was evident that this small wave of undead were but scouts, paving the way. The Lord of Morning's destination must undoubtedly be the Thunder Marsh. After all, with so many magical creatures residing there, it serves as an excellent venue for harvesting souls and fostering growth. Magical creatures are not united. They are akin to a scattered mass, easily vanquished one by one. Even 4th or 5th level magical beasts are more manageable than a group of 1st or 2nd level intelligent beings, since intelligent beings tend to band together and utilize tools, which may not be appealing to the undead. A single magical attack could likely annihilate a dozen or so undead at most. In the face of a tide of undead, singular attacks prove utterly ineffectual. The Lord of Morning need only deploy these 3,000 undead to disperse into the Thunder Marsh to gather specific intelligence, such as the levels of magical beasts in various territories. Thereafter, he could easily deduce the approximate distribution of strength and tailor his approach accordingly. This way, his subordinates would be able to accurately identify their prey and harvest souls for growth. Lin Ke even speculated that the Lord of Morning was likely seeking the soul of a being around the 10th to 12th level in the Thunder Marsh. After all, the Lord of Morning had previously mentioned that his own breakthrough from the 10th to 12th level as a Dark Sovereign took less than a century, and he was soon to ascend to the 15th level of Progenitor. This implies he is likely around the 14th level, a Dark Sovereign on the cusp of breaking through to the 15th level. The soul energy he requires must undoubtedly be of a high caliber. Perhaps the magical creature he seeks is one of the Dark Sovereigns in the northern part of the Thunder Marsh. Chapter 74. The Flourishing Agricultural Base. Nevertheless, regardless of the level, the Lord of Morning has now been stabilized. Aside from being mindful of a potential future visit, there is little cause for concern. The tide of undead will steer clear of his forest. Thus, he can focus on developing his agriculture and drama in peace. Earning profits. He can continue to grow and enhance his strength until one day he becomes a god. The mere thought of it stirs excitement within him. Lin Ke felt a smile tugging at his lips as he caught sight of the sign for the great wilderness paradise, exclaiming, "Home at last, everyone!" As his words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Oh, we're going home. How exhilarating. Battle was thrilling. I must check out my fields. I hope no beasts have ravaged them. Indeed. Let us go. I'll accompany you. Although there are traps by the fields, one never knows. The group eagerly exchanged thoughts, and as they recalled unfinished matters, they hurriedly dispersed. Lin Ke observed this scene with great satisfaction. It signified the transition from the establishment phase to a perfected phase of order. From the days of near starvation and taking in the goblin tribe to this point, order has finally been established, a true order belonging to the great wilderness paradise. Moreover, this order now possesses a layer of protection. At the very least, in the days to come, this place will indeed be a genuine paradise amid the tide of the undead. He trusts that the Lord of Morning will not target him. Of course, this assumes he partakes in a cup of jasmine milk green first. Otherwise, he fears his charm may not suffice to keep that fellow at bay. Coincidentally, the drama rehearsals have also reached a suitable stage. It is time to attract some spectators. "Father, are you still watching my tomato bomb?" At that moment, Borman's voice rang out. Lin Ke promptly nodded. "Let us see your results." Just moments ago on the battlefield, Borman and his disciples' tomatoes had truly shone. It must be said, Lin Ke had not anticipated that Borman would innovate with tomatoes, creating something beyond mere sustenance. Originally, he believed that the oversized tomatoes might be more suitable for concocting potions, such as those that enhance strength or speed. Who would have thought they could be transformed into explosives? This piqued Lin Ke's interest. He had initially contemplated utilizing the saltpeter from the latrines to create a mixture of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal for gunpowder. However, seeing that there was an alternative, he realized that the saltpeter could be allocated for other purposes. As he pondered this, he accompanied Polomen to the cultivation base. As he surveyed the area, dozens of acres of land were enveloped by a dense forest. Within this expanse, a diverse array of plants was meticulously arranged in neat rows. Towering white milk trees stood like sentinels at the farthest end, flanked by the shorter, blood-red hawthorn trees. Beneath the white milk trees, a farmer was gathering the sweet, creamy milk into wooden barrels, while beneath the blood-red hawthorn trees, someone was diligently searching for pests and weeds. The sweet milk could primarily be supplied for the consumption of young children in the great wilderness paradise. Although a product of the white milk tree, it contained a modest amount of protein and various amino acids, rendering it quite nutritious. Similarly, the blood-red hawthorn, while tart, boasted a surprising richness in vitamins and sugars. Moreover, numerous perilla plants thrived beneath the white milk trees, their pale purple leaves flourishing beautifully. This was a suggestion Lin Ke had previously made to Polomen regarding understory crops. He was pleasantly surprised by the successful implementation. It is noteworthy that many crops can coexist harmoniously on the same plot of land. Trees, shrubs, flowers, and fungi all have varying requirements for root systems, sunlight, and moisture. By seeking a delicate balance, one can allow multiple species to thrive within a single square meter of land. It had already been established that the white milk trees and perilla could coexist. The root systems of the white milk trees could absorb nutrients from the soil up to 3 meters deep, while the perilla was restricted to the upper meter. Additionally, the perilla required minimal sunlight, thriving even in the shade cast by the white milk trees. As long as sufficient fertilizer was provided, both plants could flourish simultaneously. However, a suitable understory crop for the blood-red hawthorn trees had yet to be identified. Currently, it was known that the deep roots of the hawthorn could coexist with shallower-rooted plants. Determining which plants could symbiotically thrive with the blood-red hawthorn would require further observation and practical experimentation. Lin Ke had been too busy to conduct this research himself, delegating the task to Polomen, who was to observe the forest and take note of the plants growing beneath the blood-red hawthorn trees, assessing their edibility or medicinal properties. Yet, it seemed that Polomen had become busier than Lin Ke, lacking the time to explore. Of course, this was also due to the current abundance of food, rendering extensive foraging unnecessary. The growth was promising. After surveying the white milk trees and blood-red hawthorn trees, Lin Ke shifted his gaze to the nearby tomato fields. The white milk trees and blood-red hawthorn trees occupied the lower 2 quadrants of the cultivation base, while the upper 2 quadrants featured both large and small varieties of tomatoes. Their green foliage adorned with vibrant red fruits. In that modest expanse of land, a total of 16 oversized tomatoes had been cultivated, while the normal-sized tomatoes numbered in the hundreds or even thousands. It was undeniable that the sight of these tomatoes filled Lin Ke with a sense of fulfillment and pride. They represented one of the cornerstones that enabled the survival of the great wilderness paradise during this period. "Father, look," exclaimed Poloman, a man in his 40s, approaching a towering tomato plant with the excitement of a child. He gestured, and the colossal plant, standing over 3 meters tall and more than 4 meters wide, swiveled its top flower bud toward Poloman's hand. In the next moment, the magical energy within Poloman converged into the tomato plant. Instantly, a radiant, glowing red tomato sprouted from the flower bud, resembling a wheel in size, yielding a fruit the size of a fist. An astonishing sight indeed. "Father, this is the tomato bomb," Poloman proclaimed, cradling the tomato in his hands and presenting it to Lin Ke. "I previously discovered that by concentrating the oversized tomatoes, I could compress magical energy within, creating an explosive effect. However, I'm still researching this, as consuming this tomato restores a bit of my magical power. I wonder if it could yield an even better magical recovery effect, if crafted into a potion." "Indeed, that is an excellent idea," Lin Ke nodded slightly. "This tomato fruit is no longer an ordinary plant. It is a first-level magical plant. I look forward to the day you can cultivate it into a 10th or even 20th level magical plant." Lin Ke petted Poloman's shoulder. "Great." Feeling the encouragement in Lin Ke's tone, Poloman's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the next moment, he felt a surge of energy. "Oh, a breakthrough?" Chapter 75, Rimuru's Gratitude. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ke's eyes. He never anticipated that Poloman would achieve a breakthrough, not on the battlefield, but while showcasing his crops. It seemed that Poloman's passion for being a breeder ran deep. Gaining recognition and encouragement had stirred such emotion that it led to his breakthrough. Of course, Lin Ke understood that this was the result of consistent diligence. Poloman labored daily alongside a group of goblins in the fields, and his dedication was unquestionable. After all, Poloman was a goblin who had endured hunger and naturally understood the significance of food. "I am now a second-level breeder," Poloman exclaimed joyfully. "I can cultivate even more crops now." Truly, the enthusiasm of a goblin devoted to farming was evident. Remarkably, Poloman's first reaction upon achieving a breakthrough was not about his newfound strength, but rather the prospect of cultivating more crops. "Indeed, let us not forget to nurture your disciples. Lin Ke encoded. I hope to witness your accomplishments in the cultivation of the white milk trees and blood-red hawthorn trees. Poloman, my pupil." "Certainly, father." Poloman's face radiated joy. Lin Ke took one final look before heading back. Poloman and the others remained at the cultivation base to work, while the rest enjoyed a rare moment of respite. Upon returning, Lin Ke was greeted by a warm and harmonious scene. Farmers assisted the female goblins in crafting or repairing tools, while the elderly and elder goblins prepared meals. Curry, though often overwhelming when consumed in excess, was balanced by the humans' mastery of stewing techniques, resulting in a variety of delectable dishes with the help of the goblins. Some fruits had also been washed and placed on the dining table. Meanwhile, the slimes continued their excavation work in the underground city. The slime secretions served as an excellent adhesive, ensuring that the subterranean world expanded steadily and remained remarkably stable. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner, filling Lin Ke with a sense of long-lost tranquility. It felt as though he could enjoy the peace of his homeland without even needing to gaze at the moon. However, this tranquility was short-lived, as he was soon disturbed by the clanging of sounds. "Water is here! Water is here!" A dark-skinned farmer, beaming with joy, pushed a wooden wheelbarrow through the entrance, laden with 6 barrels of clear river water. The farmer's smile mirrored the uneven earth left behind by the wheel of his cart, layers of creases reflecting his delight. This was joy, ample food, sufficient rest, and a clean water source. Within the confines of the earthen walls, there was no fear of beastly attacks or undead incursions. Moreover, there was the prospect that one's children or grandchildren might inherit extraordinary professions. Nothing could compare to the good life they were currently enjoying. "Brother," Siri flew over and promptly embraced Lin Ke's neck. "I missed you. Missed you too, little one," Lin Ke replied, affectionately tousling her curly hair, amused by her exuberance after only half an hour apart. "What do you think? Are there any pressing issues that need addressing?" Lin Ke chuckled, suspecting that something must be troubling him. "Brother, constantly transporting water is such a hassle," Silly remarked, looking up at Lin Ke with a cheerful smile. "Is there any way to make it more convenient? You do enjoy using magic to solve problems, don't you?" Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with mirth. Initially, Silly had shown no interest in learning, finding subjects like agriculture and earthen walls rather tedious. However, she gradually discovered the allure of knowledge. After all, vampires have a lengthy education period of 180 years before adulthood. Had it not been for Silly's early graduation, she would likely still be studying at the Count's castle. And why did she graduate early? Simply because she found knowledge too dull. Yet now, she was beginning to appreciate the practical applications of what she had learned in the great wilderness paradise. Water? Lin Ke's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, being a vampire, he hardly perspired, rarely bathed, and merely consumed water. Thus, he had overlooked the inconvenience of transporting it. Currently, the inhabitants of the great wilderness paradise had toilets and washing areas, but lacked plumbing and running water. The difference between having running water and not having it was merely a matter of usage. Fundamentally, the distinction between connecting to a water supply and transporting water was minimal, especially since modern plumbing systems were unattainable. However, the absence of running water, seemingly a trivial difference, reflected a stark contrast in levels of civilization. As Lin Ke had pondered earlier, certain details could manifest the degree of civilization, and the allure of civilization to the barbaric was undeniably potent. Perfectly, he wished to embark on a theatrical endeavor, and this would serve as an excellent starting point. The tale of Romeo and Juliet would unfold within the great wilderness paradise, showcasing to the world what true civilization entails. Water? Yes, we must procure water. Lin Ke allowed Silly to drape herself around his neck, smiling as he spoke. It was amusing how, despite being a vampire himself, Lin Ke stood over 6 feet tall, while Silly was merely around 4'5", resembling a young girl. She clung to him like a charming ornament. However, this proved cumbersome for walking, so Lin Ke hoisted her onto his left shoulder. Let us go. Call Rimlu. We shall head to the riverbank together. Rimlu had grown significantly since their last encounter. Initially the size of a bucket, he was now akin to a pig. You've reached level 3 as a slime? Lin Ke raised an eyebrow, surprised at the rapid advancements of everyone around him. Indeed, my lord. Rimlu bounced excitedly, his body quivering. Lin Ke couldn't help but feel that Rimlu had gained weight, and upon accepting this notion, his gelatinous form began to resemble a soft mass of fat. Have you been consuming dirt? Lin Ke inquired hesitantly, recalling that he had suggested this diet to facilitate the excavation of the underworld. Yes, my lord. Rimlu seemed to savor the thought. After a while, I find it quite delectable. Very well. Lin Ke shook his head and gestured towards the river before them. I have come to teach you a theorem, essentially a principle. A principle? Rimlu's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling the words of the deceased lord he had heard while on the city wall. Indeed, Lin Ke's expression turned contemplative. If you master these concepts, I believe they will rival the significance of any principle. Thank you, my lord. Rimlu's small, dark eyes suddenly brimmed with blue liquid. He quickly urged Lin Ke, my lord. Quickly catch them. Lin Ke was puzzled, but, recalling that the slime clan shed purple tears when tasting unfamiliar food, he instinctively used his magic to catch the blue liquid. My lord, this is also our clan's slime secretion, useful for potions. We only shed such tears when we feel genuine gratitude. This is a secret of our slime clan. And I, Rimlu, express my gratitude to you and wish to follow you. Chapter 76. How splendid it would be to have running water. Following. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Followers. This is an ancient system. From those who dedicate their souls to mercenaries motivated by wealth, all belong to the category of followers. Essentially, Fury is also Lin Ke's follower, and among the most loyal, belonging to him in both soul and body. If you do not mind. Rimlu's voice trailed off. Of course, it's normal to mind. I am merely a slime. No, Rimlu, Lin Keskiviko replete ereslu. I was just contemplating whether I am worthy of your allegiance. As you can see, I am but a level 2 vampire. No, esteemed Lord Lin Ke. Rimlu shook his body. From the first moment I met you, I wished to follow you, but I feared that my allegiance would encroach upon your soul space. Now it seems that you are so powerful that it shouldn't matter. I have never heard of a lord willing to accept our slime clan, and thus I am immensely grateful. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at the notion of invading his soul space. After all, he was merely level 2. Accepting Rimlu's standard loyalty would be manageable, but to have him as a follower, especially a devoted one, would indeed require mental fortitude. Currently, he had Fury and Lei as his followers, both bound by dark contracts. Nevertheless, Rimlu was undeniably valuable. Whether as adhesive for various constructions or as a key ingredient in jasmine milk tea, the involvement of the slime clan was essential. Additionally, the slime clan excelled as scouts, possessing faint energies that went unnoticed by the father-sons. Moreover, Rimlu had respected him from the very start. Even when Lin Ke was just level 2, Rimlu had stepped forward to suggest that they use their ability to consume dirt for constructing the dungeon. Choosing dirt over curry was a testament to their desire to contribute. Now that Rimlu had made such a proposal, Lin Ke felt compelled to respond. I accept your loyalty, Lin Ke stated solemnly. Rimlu trembled slightly and then declared earnestly, Rimlu the rolling ball, vow under the brilliance of the stars. I shall forever follow the footsteps of Lord Lin Ke Azin, unwavering even if all beings perish, planes collapse, and rules shatter. Once the declaration was made, nothing substantial transpired between Lin Ke and Rimlu. Yet, an undeniable closeness emerged. Akin to the tender love a mother feels upon seeing her child, it was an innate connection. Excellent, you are now my vassal. Lin Ke smiled and nodded. I called you here to share a theorem, which you may understand as pressure. Lin Ke promptly produced the prepared tubing and began to explain the relationship between running water and pressure. Given the current circumstances, he could only utilize pressure to create the earliest form of running water. Typically, running water is generated by pumps or elevated water tanks. Using principles of fluid mechanics to overcome pipeline resistance and maintain a continuous flow, subsequently relying on pressure differentials to deliver water to households. Under the present conditions, the most effective method would still be to utilize elevated water tanks for water transport. This entails constructing a tall water tank by the river, storing water within, and connecting the water pipes to the great wilderness paradise. Thus, running water would be established. The necessary iron tools were not overly difficult to procure, as the villagers of Ur had many and used iron implements that could be melted down and processed. By employing this principle, as long as the water tank's supply remained abundant, water could flow freely through the pipes and into the faucets. Lin Ke concluded his explanation, and both Silly and Rimlu gazed at him, their expressions reflecting a mix of bewilderment and understanding. Siri took the leather tube from Lin Ke's hands and tested it with water. The tube was not long, crafted from leather and fur, soft yet resilient. When the tube was filled with water, as long as one end was slightly lowered, water would flow out from that side. This is the principle of running water. How had I never realized this before? Siri exclaimed, turning to Lin Ke. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In fact, this principle is quite common in daily life. Yet, the allure of knowledge lies in a mere veil of obscurity. Once pierced, it unveils boundless horizons, while remaining ensnared. It confines one to a cramped existence. I understand now, Lord Lin Ke. Rimuru's face lit up with enlightenment. I shall instruct the little slimes to excavate the channel for the buried pipe. Go forth. Remember to impart this theorem to them. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively. Siri, bouncing with excitement, followed Rimuru. Brother, I will watch. This is so intriguing. As the two ventured further away, Lin Ke chuckled and shook his head. Siri had always retained her childlike spirit. However, Rimuru's loyalty reminded Lin Ke of Thunder. Thunder, how fares it on your end? Are there any undead? Lin Ke inquired through the dark contract. The distance was neither too close nor too far, and he could still sense Thunder's presence. No death, but several waves of magical beasts have come, and I've driven them away. Thunder replied with a tone of triumph. What? Are the undead coming? Should I return? No need. Lin Ke responded. However, the undead may invade the Thunder Marsh. If you cannot withstand them, simply claim you are a companion of Ash. Companion of Ash? Who is that? I don't know anyone by that name. Thunder's voice faltered. You do know me. I'm Ash, Lin Ke chuckled. In any case, just say that when the time comes. How did you become Ash again? Thunder asked, somewhat perplexed, but as if encountering a situation, his tone hastened. A massive serpent is approaching. We'll talk later. It seemed Thunder had encountered a magical beast and was engaged in battle. Lin Ke felt no concern for Thunder. Thunder was quite clever and would not be overwhelmed in a direct confrontation. If faced with a formidable presence, Lin Ke trusted that Thunder would swiftly retreat to seek help. This is the advantage of having a highly intelligent pet. Once the arrangements for the running water were complete, Lin Ke turned his thoughts to the theatrical performance. It had been quite some time since Freya began rehearsing. It was likely time to take a look. Just after the battle had ended, the rehearsals continued without pause. Whether it was Freya or the other actors, they were all deeply invested in this drama. Theater is the privilege of the nobility. Although commoners had seen it, they seldom indulged themselves. Just like concerts or paintings, everyone had heard of them, but no impoverished soul would willingly spend their savings on a painting to adorn their home. The same goes for theater. However, this does not hinder their ability to speculate on how profitable and influential such endeavors can be. When Lin Ke arrived, the performance was in the midst of one of its scenes. The goblin actress, Karima, portraying Juliet, addressed the actor, Yalu, who played Romeo, saying, "Oh, Romeo. Why must you be Romeo? Deny your father and abandon your name. Perhaps you are reluctant to do so, but if you vow to be my lover, I would willingly forsake the Capulet name. Chapter 77. The play is ready. Just as Yelu was about to respond, upon seeing Lin Ke's arrival, everyone came forward to pay their respects. My lord. Good day, my lord. The crowd performed a heartfelt salute, showing great reverence towards Lin Ke. Master, Freya exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you at the planting base? I also visited the riverside. Lin Ke replied with a smile. How is the progress? I saw Karama's lines just now were quite commendable. We've nearly completed the performance. Freya beamed, her small arrow-shaped tail wagging excitedly behind her like a playful puppy. Master, would you like to watch the entire performance? The entire performance? Lin Ke nodded slightly. Very well, I would appreciate it. His customary politeness was perceived by everyone as a profound honor. Thus, with a sense of inexplicable excitement, tension, and gratitude, they commenced their performance. Romeo and Juliet is a standard 5-act play, substantial in length. The first act opens with poetry, where Romeo and Juliet meet for the first time and fall in love at first sight. The second act unfolds with Romeo and Juliet sharing their innermost feelings and pledging their lives to one another. The third act escalates into Romeo avenging his friend, leading to his banishment. What follows is a heart-wrenching scene where Juliet feigns death to escape marriage, until the fifth act, where Romeo, believing his beloved to be dead, takes poison in despair, followed by Juliet's tragic suicide. Some larger scenes are represented by a trio of actors, creating the illusion of a bustling crowd. Juliet, parting is such sweet sorrow. Romeo, he jests at scars that never felt a wound. Juliet, my only love sprung from my only hate. Scene after scene, line after line, Karama and Yelu, portraying Romeo and Juliet, delivered a remarkable performance. Their inherent chemistry, coupled with a profound understanding of their characters, along with the emotional distance stemming from their respective races and families, allowed them to vividly portray the complexities of love and hate. Lin Ke's initial scrutiny transformed into satisfaction, culminating in genuine delight as he witnessed Yelu's portrayal of Romeo's demise. Freya stood half a step behind Lin Ke, observing his expressions with bated breath. Upon seeing the smile on his face, she exhaled in relief. As the director, she was undoubtedly the most anxious. Yet Lin Ke was indeed pleased. The actors performed splendidly. Their emotions were undeniably rich. In terms of acting, it was uncertain if they could compare to the actors he had known in his past life. However, the authenticity of their emotions rendered their performances commendable. Very good, indeed, Lin Ke applauded as the performance concluded. That was an excellent show, though there were minor flaws. Lin Ke recognized that what the actors needed most was encouragement rather than criticism. After all, it was their first performance, and there would be ample opportunities for improvement before the official showing. Really? Freya exclaimed joyfully, then called for the actors to gather. Karama, Yelu, Freya, Berg, come here. The actors approached with elated expressions. Having witnessed Lin Ke's applause, their spirits lifted. You performed remarkably well. You are ready for the theater, Lin Ke said, smiling at all the actors. Really? The theater? I'm so happy. Mother, did you hear? We can perform at the theater. Yelu, this is wonderful. We can perform at the theater. The crowd erupted in cheers. The goblins and human villagers alike were filled with excitement. Parents of Karama and Yelu, who had been engaged in other tasks, joined in the performance as it became necessary for the play. This allowed the scenes depicting parental opposition to their children to be portrayed even more perfectly. Continue rehearsing. We will perform in Andrew City soon. Lin Ke instructed before leaving after exchanging a few words with Freya. Freya remained behind, reveling in the joy with the actors she had gathered, celebrating their victory with continuous cheers. The following days returned to normalcy. Freya continued to prepare for the performance with the troupe. Ciri oversaw the various tasks within the territory. Rimuru led his kin in gathering resources and construction. Borman guided the goblins in the daily agricultural research at the planting base. Shabi, while training the Blogan wielders, continued to set traps and patrol the surroundings. Days passed before Lin Ke summoned Freya and Sheely to glean information, news from Andrew City. His theatrical knowledge had been acquired within the confines of the Count's castle, and he needed to familiarize himself with the latest theatrical productions and theaters in nearby cities. A gentle breeze rustled through the air, and suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. Freya and Sheely. How'd it go? Lin Ke inquired directly, his heart yearning for good tidings. To his dismay, Sheely responded with a sigh. Freya, you should explain. Freya's cheeks flushed, and with her right hand cradling her left arm, she cautiously confessed, I've lost the money. What? You lost it? Lin Ke was taken aback, noticing Freya's expression was on the verge of tears. I I don't know what happened. I was just about to take it out when... Calm down. Take your time, Lin Ke reassured her. Earlier, he had tasked Freya and the others to procure some seeds, particularly seeking blood-red hawthorn fruits to sell for a few copper coins. Unfortunately, the tomatoes were unsellable. Everyone mistook them for a fruit known as werewolf peach. In the end, they exchanged the fruits for 7 copper coins, which were now lost. Such was the tale Freya recounted. Can the space within a spatial ring actually be damaged? Lin Ke pondered somewhat. Could it be the doing of greedy forces? No. Was it perhaps the work of a deity of poverty? Did such a divine being even exist? It was hard not to marvel at Freya's misfortune. Encountering a phenomenon as rare as a damaged spatial ring, one must understand that spatial rings either completely shatter or remain intact. There's no such thing as mere damage. Yes, it can be. Freya seemed eager to clarify, fearing Lin Ke might misinterpret her. It is said that a deity of the level of the god of light can silently rupture the spatial equipment of a low-tier practitioner. It is an easy feat for them. As she spoke, under Lin Ke and Sheely's incredulous gazes, Freya's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately falling silent. Well, it's just a few copper coins. Lin Ke waved his hand dismissively. What matters is whether you observe what I asked you to observe. Did you record it? I did. I observed, Freya exclaimed, her demeanor shifting to one of eager repentance, her tail swaying behind her like a playful pup. Ah, this woman, Sheely sighed, rolling her eyes, before her gaze suddenly landed on Lin Ke's empty shoulders. With a nimble step, she leaped onto Lin Ke's left shoulder, then hopped to the right. Settling comfortably, oh, what a lovely spot. She propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Freya, eagerly awaiting her performance. Seeing her teammate transformed into an audience, Freya grew increasingly anxious, her legs clad in white spider silk stockings brushing against each other at the knees, her hands fidgeting. Master, I'll begin the report. Entering report mode, Freya seemed to transform from a bashful girl into a level 6 succubus. This time, we visited the nearest Andrew City. And there are many places to spend money, like Richard's Market, the Sleepless Tavern, the Water Dragon Rooster Courtyard, and Philip Bay Square. Lin Ke had previously instructed Freya and the others to observe what goods were in short supply in the market. Indeed, there is a theater known as the Honeysuckle Theater. It is said that the theater was established by the owner and his wife upon their marriage, with the honeysuckle symbolizing undying love. Just as Freya was about to expound upon her beautiful visions of love, Lin Ke interrupted her again. What productions are currently showing at the Honeysuckle Theater? Freya replied, The Shepherd, The Powerful Darkness, and The Miracle in the Rice Field. Works by the masters Stephen and Jenny from over a century ago. Lin Ke nodded slightly. Although they were referred to as masters, they were merely ordinary sapient beings, a dogman, a wild boar man, and an elf. The scripts of the 3 masters were commendable, but unfortunately, their focus on religion and politics stifled their creative expression. The propagandistic nature of these 3 works often overshadowed their artistic value. The shepherd posits that the god of light is the shepherd, and all life should be the Lord's lambs. The powerful darkness asserts that darkness is tranquil and profound, encompassing all, while light is blinding and sharp, allowing for no exceptions. Only the miracle in the rice field resembles a divine autobiography from an elven deity. The character's autobiography marks the beginning of the script's pivot. However, the miracle in the rice field ultimately veers toward a religious endorsement of the deity. Overall, these productions reflect the prevailing trends in the current market. It seems the theater owner is looking to sell the establishment, Freya added. Few are willing to attend anymore. Whether craftsmen or merchants, they no longer show interest. It's essential to note that the upper class is not solely comprised of lords, but includes other tiers, including lower-tier practitioners. However, Andrew City is simply too remote, resulting in a sparse population. And what are the undead? Did you encounter any? Lin Ke inquired further. The Master of Mourning clearly did not intend to invade the Vampire Empire's territory. After all, the undead had not been known to possess any deities. Anyone who had not reached that level would find it challenging to contest the existing order and system. No, Freya replied. With her confirmation, Lin Ke felt a slight sense of relief. This meant he could confidently perform in Andrew City. Otherwise, engaging in a performance amid societal upheaval would almost guarantee a loss. He was uncertain how the owner of the Honeysuckle Theater would negotiate prices and profit sharing. Thus, the troupe must prepare, Lin Ke mused. Let's ready some sets. We will negotiate for the performance in 10 days. 10 days. 10 days? Sheely and Freya exclaimed in unison. Sheely's voice was laced with curiosity, while Freya's was tinged with anxiety. Is 10 days too rushed? No, I meant, should we extend it to 11 or 12 days? Lin Ke observed Freya's heightened nervousness today, reminiscent of a student bracing for an impending exam, eager for results, yet fearful of knowing them. 10 days is just right. Lin Ke got the aklet. Moreover, I can share some key points with you. Okay. Freya gradually calmed down. Lin Ke then turned to the figure perched on his shoulder. Shili, you must prepare as well. Me? Shili queried, bewildered. But I don't know how to act. You want Hinny to act? Lin Ke squinted, gazing in the direction of the cultivation base. We need to create a few items and disseminate them through the theater. Lin Ke smiled. These items could fetch a handsome price in the future. Money? Shili's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. I love money. She glanced at Freya, declaring, from now on, I'll manage all the finances. Freya gasped, her face flushing as she raised her hand in agreement. I concur. Very well, Lin Ke chuckled, bemused. Freya, you continue to have them rehearse the play while Shili and I work on a few things. Yes, master. Freya's eyes brimmed with anticipation and trepidation as she unfurled her bat-like wings and took flight. Brother, what shall we create? Shili asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Ke grinned widely. We're going to make tomato sauce. Tomato sauce. It must be said that this is a truly magnificent condiment. Its versatility rivals that of salt or monosodium glutamate. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that this condiment can be used both for flavoring and consumed raw. This signifies that the countless tomatoes in their territory now had a purpose, and currently, most people remained unaware that tomatoes were edible. At that time, people would merely wonder what tomatoes are contained within this ketchup, without associating it with a werewolf peach. This could effectively add a layer of secrecy to the raw materials. Moreover, the early mass sales could seize a considerable share of the market. By the time some merchants realized what's happening, his market would have already expanded significantly. Furthermore, in an era where word of mouth remains the primary mode of reputation, marketing concepts have yet to proliferate, let alone the ideas of branding and brand effects. One of Lin Ke's distinctive traits as the manager of the milk tea shop is his acumen in marketing and sales, which allows him to deepen his professional understanding. Once everyone has grown accustomed to consuming the ketchup under his brand, as long as the price remains relatively stable and the flavor does not undergo drastic changes, he would establish a loyal customer base. As for promotion, he could utilize theatrical performances. Of course, the sale of ketchup is not without its challenges. Issues regarding containers, preservation, storage, branding, and production capacity all require urgent resolution. Currently, glass containers are non-existent, with most nobles favoring metal, particularly gold and silver. Preservation is relatively straightforward, as he possesses a spell specifically designed for freshness. Branding is not a complex task either. A distinctive and memorable mark would suffice. The most significant challenge, however, lies in production capacity. Presently, while tomatoes in the Great Wilderness Paradise are in slight excess, it is still not enough to swiftly capture the market. Not only in other cities, but even in the relatively small market of Andrew City, a colossal amount of tomatoes is required. Come on, Siri, let us seek out Borman. Chapter 79. The Magic Growth Hormone. Borman remains diligently occupied in the fields. His motivation for labor is manifold, whether stemming from a genuine passion, the weight of responsibility he feels when he gazes at his disciples, or the expectations reflected in Lin Ke's eyes. He works tirelessly. With meticulous care, he inspects each and every plant daily. A bear is as strong as its cubs, and the reverse holds true as well. Borman's exemplary dedication inspires everyone in the cultivation base, and each individual finds themselves influenced by his fervor. Lin Ke is exceedingly pleased with this state of affairs and feels fortunate, grateful that Borman is such a goblin, rather than the despicable, filthy, and lowly creatures he had read about in textbooks. Borman, Lin Ke calls him over. Although Borman is engrossed in his work, he responds readily to Lin Ke's voice, jogging over and softly asking, Father, what is it? Can the tomato yield multiply several times within 10 days? Lin Ke inquiris. The current yield of tomatoes largely depends on Borman's magical prowess. The more magical energy Borman channels, the greater the yield. His two other disciples, both breeders, exhibit similar patterns, albeit lacking Borman's strength. What if I told you there exists something that could teach you a new spell? Lin Ke A spell? Borman's eyes light up. Is it also a specialty of the Goblin Emperor? Does it matter? Lin Ke gives Borman a meaningful glance. Borman falls silent. Sensing this, Lin Ke shifts the topic. Do you know what enables plants to grow taller with abundant branches and leaves? Borman's focus swiftly shifts back to the plants. Is it sap? He ventures to guess. Yes and no. Lin Ke smiles. It is growth hormone. Growth hormone? Borman's eyes grow brighter, his attention fully captured. Lin Ke begins to explain. Growth hormones are crucial hormones within plants that regulate growth. This is material covered in high school biology. Plant growth hormones, such as indole-3 acetic acid, influence physiological processes like phototropism and apical dominance by regulating cell division, elongation, and differentiation. Their core function is to enhance the plasticity of cell walls, facilitating the longitudinal growth of organs like stems and roots. Uneven distribution of growth hormones can also lead to geotropism and phototropism, for instance, under unilateral light. The concentration is lower on the light side and higher on the shaded side. Another aspect is apical dominance, where the terminal bud produces growth hormones that inhibit the growth of lateral buds, allowing the main stem to develop preferentially. One could say that growth hormones accompany a plant throughout its life. In a previous life, certain crops were adjusted in growth through human interventions like pruning and cuttings. The reason Lin Ke shares this knowledge with Borman is simple. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is magic. Through the earlier remarks made by the deceased Lord regarding laws, coupled with Rimuru's words and the various knowledge Lin Ke acquired at the Earl's castle, he suddenly harbors a hypothesis that much of what he knows could indeed be transformed into magic. However, a hypothesis remains just that. It necessitates practice. If successful, Borman's previously clumsy and slow methods of cultivation could evolve significantly. Growth hormone, so that's it. Borman's eyes glimmer, akin to little light bulbs. He envisions various plants and recalls Lin Ke's teachings on growth hormones, connecting the dots between their growth and the knowledge imparted by Lin Ke. Suddenly, Borman dashes away from Lin Ke, striding toward the edge of the field, crossing the trap zone, and squatting before a bush. Without hesitation, he breaks a branch, which immediately exudes its tender sap. Next, a faint green magical energy emanates from his hands, flowing from the branch into the bush as he attentively feels and absorbs the experience. Moments later, he rises, standing still, unmoving. His disciples observe Lin Ke standing beside them, while Borman, with his back turned, remains silent. They wish to remind him, but Lin Ke stops them with a word: do not disturb him. He is on the verge of enlightenment. Lin Ke's eyes are filled with mirth. Enlightenment? The disciples are puzzled, yet they heed Lin Ke's words and refrain from interrupting. Lin Ke patiently awaits Borman's moment of realization. After a brief interval, Borman's body trembles, and his aura fluctuates. Lin Ke raises an eyebrow. Level 3? He has achieved level 3 as a breeder, surpassing even my own level. However, given his own multitude of responsibilities, he lacks an environment conducive to fully immersing himself in the craft of milk tea. It is not merely about producing it. He must simulate the environment of an authentic milk tea shop, necessitating numerous supporting facilities. Thus, he remains at level 2. Nonetheless, in terms of strength, Lin Ke has integrated his previous life's martial arts with the material procurement traits of the milk tea shop manager, meaning that a standard level 3 professional would not stand a chance against him. Father, Borman, now exuberant after his breakthrough, rushes over. I have mastered this magic. The magic growth hormone. Lin Ke smiles and nods. Try it out and see if it works. With that, Borman proceeds to experiment on an ordinary tomato plant nearby. He gazes intently at the plant, gestures toward its branches, his magical energy surging, and softly murmurs, growth hormone. In the next moment, the already mature tomato plant quivers, and branches sprout forth from its joints like bamboo shoots after a rain. The branches rapidly expand, soon blooming and bearing fruit. In no time, the entire plant is laden with so many fruits that its stem bends under the weight. Fortunately, some wooden stakes provide support, preventing it from breaking outright. Witnessing this spectacle, the other members of the cultivation base exclaim in astonishment, "My lord, what kind of magic is this? So many tomatoes. There must be at least 100 or two. Such powerful magic." The lord merely offered a few pointers, and Borman has already learned a new spell. Truly, the lord is remarkable. Amidst the chorus of praise, Lin Ke nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "It seems that doubling our yield is indeed within reach." Borman, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Indeed, father, with this, we shall have an endless supply of tomatoes." However, a moment later, Borman scratched his head in confusion. "But father, what are we to do with all these tomatoes? Currently, we have surplus food in the great wasteland paradise that goes uneaten daily." Hearing his query, Lin Ke chuckled. "If there is excess, can we not sell it?" Chapter 80. Indeed, we must venture into glass production. Should we risk revealing our secret? Borman's expression twisted in uncertainty. Tomatoes are akin to werewolf peaches, and the conundrum lies in the fact that no one on the continent is aware of their edibility. This knowledge has become the exclusive domain of our great wasteland paradise, which is precisely why Borman hesitates to divulge it. Otherwise, he would have already sought to trade with merchants in Andrew City. No need to mention secrets. We simply need to process them, Lin Ke jested. At that point, our cultivation base will be of paramount importance, and no one shall be permitted to visit. I shall procure a magical barrier to encircle this place. Previously, they lacked both the funds and time to earn money, which forced them to rely on traps. Now, however, things have changed. If they are to generate profit, they must also consider prudent expenditures, although it may not be possible to conceal their secret indefinitely. Prolonging it, even for a while, would greatly facilitate the installation of their brand concept in the public consciousness. We shall process the food and sell the finished products directly. Lin Ke elucidated. For instance, turning tomatoes into tomato sauce and adding other ingredients will make it difficult for others to discern its contents. Tomato sauce? Borman pondered. At that moment, Shili approached, riding a small group of magical bats. Brother, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Gazing at the rudimentary structures before him, Lin Ke felt a pang of nostalgia. Iron. In his previous life, there was an overabundance of steel which could barely be sold. Now, acquiring steel is a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, it can be made to suffice. Brother, what are you doing with these large objects? Xili incured, terfet on Lin Keskivico es molder. We are producing glass. Lin Ke replied with a light smile. We aim to change the world. Glass. Shili mulled over the term, finding it peculiar. In the past, there was no mention of glass. Only crystal and glaze existed. Yet Lin Ke's newly coined universal term, for it possesses a unique charm, conjuring images of a mixture of crystal, gemstones, agate, and glaze. Yes, glass, Lin Ke affirmed, brimming with ambition. What catalyzes the evolution of art? The so-called flourishing of diverse schools of thought, the Renaissance, the rise of women, and many shifts in ideology arise from transformations in social productivity. Simply put, when one is hungry, there is but a single worry. Once satiated, countless concerns emerge. As the economy strengthens and develops, cities rise, and living standards improve. Intelligent life will inevitably alter its attitude toward existence. When one seeks merely to fill their stomach, they then aspire to warmth, and once warm, they desire comfort in housing. The fundamental aspects of life, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, once satisfied, will lead intelligent beings to seek additional pursuits. Previously, days were spent toiling from dawn until dusk, consumed by thoughts of meager crops and hunted game. Later, with large-scale farming and scientific cultivation, only 3 to 4 hours of labor were needed, completed before sunset. What then shall one do with all that free time? It is natural to seek new endeavors, whether it be elevating one's meals, enhancing clothing, or engaging in procreation. Yet, these pursuits are transient. As the productivity of intelligent beings increases, various forms of art will inevitably emerge. Just as the modern aristocracy, once their basic needs are met, begins to chase after artistic expression. Now, Lin Ke is poised to unveil a masterpiece akin to Romeo and Juliet to the world. If it circulates only within a limited sphere, it would lose its significance. Initially, he can profit through its dissemination among the nobility, but to expand its influence, it must reach other social strata. The most effective means to achieve this is to elevate the productivity of intelligent beings across different classes. When they shift their focus from mere survival to the pursuits of literature and art, they will naturally begin to emulate the nobility. This is, in essence, the genesis of a new class and the fissures within class rigidity, a cultural movement belonging to Fath. Why does Lin Ke aspire for his name to be lauded across the continent? The Lord of Morning once said that the path of great beings lies in the comprehension of principles, while the divine path is forged through the power of faith. Thus, Lin Ke aims for his name to echo throughout the continent, at which point would he not ascend to divinity? For now, he must lay the groundwork. Glass products are merely one facet of his grand design, aimed at shattering the aristocracy's monopoly on precious metals and gemstones. Once every household possesses a glass cup more exquisite than glaze, the aristocracy's symbols of status will lose their significance. What lies ahead? Glass containers filled with an array of food items, such as canned fruits, ensuring that every household is well fed. Then, he will introduce spinning wheels, weaving looms, sewing machines, and more, enabling families to stay warm. Even cement, factories, and railways will emerge. Perhaps this will herald an era of unprecedented vocational expansion. The intelligent beings of this age drastically underestimate the potential and power of the populace. The probability of a noble producing a strong individual may be 50%, far exceeding that of commoners. However, When a number of commoners dwarfs that of the nobility by tenfold or 100-fold, such probabilities become inconsequential. In that time, the world will reverberate with his name, and the power of faith will be boundless. Brother? At this moment, Shili interrupted Lin Ke's musings. What are you grinning about? She inquired, puzzled. Lin Ke wiped his mouth, chuckling. Oh, it's nothing. Come, let me teach you how to make glass. Oh, Shili nodded eagerly. With that, Lin Ke enthusiastically began the practical work. Yet, practice revealed that reality and ideals are akin to the relationship between a dung beetle and the square droppings of a wombat, seemingly related, yet fundamentally disconnected. Lin Ke only knew the process of glass production, which involves creating models, mixing ingredients, melting glass, forming shapes, and annealing. However, he only knew that sand, or silicon dioxide, was necessary for the mixture. Did he need to add other components for stability? What temperature was optimal for melting the glass? He knew none of this. Nevertheless, the first crude glass he produced still astonished Shili. It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the bizarre vessels Lin Ke had crafted. Made from a fusion of triangles, cylinders, and pyramids. This is glass, albeit imperfect glass, Lin Ke remarked, scratching his nose. I merely set the example. The subsequent production will be entrusted to you, Shili. Despite her often whimsical demeanor, Shili proved reliable in critical moments. All right, she responded, her eyes gleaming crimson, a sign of vampire's heightened magical energy. I've already memorized it. So, this is how you made that previous glass cup. In this world devoid of glass, Lin Ke's Bloody Mary and jasmine milk tea were indeed served in glass cups. However, Freya and Shili had assumed these were manifestations of divine power. Work diligently, and later we can involve a few humans in the process. Remember, we must sign a dark pact. The glass-making craft is of utmost importance. Chapter 81. The creation of a magical supply chain for transportation. With the matters entrusted to Shili, Lin Ke felt at ease. Shili's ability to establish her own territory was largely due to her own efforts. Although the Count had many children, it did not equate to lax management. Conversely, the Count is exceedingly strict. Either one must reach adulthood or possess a third-tier strength. Otherwise, offspring are not permitted to venture forth into the territory for training. Furthermore, the Count's educational philosophy is remarkably progressive. It emphasizes not merely strength, but the significance of mental acuity as well. This is precisely why the original Lin Ke was relegated to the periphery. Lin Ke lacked mental fortitude. He was, in essence, mentally challenged. A mentally challenged individual cannot govern a territory. While the Count would not be cruel enough to directly eliminate Lin Ke, he could heartlessly cast him into a merciless environment, where he might be slain by other offspring or perish from starvation, ultimately ceasing to care. Shili, on the other hand, is quite different. It is said that Shili's maternal lineage hails from an ancient vampire family. Hence, an entire village of humans was assigned to her. Nowadays, it is predominantly Shili who manages and inspects matters, and she relishes this responsibility. Therefore, Lin Ke can rest assured in entrusting the glass production work to Shili. However, mere glass is insufficient. Lin Ke has never forgotten the most crucial aspect of making tomato sauce: preservation. Such a product is prone to mold and spoilage. Thus, it requires not only bottles, but also sterilization. Even sugar production is a subsequent task. Of course, sterilization and preservation are not particularly challenging. Magic can resolve these issues. Many noble families possess ample food precisely because they have access to magic capable of preserving it. However, magic must be wielded, and none in this realm possess such abilities. Yet, Lin Ke recalled the supply chain logistics from his experience as a milk tea shop manager. Milk tea powder is manageable, as are tea leaves, which are not too difficult to preserve. But fruit tea, that presents a significant challenge. How can the fruits for the fruit tea be swiftly supplied to the milk tea shop? Preservation, preventing spoilage, and maintaining sterile storage are imperative. Let me give it a try. Lin Ke ventured into the Thunder Marsh, the domain of lightning, and casually plucked a fruit of uncertain toxicity, beginning his experimentation. Initially, his understanding of supply chain logistics was predominantly focused on speed and agility, primarily for evasion and pursuit. Now, a shift in perspective would require concerted effort. Holding the fruit, Lin Ke attempted to influence it with his magical power. Whoosh! The crimson magic swirled around the fruit before failing to penetrate even the slightest bit. It was akin to raw materials being delivered. The initial impetus for the supply chain transport was rather peculiar, and attaining that effortless command proved challenging. Even a fruit did not integrate with his magic. Pop! With a soft sound, the unknown wild fruit shattered, juice spilling over Lin Ke's palm. Frowning slightly at his failure, Lin Ke picked up another fruit and tried again. Pop, pop, pop. One by one, the fruits burst forth. No, the approach was incorrect. Lin Ke swiftly recalibrated his thoughts. Since it is transportation, should it not be wrapped? With a shift in focus, Lin Ke concentrated, and the crimson magic instantly transformed from an intrusive force into a gentle embrace, enveloping the fruit. Magic supply chain transport. In the next moment, a chilling aura emanated from Lin Ke's hand. Ice. He raised an eyebrow, maintaining the flow of magic. Yet, the fruit did not exhibit a frozen state. Its temperature seemed unchanged, as if his magic could not affect it at all. Then, Lin Ke experienced a moment of realization. No, it was not ice. This was preservation. It created a refrigeration effect without altering the temperature itself. This was it. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Lin Ke's eyes. As anticipated, the supply chain transport indeed held preservation capabilities, rather than merely serving as a means of escape. Just like the bat manipulation in Vampire, which can be directed for flight, offense, or reconnaissance, the application of this magic hinges entirely on one's understanding and exploration of its potential. Eagerly, Lin Ke anticipated the effects this magic could produce. Next, he needed to ascertain how to extend the duration of this magic. Thus, the flora of the Thunder domain faced the brunt of his experiments. Supply chain transport. Supply chain transport. Supply chain transport. Lin Ke tirelessly conducted experiments, keenly perceiving the results. Ultimately, he concluded that with his magical prowess, 1% of his magic could sustain a kilogram of plant matter for 3 days without decay. 10% could prolong this to approximately 20 days. As an increase in magic level accelerated the depletion rate, 30% magic would only maintain freshness for around 50 days. To sell products over a distance, 50 days of preservation is necessary, considering the time consumed in transit. Restoring magical energy would take about 4 hours, allowing for approximately 5 attempts in a day. Summing it all up, how much could he preserve without rest? With 5 full-powered magical attempts per day, each capable of preserving about 3 kilograms, he could manage around 15 kilograms daily. If the 3-day shelf life was considered, he could potentially store even more. Thus, Lin Ke began to form a clear strategy. Regardless of proximity, whether catering to the residents of Andrew City or those in distant towns, he intended to offer a diverse array of products. Different price points would correspond to varying shelf lives, and he believed many would choose based on their own needs. However, this would prove burdensome for Lin Ke. He resolved that once he accrued wealth, he would procure a universally applicable preservation magic. After all, the supply chain transport skill is currently exclusive to the milk tea shop manager. Until he could pass on or share this profession with others, he would remain the sole practitioner. Nevertheless, once he had the means, acquiring preservation magic for others to learn specialized preservation techniques would suffice. Everything was in readiness. Lin Ke had resolved the final issue, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Moreover, the surplus vegetables and fruits from the great wilderness paradise could be preserved for winter, effectively addressing the food supply for that season. Yet, a lingering sense of inadequacy tugged at him. What was missing from the tomato sauce? However, just as Lin Ke resolved to cease pondering this matter and prepare to return to the great wilderness paradise, he suddenly spotted an unremarkable plant. Upon seeing it, Lin Ke's body jolted with realization. This is it. How could I have overlooked this? Chapter 82. Sugar. Lin Ke felt a surge of excitement. The plant before him resembled other tropical flora, with elongated leaves and segmented stems. Additionally, the segmented branches boasted white roots, designed for optimal sunlight and moisture absorption. In the humid tropics and subtropics, shallow root systems are adequate for moisture extraction. Plants such as bananas, plantains, and coconuts are clearly products of hot, moist environments. The plant before him is no different. Sugarcane. How could I have forgotten you? Lin Ke ko miusit. After much contemplation, he had completely overlooked sugarcane. Currently, the most popular sugar-producing crops on the continent are limited to 2, maple sugar and sugar beets. Neither of these is suited for cultivation in hot, humid regions. Maple trees thrive in dry, elevated slopes, such as those found in Canada, while sugar beets are native to Europe. Thus, Lin Ke had momentarily failed to recall the excellent sugar-producing crop that is sugarcane. The very thing he had been pondering regarding the missing ingredient in his tomato sauce suddenly crystallized in his mind. Sugar. In this era, sugar is indeed a scarce commodity. The acquisition of this saccharine substance is far from straightforward. Lin Ke is well aware that sugar, beyond its culinary applications, serves a multitude of other purposes. In his previous life, he gleaned this insight while scrolling through short videos. Sugar is regarded as a strategic resource due to its significant roles in food supply, energy replenishment, medical applications, and military uses. Speaking of food supply, sugar is a vital source of energy for the human body, with every gram of glucose oxidized within yielding substantial energy. This is also the reason why sugar is often avoided in weight loss regimens. In terms of medical applications, sugar possesses high osmotic properties, making it useful in wound management, reducing blood loss, and inhibiting bacterial proliferation. Moreover, concentrated sugar solutions can suppress microbial growth, thereby serving as a means of food preservation. As for military applications, Lin Ke recalls that sugar can enhance the combustion effect in napalm. Hence, it is evident that sugar is of paramount importance and classified as a strategic resource. Before Lin Ke stands a plant that, albeit inferior to the sugarcane he has previously consumed, is unmistakably sugarcane. He recognizes it as such, akin to other plants like tomatoes and hawthorn, albeit in its wild, untamed state, yet to undergo cultivation and domestication. It is only after generations of nurturing that this sugarcane can evolve into the refined version he remembers from his past life. Thunder, thunder, are you fighting or napping? Lin Ke promptly calls out to Thunder in his mind. He desires Thunder to guard this precious find. Hastily, he sets off in search of more sugarcane. Such a formidable treasure must not be squandered. It must be brought back for extensive cultivation. Simultaneously, he reaches out through the dark pack to summon Fury. Fury, swiftly fetch Balaman. No, bring him here yourself. I'm at Thunder Marsh with Thunder. Fortunately, although Balaman is unaware that Thunder has become the minor sovereign of Thunder Marsh, Fury is well informed. Understood, Master. Recognizing Lin Ke's urgency, Fury immediately agrees and heads off to find Balaman. Thunder's response, however, is somewhat delayed. What is up? I'm meditating. Lin Ke can sense the thick irritation in Thunder's tone. Hurry over. I'm on your territory. Come help me safeguard this plant. It is of great importance. Plant? Thunder responds with reluctance, as he is not particularly interested in flora. Nonetheless, he feels compelled to heed Lin Ke's words and promptly makes his way over. Is this really delectable? Thunder tilts his head, scrutinizing the plant before glancing back at Lin Ke. Indeed, this is it, Lin Ke affirms with a slight nod. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Balaman exclaims, they're all right here. Before them lie 32 stalks of sugarcane, excavated and now protected under Balaman's watch. Fury finds it challenging to enter Thunder Marsh due to an enmity with a unicorn dwelling within. Her presence would be detected. She nearly met her, and the first time she encountered Lin Ke for this very reason. Thus, only Thunder, Balaman, and Lin Ke remain in the vicinity. Thunder is tasked with vigilance, Balaman with safeguarding the crops from harm, while Lin Ke focuses solely on excavating the earth. Fortunately, Lin Ke's vampire claws are not without purpose. Although he prefers not to maintain long nails, their sharpness and durability rival that of Thunder's claws, enabling him to dig swiftly. Consequently, Lin Ke's energy expenditure remains minimal, while Balaman's is considerable. 36 stalks, all accounted for. Lin Ke breathes a sigh of relief. Thunder, you only have this much on your territory. When you expand next time, let me know, and we shall excavate more sugarcane. He turns to Thunder, who nods in agreement. That works. Just wait until I reach level 4. Level 3 is not feasible, as I would be overwhelmed by the others during territorial expansion. Lin Ke understands that Thunder's ability to maintain his territory stems from his dragon lineage. At level 2, he possesses certain advantages. Once he reaches level 3, his dragon capabilities will undoubtedly amplify. However, previous agreements with other monsters render breaking them impractical. Be cautious of the undead tide, Lin Ke reiterates. If you encounter any undead, simply claim to be my companion. Understood. Thunder expresses unwavering trust in Lin Ke. Without further delay, Lin Ke, accompanied by Balaman and a trove of sugarcane, makes his way back. Upon reaching the edge of Thunder Marsh, Fury is already awaiting their arrival. With her magical prowess, she effortlessly levitates the sugarcane. Upon returning to the cultivation site, the planters gather around. What is this? It resembles a long stick. They exclaim. It must be a type of crop. Perhaps it could be fashioned into a weapon. Don't be foolish. Quickly heed the Lord's instructions. The curious goblins cluster around, their eyes wide with anticipation. Lin Ke chuckles softly. This is sugarcane. It can be transformed into sugar. The mere mention of sugar sends ripples of excitement through the crowd. Balaman instantly comprehends why Lin Ke places such significance on these crops. Hurry, hurry, let us till the land. Balaman is even more eager than Lin Ke, urgently rallying the other professionals to commence their labors. The other goblins, familiar with the allure of sugar, spring into action. Be gentle with the roots. Be careful. Use magic to protect the plants and ensure the leaves remain intact. Till the land quickly. In a flurry of activity, they begin to cultivate new fields. Anyone who has ever tasted sugar understands its delightful nature and the joy it brings. Goblins, in particular, are often deprived of sugar intake, yet many recognize its essence. Balman, for instance, has savored its sweetness before. Sugar. I've told you all about its delightful flavor. Balman exclaims, "This time, my master has discovered a crop that can produce sugar. We must rejoice." He regards the sugarcane with greater reverence than even tomatoes. Chapter 83. You have transformed from 0 to 1. In this era, any non-noble who has tasted sugar finds it hard to resist its charm. The reason life forms experience pleasure is that sugar represents the finest source of energy, easily absorbed and digested. This is why modern individuals often refrain from sugar to lose weight. This innate affinity for sugar is etched into the DNA of sentient beings. Lin Ke comprehends the strategic significance of sugar. The goblins may not fully grasp it, but they recognize the importance and rarity of sugar, particularly Balman. Thus, merely 15 minutes later, 3 acres of land have been cleared. Planter Maka has collapsed from exhaustion. The next phase of work falls to Balman and his disciples, as wild sugarcane is planted into the prepared pits. Regrettably, Lin Ke is unaware of the optimal spacing for planting sugarcane. His previous knowledge of tomato cultivation came from observing a tomato planting site, while his understanding of sugarcane remains superficial. Therefore, Balman, as an expert, is needed to measure the appropriate distances. Initially, the sugarcane is planted closely together, with adjustments made later based on leaf growth and root expansion. In his past life, such frequent relocations would have jeopardized the plant's health, even leading to death. However, with the presence of a breeder and the growth hormone spell, there is no need for concern. It should be noted that the growth hormone spell is not exclusive to Balman. In fact, the crop caretaker profession can also master it. Unfortunately, the planter and harvester profession seem unable to utilize the growth hormone spell due to their insufficient emphasis on planting and care. Finally, the planting is complete. Balman, exhausted, takes a seat while his 2 disciples lie on the ground, closing their eyes to meditate and expedite their magical recovery. For Balman, with his level 3 prowess, this small quantity of sugarcane should not have been overly taxing. However, his excessive concern prompted him to expend vast amounts of magical energy to safeguard the sugarcane's condition. Fortunately, with the assistance of 2 disciples and 3 crop caretakers, this task was barely accomplished. Next came the responsibilities of the crop caretakers. The sugarcane had just been planted, but it was not a matter of neglecting it entirely. Watering, fertilizing, pest control, and root care were all essential. Through this series of enchantments, the sugarcane's condition improved even beyond what it was prior to transplantation. Lin Ke's approach piqued the curiosity of Poloman. Hence, Poloman directly inquired, "Father, why is it that this particular crop can produce sugar?" Lin Ke chuckled softly and gestured towards the nearby tomatoes. "Do you recall how small the initial tomatoes were? How sweet they tasted? Tomatoes?" Poloman glanced over and suddenly understood. The original tomatoes were no larger than a thumb, while their flavor was a blend of sweet and sour. The sour and bitter notes overshadowed the sweetness. But now, the current tomatoes had developed far more rapidly than those in Lin Ke's past life. Why? Because Poloman was a breeder. In merely a month, the tomatoes could complete a growth cycle. After one cycle, new seeds would surely be selected by Poloman for the next round of cultivation. 3 to 4 months later, the new tomatoes bore no resemblance to the initial ones. They had more fruits, sweeter flavors, and thicker flesh, such as the allure of breeding. Thus, Poloman grasped the implication. The father meant that this crop, known as sugarcane, required several growth cycles to be cultivated properly. Indeed, he summarized. Lin Ke smiled. However, once these sugarcane mature, you can immediately increase the yield. The seedling requirements are quite similar. Sturdy, upright stems, plump eyes free of disease, much like the tomatoes. Yet, as you may have noticed, this plant does not produce seeds. Exactly, no seeds. Lin Ke was well-versed in the planting methods of sugarcane and many other crops, yet he refrained from divulging everything. The essence remained the same. He wished to impart the ability to fish rather than merely provide the fish. "I know how to cultivate it," Lin Ke remarked with a smile, "but that knowledge is derived from my own explorations. If one day I were to perish, would you be unable to cultivate anything at all?" Though not entirely his own discoveries, as they stemmed from other sources, the general sentiment was aligned. From the time of Shinong, a magnificent agricultural civilization had gradually risen through exploration, contemplation, and practice. He aimed to nurture Poloman. Indeed, Poloman's body trembled slightly as he regarded Lin Ke with newfound clarity. Father, I shall explore the cultivation methods for this sugarcane myself. I hope for your success. Lin Ke chuckled. Even if you fail, the value of failure derived from exploration surpasses that of success born from mere supplication. You are no longer the leader of the goblin tribe, nor merely a child of 2 or 3 years awaiting instruction from the father. You are the breeder of the great wilderness paradise. Step by step, learn and discover the cultivation methods for sugarcane. Lin Ke bent down and patted Poloman's shoulder. Countless challenges await you in the future. Sugarcane is merely the first and smallest hurdle. If you cannot even breed sugarcane, what can you cultivate in the realm of magical plants? What divine flora can you nurture? Perhaps you should just rebuild a thatched hut and return to the age of raw flesh and blood. Yet, once you surpass the first hurdle, you transform from 0 to 1. With 1, you will find 2, and in the future, countless obstacles will be overcome by you. I eagerly anticipate your growth, and I look forward to the day you become a stellar-grade breeder. Having spoken, Lin Ke straightened up and turned to address the other professionals. The same applies to all of you. As his words settled, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Initially marked by concern and fatigue, they now bore the weight of solemnity and gravity. At times, the weight of expectation can be heavier than mountains. Father, trust in me. Poloman affirmed with a serious nod. I believe in you, Lin Ke replied, his eyes sparkling with encouragement. As you labor here, I shall endeavor to have thunder seek out new crops. With sugarcane in hand, we can cultivate beets for sugar in the future. We can discover grains that surpass rye in taste, comparable to wheat. We can uncover more delectable fruits, sweeter and juicier than ever before. And so much more. Lin Ke gazed towards the horizon. At that time, our homeland will resemble an exquisite paradise. Excellent, the crowd exclaimed in unison. Lin Ke returned to the great wilderness paradise. In fact, it was precisely due to the sugarcane that Lin Ke was inspired. He initially discovered tomatoes because people were unaware of their edibility. Sugarcane was no different. Given this, if he wished to generate income, why not consider sugar production alongside tomato sauce and dramas? Speaking of sugar production, he realized he had overlooked this aspect. Chapter 84, Cultivating Mushrooms. Lin Ke strolled through the paradise, noting that everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion without any significant issues. Thus, he decided to address this matter first. Honey, bees. He pondered for quite some time, but was perplexed by one point. Why had he not encountered any bees? Spring was nearly over, and summer was upon them. Yet, he had not seen a single bee. However, this did not deter Lin Ke's determination to find them. He had always focused heavily on plants, as, prior to industrialization, the food provided by plants was more stable than that from animals. This was undeniably true. Nevertheless, today as sugarcane sparked new ideas within Lin Ke. Honey, moreover, in a certain sense, beekeeping is even easier than cultivating plants. If produced en masse, the future market would undoubtedly be substantial. In pursuit of profit onward, within the forest, dense greenery enveloped him. Lin Ke had now entered the territory of another Tier 3 magical beast. However, as a mere Tier 2, and unlike Thunder, who attracted attention, he was unlikely to draw notice for the time being. By manipulation, Lin Ke summoned 8 magical bats to scout the area, consolidating the vision of several miles. He avoided the larger magical beasts, disregarding the smaller ones. However, after circling for a while, he found no beehives. It seemed that the pollination of certain fruit trees relied on butterflies and similar insects. Lin Ke mused internally. The two worlds remained distinct. The absence of bees in this realm was entirely reasonable. Just as he was about to give up, the sky darkened ominously, heralding an impending storm. This was entirely normal. The Thunder Marsh was rich in lightning and water elements, frequently experiencing thunderstorms. In contrast, the forest surrounding the great wilderness paradise rarely faced severe downpours. At most just light rain. Rain was to be expected. Lin Ke, wishing to avoid getting soaked, prepared to return. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar disturbance caught his attention, and he was momentarily stunned. Pitter-patter. Torrential rain fell, relentless droplets relentlessly striking against leaves and soil. Lin Ke was jolted awake. One by one, plump flying insects, each the size of a palm, flitted through the rain. Through the vision of his magical bats, Lin Ke observed these insects emerging from small burrows. This was nuptial flight. Under suitable atmospheric pressure, humidity, and other conditions, the princess and prince ants of a colony, urged by the queen, would emerge from their nests to soar into the sky. They would then mate with other princesses and princes from different colonies, forming new ant colonies. This phenomenon was known as nuptial flight. Termites? Upon witnessing the swarm of flying insects in the sky, Lin Ke suddenly recalled something. This world undoubtedly had bees, for this world had ants. It is essential to note that bees and ants share a common ancestor, a type of wasp-like insect known as an ant wasp. However, as differentiation occurred, certain ant wasps gradually relinquished their ability to fly, opting instead to delve into the depths of the earth. Thus, bees and ants began to take form. This explains why some ant queens still possess wings prior to nuptial flights, only to shed them afterwards as they burrow underground, while the queen bees retain their capacity for flight. The winged insects before him, however, are neither bees nor ants, but termites. It is noteworthy that termites are closely related to cockroaches, yet they have exhibited a trend of convergent evolution, evolving from their cockroach ancestors into a social structure reminiscent of that of ants. They may appear ant-like, yet they're distinctly not ants. Furthermore, these subterranean termites do not consume what as one might expect. Although they appear sizable, they closely resemble the black-winged subterranean termites from his past life. Rather than feasting on wood, they cultivate fungi using organic matter, subsisting on the fungal growths themselves, akin to mushroom cultivation. The black-winged subterranean termites plant specific fungal strains in the organic material, allowing the fungi to feed on it, after which they consume the fungi themselves. In simpler terms, they cultivate mushrooms to feast upon. In his past life, a delicacy known as chicken mushroom was derived from the fungal strain sown by black-winged subterranean termites. Though honey may be absent, the availability of mushrooms is quite satisfactory. Lin Ke observed the swirling mass of this unknown type of subterranean termite with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Many creatures also took note of this spectacle, emerging from their burrows and nests to engage in frenzied feeding. However, with such abundance, there was more than enough to satiate their hunger. In nature, the propagation of offspring generally follows two pathways, either through meticulous selection and diligent nurturing of a few, or through sheer volume to ensure saturation. As long as one reproduces in sufficient numbers, consumption becomes irrelevant. If there is an overabundance, some offspring are bound to survive and propagate. It is evident that the subterranean termites have chosen the latter approach. The multitude of winged princess and prince termites provides ample sustenance for the predators. The fortunate survivors will ascend to become the leaders of new colonies. Lin Ke felt compelled to capture a few for domestication. His intention was not to rear them for slaughter akin to poultry, but rather to forge a bond with the queen, akin to a contracted magical beast, and subsequently cultivate mushrooms for sustenance. Most importantly, black-winged subterranean termites possess formidable construction abilities, which could significantly expedite the development of an underground city. Just envisioning the scene of countless termites creating a new subterranean world filled him with anticipation. He sought to identify the strongest among them. Lin Ke utilized his magical bats to survey the area, but there were simply too many. A dense swarm of black-winged subterranean termites filled the sky, appearing even thicker than storm clouds. Finding two suitable candidates amongst such abundance proved to be quite the challenge. Yet, he could not proceed indiscriminately. His soul power was already burdened by Furay, Thunder, and Rimlu. Although his soul, a fusion of Lin Ke and Lin Kueisen, was relatively powerful, he could not squander it without restraint. It was imperative to find the right specimens, otherwise it would be a waste. Should he rely on intuition? Or perhaps assess their aura? Lin Ke furrowed his brow, attempting to sense the presence around him, but when the aura became too chaotic, he found it impossible to discern anything. When there were only two ants, one large and one small, distinguishing between them was straightforward. However, when faced with countless thousands, identifying the largest and most robust became a daunting task. Moreover, Lin Ke understood that intelligence outweighed mere aura. For instance, Thunder possessed commendable intelligence even at level 1, while the Earth Bear, despite being level 3, was as dim-witted as a pig. This disparity in intelligence was crucial for future high-level development. Yet, amidst the swarm of black-winged subterranean termites, locating even a single larger specimen proved challenging, let alone one of higher intelligence. A thought struck him. He could summon Thunder. Lin could suddenly conceive a method. He promptly retraced his steps, hurrying back to the small hill where Thunder resided. At that moment, Thunder was indulging in a feast, relishing the high-protein bounty of black-winged subterranean termites. Upon seeing Lin Ke return, Thunder was too engrossed in his meal to utter a word, rapidly consuming the termites. Quick, Thunder! Unleash your dragon's might. Chapter 85, Billions. Huh? Thunder paused momentarily, but within a second, he comprehended Lin Ke's command and soared into the sky, flapping his wings and emanating an overwhelming aura of power. Magical dragon's might. With a resounding crash, swathes of black-winged subterranean termites fell from the sky like raindrops. Yet many continued to flutter about, unaffected by the dragon's might. Some of the termites trembled, scurrying chaotically across the ground, while others persistently searched for mates in the air. The dragon's might was capable of instilling fear and subjugation in lower life forms. Some black-winged subterranean termites even succumbed to fright, becoming lifeless husks. Caw-caw. Thunder glanced down at Lin Ke. Lin Ke immediately responded in his mind. Quickly search for those with higher intelligence. Huh? Higher intelligence? Thunder found himself momentarily perplexed by Lin Ke's request. However, he quickly grasped that Lin Ke desired to find another companion. Understood. Thunder let out a triumphant roar, continuing to unleash his dragon's might, while scanning the ground with his keen eyes. Lin Ke, in turn, released his magical bats to closely observe the terrain. Identifying black-winged subterranean termites with higher intelligence was no easy feat, particularly due to their sheer numbers. Yet, once the quantity was sufficiently diminished, the task would become much more manageable. It is known that creatures with lower intelligence struggle to sense pressure. The higher the intelligence, the more acutely they perceive the oppressive weight of the dragon's might. This explains why, despite Furue's presence, the vast wilderness still teemed with mosquitoes. Furue could instill fear in magical beasts, yet mosquitoes remained undeterred, for they possessed no intellect. Do black-winged subterranean termites possess intelligence? Observing the masses plummeting, some twitching as they succumbed to fright, Lin Ke felt confident that black-winged subterranean termites did indeed possess a degree of intelligence. The distinction lay in the variance of their cognitive abilities. Let me see which ones are the most astute. Lin Ke continued his search across the ground. The majority of black-winged subterranean termites that landed were frantically scuttling about, either seeking refuge or searching for mates. However, a select few raised their heads to observe thunder in the sky. These are the ones. A glimmer of crimson light flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. He swiftly directed his magical bats to capture some of the termites that were gazing upwards, bringing them before him. He then began to scrutinize them meticulously. These black-winged subterranean termites, having shed their wings, did not flee, but instead observed their surroundings. Some watched thunder, while others assessed their environment. In any case, these termites exhibited potential. As the rain intensified, some black-winged subterranean termites were even struck dead by the raindrops. Yet, as previously stated, sheer volume ensures abundance. The dark swarm of nuptial termites resembled a self-service buffet for myriad predators, allowing many to feast to their heart's content. Thunder rumbled, yet the nuptial swarm remained unfazed. In the midst of such harsh conditions, Lin Ke continued his observations and searches. This one won't do. It's missing a leg. Oh dear, one of its compound eyes is gone. How unfortunate. The little fellow was truly pitiful, no larger than his fist. Lin Ke meticulously selected from among those black-winged subterranean termites he deemed to possess a modicum of intelligence. Just as he was about to discard a smaller specimen, it unexpectedly crawled back toward him. Oh, Lin Ke raised an eyebrow. This little one was only about half the size of the typical nuptial subterranean termites. Generally, he believed that selecting queens required choosing larger, robust, intelligent specimens with intact bodies. However, the ant before him was rather diminutive. Who knows whether this ant queen will be capable of producing a plethora of offspring in the future. Without sufficient progeny, the construction of the dungeon will remain unattainable, thereby thwarting Lin Ke's grand vision of an ant army. Little one, you may return. Lin Ke gestured dismissively. Remarkably, this little creature seemed to comprehend Lin Ke's words. Taking a few steps forward amidst the raindrops, Lin Ke fell into contemplation. This black-winged soil termite appeared to possess a notably high intelligence, reminiscent of the initial encounter with lightning. In the next instant, the black-winged soil termite began to move its mandibles, raising its plump abdomen high. In that moment, the dozens of black-winged soil termites, which it had summoned with magical bats, erupted into chaos. Some of the queens scuttled away, seemingly driven off, while the majority surged forth like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, crowding behind this small black-winged termite. Pheromones? Lin Ke was further astonished. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that those driven away were indeed queens, while those converging behind this little one were likely kings. This indicated that this small creature had successfully utilized pheromones to send its competitors fleeing and attract the kings to its side. Do you wish to follow me? Lin Ke asked, somewhat taken aback. While other black-winged soil termites avoided him, this little one seemed eager to be accepted. To Lin Ke's astonishment, upon his inquiry, the black-winged soil termite promptly nodded in affirmation. You can understand my words? Lin Ke paused briefly, then crouched down, extending his palm as magical energy surged forth. Magical dark contract. Before he could reach out, the black-winged soil termite amiably extended its head towards him. Instantly, Lin Ke felt a newfound connection between them. Master. A cool voice resonated within his consciousness. Do you have a name? Lin Ke straightened, allowing the queen to rest upon his palm. No, master. The voice was icy yet imbued with a profound sense of intimacy. Master, I wish to live. The fervent desire for survival surged within those simple words. Indeed, countless kin surrounded them, all transformed into sustenance and fertilizer, with only a select few managing to survive. It was no wonder this little one was so proactive. It likely recognized Lin Ke's intent. Furthermore, throughout the entire process, it had witnessed Lin Ke intentionally sparing every black-winged soil termite, thus grasping his purpose. Hence, it had boldly emerged to seek refuge, even displaying an understanding of Lin Ke's language. It was evident that its intelligence was remarkably high, filled with potential. What dreams do you harbor, apart from merely surviving? Lin Ke inquired once more. Names should not be chosen carelessly. They ought to resonate beautifully and align with our aspirations. I wish for my empire to span the earth. The cool female voice declared with unwavering resolve to have dominion over the entire underground world. Lin Ke was taken aback. Such grand ambitions. He shook his head, yet suddenly conceived a fitting name. You desire to control the entire underground world? Very well, then live wildly. Once your subjects inhabit the depths, you shall naturally command the entire underground realm. Yuan, tentatively pronounced as billion. Your name shall be Yuan Azanen. Chapter 86, Mother Emperor. Purple Crystal Mountain Sea Ant. As for the rest, there was little of note. Initially intending to seek bees, Lin Ke found himself in a torrential downpour, ultimately forging a pact with a black-winged soil termite, which could be viewed as a form of gain. Thunder rumbled overhead, and the rain continued to pour. Countless black-winged soil termites fluttered about as Lin Ke led this one towards the Cave of Lightning. Having just witnessed Lin Ke's contract with Yuan, Lightning understood that his master had accomplished his objective. Thus, he ceased to unleash his dragon might, and turned instead to feast upon the black-winged soil termites. Within the cave, Lin Ke engaged in earnest conversation with Yuan. What is the name of your race? He inquired within his mind. The world abounds with a multitude of flora and fauna. During his time at the Count's castle, he had not systematically studied every species, but instead focused on the formidable ones, neglecting the weak. It was a simple and efficient approach, yet lacking in comprehensiveness. I am a purple crystal mountain sea ant. Yuan lifted her head, revealing a faintly protruding gem beneath her jaw. Lin Ke gazed in curiosity. It was a bright, glimmering purple gemstone, what Yuan referred to as purple crystal. Is this a trait shared by all purple crystal mountain sea ants? Lin Ke asked, astonished. This was indeed a form of crystal. Typically, it is rare for living beings to possess a body part that can crystallize. As a non-magical creature, Yuan not only exhibited considerable intelligence, but could also form such crystals, a remarkable feat. Yes, this is a trait common to all purple crystal mountain sea ants. Yuan turned her small head to glance outside. However, those outside are not all purple crystal mountain sea ants. They are merely mountain sea ants. Only when we assume our racial professions do we become purple crystal mountain sea ants. This purple crystal can grant my subjects magical power, and if a magical creature consumes me, this crystal can trigger an explosion. Yuan explained in great detail, revealing her genuine closeness to Lin Ke without any semblance of concealment. Ah, I see. Lin Ke nodded slightly, finding this to be a logical explanation. Otherwise, if consuming the purple crystal resulted in an explosion, it would be improbable for predators to recklessly indulge in such a buffet. Have you acquired any other knowledge from the previous queen? Lin Ke inquired, noting that Yuan did not appear to be uneducated. Yes. Yuan's two short antennae quivered slightly. There are numerous ant kingdoms underground. The one I belong to is merely one among many. The underground world, Lin Ke mused. What professions do you possess? What is your profession called? Racial profession. This was a term Yuan had just introduced, affirming that the underground world was indeed a realm of its own. In such a world, not all ants could possibly share the same profession, which piqued Lin Ke's interest. If they could not attain professional status, the significance of a queen would diminish. After all, what he required was not an ordinary ant nest, but a dungeon, an entire underground world. Constructing such a realm would be exceedingly difficult solely with the slime population, requiring years of effort. However, with the assistance of professional ants, the scenario might be entirely different. We, various ant colonies, possess a multitude of unique worker ants, while the queens all share the profession of queen. However, Yuan continued, "My profession is Mother Emperor. A delightful surprise." Once the rain ceased, Lin Ke bid farewell to Lightning, who was resting after a hearty meal, and brought Yuan back with him, accompanied by 30 kings. 30, according to Yuan. Although the purple crystal mountain sea ant princes would also be captured to serve as kings, they would only engage in nuptial flights during a specific period each year. Thus, the next opportunity would not arise until the following year. However, during this year, Yuan would require an immense quantity of essence from the kings, as she was not an ordinary queen, but a mother emperor. Queen, pheromones, reproduction, energy storage, hunting. Typically, after their nuptial flights, queens return underground solely to produce worker ants and command them through pheromones for labor and hunting. Yet, what of the mother emperor? Mother emperor, pan-consciousness, insect nest, egg forest, life absorption, dormancy, swarm network. Each characteristic revealed to Lin Ke boundless possibilities. However, this also implied that attaining such a profession would inherently be quite challenging. As for how Yuan acquired this profession, an accidental thought. Yuan's words echoed coolly in Lin Ke's mind. An accidental thought? Enlightenment dawned upon him. It must be said that Lin Ke felt as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. However, to secure employment, it was imperative for Yuan to wholeheartedly experience these attributes. Yuan had also informed Lin Ke that this profession was a revelation she had come to on her own. This was indeed a positive development. Nevertheless, the drawback lay in the fact that this profession could only be assumed by the Ant Queen, leaving other races unable to partake. Nonetheless, Lin Ke had resolved not to reveal Yuan for the time being. She could expose Ant Queen Yuan, but not Mother Monarch Yuan. As she pondered this, Lin Ke quickened her pace. Ahead, the voice of Rimuru echoed. At that moment, Lin Ke was traversing the subterranean realm of the great wilderness paradise, a domain constructed by the slimes. Thus far, only the first level of this underground world had been completed, roughly the same size as the external great wilderness paradise, while the second level had only a single room built. Although the slimes worked tirelessly, Lin Ke could not exploit them like mere beasts of burden. Moreover, with many other areas also requiring the slime's labor as adhesive, the construction progress of the underground realm had inevitably slowed. The underground environment was rather dim, and Rimuru led the way, occasionally glancing back with curiosity at Lin Ke. Lin Ke was accompanied by over 30 purple crystal mountain sea worker ants, with a small one in her hand that had drawn considerable attention along the way. However, she offered no further explanation, preoccupied with establishing a nest for Yuan. Apart from Yuan, the other male ants could merely be classified as mountain sea ants rather than purple crystal mountain sea ants, and their intelligence appeared to be far inferior to that of Yuan. "Here we are," Rimuru announced, stopping before a burrow where faintly downward stairs could be discerned. As Lin Ke descended, she was greeted by the sight of slime surrounding her, fervently consuming soil and secreting sweat to reinforce the ceiling. Upon seeing Lin Ke, the slimes paused to offer their greetings. "Greetings, Lord. So many insects on you. They look quite delectable." "Indeed, they appear rather plump," the slimes chimed in amiably, as they had always perceived Lin Ke as benevolent. "These are not for consumption. They are companions who will live alongside us in the future." Lin Ke diaklet, crouching down to place her hand on the ground. "Go forth, Yuan. Let this be the foundation of your underground kingdom. I wish to see if you will become the mother monarch of the entire underground world." Chapter 87. Entering the city. This was an unattainable thought for Lin Ke the following day. Yuan's voracious appetite was astonishing. She devoured as though she were a vampire. As soon as she was placed in the second underground level, Yuan began to reproduce. She directly drained the essence from 3 male ants, leaving them in a state of weakness, trembling, and slumbering in place. Subsequently, Yuan laid over 200 eggs. "I require sustenance, as much as possible," she declared at the time. Thus, 2 tons of fresh meat mixed with dried meat were consumed by Yuan. This was merely the first day. Of course, Yuan also informed Lin Ke that had she been in the wild, she would likely have digested part of her muscle, brain, and organs to sustain the production of eggs and her own consumption. However, conditions allowed for a different approach now. As soon as Yuan detected Lin Ke's emotional pheromones shifting from surprise to anxiety to heartache, she ceased her feasting. This realization struck Lin Ke. She had raised a veritable meat grinder. For Yuan only consumed meat, eschewing vegetables. Yet there was good news. Yuan estimated that if 2 meals of meat were provided daily, she could construct an underground city within 3 months. If she were limited to 2 meals a month, it could take up to 2 years. This was predicated on her current state of not having become Mother Monarch. Presently, Yuan had grasped the attributes of life, siphoning, and dormancy. She still required the traits of generalized consciousness, insect nest, egg forest, and swarm network. However, according to Yuan, a minimum of 3,000 eggs was necessary to establish an egg forest. Only with 10 egg forests could a rudimentary insect nest be formed. Once the nest was established, generalized consciousness could be attained. Only with generalized consciousness could the worker ants be united into a swarm network, an intricate chain of dependencies. The simplest solution, however, was to continuously consume and reproduce. The more one eats, the more one breeds, and the more one breeds, the more naturally one comprehends what it means to be mother monarch. Yuan also mentioned she could birth soldier ants, even those imbued with purple crystals. However, such actions would immensely deplete her energy and slow her growth. The optimal strategy was for Lin Ke to provide protection while Yuan focused on her development until she surpassed the 3rd level and evolved into an intermediate magical beast, at which point combat capability could be considered. Lin Ke concourait. Thus, she began to toil tirelessly. Originally, the food supply in the great wilderness paradise was plentiful. Yet now, to sustain Yuan, everyone returned to a state of busyness reminiscent of earlier times. However, including Lin Ke, they all found joy in their endeavors. Busy, yet not empty. Engaged, yet fulfilled. Full of vigor and spirit. Of course, one day during a hunt, Lin Ke fortuitously advanced to the 2nd level. She had become a level 2 milk tea shop manager. Now, she was both a level 2 milk tea shop manager and a level 2 vampire. The day had finally arrived for their troop to enter the city. Hurry, hurry. Why are you bringing so many clothes, you old hag? Don't bring the tomatoes. Remember to keep it a secret. Oh, my lord. Of all times, you choose now to relieve yourself? Early in the morning, a lively group gathered at the entrance, with Lin Ke and Furue at the forefront. They exchanged glances, sharing a look of exasperation. Their troop was about to enter the city. They were heading to Andrew City, seeking opportunities to perform. This disordered state actually indicated the actor's relaxation. Master, I'm so nervous, Furue confessed. Watching the others be so at ease, her own anxiety surfaced. Fear not, they have rehearsed thoroughly, Lin Ke reassured with a smile. Andrew City was the territory of one of their countess sisters, and under normal circumstances, there would be no high-ranking professionals present. Thus, Furue had previously managed to sneak away with Sheely without detection. However, that was under the guise of secrecy. The last time they ventured out was because Furue could fly, and she did so faster than Sheely. Lin Ke had permitted them to scout for information. Yet, this time it was entirely different. If Furue accompanied them, exposing herself to public scrutiny would be perilous. Should news of Furue's identity leak, it could indeed invite danger. In such a case, any true dark overlord seeking a maid, pet, or plaything would find Furue to be the prime choice. After all, a simple investigation would reveal that Lin Ke was merely a lowly vampire baron. At that juncture, her claims of being a doomsayer would likely prove futile. The last time Lin Ke had managed to quell the Morning Lord was due to the fact that the Morning Lord was not physically present. If a dark overlord were to arrive, Lin Ke would find himself at their mercy. As she contemplated this, Yalu, who was playing Romeo, approached to report, "My lord, we are prepared. Very well, let us set forth." Lin Ke waved his hand, then turned to Furue. "You and Shili take good care of the territory, and await my return with good news." As they were about to depart, Furue surprisingly felt no more anxiety. "I believe Romeo and Juliet will shine brilliantly." Indeed, Lin Ke smiled, and then led the group onward. They traveled in a camel-drawn cart, pulled by a creature that resided in the Thunder Marsh, a level 1 magical beast. Fortunately, this beast was quite docile, and a hunting party had inadvertently discovered it while ensnared in traps. After rescuing it, they had kept it to serve as livestock for transporting tomatoes and other provisions. They were over 100 kilometers away from Andrew City. If they were to rely solely on foot, it's likely that these individuals would not have been able to traverse such a distance, especially with a multitude of cumbersome packages in tow. However, with the aid of their pack camel, they reached their destination in merely a day. Andrew City. How dismal it appeared. Standing at the entrance, Lin Ke felt an overwhelming reluctance to step inside. The city walls towered high, constructed from neatly arranged square stones, presumably the handiwork of master builders. Yet, aside from the walls, the surroundings were littered with dark, muddy sludge, shades of black, yellow, brown, and dark green. Just the sight of it made Lin Ke feel nauseated. "Hey, which village are you from, and what business do you have entering?" A voice called from ahead. It was the guard at the city gate. Various races streamed through the entrance into Andrew City, most of whom the guards chose not to scrutinize. However, Lin Ke was not so fortunate as he bore goods. though these were merely props for their performance. Various garments, stitched from furs, scenic decorations, and the like. Bringing such items required payment to enter the city, a standard fee of 3 copper coins. Lin Ke said nothing and simply instructed Yale to pay the fee. Fortunately, someone from your village had copper coins to spare, so they could comply. However, to Lin Ke's astonishment, the guard bellowed, 3 copper coins? To enter the city, you need to pay 5. Our Lord decreed it. All troops must pay 5 coins to enter Andrew City. Chapter 88, The Dwarf. At this proclamation, many curious eyes turned toward them. A troop, such a rarity, especially in a small city like Andrew, surrounded by poverty and isolation, where even the local theater could scarcely sustain its own troupe, let alone accommodate others. Yet, some gazes were filled with intrigue. Andrew City possessed a square where various troops performed, earning meager wages from free shows, which attracted considerable interest from the populace. Yale, pay up. Lin Ke's expression darkened. Logically, his sister should have been unaware of his troops' presence. Surely, she would not enact such a law solely to target him and extract an extra 2 copper coins. Nonetheless, he preferred to remain discreet and paid the fee to enter. Once the guard received the payment, he disregarded Lin Ke and engaged in conversation with another guard, who had the head of a wild boar. Anuta tropa. Let us go see them together one day, ha. The guards were all boar folk, possessing stout bodies and bristly hair. Their rotund bellies suggested they were quite strong. Another troop? Again? Lin Ke narrowed his eyes and stood firm, inquiring, May I ask the name of that troop? What? Why should you care? You boar-headed guard was about to unleash a tirade. But upon noticing Lin Ke's pale skin and crimson eyes, he swallowed his words. Esteemed initiator, that troop is the Emberlight troop. One must wonder why a respectable troop would choose such a name. It sounds rather unappealing, doesn't it? Emberlight troop? Light? Lin Ke nodded slightly. Thank you. He then led Yale and the others through the city gate. Inside the city, the ground was a quagmire, permeated by the foul stench of dried excrement. Step aside. Don't block the way. Sir, do you require assistance with trade? I'm a finest guide. What a sturdy camel you have. Is it for sale? Upon entering the city, they were greeted by an overpowering stench accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. It was not surprising that their camel attracted attention. It had been wild once, but after being contracted, it had grown robust and well-fed. Furthermore, they appeared to be newcomers, which was indeed the case. Consequently, a few filthy children approached, eager to earn a little coin. However, Lin Ke himself was quite impoverished and could not afford to spend frivolously as characters in novels often did. Let us proceed. Lin Ke assessed his surroundings before striding forward. The ground was a filthy mixture of soil and refuse. Vampires, by nature, are fastidious creatures. Thus he took large strides to minimize contact between his shoes and the ground. Yale and the others had visited Andrew City before, as they occasionally needed to procure essential supplies. Sir, I could truly be your guide. Sir, would you like to know about the hidden paths of Bug Street? Sir, I remember every Lady South residence on Pink Street. The children gathered around, their voices growing louder as they noted Lin Ke's refined demeanor and disdain for the muddy ground. Go away. Don't disturb my lord. An actor stepped forward to shoo away the surrounding children. Typically, these children would perform guiding duties, but when necessary, they also resorted to thievery. Although Lin Ke was generally kind-hearted, he wore a stern expression now, for he understood that these children were not as innocent as they appeared. Otherwise, they would have long been abducted and sold. Nevertheless, he found their chatter intriguing. For instance, Bug Street seemed to be a hub for underground dealings, while Pink Street appeared to cater to more specialized indulgences. Some children even spoke of more peculiar matters. Sir, do you know who the blacksmith William's mistress is? Sir, I possess a map to the White Spider Underground. Sir, do you wish to become a practitioner? The children's words were laden with information. Lin Ke found himself almost captivated. The White Spider Underground was the only underground city within 1,000 miles. Fry's good friend was a level 5 bride spider, a notable figure within the White Spider Underground. Reflecting on this, Lin Ke glanced at the children surrounding him. These youngsters roamed the streets daily, thus were privy to a wealth of information. They compiled and disseminated such information to attract those entering the city to purchase their news. The terms information newspaper echoed in Lin Ke's mind, causing him to squint. Unfortunately, Andrew City was merely a small settlement. While it was well-equipped, its size meant that most visitors were farmers and laborers from nearby villages, with few interested in purchasing news. Yet these children, upon witnessing or even hearing tales of others profiting from selling information, would eagerly seize the opportunity. Their parents welcomed this, as Andrew City lacked schools. The children, having idle time, could at least earn some extra coins. However, This was not the time for such musings. Lin Ke's current objective was to reach the square, locate Camphor Tree Street, and find the Honeysuckle Theater. At that moment, a dwarf child's voice caught Lin Ke's attention. Sir, I know that people from the Land of Light have already entered Andrew City. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke halted. The other children, believing their words had drawn Lin Ke's attention, became ecstatic and redoubled their efforts to promote their tales. Lin Ke focused on the dwarf child. The dwarf race, regardless of age or gender, sported beards. This child had a delicate face, adorned in ragged clothing stitched from scraps, with a sparse beard on his chin. From that beard, it was evident that the child was no older than 60, equivalent to a human child of 6 or 7 years. Judging a dwarf's age by their beard is akin to assessing a tree's age by its rings. This child, like Silly, likely required extended periods of slumber. After all, dwarves, like vampires, also needed to rest. However, dwarves were not as formidable as vampires, thus they could only dwell underground, laboring amidst minerals until they reached adulthood after a lengthy span of over 100 years. At that time, one's body was considered to have transcended childhood, fully matured. However, many dwarves, unable to contain their exuberance before reaching adulthood, often found themselves restlessly darting about the caverns of the mines instead of resting. This led to the dwarven folk developing a remarkable sensitivity and affection for metal ores. Nearly every dwarf became an expert in metals, minerals, and equipment. As for the denizens of the luminous world, Lin Ke turned his gaze to the stout, bushy-browed, bearded dwarven boy and inquired, "What do you know?" "How much for this information?" Chapter 89. The Light Pierces the Darkness. Upon hearing Lin Ke's interest, the surrounding children immediately displayed their disappointment. A stocky, pale red-skinned troll child grumbled with a hint of jealousy. "Who knows if your father is deceiving you?" "My father would never lie," the dwarven boy retorted, delivering a swift punch to the troll's face. "You're just spouting nonsense." The troll child retaliated, attempting to grasp the dwarven boy's mouth with both hands. And it appeared that the two were on the brink of a scuffle. Observing the troll's actions, Lin Ke's expression turned icy. He lifted his foot and delivered a kick to the troll child's abdomen. "I am a vampire," Lin Ke stated coldly. "Killing civilians is not a crime." The troll child was clearly attempting to disrupt the situation, likely to provoke the dwarven boy further. "If you ruin my business, I shall end you," Lin Ke remarked, his gaze unwavering. Trolls are foolish yet cruel intelligent beings, large in stature but lacking in intellect, possessing significant strength. Yet this particular child appeared to be a half-breed. Though slightly clever, his mannerisms mirrored those of trolls, revealing a penchant for mischief. Spare me, spare me. I understand now," the troll child pleaded, clutching his stomach as he retreated into the muddy ground, his face a portrait of pain. Despite being a child, he was equivalent to a human aged 14 or 15. At this moment, he astutely recognized that his cunning had been unveiled. Lin Ke surveyed the others, and they dispersed, leaving only the dwarven child behind. "Now you may speak." Lin Ke smiled, revealing his fanged grin as he crouched down. This was both a smile and a warning. He had dealt with the bully, but only under the condition that the dwarven child's words held value. "I truly know." The dwarven child's eyes appeared murky and grayish, hinting at a lack of purity, yet this was a common eye color among dwarves, not indicative of age. From those grayish eyes, Lin Ke perceived a sense of determination and stubbornness. "How much?" "Speak," Lin Ke urged with a grin. "1 gold coin." The dwarven child raised a finger. Lin Ke chuckled in disbelief, rising to depart. The dwarven child likely assumed he could exploit Lin Ke's perceived wealth. However, Lin Ke himself was rather impoverished, feeling a sense of unease regarding the people of the luminous world. It was essential to note that the dark and light realms had enjoyed peace for an extended period. Who knew what sinister plots the opposing religion was concocting? Furthermore, his half-sister had suddenly raised the entry fees to the city for the theater troupe, which left Lin Ke feeling that something was amiss, stirring his curiosity. Yet, curiosity was hardly worth a gold coin. Indeed, not even a silver piece. Don't go, don't go. I'm open to negotiation." The dwarven child grew frantic. Lin Ke, noticing this, smirked coldly. 1 copper coin. I have no interest in anything more." 3 copper coins? The dwarven child ventured tentatively. Lin Ke turned his head. Did he presume he could extort him? He was accustomed to such situations and chose not to comment. However, Yelu and the others were incensed, particularly the goblins. "We adults can offer you 1 copper coin, and that's generous," one goblin exclaimed, his anger palpable. "You truly don't recognize a good deal when you see one. I'd like to give you a good thrashing." Several goblins were visibly furious. To them, Lin Ke was a particularly special figure, and they would not permit this little brat to waste his time. One goblin seized the dwarven child by the arm, growling, "Are you seeking death by toying with us?" The other children had long since scattered upon witnessing the troll being struck, and the nearby residents also distanced themselves, fearful of attracting trouble. Lin Ke and his companions clearly differed from the surrounding emaciated citizens. Whether goblins or humans, they were robust and powerful, exuding an air of distinction. Additionally, Lin Ke's attire and his slightly disdainful demeanor further underscored his noble status. Provoking a noble was not merely a matter of courting trouble. The nobility in this world held not only esteemed status, but also formidable power. Should a relative lose their life, seeking justice would depend entirely on the whims of their lord. On a good day, aid might be granted. On a bad day, one could find themselves at the receiving end of violence. Thus, when trouble arose, powerless commoners would retreat, wary of being caught in the crossfire. The area cleared significantly, and the dwarven child gulped nervously, fine, 1 copper coin. Lin Ke nodded at Yelu, who promptly retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, thrusting it angrily toward the child. "If you dare pull any tricks, I'll make you regret it." Meanwhile, Kerma beside him nodded gravely, though lacking any real threat. Indeed, the dwarven child stammered, relaying his observations in fragmented sentences. According to him, while playing near a nearby iron mine, he had heard a commotion outside, suggesting many individuals had passed by, followed by snippets of conversation. "We are spreading the glory of the Lord." Yet, this does not appear to embody righteousness. In darkness, there is no justice. We are the beacon, representing freedom and justice. However, all right, Flowing Sand, your task now is to memorize our script. Remember, we must use art to enlighten the darkness, and if we cannot enlighten it, then let the light pierce through it. The dwarven child repeated these lines, striving to mimic the tones of both speakers, one gentle, the other perplexed. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke realized the child was indeed accurate. A script of light. Lin Ke vaguely grasped the implications. It seemed his sister was privy to certain information, and her focus was not solely on her theater troupe, but rather on the luminous theater. Perhaps she had even gleaned information from this dwarven child. And if this child was aware, it was likely that other dwarves had also learned of it. Hence, his sister had raised the entry fees to the city. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What was significant was that Lin Ke's suspicions had proven correct. The upper echelons of both the luminous and dark realms might not desire to ignite a war. However, they may simply be averse to initiating direct conflict. What of indirect warfare? A battlefield devoid of smoke seemed to have already commenced. This was a contest of ideology, cultural thought, and literary artistry. It appeared that time was of the essence. Yelu Kerma, let us hasten our pace to the Winterflower Theater. Bring this dwarven child along. I have further inquiries for him. Chapter 90, Li Cha and Flowing Sand. Lin Ke and his companions quickened their pace, while Yelu hoisted the dwarven child up with ease. "What are you doing? Let me go. You can't do this. The city lord will punish you. Our lord is a noble vampire, a professional." The dwarven child struggled fiercely, but to little effect. He was clever enough to understand the character of the surrounding residents, so he did not expect their assistance. Instead, he attempted to create a commotion to attract the guards. "I'll give you a chance." Lin Ke, feeling exasperated, turned and said coolly, "I will offer you an opportunity to earn money." He expected that upon mentioning money, the child would cease his struggles. To his surprise, the child fought even harder, exclaiming, "I don't want money. I want to live. I want to survive." Lin Ke, speechless at the scene, replied, "If you behave, you could have money, but if you continue to resist, I will simply sign a dark contract with you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the child ceased his struggles. However, to Lin Ke's astonishment, instead of fear, the child gazed at him with wide eyes, asking, "Really? Can I follow you, sir?" Lin Ke was at a loss for words at such a mindset, yet found it somewhat understandable. In his perspective, signing a dark contract was akin to selling oneself into slavery. Yet for those who had long survived in the crevices of Andrew City, a dark contract was comparable to a guaranteed job. After all, only professionals would engage in such magical contracts. The future was not entirely bleak. A smile emerged on Lin Ke's face as he continued. "As for whether you become my retainer, follower, mercenary, or servant, that depends on your performance. Just as long as you are not a slave." The dwarf child lowered his head, murmuring to himself, an undeniable hint of anticipation evident in his tone. Seeing the child no longer resist, Lin Ke chose to say no more. The group hastened their pace. At the city gates lay a slum, and as they ventured further in, the ground noticeably transformed. Although the stench remained, they could at least see a path paved with stone slabs. This improvement allowed them to quicken their steps, The small city likely had a population of only around 10,000 and was not particularly large. After walking for a while, they arrived at a square. While it was labeled a square, it was essentially a small vegetable market. Places like Pink Street could be accessed from here, making it a crossroads for the entire Andrew City. They oriented themselves and continued their swift journey. Eventually, they arrived at a striking archway carved from white stone, inscribed with the words Honeysuckle Theater. At last, Lin Ke squinted at the small theater before him. It was far from small. The sign at the entrance appeared grand and imposing, and the pristine stone columns looked as though they had just been erected, rather than having aged over the years. Beyond the archway lay a small patch of lawn, which led up a set of stairs to a square, unremarkable building. This building boasted one large and 3 small stone doors, with 2 guards clad in ornate armor stationed at the entrance. A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Ke's mind. Yale, Kalama, you two come with me. The rest of you wait outside. The guards did not impede Lin Ke's entry. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he immediately heard a voice say, "How fortunate. Mr. Van has decided to resell the theater after only 3 days of consideration." Sell the theater? Lin Ke quickly navigated through the rows of seats and made his way to the stage, passing through a backstage area to reach the dressing room. There, a young man and woman were embracing a lizard man. This lizard man was none other than Vant, the proprietor of Honeysuckle Theater. As for the 2 youths, Lin Ke squinted. The young man wore a broad smile, exuding warmth and charm, as if he were the very embodiment of sunshine. In contrast, the young woman appeared aloof, her golden hair and striking golden yellow eyes resembling amber. Yet that was not the most significant aspect. Both individuals were professionals. Based on the aura he sensed, the young man was at level 4, while the young woman was at level 3. As for Vant, he appeared to be an ordinary lizard man, seemingly lacking any affiliation with the lizard man racial profession. It was well known that many races could achieve their racial professions upon reaching adulthood, provided they had the means to survive. Without adequate food or shelter, one could not experience the life their race was meant to lead, and thus could not attain such professions. Oh, it seems that we have welcomed our first guest right after taking over Honeysuckle Theater. The young man turned to Lin Ke, his smile charming yet disarming. But I must apologize, esteemed guest. We are not prepared for a performance today. For some reason, Lin Ke found the young man's smile somewhat nauseating. That of no consequence, Lin Ke replied with a smile, for this theater is not permitted to be sold. Oh, the young man looked surprised, then pointed to a piece of parchment on the makeup table. Yet we have already received an official seal from the town hall. Lin Ke didn't even need to glance at it to know the seal was undoubtedly authentic. However, he could not allow the theater to fall into the hands of others. I'm afraid not. The Lord here has just refused to sell this theater. Just 1 second before your transaction, it was well known that the words of the Lord took precedence over those of the town hall. Oh, as far as I know, you do not seem to be the Lord of this place. The young man chuckled, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Lin Ke slightly bared his fangs, his pupils turning a vivid crimson. The Lord is my sister. She informed me of this. Do you have an objection? A vampire. At that, the young man's brow furrowed, while the lizard man proprietor appeared startled. Lady Lilith has not permitted the sale? But didn't she agree beforehand? Lin Ke turned to him, smiling. No. She has since changed her mind. From Vant's words, Lin Ke seemed to glean something. It appeared that he and Lilith, Celia's sister, were aware of a troop from the light world intending to acquire the only theater in Andrew City. After 3 days of deliberation, Lilith ultimately chose to sell the theater. But why? Lin Ke was uncertain. Yet he knew that while Lilith could choose to sell, he would never allow such a situation to transpire. Otherwise, his Romeo and Juliet would never be performed here, as it would become a propaganda base for the light world. Little vampire, you seem to have just come of age. The young man stepped forward, emanating a faint white light, his magical aura surging. Can you make decisions? I've already stated, this is a matter for my sister. Lin Ke stood unyielding, unaffected by the pressure. If you're displeased, then kill me, or go kill my sister. Then let the light world and the dark world go to war, he added in his mind. Huh. The young man grinned widely. After all these years, you're the first to speak to me like this and still be alive. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Cha, and this is Lu Sha. We are from a mountain and sea troop.